And away.
Well, Chad muted himself, so I would expect nothing else to happen that would go any better than that.
I'm sorry. I moved the microphone, I guess. In collaboration with Cincy Reigns, we here at Bearcat Journal will be live all day, noon to 10 p.m. The goal? Awareness, participation. Become a member of Cincy Reigns. All you have to do, go to www.gobearcats.com/Reigns today and join. The goal, 513 new subscribers. Please be a part. Join us. We have let's go, Aaron. Let's bring this up. We have what is inarguably the greatest day of content in UC history. The greatest day of content in UC history. Molly Alvey, volleyball coach. Jillian Hayes, Sports Illustrated swimsuit supermodel. John Cunningham, athletic director. Luke Pandra, All-American. Wes Miller, men's basketball coach. Jack Dingle, starting linebacker. Corey Kiner, 1,000-yard running back. Also, Ohio Mr. Football. Evan Prater, Ohio Mr. Football. John Daniel, associate athletic director, to give us an update on the indoor practice facility. Nico Palizzetti, our guy, is going to join us. Strength and conditioning coach. Katrina Merriweather, women's basketball coach. Ken Tracy, president of Cincy Reigns. Zach Grant will join us. General manager for the UC football recruiting department. Scott Satterfield will join us. Doug Martin will join us. We also have Jim Mary from the Holy Grail. That will join us later today to talk about Ball and Brew at the Holy Grail coming up on the 16th. We've got a baseball player coming in. Keegan, who do we got from the baseball team? Loudon Brooks.
Loudon Brooks, 2 home runs against BYU.
So we are cram-packed. We have, if you're a UC fan, this is a day of content unlike any other. Nothing like this has ever been accomplished before. Not even when Aaron and I sat here for 15 hours. When we started this little venture, this little YouTube page, we ran a subathon to get to 1,000 subscribers. And
you got there.
We got there. It took 15 hours, but we weren't logging off until we got there. And guess what? I don't think it's going to be a problem today because I think the people are going to get us to 513 subscriptions to Cincy Reigns long before 10 o'clock tonight.
Oh, yeah.
So while you're here, www.gobearcats.com/Reigns, REIGNS, and get your subscription today, right now. While you're listening, you will be thankful that you did in supporting the athletic department at the University of Cincinnati. Gentlemen, how are we?
Oh, how are we? Little Monday, little twist there for you. And this 513 day. Obviously had to do it with a bang, and this is an absolute bang. BBP move aside for at least one Monday. 513 day takes over. Cincy Reigns. It's going to be an awesome, awesome day. So phenomenal. Lock in, pop in when you can. It's going to be wall to wall coverage of what every single UC fan wants to hear and wants to see, and then of course the support on top of that to continue to build the athletic program that's really on the rise. Everything starts and really rolls through with Cincy Reigns and the athletic department, and BCJ's here wall to wall to make 513 day the most memorable 513 day that I can ever remember. So take it away. I'm locked in.
I'm calling this, Brent. I'm going to go on a limb here. I'm going to call this the first annual 513 day collaboration between Bearcat Journal and Cincy Reigns, because this is going to be a smashing success, and we are going to do this every year. I haven't cleared that with anybody, but I'm taking that liberty upon myself because that's kind of what we do here.
Well, and as it grows, just think about it. You can get the the telethon type. Dogs are barking. Dogs are into it. Dogs are excited too. Come on now. This is easy. But as it grows, get the telethon in the background. Have ringings going off and people answering phone calls. Put Aaron behind Chad there, and put Keegan. Keegan, you're good on a remote. You look good, man. Mustache is looking nice. But it's going to be an unbelievable day, as you mentioned, and it's going to be one that's just going to be a roaring success, and hopefully just continue to rock and roll with it.
Yeah, I gotta get my
I'm
energy
my
up.
dogs are barking, so you guys are gonna have to talk for just a second.
You got it, Aaron.
I want to give a quick shout out to Jeff Howell for helping me out in putting together the background here and the overlay to start the show. Show that one more time. Little hat tip there to Cincy Light, to Cincy Reigns, to University of Cincinnati. Well done, sir. It's a thing of beauty. So did again want to give a big shout out to Jeff there. But I'm excited about today. This is a little bit more structured than the last one that Chad and I did. As we're giving flowers out, shout out to Zach Stipe for putting together a hell of a lineup for this day. We could not have done this without his involvement in planning everything, and he's been involved every step of the way. He is going to be unable to join us, to my knowledge, at today, as he's in the middle of Big 12 meetings and all of that. But again, did want to make sure that he got his flowers for every bit of work he put in on helping us out, because none of this would be possible without his involvement.
Zach giving shouts live from the air. How about that? Gotta love it.
Live from the air. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Stop.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hugs and hand pounds, Zach. Hugs and hand pounds.
There we go. Keegan, you're on scene. How's the vibes there? 513 days got to be a little bit different down there on campus.
Yeah, it's awesome. We got a lot of moving parts going on right now. People coming in and out, getting computers and stuff ready. But this is going to be a really, really fun day. And I think you're going to hear a lot of different stories, a lot of different, examples and feelings about how Cincy Reigns has impacted these athletes' lives. And I know that they just want to continue to make the platform as big as possible so that the University of Cincinnati Athletics can have some success.
What a diplomatic answer.
First time. It's the first time.
That mustache. You're already giving political answers. I love it.
We have a ton going on. Like I said, we will be joined in just about 10 minutes with our first guest. Just about 5 minutes in our first guest with Molly Alvey, the head coach of the women's volleyball program. If Molly's ready, we're ready. We don't need no further introductions needed. Make sure go bearcats.com/Cincy Reigns. Get in there. Get signed up. That's why we're here. Everybody here, I would assume, is a big Bearcats fan. And if you're a big Bearcats fan, then you want to be part of Cincy Reigns. Get in there. Donate $5.13. Donate $50. $51.30. Donate $530. Donate $5,130. Donate $51,300.
That works. Keep going.
Donate $513,000.
That would be nice.
Donate $5.13 million
on 513 day. That's worth
on 513 day.
That's absolutely worth
it. Do it for the student athletes.
As a Bearcat fan, I know I work for BCJ as well. But as a Bearcat fan, I'm just excited to hear all the accounts and all the different conversations that you guys are going to have. You know, obviously I need to step in and out from time to time, but I'm going to be locked in hearing and listening the entire time. And Aaron, you're on top of it. Put it up, and wow, EK.
Now we're talking. $513 donated. Eric Kavalauskas. I think that's as good as you're going to get from me, Eric. I just call you EK. It's much easier.
Agreed.
There you go. Thank you, brother. Sorry, Aaron. I won't do your job anymore.
It's gonna be a long day if you do.
All right. Is our first guest ready back there? Is she good to go? Thumbs up.
Like
she's good to go. Brent, are you staying or?
I sadly have to dip, but I'll be back. Hey guys, take it away. What's going on, Coach? It's gonna be a fun day. We're gonna be locked in. So I'll be listening, but I'll bounce back in. I'm excited, guys. So how are we? Lock it in. Back at it again. Take it away, guys.
All right. Thanks, Brent. We'll see you in a little bit.
That's it.
We'll bring in for our first guest. This is a tight race for my daughter's favorite head coach at UC. It's neck and neck between Molly Alvey and Wes Miller. It's a virtual dead heat, but she plays volleyball, so I think you might have a little bit of a lead. Just don't tell Wes.
Right, and I think I have a little bit more gear that would fit her a little bit better.
Right. So I mean, you know, even if she goes to like Katrina or Abby with women's, those are made long. Like the basketball girls, volleyball girls are tall too, but she's better off with you.
That's right. I mean, I told you, I said, hey, I don't have many people that, the items that I wear once or twice, I don't have many people that I can hand them down to.
Kelsey perfectly fits that bill. Coach, welcome in. 513 day. It's an exciting day on campus. Give us the rundown on the off season for the volleyball team and where things are at after season 1 in the Big 12.
Season 1 Big 12, we just wrapped up, I guess just 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we get to play an off season as well. In the spring, we have 4 play dates that we get to play. And then we kind of wrap up just before finals. So we had brought a couple of transfers in, and we had with volleyball, it's so odd because, I know coaches that maybe don't have a setter in the spring or only have one outside or one middle. But we had a pretty large roster. So we were able to get some really nice volleyball in the spring. It was fun.
Take us through season 1. This league, and from coming to some games and watching, this league was really old last year, and I assume with the transfer portal that will always generally continue to be the case. But take us through year 1 and how things went and what maybe you learned that you're going to be able to use for year 2.
Yeah, I think, I love the league. Let me start with that. I love the league. I think at one point we had 5 teams in the top 25, maybe even 5 in the top like 22 and below. And we did the previous year, we went out to BYU. We had a couple of options to go to at least one Big 12 school, non-conference, just to kind of get a look for it. And it turned out that we were actually at BYU when they gave us the season for the first go around. So I think that was a nice little, luckily, like we played into it in a nice way, but it's tough. I think the biggest learning experiences for the players. So every match is a big match. I mean, every single one, but I don't think they would have it any other way. So how do you, we constantly talk about, you can't get fired up for the name on the jersey, right? It doesn't matter who's across the other side of the net. You've got to play. But it's hard not to get fired up for every single jersey that you step up against across the net. And volleyball is just as tough as any of the other sports in the league. And this was funny. I'm sure Wes will laugh about this. We were talking, this has been over a year ago, and just talking about the competitiveness of the conference and who we have to face. He said, Molly, we have to play Kansas. And I said, Wes, we have to play Kansas. It's the same thing on all fronts. So we actually host Kansas back here again. We have yet to go to their place. And we've had them double home years. So this first year and then the second year, we'll get them back here, which I love. Their coach does a great job. And I'm sure they'll be top 25 again. But I think just getting, the players used to understanding that every single night is a dogfight, and such as volleyball. I mean, you could see the parity across the country. It seems like from match one in any league to the end of the season, the amount of upsets that everyone's talking about. And wow, how does this happen? There's so many more volleyball players playing, and just some really good volleyball around the country. But this league, by far, we had most teams in the NCAA tournament than any other conference. And Texas obviously was 2-time national champion. So the power of the league is tremendous.
What was it like having a gold medalist or an Olympic athlete that you got to coach? I mean, I can't even imagine what that experience was like, and what kind of, like, I guess just what have you been able to do kind of building on that, and kind of referencing back to Jordan Thompson and everything that meant for your program?
Yeah, it is amazing to watch the evolution of Jordan as a player, as a person. When we recruited her, she was a 3 rotation right side. So she just played the 3 front row spots, and then she would rotate out. And I think even her 15's year, she didn't even make the top team. She was on the second team. But it all came together for her. And I keep saying with her, there is so much more to come. She is a young player. And I think the best part, and I know that this is a question I get, it's a question she gets. Hey, Jordan, or coach, why Cincinnati? We recruited Jordan, and she stayed here for her entire career. And I think there's something special that speaks to her as a person. But she really, I think how she has answered in the past, like, she felt like she had an opportunity to grow. She had an opportunity to grow and be herself. She was able to develop at the pace that she needed, where she was just as a person, as a player. And it's unbelievable. And, you talk about now of having her in our gym. We do her a couple years before she got here, and then having her in the gym and watching her. Every kid around the world knows who Jordan Thompson is. Anyone that knows anything about volleyball knows who Jordan Thompson is. And I still think there's so much more room for her to grow as a player. She's going to get better. And the cherry on top is you could not have a better person representing volleyball, but representing our entire university. I mean, she is on a global scale and presents herself so beautifully, and poised and confident and grateful and thankful. I mean, one thing you will never see out of Jordan is arrogance, ever, and she's so thankful for this university and for her opportunity to be a player here. And that's really special as a coach. It really is.
Are you going to Paris?
I hope so. So, when we do these silly tickets, you don't pick games, right? So you just kind of get tickets. So there's a little trading that probably will end up panning out, and we have to see when the dates fall. We start our preseason training right about that time. So it's going to be, little logistical thing to figure out, but I certainly hope to be there.
Look, I've been a volleyball dad for 2 years now. I got it. You go to Paris. I'll come coach the team for a couple weeks, and things will be fine. It'll be all right.
Great. That answers the other question, like going into the second year of the Big 12, right? That makes me feel super confident to kick off the season.
I got it. I'm pretty sure I've got the 6-1-5-2 thing figured out. Like,
okay, wow. All right. I'm impressed.
See, I'm getting there. Tell us about the roster and where you guys are at. I know you went, you kind of zagged while everyone zigged. You went younger last year. A lot of girls got a lot of experience. A lot of women got a lot of experience in the system. Do you feel like now you're getting to that point where, okay, we're a little bit more of a veteran team coming into the season?
We do. We have some veterans. Unfortunately, 2 of our veterans last year got hurt. Our leading point scorer, Jaden Boss, of course, got hurt in the very first conference match of the season. At that point, she was second in points in Big 12. She had almost 4 kills per set, and that one really hurt us. And that was our season player, 5th year, just a different air about her in a positive way of, I've been there, I've done this. So we do get older. Abby Walker, now our freshman year, she was freshman player of the year. She comes in with a ton of experience in her final season. Our senior setter, Caitlin will be a senior. Sorry. And then we have a ton of freshmen coming in. So it's a little bit of a mix. And it's funny, I've talked to some coaches just out recruiting and whatnot. There seems to be a lot of coaches that are carrying a little bit bigger rosters these days than what we're used to. So we have a blend. We have a ton of experience, but we'll have 6 freshmen coming in. So that's a lot.
That you're gonna have to get some color for the hair because it'll go gray quick with 6 freshmen.
Right. That's right. And our upperclassmen are awesome. You know, we have a 5th-year senior right side, Irbalazda, that came in from Towson too, that I think has that experience. And, you know, there's just a different poise about your 5th years and even your seniors. They just kind of carry an air about them that lets everyone else, hopefully, you know, those 6 coming in, like, hey, it's all going to be okay. We're in it together. So we rely on our internal leaders a lot to help reduce the grays in my head.
Now,
go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
This is not your first conference change, right? You were so I guess what was this conference transition like compared to the last conference transition, and did what you went through previously going to the American make this transition easier?
That's a really great question. You know, I think the immediate thought that comes to mind, you know, the American was completely new, you know, no history kind of, I mean, I'm sure the pieces to the puzzle were well thought out and put together, but a little bit of a grab, you know, with teams being all over that don't necessarily or hadn't in the past had a necessary association with each other. So I think the branding part was something that was a challenge for everyone, you know, each individual institution, for the conference. How do we brand this thing? How do we become something? And look, now we're walking into the polar opposite of something that is so historically sound and been around for so many years. I think that part is really cool, right? There's already a brand, and now we get to help be a part of lifting that brand, creating new excitement, you know, bringing our Cincinnati flair to this conference that already has all the roots to it. That part has been incredible. And even, you know, you break that off individually into just a volleyball piece. Volleyball is important to the Big 12, and they mean business in that area. And I think to have those roots and that foundation, it's easy to kind of to step in and then create our own brand off of that, right? So now we have a new kind of Cincinnati volleyball brand because of what the Big 12 brings to the table. So just 2 totally different experiences, because I think 2 totally different conferences in that sense.
Absolutely.
I'm curious about the transfer portal. We've seen in football a lot of guys dropping down and a lot of guys at lower levels moving up. Basketball, that there's some of them moving up, but it seems a lot more like trading between power leagues, guys moving from one, a lot of guys moving from one, staying in the same conference, just going to teams in the same conference. What's been the trend so far on the volleyball side?
I think definitely. So we have the 2 portal openings in December when our season ends, and then there's one that's open right now. I think probably there are a lot of opportunities for maybe players that didn't, you know, I mean, every school's doing the same thing, so I'd never downplay any program, but maybe finding programs, being able to jump up and play with programs that are a little bit in the national light in a different way, if that makes sense. We have seen that. There's been a little bit of trading, I would say, at the top of the top level, but I definitely have seen some really talented players be able to get some opportunities to play at programs that maybe over a longer period of time have performed at a higher level.
And NIL, it's brutal. NIL, I know that everybody wants to eat at that trough. Right. How does that continue to evolve for volleyball, other than by when they go to gobearcats.com/Reigns, earmarking their donation to volleyball? How do we get that even farther along to where I'm sure it's somewhat of a factor to where it's even more of a factor?
Yeah, we have to keep moving the needle, because it is a fact. Everything that happens, especially within basketball, is immediately going to trickle down to volleyball next. It just is how everything historically has happened. So it will impact us. And I actually jokingly messaged with a colleague who's in a different conference, but at a very high level, what's her secret, because she keeps snagging some people off the portal. And one of her things was she's definitely using their collective, and that's been an important piece in building that program and getting to where it can be sustainable in the conference that they're competing in. So it's real for us. And I think, most of the players that we've talked to, I think it is a piece of it, right? It is a really big piece. So how can we sell? We have a really great Eddie Taylor's been doing awesome. We've been having him meet with our recruits, talk about all the things. We've gotten a lot of national highlights from Eddie and what he's doing down there, and putting Cincinnati in the front of the picture of all NIL on a national level. That's really important. And I think too, it's coming from a volleyball coach, right? And it is easy to give to football and basketball, and we need people to give to football, basketball, desperately need them, right? Because they're kind of the lifeline to all of us here. The more successful that they are, the more successful my program is, for sure. And we have great coaches that support us in that area. But we need to look out for our other female athletes as well, because it is real to them as well. And they're putting in similar work. They're doing the same exact thing that everyone else is. And so we want to be able to support them in a way that we can. So it's good to have these opportunities to be able to talk about it and talk about all the hard work that our players are putting in, and going to USA tryouts, representing us on a national level, doing all of these extra things to really promote Cincinnati and our entire university. It's awesome.
Participating in the Lumbaby games. You got it. What's bigger than participating in the Lumbaby games with the Kelsey brothers?
What? Exactly. Right. That was one of our babies out there competing too. Zeta Washington. How about that? Yep. She's a beast, right?
Yeah.
She is awesome. She is awesome.
Coach, you got a question here in the chat. I believe UC is the only school in the Big 12 that does not sell season tickets. Is there any interest in selling tickets to volleyball games?
Yes, absolutely. And I think we'll move that way. Really, the reason too that we're here is, if you remember, we were all off campus there 2016 and 2017 while we got this beautiful arena next door, which is just, by the way, we get more coaches. Every single coach in the Big 12 that came here was blown away. It's their first comment. Holy smokes, Molly, this is amazing. You guys have really done a great job here. And other teams that come in, players, we'll see on Instagram posts, when they throw out the random questions, your favorite place to play outside of your home venue. Cincinnati is always in there. Jaden Boss, when she came here, we asked her about that, and she said, oh my gosh, Cincinnati by far in my entire collegiate career is my favorite place to play. But when we were off campus, we went to the complimentary admissions, remember, for our sports, just to help our fans stay engaged, because we were at St. Ursula while this thing got built. So just transitioning back and getting back into the swing of things. But our hope is to definitely be there with the rest of the Big 12 teams. So this season we're looking at it. I think it'll still be an open event. So let's just pack the house, right? Like, let's get everybody out and pack the house and come take advantage of it. And then we can keep supporting even more when we get back on the tickets. But we'll see. We're working through that. Thanks for that question.
And I think as the season wore on and as people understood the level of play they were going to see in the Big 12, the crowds got bigger.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
That was a big part. And then Kentucky coming in a couple of weeks ago, unfortunately there was a lot of blue in there, but that crowd was outstanding. Yeah,
the crowd was amazing. I mean, we had over a couple thousand people just for a spring scrimmage. So I'm from Louisville, so I know right across that river, you just trip across it, there's all kinds of blue over there. So it's kind of hard to prevent that, but it's good to get I think they knew too, right? Like, this is going to be great volleyball. And we had a bunch of kids between the two teams all in the area, which was awesome. So I'm glad Coach Skinner came up to play us. It was an unbelievable atmosphere. I agree with you, Chad. It was so cool.
Did you play for Mava or Kiva?
Kiva.
See?
Mm-hmm.
See? Look at me.
Look at you.
I'm picking up the link. I'm figuring it out.
Definitely picking up lingo.
Love it. All right. Well, we greatly appreciate you popping in and joining us, and we need to have you on before the season starts
Awesome.
on one of our regular shows, and we'll give everybody a preview. And you and I will talk about things that they don't understand.
I absolutely love that. I'm very good at translating, so I can talk about that stuff too.
See, here's the thing. I'm just learning all this, so I want to talk in a language that nobody else knows because I've just learned the language.
Right. You're in now.
Right. I'm in.
I love it. Thank you so much for having me. I really do appreciate it. This is a great platform to be on, and happy to be here.
Any other shameless plugs you want to drop before you do get out?
Yeah, I think you got to come out and see us, right? Volleyball matches. So, hey, the question was just asked. They're free. You've got to come out. We're the same exact schedule as football. So we'll start at the end of August, and then we'll play all the way through December. So right here in Fifth Third Arena, we put down a beautiful floor, and we have some unbelievable athletes. We just had our highest touch ever in the gym. One of our players touched 10-7 multiple times. That's pretty high.
I can't get that.
You know that lingo? Is that fair enough translation for volleyball? 10-7 is unbelievable.
That's like two Chads.
So she's 7. She's 7 inches above that rim. So we have some high flyers, and they are really incredible to watch. So I think the best part about volleyball, even if you don't know a thing, unlike Chad now, if you know nothing about volleyball, you can come out and watch this sport and be completely engrossed in the first 5 minutes. It's really incredible.
It's a lot of fun. I will say I'm really happy this is the sport Kelsey picked because it is entertaining to watch. It's fun to watch, and the action keeps moving. And I've really enjoyed now getting into the volleyball culture. So are there camp openings? Do you want to throw a camp? I know you're close to full.
Yeah, I think they sold out. The camp sold out in like 2 weeks. So we, if you want camp for next year, be ready sitting around in February to click on, because the camps do go pretty fast, and our players are all involved. So they are a big selling piece of that.
All right. Well, thank you, Molly. Much appreciated. And I will see you around campus soon.
Awesome. All right. You all have a good day.
Thanks, Molly. See ya.
Bye.
There you go. Guess number one. And look, I'm serious, man. I have gotten into it. Like there's still some stuff I'm learning and figuring out the more intricate details of rotations, and it's a complex sport, but I'm having a lot of fun with it. And they are really fun games to attend. I have had a really good time going to the UC women's games, and it's like festival seating. So it's free to get in, and the earlier you get there, the closer you get to sit to the court. And dude, some of these girls are like 6'3", 6'4", and got some bounce to them, and it's fun.
Now, is she the longest tenured coach at Cincinnati at this point since 2012? I don't know that anybody else can top that. I can't talk right now. I don't believe there's anybody that dates back to the Big East that's still in the building. Yeah, I don't believe that to be the case. I'm gonna, as soon as he stops talking, I may see if I can drop Keegan in, as your dogs are losing their ever-loving minds. Still super amped about it being 513 day or the postman. Either way, we'll take it.
So we live in our neighborhood it's like a circle, right? And people just walk their dogs throughout the day in a circle. So
not at night when we normally do this. So
yeah, not at night when we normally. Sense. Well, they can't see them at night because it's dark. And during the day, they lose their mind about every, 15, 20 minutes. Hopefully in a couple hours, Kelsey will be home and she'll be in charge of monitoring and keeping them under control. Keegan, did you learn anything about volleyball?
I learned that Aaron's is there an echo?
Yes.
My goodness.
Can you turn the volume down on that? I learned that Aaron's 2 Chads joke will probably be the funniest part of today. That made my entire
He got me. It's not exactly right, but it's not far enough off that I'm gonna take issue with it.
Yeah. We got Jillian Hayes ready.
Well,
So
it
when you
doesn't
guys are
look
ready
like
for
Jillian Hayes.
It looks like Henry.
It looks like Henry. And look, I'm telling they are not putting Henry in the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue.
Certainly not.
All right, we are going to keep it rolling. This is the fun part about this is going to be the pace for most of the day because we have somebody scheduled pretty much every half hour, all the way till dinner time, and sometimes 3 people in an hour. So this is going to be the pace. So everybody, you buckle in, get comfortable. If you haven't taken off the rest of the day from work yet, you probably should. You also need to go to gobearcats.com/Reigns and get your donation in so that you can contribute to the Cincy Reigns NIL Collective and take care of wonderful student athletes like Jillian Hayes. Jillian, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for having me.
We are elated to have you class up this classless production a little bit. First off, we got to start with the big news. Sports Illustrated.
Mm-hmm.
How did this come about? I saw Abby said it was the middle of the season that they did the shoot.
Yes, it was insane. I literally played a game on Saturday, and then I flew out that Sunday morning to go to Belize. And then we shot Monday throughout the entire day. And then I left Tuesday morning and went straight to Kansas. And the whole team had already done shoot around. So Trina took me to the gym and worked me out so I could get my legs loose, and then did shoot around the next morning and then played.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
What's that phone call like? Hey, you want to be in the swimsuit issue? Yeah, I think I'll probably do that.
It's definitely crazy. Maggie came up to me and had told me about the opportunity. And I was like, that sounds awesome, but I don't know how much in my realm that is. No, but it was a great opportunity. I couldn't miss it.
So what was a highlight of this first Big 12 season? Just your experience at Cincinnati and kind of the different level of competition and the different atmospheres that you were able to be involved with.
Mm-hmm. I think you hit it right on the nail. The atmospheres that we get to play in, going to Iowa State, Texas, BYU, all of them bring out a great crowd, and those are the environments you want to play in. They're fun to play in. That, and also, like you said, the level of skill and the pace of the game overall. Playing against a lot taller girls,
Mm-hmm.
in this league, I'm very undersized as a post player, but I think that all just makes it fun.
And you, in the video today that I saw, you said that you were a mop girl. Is that what it was for the team when you were younger?
Yeah, I was a ball girl. I used to mop the floor when the ball would go on the other side.
So did you ever picture if you could go back then and tell yourself that you're going to be one of the better players on Cincinnati's roster? Would you believe yourself?
I don't think so. I think being that young, it was just such a cool experience to even be on the court, and even though it was wiping up the floor, it was oh my gosh, I'm here on a collegiate level court. So no, I don't think I would have believed younger Jillian.
That's crazy. And then
Keegan, you gotta unmute, bud. You're doing an interview. You gotta unmute. Her audio is picking you up.
Okay.
There you go.
Now is there an echo?
Actually, no. Just mute and ask the question through her audio.
All right.
So kind of going off of that, but not even to just be a good player, but to be able to be on this pedestal of representing the team and the university and all your coaches. Just what does that mean to you that you're such a logos for the University of Cincinnati?
I love it. I feel like it's the least I can do for a community and a school that's given so much to me. I love to represent Cincinnati and the CPAW and, all my teammates and all of that.
You grew up in sports, in and around sports. How inevitable was it that you were going to be an athlete, and how did basketball jump out? I'm sure Molly probably tried to get you to play volleyball at some point in time in your childhood. Where did basketball come from, and how did you kind of fall in love with it?
It's funny you say like growing up around sports, because when I committed to play, or even when I got my offers to play Division I basketball, like I didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone made it such a big deal, and I was like, I'm supposed to do this. Like, what? This is normal, just because of like the family I grew up in. I think basketball always stuck because I just grew up from a young age playing it. My mom played Division I basketball. She was an All-American, and so I literally always had a basketball in my hand. My older cousins played, so I think basketball always stuck. I didn't pick up volleyball till later. I played it in high school, and I always, whenever I see Coach Molly, I'm like, if you ever need a sub or a practice player, I can hop into a practice. But yeah, basketball always stuck.
Hometown hero. What has that meant to you? You mentioned a little bit about Cincinnati before, but your family being kind of so ingrained here and being a hometown hero, being a Cincy Reigns athlete, one of the first Cincy Reigns athlete, what has this all meant to you?
I take a lot of pride in it. I think it's a big deal. I think Cincinnati is such a unique place. I think it has so much to offer, and to be able to represent UC and, you know, being one of the kids that decided to stay here and play, it really means a lot to me.
You guys got anything?
So going into next season, what are you most looking forward to with, you know, regenerated roster through the transfer portal, high school recruiting? What are you most looking forward to take that next step next year?
I'm really just looking forward to the entire team being here. I think we have some great additions, and we kept some great pieces. And I think every year it's fun in the summer and preseason to see how it's all going to come together. Mm-hmm. I was talking to my mom literally the other day. I'm like, I miss games so much. Like I'm ready to play a game like this weekend. So I think just that anticipation of season coming up and being able to play together and step on the court together, especially my last go around, I'm just filled with excitement.
Tell us about playing for Coach Trina. The energy that shifted. More than anything, she's a Bearcat. She played here. This means something to her. What was it like first getting to meet her, and then what was that first year like playing for her?
I love Trina. Me and Trina have like a unspoken bond. Playing for her, it's the most unique thing because, like you said, she did play here, so she takes a whole nother level of pride that I feel because she got to put the UC across her chest too. She just had her and her entire staff had an incredible energy from the jump. And the amount of fun I had this year with the team on and off the court with them, and just the connections I've built and all that I've learned from them just really made me want to just like come back and stay. And I always joke with Trina, I'm like, I'm gonna look for some more years of eligibility. Like I'm having so much fun, I don't want to leave.
What are the goals? Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
Getting to pair up with Sports Illustrated, is there anything around Cincinnati through the NIL? I mean, you've seen of the NIL. Is there any local companies or anything that you have as like a dream spot where you'd love to end up in some type of deal with them?
Dream ones, I don't have anyone in particular. I got to work with Fifth Third Bank, which I think was really cool. Definitely a full circle moment because I play on their court. Right. So I think that was a really cool opportunity, and just filming the whole videos for that was a lot of fun.
How high did the expectations, the goals jump for year 2 in the Big 12? Now you guys were close a lot. You got some wins. You had probably not the season you wanted, but you had a solid year 1. How lofty do you jump for year 2?
The jump this year is going to be incredible. I have so much trust and faith in this coaching staff that not only are they bringing the right pieces in, but they're going to keep developing us to succeed. And like you said, we were really close in a lot of games, but this year being our second year in and having that year of experience of different basketball, it's important that we're able to capitalize and finish and get some more wins.
The other question I think that's important: how nice is the new locker room? How much does that kind of, as a player, kind of take a load off your shoulders to know every day I get to go hang out there?
The new locker room is incredible. I'm like, all of us basically have like moved in. We have everything we need. There's a full kitchen. The fridge is stocked, massage chairs, like lounge. It's it's incredible. I thank our donors so much every day we step into it. But yeah, it's definitely a nice addition, a nice place to be able to go when you're not on the court.
Those aqua massage chairs are, you just fall asleep in like 5 minutes. You're out.
Literally.
All right. Well, we appreciate it. We know you have another commitment to get to, but we appreciate you popping in and joining us. And best of luck this summer. I know you guys will have a great off-season workout program, and then we'll see you in the fall.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks, Jillian. Much appreciated. Bye. There you go.
Okay, I think I got the audio thing figured out.
No, you didn't. It's still, the echo is still there. Antonio didn't give you the full fix of whatever your problem is, but that's okay.
Is there still an echo?
Yeah. Do you still have an ugly mustache?
Okay, that should be better.
It partially fixed it, Antonio. I fixed like half of it. It didn't fix the other half. But that's all right. I think we should be good in that room for a little while, at least. But there you go. We are off and running. 164 people joining us live. Upcoming next in about 14 minutes, John Cunningham will pop in and give us a full update on the athletic department. And if you want to be a big part, you can do that right now. www.gobearcats.com/Reigns and become a member. I haven't gotten an update yet. I don't know if Zach is still around, but I know we were already at the very beginning. They had already added 100 new members today to Cincy Reigns, and the goal is 513. And they're counting on us to get them there. So even if it's just $5.13, or you could be like EK and do $513. But whatever the case may be, chip in. Every little bit adds up. So go Bearcats, www.gobearcats.com/Reigns today and become a member of Cincy Reigns and continue supporting the UC athletic department. All right, boys. Anything you learned there in that first hour, Keegan? Did you pick up some volleyball knowledge?
I have no idea what the 6-1, 2, 4, 6 is. That I don't know what that means.
6-1 and 5-2 are the basic like formations, like equivalent in basketball, like the 2-3 zone, or like the 2-2-1 press. It's just different alignments that you use on the court.
Yeah, I mean, that was Coach Alvey was great. First of all, I just want to commend her. She was awesome. But even not knowing volleyball at all and only kind of paying attention to baseball when I was younger, I still knew of Jordan Thompson and how awesome she was and how much she's helped the program, the volleyball program, and the athletic department itself. Just such like a great ambassador. I was going to ask her, and you could probably answer this question, but if you could compare Jordan Thompson to like another athlete that plays a professional sport as like in terms of like ranking, where would Jordan Thompson fall?
I mean, she was essentially Kenya Martin, like that level of great.
Wow.
Like she's a starter on the U.S. Olympic team.
Is she one of the best volleyball players of all time?
I don't think she's there yet because she's still young. You're on mute, Aaron.
I was just gonna say she's got gold, so
yeah,
that puts her up there.
And she got a chance to get another one this summer.
Yeah.
What do you think the odds are that I get to coach the volleyball team for a couple weeks this summer?
Zero.
Literally zero. That would be the worst idea that anyone could ever concoct.
I mean,
I also think it's a conflict of interest with what you do on a day-to-day.
Give them the keys.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I think we're fine. I'm just trying to help, Aaron. I'm just trying to help.
us or them?
Basically just me. Basically just me.
Sounds about right.
Sorry, I'm texting B. You two talk for a minute. I'm trying to get with B Fox on updated numbers throughout the day.
All right.
So, Aaron, what did you think of the recent pictures of the IPF that came out with that video that they posted? Because as I was driving by today, it looks completely different from what it had looked like basically all of year one that I was able to cover UC.
You mean so it's not just a dirt slab anymore?
There's actual there's coverage, like, there's a roof. It's awesome. It looks awesome.
I mean, I'm excited to get in there. I'm probably just I can't say I'm as excited as the players and coaches and staff to get in there, but I'm about as excited as any member of the media could be to get in there, just to see what this is actually going to look like. This has been a long time conversation, going all the way back to the days of Luke pounding on the table to get an indoor practice facility, and now we have it being a prophecy being fulfilled, if you will, as if you build it, they will come. You go from the little old American trying to figure out how to finance an indoor practice facility to where we are now, where it's come to life and it's in its early stages here of production. But I think that it's a long time coming, and I'm just excited to see what kind of difference and change this brings for recruiting purposes, for what the guys can do during the off season, kind of the football team having an official home. I think it's going to be, and not even just the football program, but what other programs are affected because they can now do some things like when we had Coach Bishel on, and what the baseball team is going to be able to do now during the off season, and some of the things that they haven't been able to do because climate. So just kind of seeing the trickle down effect, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's just such a it's such like an imposing building when you looked at the I can't remember
renderings.
Renderings, yes. Thank you.
I got you, Keegs.
Yeah. But when you look at the renderings, it was just such an awesome building, and you get to pair that with the fact that it's like filling a massive need. Because if you're a Big 12 school, you have to have something that at least competes with that, or that recruits can come in and say, okay, I'm going to be able to use that, and this is a reason to give this school an edge over another one. I don't know if necessarily a recruit's going to choose Cincinnati or any school just based purely off facilities. I think that's still like the foundational pieces of your program, coaching staff, vision for the program and everything. But I mean, this is just a piece that really, really helps because, like everyone said, they're going to spend so much time there, and it has to be able to suit their needs and even make them better athletes as much as it possibly can.
Micah wants to know, or says, imagine all the fire chat threads after volleyball takes their first loss with me as a coach. And I think Jeff is right. It wouldn't take a loss. It would be pretty quick. Just to mention.
Is that different than the day-to-day where we're at right now?
No. There's a lot of people that want me fired from the company I own. So imagine
that's what I was getting at.
For somebody else.
It can't be any more than what was in the Trilly Discord.
No comment. We're about 6 minutes away from John Cunningham, so excited about that. I don't exactly know why Keegan isn't with us anymore. He's chatting with his buddies in the Linder Center, I think is what's going on now. Getting things organized. There's a lot of, this is why we had Keegan on campus, so he could have echo and mess up the overall.
God forbid he had
of this production.
God forbid he had a headset or anything for any of this.
Kids don't know, like they think these are uncool, Aaron, but there's a reason that we do them.
did want to give a shout out to Henry and Chris. They're on site with Keegan for all the efforts they're putting in today in getting people lined up.
They'll want me fired for coaching from the pod and not trying to coach by posting in a VIP thread. Exactly. Fake John Goebel. Exactly. But yes, thanks to everybody in the Linder Center that has helped making this happen. Look, this was a crazy idea. It started with like, maybe we could promote it on the pod, the BVP tonight at 8:00. And it just kind of grew from there to, hey, we've done this before. I don't know that we did it well the last time that we did it, but it accomplished its goal. So the idea was let's give people something to watch and be a part of all day. Get a chance maybe to know some of the coaches that you haven't experienced before. Get a chance to maybe meet some of the players and talk to some of the players that you don't hear from or you don't get to hear from a lot. Jillian Hayes being one of those, which no better representative, hometown hero. Again, like Wolfie said, dad played in the NFL, brother plays for the Lakers, and mom played Division I basketball at Drake. That's a pretty athletic family. Like that's a pedigree that is pretty profound. So excited about
sounds like Alex's family.
Yeah. Yeah, the Pierce family, which mom was the star of the family at Northwestern, and then dad was kind of an afterthought in football. Hi, Greg. And then Justin playing at William and Mary and finishing his career at North Carolina. Alec, Cincinnati, and now with the Indianapolis Colts. And then his younger brother, Caden, was the player of the year in the Ivy League as a sophomore. So yeah, that's outstanding. I think we're getting ready with our next guest.
Just about.
Are we good? Thumbs up when we're ready to go back there. I'll wait for John's thumbs up, Keegan.
Yeah, we throw.
There we go. Okay, we got thumbs up.
How we doing, guys?
We're doing great. How about you?
Good. Yeah, you guys have a busy day. We appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
You know, I'm crazy enough to think of something like this and just it does. You know, caution to the wind. Let's just do it, and we'll figure it out along the way. And we love being able to partner with Cincy Reigns and being able to help everything that goes on campus. And we always greatly appreciate your willingness to join us and talk about the ongoings in the athletic department. We get you 2-3 times a year, and it's phenomenal. I don't know of anywhere else that has a relationship with the athletic department and athletic director like we do with you. And it means a lot to us, John.
Well, I think that speaks to what you guys do for us and how you drive our brand and all that you do. So, you know, you're part of the family and supporting the Bearcats in a really unique way. So thank you.
Let's get to it. 513 day, Cincy Reigns. From your perspective, from an athletic director's perspective, I know this NIL stuff has to be. It's a whole new world, and it's an ever evolving landscape. Tell us about that relationship with Cincy Reigns, how it came about, and how this partnership has kind of been a model to look at for the way things are being done around college sports.
Yeah, I mean, it really goes back 2 years now, a little bit over 2 years, when, you know, you had some things change in the landscape of college athletics, and student athletes were able to use their name, image, and likeness to profit. And so, you know, it started kind of one direction. We've talked about this before. It started with that year that we went to the Cotton Bowl, and we had Sauce Gardner and Des Ritter and others that did, you know, brand deals with local brands and then some national brands. And that's where we were for a little while. And then you had collectives pop up, and collectives, you know, were quickly became part of everything that we do. But essentially it was donors getting together, donor funded, putting money into a collective, and then using student athletes' name, image, and likeness within the community, and then paying student athletes out of that collective. And so once that started, it was a snowball effect across the country. And so we had to quickly be a part of it. You can't be left behind. This is all of your program. I always make that point. I'm a steward here, but we want to compete. We want to compete at the highest level. And part of that was making sure that we were going to be in the collective space. So out of that, we had the right people step up at the right time, really with Brian Fox, Chris Miliano, Ken Tracy, others, Tracy, within that group, all those people that were volunteers that stepped up and said, we care about this place. We think we have a take on a collective that could be really special for the Bearcats. And so that's how Cincy Reigns got started. And then, it takes a village, and that's what it's been. It's been a lot of effort and a lot of time and a lot of hours put in to trying to make this something great. A lot of internal people have helped out, Ben Hofstetter and others, really working hard to build out what is, I think, a model of a collective, which is the right people doing it the right way for the right reasons, with a really good structure around it and a lot of transparency. And as I talk to ADs around the country, most ADs do not have the type of relationship that we have with our collective. And most ADs honestly just don't trust the process like I trust the people that we have working Cincy Reigns.
I was going to bring up the fact that Cincinnati has been recognized for having one of the top NIL collectives in the country, not just regionally, not just locally, but in the country. What does that mean to you as an athletic director to have that type of recognition for such a brand already?
I mean, whenever you have disruption in a space like we've had in college athletics, you're either going to jump on board and try to be a leader in it, or you're going to follow, or you're going to be lagging behind. And so I think we've done the very former thing. We've jumped into the space, tried to be a leader, tried to do it the right way with the right people. And that means a lot. And you're right. We are known for our organization. We're known for the people that we have working it. All that being said, we have to get the dollars that everybody else has. And that's really the challenge that we continue to have, which is, I've always felt like at Cincinnati, the way we were going to be most successful in this space, if we had all of our donors do something, all of our fans do something. This is your program, and we need you now more than ever. And part of it is I put the question back to everybody else, which is, who do we want to be? We want to be a team that goes out there and competes and wins championships. Then this is where we need to be. And I've always thought that if we could be kind of like the Green Bay Packers, where everybody has a little stake in the game and put some money into this, we can go out, we can retain our very best, which is the most important thing that we do. You got to retain your very best. We saw it this year in basketball coming out of this year. We had tremendous talent, and those individuals had opportunities around the country. But Wes and his team, through this collective and through the money that we were able to raise, were able to retain our top talent, and that will pay dividends going into next year. So you got to retain the talent you have, and then you got to get out into the space and be able to recruit top high school players and top transfers. And this is where we stand right now. Now, I do think things are going to change. We can get into that. There's been some reports about that. I think things are going to change, and it's going to be more of a revenue share model in the future. But for this year, we need you, and we need you to step up and support the program that you all love, so that we can be great.
If all 180 of you in this room right now go to gobearcats.com/Reigns right now, you'll make a significant dent in where we're trying to get by midnight tonight. So I would implore all of you to do that as well. You mentioned the revenue sharing. That's got to be tough as an athletic director to know, okay, now there is this thing on the horizon where, there's significant amounts of money being mentioned as revenue sharing, but knowing you and knowing your thought process like we do, revenue sharing with the players is a good thing. Like they are part of the formula that brings that money into the university. So it's something you're going to have to make work if that's how it comes down.
Yeah, I go back to a couple things I've been talking about, and for those that have heard me speak, I've done a couple speaking engagements and kind of touched on this, which is essentially, we have a tremendous thing to protect in college athletics. We do some amazing things. Number one, we give scholarships to young people, and we give opportunities to young people, and now we give NIL to young people that can't go get a side job. They're full-time student athletes, and they are putting so much time and effort into this. You cannot believe what they put into this. So we do that for these people, and a lot of these young people would not have had opportunities like this but for college athletics. Outside of the GI Bill, college athletics over the last 100 years has given more scholarship opportunities and more opportunities to young people than any other program in the country. The other thing that we do is we put, because of college athletics and what it represents, we've been able to put ourselves on the world stage in the Olympic Games. And a lot of our great Olympians came through college athletics. So there's that to protect as well. I think that we put out some of the best leaders in the country because of what it means to be a part of a team in college. You've got to be coached hard. You got to learn all those soft skills. And I always say that, you lose a game in front of 12,000 people in Fifth Third, and then you got to step up to a mic and answer questions from media, right? How many 18 to 22-year-olds have to do that, right? So they're driving our university brand. They create an opportunity for our alumni to come back every year. You think of homecoming for football, to be a part of this university, to stay a part of this university. We've seen all those reports of schools that have done well athletically and then have gone on and increased the outlook of their overall university. We certainly benefited from that when we went to the Cotton Bowl and the Peach Bowl. And so, all these things are special, and we need to protect it. The other thing that we have going for us, and this gets to your question, Chad, I'm getting there, which is we're a little bit of a victim of our own success. As college athletics, as a business property, has been so successful, and live sports dominates your time on TV. That's what people want to watch. Outside of the NFL, which is king, college football is probably prince, and college basketball is not too far down below that in terms of what people want to watch. And it's more popular than ever. And because of that, revenues have gone into the program. And again, we're sort of a victim of that success, which is at some point when you have those types of revenues coming in, you're going to have an opportunity to give back to those that are helping to create that revenue. And it's time to do that. And it's our job within college athletics to figure out a way to do that and to do it appropriately, but also to protect this great thing that we have, which is college sports, that is a framework and a passion for so many within our country.
Let's talk about one of those teams.
I was just going to say, along those lines, what people have to remember when all this started, there were no billion-dollar TV deals. It was basically ticket revenue, a little bit of money off of merchandise or whatever the case may be, a little bit of sponsorship money around your stadium, and all of that money went back into the athletic department for the programs to operate. And now you're talking 30, 40, 50, $100 million a year going into schools. I think we're at a point because of that, because of the explosion. It's only fair that the athletes are now part of that equation, when I think for a while it made sense to do things the way that they were done, because the operating expenses did pretty much match what was being brought in. Now there's a surplus, and certainly the people, out on the field, you probably wouldn't say there's a surplus, but it's just where my thought process is on it.
Yeah. And let me be clear. There's not a surplus at Cincinnati. We have not benefited from, we just haven't. We have not benefited from all of these revenues that the Big Ten and the SEC have gotten over the last 20 years. We finally got into the game, which was so crucial for us to do that at the right time. And it doesn't happen without the investments of all of our donors and our fans over the years. So we crack that code. We get into the Big 12. If you remember, we're half share for 2 years before we become full share in 2025. And so we're probably more than anybody else needing that support right now. That's why we're in front of you today asking for that continued support so we can stay competitive, give that fuel to our coaches right now to stay competitive. And then I think things will change over the next couple of years, and we'll hit some equilibrium where we're going to be able to take dollars, most likely, we're going to be able to take dollars from direct media revenue and be able to distribute. And then we're still going to need donor support for other programmatic things and some other things that we're trying to do. But it won't quite be what we're going through right now. This is a time period in which we need you, and we need you specifically so that Wes Miller, Coach Satterfield, Coach Bishel, Katrina Merriweather, Molly Alvey can have that fuel to do what we need to do to compete because it's really, really important.
One of those teams having a ton of success right now, as you mentioned, Coach Bishel, has 11.7 scholarships to divide up amongst 40 roster spots, and that's the baseball team. But what's the buzz been around the athletics offices with all of the recent success that Coach Bishel's been churning out, most recently with the 3-game sweep out of BYU?
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch this team develop and start to play Bishel ball. I think he has a way. And when we hired him, we knew that he had a certain type of baseball that he wanted to play, exciting baseball, score a lot of runs. And so that's been fun to see this team sort of adopt to his culture and buy in that way. And it's shown up on the field. So this next week is, I would say, the biggest week that I've seen in Bearcat baseball since I got here. Remember, we went and we won the American Conference right before I got here in 19. But since that time, this is absolutely huge. We've got UConn on Tuesday night here at home. That would help us with our RPI. We've got to get that RPI up. We are true. Think about college basketball. We're a true bubble team in baseball. Same scenario. You get 64 teams in. We got to try to be one of those 64. And a lot of it is the math equation of RPI. So we've got a chance this week to play UConn on Tuesday. And then we have the number 1 Big 12 team in the country coming in with Oklahoma. And we've got a 3-game series at home. And that is going to kind of determine where we're going to be bubble-wise going into the Big 12 tournament. But remember, we were picked last in the conference. And just to make that Big 12 tournament and to be able to go out and win the games we've won and really announce our presence of authority, to use a Bull Durham term, we've been able to do that with Coach Bishel. And I'm excited to see what we can do this week and at the Big 12 tournament down in Arlington, Texas.
I'm curious. When you interview somebody like Coach Bishel for a job, do you walk out of the room the first time you talk to him, or the first time you talk on the phone or whatever the case may be, and go, I think this guy might be different. I think we might be onto something here. Or like, take us through as an athletic director that process of, I'm sure there's times where you're like, well, I like this guy and I like this guy and I like this guy. Did he jump off the page as much as it seems like he did?
He did, and we had several really good candidates too. So, and we had some different approaches. But what I liked about him was it was never a question about resources for him. It was a question about, can I come in and build my culture? And if I'm able to build my culture, we're going to win. He had this quiet confidence about his approach, and I remember talking to him about sort of how he approached recruiting. And he's an accountant by trade. We've kind of put that out there quite a bit, but he had this very detailed approach to the type of athlete he was looking for and the type of hitter that he was looking for and how he was going to develop those hitters, and then the type of pitcher that he wanted and how he was going to, he had it all mapped out. There was nothing that he hadn't thought of in terms of being a head coach. And he'd been a head coach for a long time at multiple levels and always won at that level. He cracked the code at each level. And so I've always thought that head coaches with a lot of experience bring a lot to the table, and that's kind of tracked with hires that I've made.
The energy around basketball right now with Wes Miller, you can feel things kind of building. I know, last year everybody would like for that next step to have been taken to get into the tournament, but there was progress year over year again, and he did something in this day and age that is more difficult, I think, than people realize, and that's kept the core of his roster together. When the Sharks were circling, as the NIL landscape has allowed for at this time, and was able to keep that group together in an era when that just doesn't happen a lot. And from an AD's perspective, do you look at that and go, okay, I this makes me comfortable in the direction that things are heading, because people aren't looking to jump ship. People aren't looking to go entertain, whatever the highest offer is, and they're bought in on what Wes has growing here in the basketball program.
No question. I mean, I think that those that have been around Coach Miller, you get the passion just jumps off the page. The work ethic just jumps off the page. That's all given. But I've always said, and I've used this analogy too. Like sometimes I think it's the growth of a program can happen over a 2-year period of time rather than just a one. So if you look back to when we went to the Peach Bowl, we needed that Peach Bowl team to get close to propel us into what was the Cotton Bowl team the next year. And I feel like that's a little bit of what happened this year. We had a lot of really good players. They needed to feel the Big 12 intensity. They needed to experience it. They needed to experience what it was like to lose those close games. And as you saw late in the year, they started to really kind of come together. And I think playing the best basketball of the year late in the year, going into that Big 12 tournament. And I think that all that does is just create a hunger for next year. But to your point about, we had all these great players, but the hardest 6 weeks maybe of Coach Miller's year was the 6 weeks post getting done in the NIT, because it was a mad rush by he and his staff to get out and see all of our current players, number one, to make sure that they lock themselves in, to continue to talk to our freshmen that are going to be coming in here, make sure that they're still locked in, and then also to go hit the transfer portal, and they continue to do that. But they've been working very, very hard to find the right fits of this team that has a great nucleus coming back. I think our fan base was ready to tip the ball the next week. They need a break. They're going to do some hard work over the summer and get even better. But I know our fan base is going to be fired up come November to see this team perform and head back into the Big 12 with even added confidence and some added gusto there.
Football just got done with spring ball wrapping up, and the IPF is on its way. I know we're going to have somebody to talk more extensively on the IPF, but what's that whole project coming along meant to you as kind of an overseer in all of this?
It's been fun to be a part of. Number one, because you start to see the drawings. Architects and construction workers and managers are unbelievable. That's one thing I've learned. I mean, just to the point where you have a hole in the ground and then what it's starting to look like and become. I'll never understand it. They're amazing at what they do, but it's starting to rise, and you can see what it's going to look like. You see something new being added to it. But 100,000 square foot performance center next to a brand new indoor facility is going to be spectacular. It's going to be a game changer for us. And, we've got so many people working hard to make sure that stays on track, on budget, and that we can move into this, in just about a year, maybe a little less than a year. So, we're excited about it. And I can tell you that it's going to be an absolute game changer. It's going to be one of the best facilities in the country.
Chad's got the dogs barking. 513 day. What can you say?
They're excited. Like, they're excited about 513 day. No, like I said, during the day, people walk their dogs right past my house all day because there's just a one big circle in our subdivision. And anytime they got the sense that that somebody might be walking by, they want to say hello. So, and I'm not allowed to.
Do you kind of feel like you're running a telethon a little bit? I mean, is there a little bit of a fun feel? Yeah, yeah. Like those old school PBS, you know, like you should have had a bunch of people with phones and just, you know, picking up phones.
I looked into, you know how they have those, like the green screen backgrounds? I looked into getting a digital background that was just people answering phones behind me, but I couldn't find one that looked right.
You could have mixed in some Anna Green Gables episodes, you know, in between. That would have been the true way to do it.
Aaron, well, I'm a little young for that, but
you are.
We
knows what I'm talking about.
We have maybe I think this is the most people who have been in here all day. We did have about 240-ish. So I know you have a kind of a hard out here in about 5 minutes. So I want to give you the space to anything else that you want to talk about here as you have the biggest draw that we've had thus far today.
You know, I think it goes back to, you know, I truly believe this is your program. And you know, this is a dynamic landscape in college athletics. It's going to continue to change. And I think we're going to find an equilibrium at some point fairly soon. But right now, we've got commitments to student athletes that we need to fulfill, and we need to make sure that we have everybody on board to help us do that. It means a lot, and trust me, when you sign up to be a part of this, we're going to pull you in tight. You're going to be able to do special things. We're going to still try to make sure that we're having some fan fests and taking people out to higher ground and all of those things. So if you're a part of this, you're a part of the family. This is just one extension of you being a Bearcat fan, and it really means a lot to the people at Cincy Reigns, who again are volunteers putting in their time. And if we all do this together, we can be the best in the country, and we can win championships. So we need people to go to gobearcats.com/Reigns. Check it out. Donate what you can. Understand there's different levels of what you're able to donate. But when you do, you're a part of everything that we do. And it means a lot.
If everybody that's in the room donated now, we'd be halfway to that 513 number that we're trying to accomplish today. And that would make everybody happy, right, John?
That's right. And the perfect day to do it, right? 513. This is Cincinnati through and through. We wear our city's name across our chest. We're really proud of that. We hope we do you proud in everything that we do. We're producing great young people that will continue to get out into our workforce and give back to this city. And so just know that behind the scenes, there's great people here, great coaches, and obviously great young men and women that you should all be proud of.
I'll put you on the spot before I let you go. Nippert Stadium, Fifth Third Arena, indoor practice facility. What's next?
Yeah,
get the indoor practice facility built.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a big undertaking. We want to make sure that we get that and do it the right way. We will. It will be spectacular. I don't know exactly what's next, to be perfectly honest. You know, I know there's investments that we want to continue to make in men's and women's basketball and baseball, you know, and some other things that we want to do around our soccer stadium to help that program out. But you know, for the most part, we've done a heck of a lot recently. I should always mention that, you know, I'm gonna have a coffee with Cunningham coming up, and we're gonna do a behind the scenes look at our new men's and women's golf facility that we did in Norwood, which is a really unique facility. So we'll kind of show a video. So if you're able to join us for the next coffee with Cunningham, we'll have the golf coaches on talking about that. And then the Armory project that we probably haven't highlighted enough, which is we have a brand new track in the Armory. If you haven't been in there, or it's been a long, long time since you've been in there, it really is a beautiful old Armory. It has some nostalgia to it, and new paint, a new track really made it look sharper than it has in a long time. And so, I don't know what we'll do long term with that facility, but we were able to really spruce it up here recently, and we're putting a lot of emphasis on all of our sports and trying to get to that Big 12 level.
Glad to hear
Phyllis
the
and
Armory
Bob.
got a much needed facelift.
Yeah,
That's a good way to put it. Yes, it got a facelift, and it is you walk in there, it's the place that time forgot a little bit, but there's nostalgia there. I brought a donor in that hadn't been in there since she was watching games, with her, I think, grandfather, and a tear came to her eye. I mean, it is really kind of, there's something special about it.
Phyllis and Bob donated all the way from London. Hi, Phyllis and Bob.
That's awesome.
We
That's
love
awesome.
Phyllis and Bob.
Good to hear from Phyllis and Bob, and safe travels back to Cincy for them.
All right. Well, John, we appreciate it. We know you've got another commitment here at 1:30, so we want to get you out of here on time. But thank you for all the updates, and thank you for allowing us to be part of something as large as this. We're 90 minutes in. We've only got 8.5 hours to go.
I love it. You guys are putting in the hard work for this. Go Bearcats. We're going to get after it here. Come out and watch baseball. That's the assignment for everybody here too, is make sure we pack the house. This team deserves it. They've done an awesome job. And if we could get great crowds and win some games, we're going to be in a great position to potentially make the NCAA baseball tournament. So go Bearcats.
Thank you. Appreciate it, John.
All right.
See ya.
Thanks, John. Just for a heads up for those listening along, UConn Education Day, Tuesday, 11 a.m., home game. Then Thursday, Oklahoma, as John mentioned, the first place team in the Big 12, 5 p.m. game time. It's Super Mario night. Not sure what that means. Don't know what Education Day is on Tuesday either, but that's where we're at. Friday, May 17th, 5 p.m., Bark in the Park. Bring your puppers. Also, post-game season ticket holder autographs. So if you do own those season tickets, you can go get your autographs from those hopeful to be playing in the big show one day. And then on Saturday, May 18th, 12 p.m., the final home game of the regular season, Senior Day, and post-game kids run the bases and autographs. So if you weren't able to get to those post-game season ticket holder autographs on Friday because you did not have season tickets, looks like you can get autographs and kids can run the bases. So fun for the whole family there on Saturday, May 18th.
11 a.m. tomorrow. That's tempting. It's tempting. The only problem with Tuesdays is we have a very small window to get Kelsey from school to volleyball practice on Tuesdays. So if nothing else, I'm going to try to get there tomorrow, but then on the road for basketball recruiting this weekend. So, but make sure you get out. Businessman special, 11 a.m. Early lunch. Wolfie, maybe we'll talk about this later, but you think the Armory could be converted into the basketball practice facility and then have a different building for track? If you've been to any of the dedicated basketball facilities around the country, they're a lot bigger than the space for the Armory. So you could I think what I don't want to do is I don't want to get into a situation like we saw with basketball when they initially did the locker room area when they redid Fifth Third Arena, and it wasn't big enough and it wasn't done right, and then you had to circle back a couple years later and redo it again. I don't know that and I get it's a landlocked university. There's not a lot of space. So you're limited on where you can do something like this, but I would prefer, if they're going to do something, that they do something with an eye on long term, because we've already seen this twice. Okay. We've seen it with the locker room and we saw it with the football practice fields, that they did them and then they had to go back and start over because they didn't do them the way that they probably should have been done. So I think you have to be careful there. That's and I understand the desire to put it there. It makes sense. It's a historic, place for our basketball program.
Fun facility for sure.
But practice gym, I know in Indiana they have a women's practice gym and a men's practice gym, so they don't have to share. Practice gym, offices, a locker room, a facility there. I think it's tough to take a look at that space. Keegan knows what I'm talking about. Like that Indiana basketball facility is, and now it's a couple years old, but that Indiana basketball facility is very nice, and it takes up way more space than the Armory would allow. So you're on mute.
You're muted, Keegan. Well, you had echo, so I'm not sure who muted you, but
Did we good for Luke?
you good for echo.
You got to go in a different room when we bring a player in.
Get headsets.
Go sit in Zach's office or something.
Kick your feet up.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good for Luke.
All right. Goodness.
The whole idea of having them there was so he could be part of these interviews, and he hasn't been in one of them.
He's a rookie.
The mustache, I think, has melted his brain.
He's finishing out his rookie year. I'm not sure. Finish strong, Keegan. Finish strong. You got
how about
8.5 hours to figure this out, bub.
All right. In the first 2-hour block here, we've had a woman that has coached an Olympian.
Accurate.
We've had a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
She was here.
We've had the athletic director of the university.
He's kind of
and now a hometown hero All-American. How about that? And who comes up after Luke? Wes Miller joins us in a half an hour. So like I said at the beginning of the show, there is no thing that has been quite like this in the history of UC athletics, and we are going to keep it rolling and bring in our guy, Luke Kandra. Luke, welcome to the show. How are you, my friend?
Thanks. It's great to be here.
We are elated to have you. You had a chance around a year ago at this time to come back home. We've talked to you in interviews about that. We've talked to you in press conferences about that. I don't want to rehash that all over and over again. But looking back now, a year out, how happy are you with that decision? How happy are you to have gotten to spend this past year in Cincinnati and still one more year to go?
It's been awesome, just being back home, being in the city, being so close to family and friends. It's been just a dream come true, not having everyone's support behind me.
What was this offseason like in the sense that it was a rebuild of sorts, a little different than a rebuild when you have a new coach, but this time he gets his leaders together, you being one of them, and kind of goes forward with a whole different plan than what it was just trying to fill a roster in that year one. And now he wants to build around character, wants to build around what was important to his leaders. Again, you being one of them. So what was that whole process like? And how do you feel about where the team is at currently?
I think the whole rebuilding of character has been very important for us as a team, players, because we really got to see who we were all about during the winter and now coming in the summer. That is probably one of the most important things, is finding the culture of what we want to be. And it's been really good seeing how we all progressed throughout, and I feel very confident in what we're doing right now.
What's the mentality been on the practice field, in the weight room with Coach Nico, with this new approach compared to last year?
Really just the whole slogan of the strong shall reign, because you have to be mentally, physically, emotionally strong to survive what we did in the winter and in spring, the summer, and even the season. You got to be everything you can do to win.
You talk about winning, and we know that you guys have put together some different pods of teams where you had a draft and all of that. How's your team doing?
Well, we're actually repicking teams for the summer. So my team wasn't too hot, but I mean we're doing like a summer selection now. So we had a winter one, now we're gonna do a summer.
Do you have a different approach for picking your team this time around?
A little bit, because we got to see what how they contributed during the winter. But yeah, I mean we're trying to get the just to see who's all available and stuff like that. So it's gonna be really fun to be with new guys and try to keep the same guys that I had with the previous team.
How crazy is college football now? You come in, in January and there's 30 new guys, and then you come in July, June, when you guys, late May, early June, when you guys start back up again, and there's 25, 30 new guys again. Like as a captain, it's got to be wild, just the constant movement, the constant, roster churn.
Yeah, that's just how it is now, and you have to embrace people coming in, people leaving, and you have to really, just take them in as your own and see like how they can flourish in their own way and build up the culture that we've set.
You've had a partnership now with Cincy Reigns for a little while. What's that partnership been like for you?
Cincy Reigns has been awesome. They are very supportive of what we do, and they have been, kind of helping us throughout the way with how we've been in our own personal lives and stuff like that. So it's been really awesome having them help out everything they can do.
You've also had a couple local deals, right?
Not too much. I actually do want to try to get a little more, but see if I can help out a little extra local communities and local restaurants and businesses. So
you're jealous. The Godfather had a burger and a pizza last year, aren't you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. But, yeah.
What's on the Candra? If there's a Luke Candra pizza, or like what food item that we're workshopping this, we're going to help you out to let you know to a local restaurant out there. What would Luke Candra's signature item look like?
Dish, yeah.
Yeah, I got to think about that. I'm not too sure. I mean,
we got to speak things into existence, Luke.
Yeah, I know. Definitely chicken on pizza. I'm a big chicken on pizza person. Probably just a simple chicken, bacon, onion pizza. I mean, that's all you need.
Mio's, hello.
Yeah.
Mio's, chicken, bacon, and onion. Like the Candra. You eat there all the time, right? Your name's on the wall. Let's get a Candra pizza.
Well, I feel like you gotta add something to have a little Candra flair.
Yeah,
so is there like
a little flair to it? Yeah, I know.
Is there like a vegetable, like an avocado or something that you would throw on there along with?
Does that look like an avocado guy? Look at him.
Well, I'm trying to just get something going here.
Maybe olives, but that might be it. Yeah.
All right.
I was thinking we got chicken and bacon, maybe a little Cincinnati chili on top or something. I don't know.
Market says the Candra omelet at Price Hill Chili. Now that would probably sell pretty well, sir.
Yeah, definitely, especially at Price Hill Chili.
One of the NIL deals that's been talked about a lot this offseason. It's Chad's probably least favorite thing that I bring up all the time. You're about to be in a video game. So what is that like for you in your headspace, talking to your friends, the fact that you are about to be on a video game that I still play?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, that was pretty much my whole dream, my whole life. I mean, I grew up, creating my own player with my own name. Just actually being in a video game is just awesome. Just loading into the game and you're already in the game rather than making a create a player. And it's really a surreal feeling.
Any idea what you're going to be rated? Have they told
no
you?
idea.
I mean, you're an All-American. Like, your rating has got, like, you or Dante, who's going to have the better rating?
I don't know. I don't know.
Tell us about working for Coach Cardwell. I love being around him. He's a high energy guy. He's a lot of fun. We've had him here talking football before. He's one of my favorite guys to talk football with. What has that experience been like? You were with him at Louisville. How much influence did that have on your decision to come here?
Yeah, Coach Carl is just the best coach I've ever had. He really knows ball. He's a really good guy to talk to. You can talk to him about anything personal, football related. He's really like kind of like a father figure, and it's been awesome having him around. I've been around with him for this is gonna be my third season with him. But yeah, it's just he's been awesome just to be around Coach for.
Tell us about that offensive line. It looks like everybody
Yeah,
should be back. You've got, you had a couple injuries in the spring, which is pretty standard for offensive linemen. You get beat to hell on Saturdays in the fall. You get a little work done in the winter to get back into to shape. But you were able to work your way back at least partially towards the end of the spring, and should be ready to go. It should be an offensive line with everybody intact, or at least everybody available to get even better.
Yeah, I mean, we're all back. We're all working out together, all being together in the locker room. It's been it's going to be very exciting having a whole nother year with the same guys playing with. It's been really good.
Do you have a new favorite running back to block for this season, or is it still Corey?
Really, it's just anyone. I mean, anyone running the ball, I would love just love blocking for them so we can get points on board.
Such a rookie.
He tells us to bring him in, and that's what we get. It's unbelievable. Kander. Like, this is what it's like. Is this what it's like when freshmen come in?
Yeah, that's funny. Oh man.
But so since Keegan isn't smart enough, he's a Gen Z guy in his early 20s and doesn't know how technology works. He wants us to ask you about getting to meet Jason Kelsey and how that experience was for you guys. Him not only doing the drive-by, just stopping in and saying hi, but standing up there for 45 minutes and kind of, spilling his soul.
Yeah, it was really awesome seeing how him pretty much telling his like whole career story. And he was like, I was really surprised and thankful that he really stayed for that long, because I'm not sure if he was able to stay that long, but he just kept talking. It was awesome seeing what he has to say about, his techniques, his pretty much way of life during the season and all season in the NFL. And it was really cool to have him back there and, got to learn and understand what he did in his career.
The word that I heard is Gavin, who plays the same position, got shy and like a cat got his tongue and was afraid. he was starstruck and was afraid to talk to Jason. Is that true?
Not throwing my buzz, but yeah.
Oh, come on.
He said he was taking in the moment. He likes to say he was soaking it all in.
That's fantastic.
He was soaking it all in.
Did you get to see the Super Bowl ring before it was lost in the chili and then to Rumpke forever?
No, we that was not a question. We talked about the Super Bowl, but we did not get to see it. We didn't really ask about to see it, but yeah.
That was because it was in a sock in a bowl of chili already, probably.
Probably, yeah.
This is what happens when you crash into people for, 25 years. You agree to things like putting your Super Bowl ring in a sock in a 3-way 40-gallon pool.
Oh yeah, that's smart.
What was there ever any thought about the NFL this offseason, or were you determined to come back here for one more year and get this thing back on track?
I was determined. I had no thought of wanting to leave for the NFL at all. I mean, I wanted to stay, go out with my final year, play for UC one more time, and honestly, I'm able to finish my graduate degree this winter or this fall. So that was also another reason why I came back. But yeah, it was just really just a want to come back and play for the Bearcats again one more time.
Any goals in place for yourself personally or for the team coming up this season?
Really just team goal of just winning as much as we can and keep battling with not give up on when and just ride the win with the like don't go too high, don't go too low, just stay cool, calm, collected when things go bad, and when things go good, still keep that level edge.
Sound like Nico.
There you go. Tell us a little bit about the passing game and the line coming together. There was a really strong run protection line last year. There's still some growth needed in pass protection. Where are you guys at? And then that battle between Sorsby and Lichty, and what you saw from the new guy as you're taking it in the spring.
It was really it's going to be really exciting having them battle for the position because they're both really talented quarterbacks. They can both run, both throw, both read correctly, and yeah, that's gonna be really exciting to watch. For us, that was one of the main emphasis, working on our pass game because we knew we could run the ball. We just need a personally for me, I didn't want to focus on pass blocking more because that's such an important aspect of the game, because if you can't get the pass game going, you can't get the run going. And that, because if you can't pass the ball, they're going to have 8 guys in the box and it's going to be really hard to run the ball.
Makes it a lot less fun to block when there's 8 guys coming downhill at you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, man. We appreciate it. Anything else, Aaron?
No, I think we're good. I'm looking forward to seeing him on a video game as well. So I can't wait. July, can't wait.
Are you gonna put him in at fullback? Can you do fullback and like goal line, Luke?
Oh, I'm gonna try. I've been trying in real life to just give me a Trent Williams motion, and then I that's all I got to ask for. I don't want the ball. I just want a Trent Williams motion, just to go in for a lead block.
Corleone wants the ball when he gets in there.
Oh no, he wants it. He wants it.
He wants a touchdown. You want to just destroy somebody.
Yeah, I mean, if the opportunity arises, I'm not going away from it. But
would you want to run it, or do you want to do like go out in a pass play?
Oh, just fullback dive it. I'm just
okay.
Just give me a fullback dive and just go right up the gut.
You don't trust the hands, do you?
Oh no, I trust the hands. That'll be just
All right, man. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming on for 513 Day, and thank you for your partnership with Cincy Reigns. And we'll talk to you here. Higher Ground's not that far away.
No, it's not. It's closer than it seems.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Luke. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
There you go. Luke Kandra joins us. I mean, we're on a heater, Aaron.
We are. Keegan is on whatever the opposite of that is.
Why do we have him there? I'm not sure why. What?
He's
I'm not sure.
Like a handler of sorts right now, right? Like just
he's.
Let's see.
Hi, buddy.
I'm gonna go check on. Yeah, we gotta change the name here. I'm gonna go check on my dog. I'll let you guys. It seems.
When you get back,
good here.
We got 12 minutes until Wes is here.
All right.
I
thought Keegan was a professional. We all thought Keegan was a professional. That was months ago.
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, Aaron. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut. Wes is joining from his office, correct?
Okay, I think so. That's the plan.
Okay, so that will make it easier for me to be able to be in on the.
There's not another room you can sit in. Just like walk your laptop into another room.
You think that I am way more important than I actually am? You think we get 2 rooms for this today?
The one room's not for us. The one room is for the interviews.
This is the room I was given. So if you would like to be outwardly ungrateful, you can go ahead and do that. But I'm not going to be ungrateful.
And can you go sit in your car like while somebody comes in?
If you want me to, I can go out down the hallway to the couches and I will sit there during the player interviews.
I mean, we would like to have your input. Like it makes for a better, to hear from more than just me and Aaron. And Brent is busy for right now.
Okay.
So, and Dave is busy. Maybe when they get here, you can be a facilitator, but we need you to be like a member, a member of the team. right now.
I will figure something out.
Deanna said she thought Keegan was the professional. We did too, Deanna. We did too. But, you know.
This is devastating. Luke walked out and he was like, they're just roasting you right now. And I was like, I know. I'm about to leave. I'm getting mad.
We just want you in here with us. We thought we were going to, like, that's the thing. We thought we were going to have your professionalism and your expertise for the interviews.
I tried from a distance. I think I did all right. I'm not the worst.
I mean, it was actually better when you just kept yourself on mute and we just heard you through.
I know. It was definitely better. It was the only option.
What do you think so far, Keegs?
It's awesome. I think everyone is this doesn't seem like a chore to people. I think that everyone's been willing to do it, and it's just because of the passion that they have for the city, the passion they have for the university and the athletic department and Cincy Reigns itself. So, and that's also just that's a blessing for me as a member of the media, knowing that, you know, they're invested in this, and it ends up being quality content all around.
I am. But will you try to, when you play NCAA 2024, are you going to try to get Luke Kandra a touchdown?
I don't know. I've been thinking about who I'm going to play with. I don't know if I play with Indiana, if I play with UC.
Boo!
I play with I don't know, Kent State and just try to win a national championship. I don't know. I know whichever team I play for, he's going to be my right guard.
Are you going to get him in the transfer? You're going to coax him into the transfer portal?
I'll get Luke Kandra out of the transfer portal. Yeah. I did love what Cunningham had to say about Bishel. I think that stretch coming up, it didn't really occur to me, but it's a new season now. It's a 4-game season. They're 0-0, and they just have to win as much as they possibly can to get into the tournament field, and then also give themselves the best position in seeding for the Big 12 tournament. We saw that with the basketball team this past year. If they were just 2 notches higher, it could have been a completely different turnout. So if they can finish the season strong, I think that's going to set them up for a lot of success.
I absolutely agree. There's a lot of clerical things we have to do here that I didn't count on. But you know, that's part of doing a 10-hour stream, I suppose. Yeah. And most people, when they do these things, like when you watch these things, most people are smart enough to schedule in like we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So that they can do this stuff during that 10-minute window, maybe go to the bathroom, take care of their dogs, grab a snack, something along those lines. And when we do it, we just go live for 10 hours because we're not the smartest. Wolfie wants to know, would IU win a game in NCAA 2024?
I'm going to say yes. I don't know if it's going to be a lot. I don't know what your definition of a lot is, but
he just said a game. A game was what he said. Singular. Game.
I like what Jason Cooper said. Anyone starting at a Power 4 school in NCAA football is a poser. That's why I said Kent State. Or I'm not going to say that. That would have been mean to my alma mater.
What, your JUCO alma mater?
No, Indiana.
No, I thought you would have nicer things to say about the JUCO alma mater than you would Indiana.
Start with Indiana, and you wouldn't be a P4 school in football. It'd basically be a group of 6.
Right. That's essentially starting as a group of 5, group of 6, whatever it is school now. I feel you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Aaron's eating.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to eat. I was looking through the schedule of like the breaks that I have, and there's not a lot of breaks.
You probably need to hit up like Dave or Brent or somebody and see if they can fill in for a few. Although you haven't really contributed on the interviews, so you probably could go downstairs and get something from DoorDash like while we're interviewing somebody.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. But I'm probably just gonna leave the room, or we could do like a scoot this back two chair thing.
I think with the players that might be okay. I think Wes might tell you to get lost.
Wes is joining from his office.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, Wes would tell me to leave the room.
It would be like when you ask for his number 30 seconds after meeting him.
Shut up.
Here's the fun thing that Keegan hasn't learned about all day streams, Aaron. We have a lot of content to fill, so anything goes.
Yeah.
It's all on the table on these all day streams. Wait till we get to that, like 6:30 to 8. Like we don't really have any guests scheduled, so it becomes just kind of a free for all at that point in time.
It's just delirious.
I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. All right. Well, we are almost officially 2 hours in. Like I said, Wes Miller will be joining us here shortly, and we will keep the momentum rolling even after Wes. Then we go football heavy for about an hour with Jack Dingle, Corey Kiner, and Evan Prater. Then John Daniel will join us at 3:30. Nico Palizzetti at 4. Women's softball coach Erica Demers at 4:30. Katrina Merriweather at 5. You've actually got a baseball player slotted in for, I think, 4:45 as well, Keegan, right?
Loudon Brooks, coming off a big series at BYU, will be joining at 4:45.
Got his first and second home run, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes,
season?
in the same game, I believe. Chad, you said Erica Demers was women's softball. She's women's
soccer. Women's soccer. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. Women's softball has been on TV constantly, so that is my mistake. You have both laptops aimed at you now. You got a 2-shot.
I got a 2-shot going on.
Unbelievable, this kid.
Apparently,
all angles.
Apparently, my daughter is watching along with my mother. And she keeps coming into the room every time she hears my voice yelling, "Daddy, Daddy." And I'm officially a puddle right now, just in the seat. So
where is he? Why is he not here to hold me? Where is Daddy?
I mean, this is kind of uncharted waters. We are normally not apart throughout the day. So
Chelsea, we are the Chelsea and Kelsey Swifty Bearcat Talk hour is officially still on hold. We haven't been able to locate a sponsor for that. So
that's it. Yeah, that's at 10:01 tonight.
Eternally on hold.
We already have Ed on at 10:01. So
10:16.
10:16 Chelsea and Kelsey with Swifty Talk here on the BCJ channel. So a couple minutes. You guys chat for a minute. I'm going to go check on my pups and make sure they haven't destroyed the living room.
Fair enough.
That's good. Aaron, I do want to commend you as well. You were doing an excellent job producing this organized chaos that we've got going on. So I do want to commend you for that.
I appreciate it.
Oh, this is
so
fun.
You decided to keep the mustache. How long are we keeping this mustache for?
I'm growing the beard out. I'm getting a haircut Thursday. So I like
when did you start growing the beard out? What are you talking about? Where is the beard?
It's basically a 5 o'clock shadow. This is 2 days of not shaving.
Oh my God.
So you can't really see it, but it's
no, you can't. One day. One day.
I can't stand both of you. Both of you are making me want to walk out of the room and not come back.
That's funny. I don't know. What are you looking forward to the rest of the offseason? I know we have Camp Higher Ground coming up in the not so distant future. Obviously, you'll have your summer camps and what have you. You'll have workouts for basketball coming up. What are you looking forward to covering in putting your journalism hat back on What are you looking forward to cover? A 48-hour shadow for those of you not on. For those of you who are not on the Twitch, Lambig said Keegan's got a 48-hour shadow. That's fantastic. But what are you looking forward to covering?
So actually, don't have to wait long, but this weekend, the Nike EYBL Session 3 is in Indianapolis. Coaches are going to be out, so it's going to be a massive weekend. Look for a lot of content there. And Bearcat Journal, both me and Chad will be there on and off all weekend. So that's going to be a lot of fun. I do really enjoy going to the camps. I enjoy covering them. I enjoy talking to the athletes after, just kind of getting a feel of where Cincinnati stands in the recruiting process, whether it's early, whether it's late. That's also a good way, to see guys who are just continuing to develop. Grant Bierman, who's a top target linebacker at Lakota West, went to those camps. Mark Zachary, top target at cornerback, who's from Indianapolis, went to those camps. So I really like getting in early, and it's a way to show the fan base who Cincinnati's pursuing, even if it's early on in the process. So those are a lot of fun. I think Camp Higher Ground is just awesome. I think that whole setup there at Camp Higher Ground is really, really cool. I definitely love the fact that it's only 15 minutes from my house, so I don't have to drive 35 minutes there like I do to Nippert to get to practice. But the summer, and, me and Chad talked about it. You think like with this job covering college athletics, the summer is going to be off. The slowest month is probably June, I would say, but it really isn't an off season covering this, but I have a ton of fun at every single stop. So I'm really enjoying it. And the off season is just going to be even better.
Now, you recently got engaged here in the last several months. Do you have a date picked out yet?
Yeah. June 20th, 2025.
I was hoping you would say June. Well done.
I'm not doing what do you think? I'm dumb? I'm not doing a fall wedding on a Saturday.
Look, I'm just saying, I'm glad to hear that you went June. I feel like when we talk to Brent about whenever that day comes that he gets engaged, I feel
it's going to be like the Saturday, September 29th.
Well, it's going to be worse than that, Chad. It'll be further into the season, but he'll have to leave 2 or 3 weeks early because it's going to be a destination wedding, and he's going to have to get everything in order. So he'll be gone for like something like 2 or 3 home games of that time.
Destination wedding, Indianapolis.
It'll be a different country.
I just got a text from Summit View Middle School that says, tell Keegan we're going to his wedding June 25th, 2025.
Summit? Oh.
So apparently she is watching
yes
live from middle school at 2:00 in the day.
I can't Zach and Kelsey are on the invite list. So
we have 227 people in here. We are under 100. We're about 127 people that have donated to Cincy Reigns today. We need more. There's a lot of you in here. 233. The room is growing. We're right about at the largest number that we've had all day. Wes Miller is on his way in. I know a lot of you are here waiting to hear from Wes. He will be here in just a second. While you have this opportunity, www.gobearcats.com/Reigns and make your donation. $5.13. $51.30, $513, $5,130, $51,300, $5.13 million. Get in there and make those donations. We're waiting for Wes to pop up. There we go. There he is. Coach, what's going on?
What's up, guys? How are y'all?
We're doing outstanding. No comments on Keegan's mustache. He's very sensitive about it.
Keegan, you look good, dude. You look good. Don't let
Thanks,
it. Don't
guys.
let
I appreciate it.
He says there's a beard somewhere there too.
Can you grow facial hair more than a mustache, Keegan, or what?
I had one all season. You didn't see it?
not preoccupied with your facial hair, man. I promise. All the fans that are paying attention out there, I'm focused on other things.
You were focused on other things? Okay.
First off, Kelsey's watching from middle school right now. She wanted me to tell you hi.
Tell her I said hello.
I will. She's watching, so hi, kid. Go back to school. Learn something. You got 2 weeks of school left. Come on. Let's get right to it, Coach. We were talking to John Cunningham a little bit ago, about an hour ago, and one of the things that came up was retaining your own roster and the challenge that has become in the NIL era. Maybe even at, depending on where you're at with your roster and the building process, maybe even more important than the additions that you make in the portal. As a coach, take us through those couple weeks following the end of the season until the portal closes and you're out on the road and you're going to meet with families and you're working on retention. What is that like from a coach's standpoint? Something that's never really been part of the process before.
Well, first off, I think the goal of this whole thing, guys, like the goal of recruiting hasn't changed, even though the landscape around us has changed in every way. And the goal is to put the team together that gives you the best chance to go out and represent Cincinnati and compete for championships. Like that was the goal before I was born. It was the goal when I was playing. It was the goal when I got into coaching. It's still the goal now. And I think we live in this era where, like what's online day to day gets a lot of attention, and who wins every recruiting cycle and all that kind of stuff. And there's some relevance. Obviously, if you have a good recruiting cycle, that should help you down the line. But the goal is to have the best possible team. If you have a really good team that's growing and is bought in to all the things that go into what we value in a Cincinnati basketball player, then it's really important to retain that. If you didn't think your team was very good, it's probably really important to go get a whole new team in the transfer portal. That's going to change at different programs for different coaches and for different reasons. I think here this year we really liked our team. We felt really good about not just the players individually, but who they were becoming collectively as the year went on. We felt like there was a lot of room for growth individually and as a group. And so the biggest priority for us when the season ended was to retain the nucleus of this team. And I thought we did that. And I'm excited about that. And then obviously you want to try to win every recruiting cycle for you. We're not trying to win the rankings nationally. I could care less about that. And I thought, to date, we've added a couple guys that I think really add to this team and what our needs are in a really positive way. So it's not just about the guys that are ranked the highest. It's about the guys that fit the best. And I think the guys we've added really fit.
You added Connor Hickman out of Bradley. Has that relationship with Drew Adams, just an interesting player from a guard perspective. When you look at his game, he told me that his strengths offset Jizzle James and Day Thomas's weaknesses. Is that kind of how you see it, of just them playing together and how they complement each other?
Yeah, I thought the way that the three of those guys complement each other was really important to us, and they all do. They don't all have the exact same, or they're not all opposite strengths and weaknesses. But what I'd say is that we think a ton of Day and Jizzle. And if you watched our team this year close enough and you don't, I think you don't know what you're looking at. I mean, I think we have two guys that improved the entire year as both rookies in college basketball in the Big 12. And that I think because of their character and the way they approach it and their ceiling, that they're going to continue to improve. But we wanted to add depth. And we wanted to add somebody that'd been through it. It's like some real experience in the backcourt. And with that, we wanted to add shooting and a guy that could play both on and off the ball. I thought that was important, that somebody that was really comfortable going back and forth. And Connor's done that his whole career to date. And then obviously the level that he shoots it. And then, it's not all numbers, Keegan. Like when you're evaluating, you're not just looking at, oh, he shot 42%. I mean, you look at the way that Connor, shot a great percentage, and it's even more impressive because he was probably the best guard in that league, arguably. And everybody's trying to keep him off the 3-point line like we did when we played Bradley in the NIT. And so the difficulty of the shots that he was shooting because of how he was being defended, to me, makes it more impressive where, you hope when you put him on our roster, he gets easier shots because he's not the number one guy on the scouting report.
You got to circle back around to a guy like Arrington Page after having been involved in his initial recruitment process before he ended up deciding to go to USC. How important was it that you had already had that established relationship with him throughout that first go round, and then to get the opportunity to bring him back in the fold?
Well, I think it was everything, right? I've said this a ton. I said this to AP and his family. I mean, if we didn't know AP and we hadn't recruited him for a year and change, and
Right.
like honestly longer than that, we'd been evaluating him for 2 years of high school, some of his sophomore year, into his junior year, and then we really prioritized him there in his junior year through his decision process. So from just a pure basketball standpoint, we saw where he was when he didn't even have Division I offers, and then what he became in a really short period of time. So we've seen his development. We know his coaches. I've not just watched AP on Synergy in the recruiting portal. I've watched AP at 5 a.m. workouts before school with one of his high school coaches. I've watched him in AAU. I've watched him in camps. I've watched him win a state championship with his high school team. And then I was able to obviously go and watch all his minutes as a college player at USC. So it's almost the recruiting. If you just looked at him as a transfer that hit the portal, I don't know if we would have recruited him, right? Because you look at the numbers and limited opportunity, and there's some DNPs, and I don't know if I go, oh, well, there's that kid that was a highly rated kid out of high school from Atlanta. It didn't go well. We're going to prioritize him. But when you add the whole body of it, like I realized there's a lot of factors into what went on. I saw where he was, and I know where he can go. We really believed in him, recruiting him, and then you get on the phone and you learn a little bit. Like, people don't know this. AP had mono at USC this year. I mean, I had mono my senior year in high school, guys, and but it ruined my senior year. I didn't miss games, but I had it going into my senior year. I ruined my senior year.
Sure.
All my recruiting plummeted, and I ended up doing a post-grad year of high school probably because of that. So, I mean, mono can take you out and can have a long effect. AP lost 15, 20 pounds. I mean, there's more to just these are the numbers. And I think, I think people out there should realize we're in here, till the early in the morning, wee hours of the night, trying to figure out the right guys to add. And we get far past just what the surface level stuff is. And with AP, if it wasn't for that long recruitment, I don't think we even would have prioritized him in recruiting. But because of that long recruitment, he was top priority when he went in. It was exciting.
Still one spot open. How difficult is that with the portal closed? Does it change the equation at all?
Not necessarily. No, I don't think filling that spot has anything to do with the portal open or closed. We're just looking for the right guy that's the right fit relative to the rest of our team.
Kind of going back to Arrington, you talked about the relationship, being at all the early morning workouts, getting to know his family, but from just a pure skill set vantage point for fans that didn't get to see him a lot at UC. What does he bring to this lineup, and how much are you looking forward to him developing in year one with you guys and then continuing to grow down the road?
Yes, I've told him, I'm I just can't wait to get him here and get to work because, the guy that everybody saw at USC this year is just a fraction of who he is as a player. His ceiling is crazy high, guys. As high as any front court player in America. I mean, it's exciting, and he's super young. I mean, he's young for his age, for his class, right? Like he could have easily been in the next class. So there's so much room to grow. He loves basketball, like loves it. He loves to work. He wants to be pushed. That was a big part of the recruitment this time around, that he wanted somewhere where, somebody was going to push him and help him, like reach his goals. So I'm really excited. I mean, he's versatile, right? Like AP's not a center. He's a forward. He can shoot threes. He can move his feet and defend multiple positions. He can block shots. He can rebound. He can run. I mean, he can do things off the bounce. Like, I love the stuff they did with him at Wheeler his senior year, where they kind of ran some 5-out stuff with him, and he's handling the ball and getting to dribble handoffs and ball screens. And then he's got the ability to use his strength and athleticism around the basket. And you could see that a lot, through his high school career. He scored over both shoulders, and he's got all the stuff. I think now it's about putting it together at this level. And again, you watch that happen over the course of his sophomore through senior year pretty rapidly of high school. And I believe because of his character, it's going to happen here. And I do think we're a really good fit culturally for him as well.
You've got the Tylers coming in, Tyler Betsy, Tyler McKinley. It is, as we saw, very difficult in this league for freshmen. How do you judge? How do you work through this summer trying to get those guys up to speed and getting them in a position where they can help you this coming season?
Yeah, well, I think first off, there's very few freshmen that can impact the Big 12 in terms of winning right away. But there were some. There were some, very few, but there were some. I think both Tyler Betsy and Tyler McKinley are both capable of that. And I'll give you two reasons. One, I mean, they're super gifted. They're going to be great college players, and both have the opportunity to play beyond college. But you have to have, in my opinion, you have to have something as a freshman at this level that sets you apart and gives you a chance. And both of them have that, right? I mean, Tyler Betsy's ability to shoot the basketball, and I've cautious that I don't want to label him as a shooter, because guys, y'all are going to watch Tyler Betsy.
Yeah.
Y'all are going to watch him run up and down a couple times, and you're going to be blown away because you can see it with his length and the way he moves. And he's got a great feel. I went to watch him back in late January with Coach Dollar in a prep school game up in Rhode Island, and all of a sudden he's getting into the lane and making great kick out passes and seeing the floor. I mean, he's coming at this crazy fast rate, and he's already a great player. So I don't want to label him as a shooter, but his ability to shoot it at an elite level at 6'8", 6'9", like that gives him a chance to impact the game and impact our team day one. And I think you have to have something that separates you at this level, and he has that. And then Tyler McKinley's feel is off the charts. Like, he's such a great passer, and I think he's the kind of guy that when our guys play with him in pickup or play with him in summer practices, they're going to instantly gravitate to him because he makes everybody around him better. He just knows how to play, gets to action really well. He is one of the best passing big men I've ever recruited. It's certainly at this stage. So I think both have qualities that are going to allow them to transcend the freshman trends you see at this level. But we got to get them up to speed, as you mentioned, Chad. Like, we have to get them there defensively and physically. So both of them will be here next week and start training with Mike Rayfeld, which with both of them, it was like, as soon as we can get you here, we got to get you here, because the physical nature is so important, transitioning from high school. And then, obviously in our summer practices, getting up to speed with how we do things, where they're supposed to be on the floor. So I think Jizzle would tell you this, right? Or Rayvon, the hardest part isn't the level. I mean, it's a challenge, because now everybody's older and things are faster and everybody's at a higher level. But these guys are so gifted. That's not the hardest transition. The hardest transition is dealing with that change in level and age and speed, and then also trying to learn all these new concepts. So like they're out there trying to learn new ways to do it, our terminology, the places we want them to be on the floor. We're not going to let them get away with things that they were allowed to get away with it in high school because, obviously, like that's going to affect our team. And so they're trying to learn all that, and they're trying to compete at a higher level. And that's why transitioning for freshmen is tough. We got to get them up to speed on what we do and how we do it so they can play without having to think. You can see young players sometimes be paralyzed by thinking, and we want to try to minimize that. There'll be a little bit of that early, but I think both of them have a chance to be impactful right away.
How does the summer workout change, the plan change? This is the first year at Cincinnati. You have turned over less than half of your roster. That has been the thing in college basketball, like with a great deal of turnover. You're inboarding so many people that I imagine it impacts at least the beginning of the summer as you're trying to get people adjusted. Are you in a place now where it's like, look, we have this large group of guys that know the deal? It's kind of their responsibility to pull the new guys in and pull them along. And can you maybe be a little bit more advanced in the summer than you've been so far?
Absolutely. Right. I mean, like how you do, what you do, why you do it, you're trying to set a tone for that right away, right? That you're trying to like create some identity. And that should be less of a learning curve because we return so many guys that now are building upon that. And then those new guys can kind of learn. They can learn from within the locker room, which is a really powerful thing and becoming more rare. Like I said, continuity is incredibly important, but not at all costs, right? You got to have the right continuity. Sure. We didn't just get guys back. We got guys that were the right guys back and guys we wanted back. And so if you can do that, I think you're doing something. And, certainly we're proud of that.
Did you have a bigger exhale when the transfer portal window closed, or when you found out that they're going to allow everybody to transfer every year and you aren't going to have to worry about if anybody's going to have to sit out or not next season?
Yeah, I was. This is interesting. Number one, there was not really an exhale when the portal closed because, like, we have really, really good relationships with our guys, and we have good guys, and so if they've all were very direct and honest in their commitment to coming back. So, and that was well before the portal closed. So, I slept pretty well. It wasn't like I was worried about anything. If something would have happened, it would have shocked me. Because that's not the carry. If there was an issue with our guys, we'd have known it because they would have told us. Like, we have really good, honest dudes. Our fans should know out there, like, we got the right kind of guys representing Cincinnati basketball. You guys will be even more proud if you got to interact with them as young people every day and watch how they not just go about their training, but how they carry themselves and the type of young men they are. And they're growing up in our program, which is what coaching's all about. So no, there's some coaches out there that were counting the minutes till midnight, some of my colleagues, but they'd say things like that to me on the phone, and I'd say, I'm, certainly, like, I don't want anything to happen, but I'd be shocked if it did because I think we have really good dudes. And then in terms, it's like interesting. I think a lot of people, because I was working so hard last year to try to get, and I had very strong language publicly about getting Aziz and Jamil eligible. I think people think that I'm was beating the drum for just, free agency every spring. And I'm not. I mean, I would tell you this would be a lot better for our game if there was some kind of penalty, in place. I'd be the first to tell you that. I'm not trying to restrict kids and any of that, but I think to have consequences for decisions, I think is healthy for all of us. And people argue all the time, Aaron, like, well, coaches can leave whenever they want. Well, that's not necessarily true because we have contracts, right? And those contracts have things like buyouts and there's factors to our decisions. I would certainly like it if moving forward we found a way to have. I never wanted free agency every spring. I don't think any coach would, and I don't think fans do. I think fans, want to see the same kids year after year. And this whole crazy thing that's going on over the last 4 or 5 years with our game, I do think we'll figure out how to get back to that. at some point. But so no, I was not relieved when they said transferred. In fact, I went, here we go. This was going to be wild and crazy again. And so, but my thing with Jamil and Aziz last year wasn't they should be able to do whatever they want and transfer every year. It was you guys set out a set of guidelines for kids to transfer. I read those guidelines as a coach and made decisions based on those guidelines for the benefit of our program. Kids made decisions based on those guidelines for their life. And now you're going to come back and say, no, we're not going to follow those guidelines to prove a point. To me, that's what had me so up in arms, not that kids should just be allowed to transfer as many times as they want every year. And sometimes coaches will say stuff to me on the road, like, you're the guy that got all this done. And number one, I'm not I'm not taking that responsibility because nor is that what I was pushing for, or am I responsible for 40 years of the NCAA not doing anything, and finding ourselves in this big mess.
Sure.
Scheduling. I know it's a hot topic every offseason. What is your overall approach now? 20 league games. You've got the crosstown shootout. You'll mix in a couple high major games, maybe a neutral site game, whatever that case may be. Where do you think is the sweet spot in terms of making yourself relevant resume wise? And is there how much thought process goes into the bye games, like the quality of the bye games and trying to make sure you're playing teams that are in the top of their league or teams that potentially are going to be tournament teams? Do you look at this team historically has a net in this range? Like how much of that is a factor in building the schedule?
I mean, do you guys think that, do y'all value the net? It doesn't make any sense to me. I
just know that they tell me I'm supposed to value the net.
They tell all of us, but then they make decisions on Selection Sunday that look like they don't value the net. And then they say the net's not everything, but quad 1 and quad 2 games are everything. Yet what metric determines whether a game is quad 1 or quad 2? So
shots fired.
No, I think any coach would say this, like it's contradiction at its finest, but I like consistency with the NCAA, like anything they do, there's consistent contradiction, right? Like, but no, so like the net does matter, yet it needs to be cleaned up. And like anything, they introduced this recently. I hope they'll make efforts to clean it up, because you can't say that it doesn't matter on Selection Sunday when the way that you group quad games, which really matters, is determined by where people fall in that. It's just that to me is mind-boggling. But no, how much do we? This is what we're looking at, Chad. And get to you struck a chord with me there. But
I know
how do we to think about our non-conference scheduling? The first thing is we're looking for the proper amount of balance. We want to make sure that we're challenging ourselves enough to prepare ourselves for the Big 12. I think when you play in the Big 12, it was very different than when I first got here and we were in the American. It's actually been interesting. I haven't had a lot of control over our non-conference schedule, since I got here, because a lot of it was in place for a couple of years when I took the job, and then we were transitioning into a new league. So it's like it's been hard to get to a stable place to just have a scheduling philosophy in non-conference. So it's changing a lot year to year. But when I first got here and we're in the American, you're looking at the NCAA tournament and you're going, we better prepare to play really tough games on neutral floors in non-conference so that the American Conference doesn't keep us from being in the NCAA tournament. Because you knew, and this wasn't about any specific program, just historically, okay, Houston and Memphis and things like that, maybe another team or two year to year are going to be those quad 1, quad 2 games, but the rest of the league may not. So you better have enough of those games in your non-con. Transition into the Big 12 last year, like every game you play, 18 of them are going to be quad 1, quad 2 games, every single game, and plus conference tournament. So you still want to play some of those games in non-conference, but you don't want to schedule yourself to a point that you beat your team up, or you're too tired to finish the year. And I think, guys, if you look at the Big 12 in the last month of league play as a league, and I looked at our, it was the best league times 100 in college basketball last year. It was unbelievable. It wasn't that this team's better than every other team. It was that every team in the league was really good and really, really good and really well coached with really old, good players. And it's every single night with no relief. I mean, I've been a part of some great leagues before, followed college basketball my whole life. I mean, every night, and there's no relief. There's no game you go, oh, we don't have to play as well tonight. I mean, and that's how the whole league felt. And I think you look at the NCAA tournament and how we did in the tournament as a league, even the NIT. I mean, people are exhausted by the end of the year. So I think as you go back to non-conference scheduling, you don't want to be in a position where you're exhausted through league play. But you also want to challenge yourself. So I think that, long-winded answer. You like this, Chad. You don't have to ask many questions. I'll just talk for the next 20 minutes. But like, I might even do this to you when you start asking. You've done a couple times here. Yes. Like, I'm like, damn, you ask a question and then you go offline. Like, you're not going to pay attention.
Well, the problem is I've got two dogs that are fighting with each other in the other room. And I don't want to, disturb you with dogs barking while you're talking.
So with our players, when they respond to things like that, we make it very clear that response is an excuse. And we're not about excuses. But no, I'm just kidding. But to get back, you're looking for the balance, guys. And 20 league games next year in the Big 12. I think the league gets better. Like with the addition of the four corner schools. Yeah, that program's been pretty good. And Tommy is done a great job. But like the league gets better. You're playing 20 games. There's no bye week for anybody in the league next year, which is just wild. Like, I think it's 20 games after Christmas and 20 slots. So there's like no relief. So as you look at the non-conference schedule and what we have in place, I don't want to like say anything out of line, but I don't know exactly what's been released, but you certainly have the Crosstown shootout. You have a return to Georgia Tech, neutral game with Dayton again. And I need, listen, we didn't do our part that night. And that is always going to start with that. If we were playing with nobody in the stands, we got to do our part. But man, we're in downtown Cincinnati. We got to have more Bearcats there than Dayton fans. Well, I mean, I need some help there. Like we need some help. And that game's important for the NCAA tournament later in the year. It's really important that we play the game neutrally for a lot of reasons. Like we need our fans. We need our fans to the ones that were there. We were appreciative because you were loud. And again, we didn't do our damn part, but we need our fans to get way behind that one. So we're not playing in a semi-road game in downtown Cincinnati. And so that we'll do that again. And then obviously looking at some other things, but you start to look at 20 league games plus some games that are already in place. Like our schedule is going to be challenging again. And then, you're going to want to fill in some games here in Fifth Third for a variety of different styles of play, teams that challenge you and that type of thing. It's some of the stuff you were mentioning earlier.
One last user submitted question before we let you go. Who was the most improved player through the season last year? This is going to be so diplomatic. Here we go. That's why I was excited to ask this one.
You just wanted to preface it before I answered the question.
Oh, I knew where you were going.
Who do you think was the most improved player? That's called like flipping it around, like flipping it back at you.
I'll go with CMOS, mainly in part because we didn't get to see a lot of what he looked like at the beginning of the season because Keegan's mustache tried to run over him with the car.
Keegan, if that was you, buddy, we wouldn't be on this Zoom.
It wasn't Keegan. It was just the mustache.
Yeah.
Well, then you need to shave that thing off. But the truth is, I think if you just looked at production in games, that's an easy answer, right? It'd be CMOS. Yeah. I don't know if that means he really improved that much. I think two things happened. He got he kind of found his niche within our team and within our program and league play. And then he got healthy, and then he got confident. I mean, he was playing with a ton. I think his confidence improved throughout the year, but had he been healthy in the fall, I'm not so sure he would, because he was playing like that last summer when he got here. But the thing I'm proud of is a lot of guys improved over the course of the year. Like, guys got better as the year. I thought, like, Davion Thomas, his decision making got better, like so much better. You think about early in the year, he's challenging guys like 7-footers at the rim over and over, right? And I love that. That's why we recruited him. He's fearless, and he can go dunk on a 7-footer, but he's going down the lane. He can get there when he wants to, and then he would just think he'd go dunk over everybody. And it's like, at this level, that's significantly harder to do consistently. And in fact, the better play is if you don't have a great shot to keep your dribble alive or find the open guy. And I thought, like, that was an area of development you could watch him evolve over the course of the season. Like, and I thought really helped our team. I thought Jizzle's improvement was, like, incredible. I mean, we all knew it was in there, but not just improving his skill set, which he did. He improved as a shooter, but just learning how to function at a high level and run the point guard position in a college basketball game. I thought he improved in a way. I thought Daniel took a major step as the year went on. Like, I thought early on in the year, you could see that he was a year older and was making plays, but he still, in some ways, and he would hate me saying this, but he still played like a freshman in some ways. And I thought as the year went on, he got more and more consistent, reliable. His focus got better. And I could kind of keep going down the line, right? But I thought a lot of guys not just improved on the stat sheet, they improved in other ways as well.
All right. Well, we got to let you go, unfortunately. I'd keep you all day, but I know you're busy. You got a lot going on, and we appreciate the time that you were able to give us.
Can I say this next time? You called me last night because you are very diligent and you are on top of everything, somewhat annoyingly so at times, right? In fairness,
yeah,
you live it.
I know. I
it,
understand that,
which I respect. I respect how much you live and breathe it, because I'm the same way. But everybody out there listening should know how hard you work at it, that you're waking me up at 11:30 at night.
It was 11. It was like 11.
I was in bed, and the game either just ended, because I was like fighting to stay up to watch the end of the Minnesota game, the Minnesota Denver game, which was an awesome game, by the way. But you called me at some point, and I was like out of it. And you were just making sure I had the time right. So you work your tail off. But if you remember, what I asked you was I thought we were doing this somewhere. Like, I thought we were actually.
I was like, well, Keegan's upstairs.
I thought we were going to be at Holy Grail. Like, I was really looking forward to that. Actually, I thought we were actually all going to be there together, and I was going to drive downtown to the Banks, and like. I thought we were going that next time we do this, let's do it from somewhere like that.
I mean, the Holy Grail is a sponsor of ours and very good friends, so we can do that.
Matter of fact, the owner is going to be on later today.
Yeah, Jimmy will be on with us later. I know you play golf with Jimmy. Jimmy's a friend of yours.
Guys, I'm a lot more than a basketball coach. See, I've already connected all these dots. Like, we should have been doing this live from the Holy Grail all day long. And
the problem at 10 hours at the Holy Grail, I don't like. That would have been
it's all about what you want. I probably stayed a lot longer because I'd have had a couple beers by now, and that might have made me want to stay for another hour. So that's my suggestion next time. Holy Grail.
All right. Well, there's that 6'4", 240-pound linebacker that's on the other side of Keegan waiting to get on. So
he's more important than me. So.
I like where your head's at, though, Coach.
I'll call you at 10:45 tonight. You should still be up then.
Keegan, I love the mustache in terms of your confidence. I tell you, you could go without it, big picture. But
I'm growing the beard out. You won't see it anymore.
It should be ready by July.
Yeah, sure.
Right, later.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Okay.
There you go.
We are 9 minutes behind. I believe Corey and Jack are both out there. Do you want to do them both at the same time?
Yeah, we can do them together.
Okay. I'll go check with Henry.
Tell him it
Right.
was Wes's fault.
Okay.
Look,
Unreal.
he's going to keep talking. I'm going to keep asking questions.
I had questions. I was ready.
We both, like we all did. I had a
Yeah.
bunch more too. So
I want to know. I want to know: is he going to continue to wear a new shoe every game? Are we auctioning off any of the shoes at some point? Are we going to, to boost the program? I don't know. I'm just curious what happens to all of these shoes. Is it one and done? Does he wear them out and about? I'm sure he's got his favorites, but
I was in his office. I can't remember what I was on campus for. I stopped in his office a couple weeks ago, and I attempted to lay claim. He just has them stacked in his office, like all these the Jordans that he wore during the season. I tried to lay claim to a pair, but he's an 11, and I don't think I'll fit in an 11. So I didn't get to claim a pair. I think it's probably illegal if I did, and they wouldn't allow me to. Keegan, what are you doing? Keegan,
set up.
Ruining everything. There we go. I was making sure the names changed.
There's a theme here, Keegan.
Gentlemen, what's going on? We are now joined by 1,000-yard rusher Corey Kiner and starting linebacker Jack Dingle. Live back from wherever Keegan is sitting across from them, and he can't talk because there's an echo. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
We're good. Sorry, Wes went a little bit long. That's probably also Keegan's fault.
Yes.
Look, if we weren't talking so much about his beard and mustache or lack thereof, we probably wouldn't have gone over so long. You both have better facial hair than Keegan. Well done.
Aaron, go ahead. I'm going to get a tweet out.
Well, we will start off with one of the questions that left Luke Kandra a little stumped when we asked him who was going to be better rated in the upcoming NCAA football game for your PS5 and Xbox. He wasn't able to answer. He was a little confused. So which one of you two is going to be ranked higher at your position, Corey or Jack?
Corey, definitely. 1,000 yards.
But how exciting is it that you're going to be on a video game?
It is pretty exciting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's going to be very exciting because I love video games. So just playing what you see in that video game is going to be fun.
Just to see how all my friends on there too. Yeah.
I mean, the whole team for that matter, right?
Yeah.
Do you know if anybody opted out on the team? You don't have to drop names. I'm just curious if anybody opted out.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay. Good. I'm happy to
I don't think
hear
anybody
that.
would. Maybe.
I guess the question is, when you play each other, who gets to be the Bearcats, or are you both Cincinnati and you get to see who's better at playing?
Yeah.
You can do that.
I think I'm going to be the Bearcats.
Cincy versus Cincy. There you go.
One's got to be in red. One's got to be in black, right?
Yeah.
Cincy Reigns, that's kind of the theme of the day here for 513 Day. What has the collective meant to you guys? How much has it enhanced your lives here during your Bearcat career?
It's been great. It's allowed us to give back to the community, and it's done a great thing for our team so far.
I mean, it's a great support for all the hard work we put in, but also it allows us to get out in the community and give back to Cincinnati, and we that's what we've done. We helped a lot of organizations around Cincinnati.
Jack, how mad was your dad that you're getting paid, and then your brother even? I think he was out by the time NIL really started. Is Dad giving you a hard time that you're cashing checks now?
No, yeah, he just thinks it's crazy. It's like a new world in football. He's like, wow, I didn't get anything. I played. I just got my scholarship and that's it. And but it's a new exciting thing for everybody.
Corey, you're a hometown hero. Jack, you're a legacy. Is it a little unsettling, a little difficult to try and carve out your own path as you're kind of walking in some footsteps as they were?
I mean, it definitely put some pressure on me. I mean, I basically grew up here too. I mean, this is where I'm basically from, because I always come here for games and stuff, and just a lot of pressure put on, especially for my family. They're like, "Are you gonna do?" And friends and family, they're like, "Are you gonna do what your dad did here and stuff?" And then, but it's been great. It's been good for me. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I definitely feel the pressure sometimes, but like Dingo said, it's great. I mean, a lot of people want to be in our shoes, so like we might as well just take advantage of it.
How important is it to both of you guys to kind of erase the memory of last year? How important was that in your decision to return and how you've approached this offseason? You know, it happened. It didn't go how anybody wanted it to, obviously. Corey, you're a hometown kid. Jack, you're a legacy. Like, what does it mean to you guys to get things back on track and say that was just a blip on the radar? That's not who we are. That's not what we're about.
I mean, it's definitely hard. It's hard to forget what happened last season, but I'm sure everyone's excited for the season. Everyone wants to jump to the season to show who we really are and what we're supposed to be. But we got to remember, we still have to go through the work of the summer. We still have to put in the hard work to get where we need to be.
Yeah, as Dingo said, like it's gonna be hard to forget that, but I think we're doing a great job now, building on what we have, and improving so we don't repeat last season.
Culture shift has been a big theme this offseason. And I think that, just even from the reporting from Chad and Keegan, they've been on site far more than I've been able to. I was only able to make it to the spring game. But it's apparent. We can see it. We can hear it when you guys are talking. What's it like experiencing that in the weight room, on the field, and just being a leader of that entire shift?
I mean, it's definitely been hard. That's what you have to do. You have to go through the hard things to get that culture change. But yeah, it's been a good time, and it's definitely been changing a lot. I know Corey can attest to that. It's been one of the hardest winters I ever been through, and but just being a part of it, it's been pretty awesome.
Yeah, I definitely feel the culture shift in the locker room as well, in the locker room and the coaching staff, just throughout the whole building. We got new people in here, along with the old people who are in here who are looking forward to changing and bringing UC back to what it's known for.
Tell us about the spring, Corey. I know you got to watch a little bit more than usual in the spring. You got to participate, but they didn't want to put all the miles on you. So what was the spring like, getting to see this new team come together? Because again, almost the 20 plus new names coming in for the spring, and then another probably 20 plus right around 20 new names coming in the summer. What was the vibe of spring ball, and did you guys walk out of it feel like we're pointed back in the right direction?
I feel like the vibe throughout spring ball was we had a lot, like you said, we got a lot of new guys, and a lot of new guys are trying to prove themselves. And a lot of the guys that were here last year were underclassmen, so they're trying to prove themselves as well. And me being an upperclassman and not really getting to participate too much, I just got to sit back and like actually see it from a coach's perspective on how guys are performing and how I could improve myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun just learning how to communicate with each other and just build our team where we're supposed to be. Because I was like him, I didn't practice that much in the couple last weeks of spring ball, and it's been fun seeing it from a coaching position, and especially coaching up the younger guys and showing them what it's supposed to be like here.
Jack, you have an entire new defense that this defense is trying to embrace, and you mentioned some of the learning process in your spring game presser. How far along do you feel like you're at on a scale of like 1 to 10 in where you are mentally and figuring it all out? And just what do you still have to figure out on that way to getting to a 10?
I give it like a 7 right now, but I'm not there yet for sure. But I knew I don't learn it quick, because especially with a lot of new guys in our room, I had to be the leader. So I had to be the one to learn it as fast as possible, so I can give that back to them. And but no, yeah, I'm definitely not there yet. We'll definitely get there throughout camp and throughout the summer, and there's a lot more learning left to do.
And then Corey, you got an entire room full of new faces. So what can you tell us about the rest of the room and things that you're looking forward to seeing them do on the field this season?
Well, we got a new room, and me being the one of the returning guys in the room, all the guys are looking at me, trying to see how things are going or how they're supposed to go. And then I feel like I've been doing a good job of setting the standard of what how we're going to perform in this room and what we need to do and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like Coach Dawkins has done a great job as well, coming in and kind of putting his foot down and letting everybody know that this is what we're going to do.
Jack, Coach Veit is a linebacker guy, but he's back coaching safeties now. He gets a little worked up in practice. What's it been like?
It's
working
awesome.
for Coach Veit? I mean,
love it.
he's got some heat to him.
I love it. Yeah, he's awesome. He'll nudge on me and like get in my butt a little bit, and he'll scream at me. But it's awesome. I love the energy they bring to practice, especially.
Does that change it up for the defense, having a guy like that? That's
yeah, it's
got
awesome.
some passion to him.
Yeah, he's just like in everybody's ears yelling. Got passion. He loves. You can tell he loves the game a lot, and it motivates a lot of other people to just go extra mile. He's awesome.
Did you watch any tape of Iowa State just to kind of get a
that's all
mindset?
That's all I did. It's their defense. That's mostly how I learned what we're doing in this defense.
I think he had 9 guys in 8 years make all conference at linebacker at Iowa State. So when you see that, you got to think,
when I do something wrong, he'll nudge on me, even though he doesn't coach my position right now. But he'll tell me something. He'll tell me what to do.
Corey, getting back to another 1,000-yard season, or are the sights higher for that? Like, I don't want just 1,000. Give me 1,250. Give me 1,500.
So, how I'm looking at it is like, I know what the base is. I know what I did last year. So I'm looking to improve, and I think the whole room is looking to improve. We know what we did last year, but that's not just who I am. I can do more than that. I'm better than what I was.
You got that top end speed up a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what been training. I didn't take a vacation when we just got off after spring ball. I went and trained.
Good. Aaron?
I don't know. I'm excited about this season. Like, just really excited to see what you guys are able to just kind of build on from last year. Have you noticed any change in Coach Satterfield going from last year to this year, just in his attitude and anything that he's even doing with practices or anything like that?
I mean, I know he's made a lot of changes up in the offices, and just he's bringing more energy to the table. He knows he knows what he got to do to have a successful season next year, especially.
Yeah, I feel like Coach Sat I feel like he did a great job before. Things just didn't work out how they were supposed to, how we wanted them to. But I feel like he's improving. I mean, like he is doing better. But he was already doing really good in my opinion.
And then before we let you go, finally, how excited for our guy Jawan Briggs were you guys to see him get drafted?
I was watching that. That was awesome to see. Yeah, one of ours drafted. I mean, I played with him since I've been here, and he's definitely been a leader to me. And I've learned a lot from him. It's been awesome. Yeah, that was awesome to see.
Yeah, I'm really proud of him because I've known him forever, and him being a Cincinnati guy is just showing me what he's getting where I want to be, and he's doing a great job of putting on for our city.
Yeah. He's not like an older brother. He's like a uncle, right?
We call him our great uncle. Yeah, he's our great uncle. That's what we call him.
I call him uncle.
Yeah, great uncle.
His interview about having his why and talking about his wife and kids, man, if that didn't pull your heartstrings, I don't know what will.
Well, no, he's a good football player. He's a better person for sure. He's an awesome dude.
Yeah.
Did he say anything about his grandkids or?
That should be soon, I guess. Man, coming up.
I don't know. I thought he was just gonna have a football team.
Working on it. All right, fellas. We appreciate you stopping in. Thanks for everything, and good luck in the summer program and higher ground. Not that far.
Yeah. Right around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
Right around the corner.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks,
Appreciate
gentlemen.
it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
There you go. Corey Kiner, Jack Dingle. I think that worked great, having both of them hang out and play off each other.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going on in the room now. I believe Evan Prater is about.
Yeah, looks like it. The hair's unmistakable. I think we may have lost Chad though, so we'll see if he reestablishes his connection here. But I'm gonna bring in. Oh, we got to change the name here. Sorry about that. I was trying to figure out what was going on with Chad and his connect. We won't leave him up there, but I did not edited the wrong one. All right. Evan Prater, receiver for the Cincinnati Bearcats. Keegan joins us again. Welcome back, Keegan. But Evan, the receiver room once again is new. There's a lot of new faces here in the receiver room. What's it been like getting back from injury, and then what's been like reestablishing new connections with all the new faces?
I mean, it's been good rehabbing, trying to just get back to, myself and being able to kind of perfect my craft and kind of still learning the ins and outs of the receiver position. But I mean, having new guys, building those connections, it's something that I definitely take pride in, being a guy that's been here going on my 5th year. So just making sure the guys feel welcome and comfortable when they get here. So just building those relationships, bouncing ideas off of guys, just trying to find ways that I can better myself and ultimately just help out the team by building those connections, early on.
Tyron Smith is a guy, top level speed, just that next level. When you look at a guy like him, what does he bring to the offense in terms of opening it up for the whole offense, just making the job easier for the quarterbacks?
I mean, he's fast, he's twitchy, he's got experience. Yeah. I mean, I think those are all things that the coaches saw in him, and that, I mean, going and watching throughout the spring, like you could definitely see that he has that niche for kind of finding those windows, getting open space. Yeah. And then when he gets the ball in his hands, like he's a real problem. So I'm excited to see what he does coming up in the fall and then going on into the season.
Sure. So you got it, Aaron. Go.
You mentioned this being your 5th season with Cincinnati. You've seen things before NIL. You've seen things now with NIL. You have the Cincy Reigns connection, obviously, as they're part of this whole 513 day. But what's it been like to go from no NIL to where we're at now with NIL, and how's that changed things for you?
I mean, it's been an awesome experience for me. Definitely being a Cincinnati guy as well. I mean, I go home for Mother's Day yesterday, and the first thing mom and dad do is crack open a Cincy Light. So, I mean, it's funny, but just being from Cincinnati and then kind of just hearing the talks about it before I even got to college, and then finally kind of getting to experience it for myself. It's been super helpful. It's tremendous. It's awesome having Cincy Reigns here in Cincinnati to help out all of our athletes. So, I mean, it's been something special. I talked to guys like Dez and Ahmad, and they all talk about, I mean, how close they were just to having that NIL connection, but they sadly didn't get it. But yeah. I'm very thankful.
There's some high numbers there.
For sure.
You're in kind of a unique position that you can have sort of an expertise in the wide receiver position, also the QB position. So Brendan Sorsby comes in year 1. When you're looking at the kind of player he is, how would you kind of describe his game? To me, he seems like kind of a gunslinger guy that wants to really make a play at all costs.
Yeah, he's a playmaker for sure, and you kind of see it. I mean, he's got all the tools that you could ask for in a quarterback. I mean, he's fast. Ball placement's amazing. He's got great arm strength. I think one of his strengths, though, that I saw in the spring a lot was kind of managing outside of the pocket, making plays outside of the pocket when things collapse or whatever. So seeing him kind of rolling out, directing traffic, and making some of these throws, it's impressive. So I'm happy to have him here. He's a great guy. Met his family, great family. So I'm just excited to have him up here in Cincinnati.
I got kids coming home off the bus at 3:00, so I'm going to have Dave actually tag in for me and go do that. Sorry about the awkward transition. Wasn't expecting Chad to have his entire computer crash and reset. So that's where we're at with a nice little subathon going on through the day. But Dave, I appreciate you.
Happy to help. If I look off to the side, it might be an email or something. But glad to be here. Glad to have you on, Evan. I wanted to ask you the transition from quarterback to receiver. Were there any elements from playing quarterback that made the transition easier? Was there anything that made it harder? Perhaps I'm not sure. We talk about the harder parts, but is there anything that helped you, and is there anything that you kind of had to relearn from seeing it and thinking of it as a quarterback to now as a receiver?
I think that the easiest thing for me was kind of just having that knowledge of the offense and kind of being on that same page as a quarterback. I spent a lot of time in that QB room, so watching all the film, knowing all the plays, I think that's one of my strengths, and just being able to kind of just throw me out there and put me in any position, slot, outside, even a little bit of tight end last year. I mean, that really helped me moving to receiver. And then the hardest thing probably was the conditioning, I would say. I mean, I was just so used to three-step dropping back in the pocket and throwing the ball, and then getting mad at the receivers when they didn't look like they were running. But now I understand where they were coming from. So I think the conditioning was definitely kind of just the hardest part for me.
Are there any routes that you felt came easier versus, harder ones when it comes to your footwork and your breaks or the steps? Were you counting steps in your head when you were first doing it to,
Yeah,
try
sure.
and then realizing how slow you were going because
I
you were
probably
having
looked like I was moving in slow motion, but I mean, I was definitely counting the steps. The easiest one was definitely just the go ball, the fade ball. Just tell me to run down the field and I'll make it happen. But I mean, just kind of all the ins and outs and the footwork and technique, all that stuff. I mean, it was definitely more than I expected when I moved to the position. So, I mean, having a lot of guys with experience that have done it all their life, great coaches, and kind of just having everybody in my corner that wanted to help me out. I mean, my older brother played receiver. He played here. And so kind of just asking him what I can do, guys that aren't here anymore, like Will Pauling, Jaden Thompson. I mean, bounce ideas off those guys all the time. So just having a lot of people in my corner, it really helped me out, and just knowing a lot of people with that experience.
So kind of comparing to last year, Evan Prater as a wide receiver, obviously you have the injury thing that kind of threw a wrench into things. But if you could look back to where you were at a knowledge standpoint last year, just the familiarity with the position compared to it now, how would you compare to last year?
I mean, I think I've made great strides. I mean, it was definitely hard. Didn't expect it. It was kind of out of nowhere. But then, because I didn't get any spring ball of it last year either. Yeah. So going into fall camp, it really helped. Just getting those reps. I think reps is the biggest thing. And then going throughout the season, practicing day in and day out. And then, unfortunately, didn't get to practice this spring, which would have been awesome just to get those reps. But I think just kind of having that knowledge for the position, I've made tremendous strides compared to what I was doing last year. So I'm excited.
You said you talked to your brother, Will Pauling, and I actually asked Joe Royer this about like who he watches film of. He said he watches a lot of Travis Kelce in the NFL. So is there a certain guy that you're watching, you're admiring, trying to copy your game to?
I just kind of watch as much as I can. I mean, Garrett, my brother, Garen, he'll always send me kind of clips of like Garrett Wilson or like JSN, guys like that. And I mean, kind of just whatever I can get my hands on to kind of help me. I could take whatever I could get. So kind of just watching whatever I can, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff, kind of my off time definitely helps.
Gotcha.
Do you prefer like a specific spot, like inside power slot, outside? Is there a place on the field that you kind of feel the most comfortable with right now, or are you just good to line
not
up
really.
wherever?
I feel pretty good about wherever they put me. So I mean, that was kind of one of the things that I was doing last year. We had a couple tight ends get hurt, go down, and they threw me in there. I didn't know if I was ready for the trenches like that, but I mean, they were asking me, "You can fact back block?" I said, "I can go out and try for sure." So I mean, just stuff like that.
I will stand in front of someone.
Yeah, I'll get in the way for sure. I'll get in the way.
Hi guys, I'm back.
He's
Sorry.
back. You
Good
got
to see
anything
you.
for Evan?
Hi, Evan.
Hello. How you doing?
I'm good, man. Good to see you. Just take us through how the health is. Where's your body at? Where are you at physically?
Body's feeling really good. Just been rehabbing over break. Came back today. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm starting to run, stuff like that. So kind of just getting back in the groove of things, being back from break. So spent a lot of time here in Cincinnati at the facility over break. So one of those things that I'm just excited to be back and have all the guys back too.
You think you'll be good to go for the summer? Like, how much of the summer program do you think you'll get to be a part of?
I'll be a part of the whole thing. I'll be good. I'm excited. I'll be perfectly fine before we head out to Higher Ground for fall camp. So, I mean, just excited.
Is it frustrating to have had kind of that stop start that you've had?
Yeah, it's definitely been a little frustrating. I mean, not everything's going to go as planned, but I mean, I just know that God's got a great plan for me in place. So I'm not really questioning it. But I mean, it's obviously hard to kind of get in the groove of things. And then next thing you know, you got to deal with this. But I mean, it's a part of football. It's a part of the sport that we love to play. So, I mean, I'm used to it. I'm just grateful to be here and ultimately get back healthy.
Keegan?
So when you kind of go back to when you're trying to make your decision about where you're going to go to school and you think about all that UC would have to offer, how much have they kind of fulfilled those promises that you thought would come as a senior in high school or even as a true freshman?
I mean, Cincinnati is just somewhere that I've always wanted to be. And that was kind of my biggest thing. And it was obviously tough going with the coaching changes and then all that stuff. But I mean, I just love the city. I love the people here. We have great coaches, great people around Linder. I mean, you couldn't really ask for anything better. And just having the support of the city, having my family close by, those were like the biggest things for me. And so just having the opportunity to come here in the first place was a blessing. They were one of my first offers. And kind of after that, they were my second offer. And after I got that offer, I think in the back of my head, I always knew that I was where I was going to end up, but just went along with the process and then ultimately made my decision to stay home and come to UC. And it's been the greatest decision I've made.
Gotcha. Well, Evan, we appreciate it. We
appreciate you guys.
Took in more than your time allotted, so we really appreciate you
It's all
staying
good.
with us.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, there you go, Evan Prater.
All right.
Ohio for the second in a row, Ohio Mr. Football.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thanks, Evan.
There we go. We let's see, what do we have up next? We have John Daniel at 3:30. So we got some time to work on here. Dave, good to see you, buddy. How you been?
I'm doing well. Do I get to make fun of Keegan's mustache now too?
Yeah,
No,
you can. Somebody
go to the bathroom. Haha.
Somebody asked if Evan's hair is Keegan's mustache's big brother. I guess it's break time now.
I wanted to just ask him how long he's been growing it because I can't really tell on the screen. So
I think 3 months. See, here's where he messed up. You don't leave us alone.
3 months.
Like, you got to stay and defend yourself.
I've had 2 full beards in 3 months.
He says he's growing out the full beard now, which
I've had
should
2
be
full
in
beards
by,
in 3 months.
He's growing out. He said he's growing back out the beard, which should be in by higher ground. I think he should be all right. Oh boy.
Oh well, I hope my internet's been choppy because I'm trying to do work and have a bunch of stuff open while also talking to you guys. So hopefully it cooperates.
As long we just need you until Keegan gets back from the bathroom, at least.
Okay.
What they don't want. Here's what they don't want, Dave. I can tell you this right now. Nobody wants this.
Yeah, for
Nobody
sure.
wants my big giant head just taking up the entire screen. Like you got to be self-aware.
No.
I am understanding of that. So,
Yeah, no,
yes,
it's
Wes
been
was
fun.
on.
I've had it on for most of the day while I've tried to work, and and with calls and stuff. But seems like we've had a good steady crowd all afternoon.
Yeah, if you're here and you have not yet, we got about 20 minutes before John Daniel joins us. So if you have not yet, now is a perfect opportunity. Go to www.gobearcats.com/Reigns and sign up. You can start at $5.13. You can go all the way up to I believe 5.13 million in your donation level. And if you're going to donate that much, I would also like to talk to you about sponsorship here on this podcast network. But
we have some tiers that you might be able to slot in.
Here's what I would say. We have been on for 3 hours. If you have been watching, Tiger, come on, buddy. We have been on for 3 hours. If you have been watching for 3 hours, and I know a lot of you have, it's worth the $5.13, like the entry level.
What are you waiting for? You're obviously a fan. You've been on the show or hanging out with us for 3 hours. Do we have are we getting running updates? Do they have real-time membership numbers that we can update?
I'm getting infrequent updates on membership numbers. The last I heard was we were at 127. The goal is 513.
Right.
So,
if we're gonna be a telethon, we got to have like that scrolling across the bottom, like making people feel bad that they are not part of that number yet. And you know,
that is a work in progress. I've requested that, and we're getting there. Keegan is back. I mean,
does
you
the
look like
does the 513th person to join get something special?
I will give the 513th person to join when we get to that point. I will give the 513th person to join a free 1-year membership to Bearcat Journal.
I'm putting that out on Twitter right now.
Okay.
I don't know if there's going to be a way that you find that out.
I mean, they are tracking. Somebody is tracking it.
I'm sure you'll be able to tell, like, you can look at today's log of people that joined and count to 513.
You'll probably be angry at me for that, but whoever is 513, I'll also throw in a 1-year membership to Bearcat Journal, and I'll throw in a car flag from 513 shirts.
Car flag.
What's the number currently?
The last I heard, it's been a little while. The last I heard was we were at 127. So we got a ways to go. And look, this is what we're here for. And like I said, you have at least gotten the value of $5.13 out of the 3 hours so far that we have produced. You have heard from a lot of folks. You've heard from John Cunningham. You've heard from Wes Miller, Luke Kandra, Corey Kiner, Jack Dingle, Evan Prater, Molly Alvey, Jillian Hayes. You have gotten a lot of value so far out of this first 3 hours, and hopefully you will go to www.gobearcats.com/Reigns and get your donation in to help contribute to these student athletes and the Cincinnati NIL collective. And again, huge thanks to Cincy Reigns for partnering with us today. I think this is a big one, Darren. I think you can tell this anytime we do stuff like this. Love listening to so many high character athletes representing UC. Keegan can attest to this in his first year on the job. There are a lot of folks in this athletic program, very intelligent, very easy to talk to, and they make our job pretty easy.
Yeah, and it's definitely their character because they don't have to do that. Like they can just kind of see it as a chore and get it done and give short quotes and not really entertain the media or anything. So it is a lot of high character individuals, and it's something that's kind of rare across college athletics, definitely in this landscape of a lot of egotistical people, a lot of I'm better than you people. So I really appreciate how willing they are to work with the media.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know where Chad went. He asks the question, drops a grenade, and leaves. But
like Wes said,
nailed it.
That was the best moment of my life.
And you thought I was going to have the best zinger on him today.
I know that's going to be hard to top.
All right.
Oh.
Well,
So
Dave, how's
we
work
have-
going today?
Oh, it's going great. I'm trying to do work, and then someone cancels something that I'm trying to work. It's great.
Sounds like a podcast.
It's a fun Monday. Had a couple calls. That's about it. Got all my big work done this morning so that I could help out here. When you guys needed to go to the bathroom or eat some food, I will certainly be able to join more tonight, late this afternoon tonight. But no, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. Enjoyed listening to all the conversations that we've had, and it's just fun that we get to host something like this, and help build awareness to Cincy Reigns, help get these guys and ladies, more NLI money, NL, whatever it is. I always say NIL and NLI backwards, but no, it's been fun. You guys have done a great job. Good commentary, good conversations.
Yeah, appreciate Jack and Corey doing theirs together on the fly. Ran a little bit long with Wes, and then Evan was great. I mean, that was super entertaining and super easy to do.
As he dealt with all of us.
Yes, he ran the gamut.
Well, the problem I have is the puppy when I'm sitting here and nobody else is home. She likes to lay underneath my desk and sleep. And when she stretches her legs out, she kicks the power cord on the back of the computer.
That'll do it.
And it shut the computer down. So
we covered for you.
I
recovered.
That's why we're a team.
Stewie, this is not possible because then we'd lose all copyright to this entire YouTube feed. So that will not be happening, but appreciate the sentiments all the same.
It's really unfortunate that we can't do something like that.
Yeah, really. I did have an update on Ty Gingrich.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Not having a great day. Last I saw, he was +5. Put him in about 8th or 9th in the individual scoring top 5 advance. We'll have 2 more rounds, but not off to a great start. I did think, and I hope Doug can join us later tonight, because I did want to ask him. I didn't find it exceptionally fair that 2 Purdue players who are playing as individuals got to play their home course in the NCAA tournament. I thought that was a little messed up.
I mean, what they're supposed to send them somewhere else? Like it's at their home course, but then they have to travel 600 miles to
Do you
play
get
somebody.
to play at your home arena for the NCAA tournament?
You get to play on your home field for the NCAA football playoff.
Well, that hasn't started
in the first round now.
And they're
But
also no, you shouldn't be able to do that.
I mean, okay.
I just don't think you should.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what the answer then is to send them
Yes,
hundreds
to
of
another
miles
site.
away to another course
Yeah.
while there's a tournament being played at their home course.
Yeah, that's exactly.
They play
what should
NCAA
do.
baseball tournament games at home fields.
Right. I think it's a little different with the intricacies of a golf course versus the dimensions of a baseball field.
Maybe not.
I think if I've played hundreds of rounds on a course and you've never played it, I probably have quite a bit of an advantage.
I think it's. Are they winning?
I don't know. Let me look. I'll see where they're at.
Russ says he has
There we
donated
go,
at least
Russ.
$513 in Cincy Light purchases.
At least.
At least.
Responsibly.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Responsibly.
Oh, anybody got any questions for us?
Oh, wait,
Anything you
never
want
mind.
to?
Everything I just said, scratch that from the record. Null and void.
They're not playing at their home course?
No, they are, but it looks like the team is playing. They're not just the individual.
How
So
far
that
back
makes
do we
more
have?
sense.
How far back do we have to go? Are we going all the way back to +5, so it's no longer
Because they might
+5?
have a
And
high,
now
they
it's
might have a seed or something, and
Okay, we've got
he
John
is plus.
Daniel
He's
is ready.
finished +7.
Okay,
Good.
well then it didn't matter, Dave. All of that knowledge he had of the course was irrelevant.
John
We have
Daniel is ready.
ready.
I know. That's
Ready?
what I said. Strike everything I just said.
okay. We got a guest.
Here we go.
How we doing?
We're good. John, how about you?
Oh, great. Good to see you, Chad.
You too. You're with us until 10, right?
Absolutely. Yep. Taking us home. Gonna land the plane.
I come up with these crazy ideas in my head and they sound great until I look at the clock. We still have 6.5 hours to go, but we're doing good. We're doing good. It's a pleasure, and I'm sure you echo this sentiment. It's a pleasure getting to talk to the student athletes and seeing the type of kids that you guys have in that building representing the university.
Yeah, absolutely. Every day we're in kind of a unique physical space here, just right in the heart of campus, and all of the athletics department and all of our teams in this building in and out every day. And it's really cool to see, the personalities and the diversity and just the, optimism and excitement that comes through the doors every day. It's a special place.
Thank you, Jim Wolf. $51.30 donated. Much appreciated. Is there an option to sign up for automatic monthly donations? I believe there is that option through Cincy Reigns. I think what we're running today is a one-time kind of like a flash sale, I guess, type deal.
Yeah,
It's not the right wording, but it's similar to that. John, you are an expert in what is happening over on campus next to Jefferson Avenue. Give us an update. Give us a little bit of what's happening as the indoor practice facility is continuing to look more and more like a real building.
It is. Yeah, it's very exciting. So we were fortunate enough just last week to get our latest walkthrough tour over there, and hopefully soon we'll be bringing another Hard Hat Wednesday episode out for the fans. But what we've been able to see is, like you said, just been tremendous progress. So the latest update I got as of this morning is that this week the plan is to start pouring the concrete for the third floor roof of the actual Performance Center building. So you can see those large columns and trusses that have been going up, and we're about halfway done with the field, I'd say. From the indoor practice facility portion of it, you can see that steel is really starting to fly, which is really cool. And then the building has come a long way, and the floors are starting to really take shape, and you can start to identify where offices are going to be, where the training room is going to be, where the locker room is going to be. So it's really impressive once you get to walk that space and you see how physically imposing and massive and impactful this building will be. Not just on the corner of our campus, kind of an architectural centerpiece befitting of our campus, but also just kind of a gateway into the athletics varsity village. And then just, the sheer amount of space that it occupies for just football on one side of the building, and then with the all athletic dining facility on the other half as well. So really special and really excited about it.
How hard is it to go through this long process from the very start, just knowing that you're waiting 2-3 years to get to the end part of it, to when it's finally finished?
Sure, it is. It's a challenge, and it takes a lot of great coordination and effort. One of the things that we were talking about today. Was slotted for an hour meeting on furniture, and it went for 2.5. And it's just, I mean, we're down in the nitty gritty, right? Okay, do the office chairs at the conference table have arms, or do they not have arms? And what is the back made of? And then what about this tile on this floor? So luckily, we have some interior designers that really know what they're doing. Those kind of conversations have always been delegated to my better half for my moves around the country. So I'm certainly able to give my opinion, although I'm not sure how much it really counts. But when you go through those, I mean, you don't think of maybe all the levels of decisions that go into the building of that size. But it has been really cool to kind of really start to see it come to life, because for the longest time we're looking at a big hole in the ground, and we're looking at plans, and this is where things are going to be. And now that we can see it start to really physically take shape, then it all of a sudden kind of starts to have more meaning.
Gotcha.
You don't just hire one of those fancy interior decorators to come in and couch is here, chairs there.
We do have one. MSA Sports has provided one, which has been great. So I think, football has a little bit of a veto authority on a couple of things here and there. And okay, maybe the materials in the players' lounge should be a little bit more durable than your typical office lounge, right? And what's the weight limit on those chairs again? So discussions like that are always fun to have.
That's a surprisingly valid question for the University of Cincinnati, since Dante Corleone broke a chair after the Pitt game earlier this year.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. The ones that we saw said 500 pounds. So
okay.
The designers asked if we were good with that, and we said, yeah, I think we're good with that.
Wonder whatever happened to that chair.
When you are going through the process, looking at all the renderings, the indoor field, just how imposing the building looks from the outside, the inside, which specific part of it are you most looking forward to experiencing?
So I think really the functionality and the natural flow that's going to come from the team space is what I'm kind of most excited to see. So I mean, it just kind of progresses on the floor plan. It goes from the equipment room, where all their gear and stuff is going to be housed and organized and clean, and then the pass-throughs into the locker room, obviously, which will be exciting. And we're looking at graphics packages and the locker designs and all that kind of stuff. And then in through a car wash area to get into the hydro, which is always cool to see. I haven't gotten to do one of those unveilings where you put the raincoat on and you get to go through and get sprayed down, and then straight into the training room, and then from the training room straight into the weight room. So I just feel like it creates such a cohesive flow that's going to be used every day by these guys. And so that part, I think I'm really excited to see come to life. Yeah.
Gotcha.
We've heard all about how this indoor practice facility is going to benefit the football team, and in all the ways that they're going to be able to use so much of the facility. But what are some of the other ways that some of the other programs are going to be able to take advantage of the indoor practice facility, and what kind of benefits are those programs going to have from using it?
Sure. So one of the other, obviously football will be able to use it, right? And I think that'll come with a couple of major benefits. One is protection from the weather. And then the other one is we'll actually have a closed facility to practice in, which is a little unique as we know it. Here at UC, we've got open facilities everywhere. So that'll give us a little bit of protection every now and then. We want to put in some new sets and new plays, but from the wandering eyes of the public. But the other pieces for the sports, other than football, it's going to be open for, soccer, lacrosse, baseball. We're looking at having some netting in that facility, potentially dropping down from the ceiling with having cages and kind of giving some immediate use space there for baseball, because as we've seen, right, we're just kind of landlocked and land constricted on where we can build and how much we can. So those are the sports right off the bat. And then even training for tracks and basketballs and others, we'll have they'll be able to utilize the armory, which is now back in use and beautiful, but indoor running and conditioning, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely full use of the spectrum from our programs.
Can you get him a water real quick?
I'm out of my That's Henry's job.
No, I'll be all right.
You got Hanson.
Can we get a water?
John's leaving it all on the field right now. My goodness.
Yeah, came from just got out of a 2-hour campus budget meeting. You're just putting us through the ringer today.
It's like your flu game, John. In terms of just the overall timeline, how is that coming along? How are, I know initially they were talking about maybe the field opening before the performance center. What is I know construction delays and everything that's going on right now make things, the supply chain make things a little more difficult. Where are things at in terms of the current timeline?
Sure. So yeah, from what we've learned is that I guess we're not unique in the world of construction timelines and challenges. And we were told that there's battery factories that are being built in the greater Southern Ohio area that are taking up an enormous amount of contractors and subcontractors work. So things like you never thought that would affect an athletics facility are coming into play. But you're right, Chad. Initially, it was kind of a 2-phase. Okay, the field's going to open, and then the performance center open afterwards. And due to some construction delays and then some financing decisions, they said, hey, we're actually going to be able to knock out some efficiencies if we open this with one bang instead of splitting it into two. Appreciate it. And so right now we've kind of got a late spring of 2025 target date. So maybe, we'd love to get the team in there for spring practice, but as of right now, we're not counting on it. But it could be right after spring practice, construction's done, kind of turned over to us. We can kind of begin that move in next summer. And then, the team will obviously go to higher ground in August of 25. And then really when they come back from higher ground would be the goal to have them move right into that building ready for the 25 season.
Times
Keegan,
like this,
you got lucky. Keegan, you got lucky this year because we were outside at Nippert, but it was a pretty nice spring.
It was
in Cincinnati. We have done those Nippert Stadium spring practices before that were not pleasant. So I remember Tim Adams one year standing in a poncho, like full rain gear, with his notepad out, taking notes, and the notes just smearing like as the rain came down. And we got lucky on that front. Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, it's times like this I kind of wish we had a guy like Brent on the show asking a very long-winded question so John could make sure that he got enough water and got everything back to good, because Brent will go on with a 350-word question, and it's just the way it goes. But I was just kind of curious, John, what it's like to be part of the Johns, to work with John Cunningham and as intricately as you do, and what that working relationship is like with John and what you've learned from him.
Yeah, it's been awesome. So it's not a coincidence that I go by JD around the office, just because once you have more than one John, right? It's like, okay, John is the John, and then JD for me. So I think, John Cunningham is really the reason that I'm here at Cincinnati. I had gotten to know him years ago. At the time I was at TCU, which was a former stop of his, and he was at Minnesota at the time. And when he got this job, we had stayed in touch, and then the opportunity came open here, and we just reconnected with him and had to sell the wife, right, and the family of, hey, I know we just got back to Baton Rouge and our family's here and our friends are here, but gosh, I really like this guy and I really want to work for him. And I called my wife after I went down to dinner with John when he had flown down with the team for the Tulane game in the 2021 season. And I said, I really, really like him. And she said, I knew you were going to say that. And so, but he's just been awesome as a mentor and a leader of our department. And I feel like I've learned a lot just from him being on the day-to-day thing. He says, and I think a lot of this is true, that 90% of what he deals with is human resources. And it doesn't mean that it's all paperwork and, evaluations, although a big part of it, right? But just making sure that you have the right people in the right spots to be set up to be successful for the team. And that he's big on soft skills and he's big on feedback. And I think those are things that he really excels at, and pulls me in and does a great job of, hey, look, we're not trying to hide the ball from anybody. We gave a departmental presentation to our all staff a couple of weeks ago, and I just laid out the finances and all the projections for the next few years and kind of laid it out there, and I got a lot of great feedback that, wow, we've never heard this before. It's always been just what our budget is, right? And so I think we kind of followed John's lead in that way of, hey, let's be honest and open and share the information, and if we have updates, we'll give you updates, but we're not trying to hide anything from you. And so working for him has been great, and he knows that my long-term goal is to be an athletic director, and I'm really fortunate that he's doing everything he can to help prepare me for that opportunity one day. So can't have enough good things to say about working for John.
So you are the one good thing to come out of a decade worth of road trips to Tulane.
That's pretty good.
Dave, you got anything?
We should have did this at the outset, but kind of explain to the fans that are watching, what is your title and then what are your main responsibilities?
Sure. So yeah, absolutely. So Deputy Athletics Director and Athletics Department CFO, and then I serve as our football sport administrator. So basically what that means is I oversee our business office, so all the budget, all the accounts receivable and payables, and also human resources, so all of our personnel matters across the whole department, our travel. So we manage 2 travel agents that serve the needs for all of our teams for recruiting and team travel. And then really football's kind of my other area of oversight, which works out well because they're obviously a major revenue source for our budget, which ties in directly to my CFO role. And then they can be expensive sometimes too. So it's good to kind of have both sides of the coin there of overseeing the finances and then also having our highest volume sport in that way. So directly report to John as well as our campus CFO, Pat Kowalski. So we're very, very tied at the hip with our campus on the financial things, which has been great. Just the institutional support for finances is, I feel like, a big part of my role. And that John had, whenever he talked to me about this position, he said, hey, the University of Cincinnati is our biggest donor and will continue to be until the Big 12 full share comes in. And we really need to maintain that relationship. And so I feel like that's kind of another big piece of what I do is trying to get across the aisle, if you will, to campus and build those and keep those bridges that have been built from the past. So never a dull moment for sure.
Never a dull moment. Kind of going back to the IPF, how collaborative are you with Coach Satterfield, maybe even Aaron Hemler, Bob Mangine, Michael Rayfeld, and just what their vision is for it, since they are going to be the people that are in there basically every day?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a big part of it. We have meetings where we'll get the end users in the room. So Nico in the weight room, Aaron in the training room, Greg Bruner, and we just hired JD Jordan in the equipment room. And then, Coach Satterfield, Luke Mullet, Brad Wicke, coaches' offices, team rooms, that kind of thing. And so we kind of have to have a little bit of a dual approach where, we know we're building it for the University of Cincinnati athletics program and for football, but we know we know who the occupants are going to be, right? But we don't want to necessarily build an entire building based off of one or two people's taste of how they would do things. So it's a little bit of a balance of, okay, what are things that we can change, right? Like we feel fairly confident that we don't want to change the furniture for 5 years, right? So okay, you can have more impact on what maybe the look of the feel is on the furniture, but maybe not as much the grand atrium's floor, right? Because we hope to never change that. So but definitely has been a good process of getting across pollination, if you will, of feedback. I
wanted to ask John, along those same lines, is we've seen the public and all the renderings and everything, but from like a truly like inside perspective, what amenities or what elements do you think the athletes will be most excited about once everything's actually real to them? I mean, of course, locker room, weight room, stuff like that. But are there any things that maybe don't require a full-on rendering for us to see, but that you guys are working on that is specifically for the athletes that will kind of be like, oh, I went on a visit to UC and they had this. I mean, I know we're probably not talking waterfalls and putt-putt courses, but stuff along those lines that are really, truly catered to the athletes.
Yeah, sure. So I feel like there's some really good things in there, primarily around the student athlete health and wellness and rehabilitation space. So we know that rehab has been kind of the latest trend across the Power Five. Of previously, it was, hey, you've got a football ops building, right? We know you're going to have a big team room, and we know you're going to have film rooms, and we know you're going to have a training room. But what about recovery, rest and recovery and treatment, and kind of all the latest and greatest in those areas, and not having to go outside to do that? So we're going to have X-ray, we're going to have a cryo chamber, we're going to have float beds, we're going to have a float tank, we're going to have a steam room, a sauna, 4 hydro pools, mental health space. So I just feel like it's kind of really going to be this cool, 360-degree wellness opportunities there for football and others to use as well, primarily football, right? But obviously they're not going to be afraid to share if needed. And we feel like we're kind of backfill with some upgrades here in the Lindner Center. But I think when you go in that building, it'll be very clear that this is a one-stop shop, and you're going to have everything you need to be successful here at Cincinnati.
I know, if you go on the IPF's website and everything, there are opportunities for donations, for naming rights and things of that nature, all the way down to basically almost every room that's potentially in that facility. How is that? I mean, I don't know how tied into that campaign you are, but from how is that going from reaching out to donors and getting the dollars that are so crucial for those things, and how is the Bearcat Journal Media podcast studio coming along as well?
So we do have a media area in there, a photo shoot space, kind of a creative suite. So that we'd love to get you all in there for sure. So I think I am pretty tied in on the finance side, right? Because we've got an obligation to campus to meet a fundraising goal, and we've got opportunities maybe to fund some things once the building's open if needed. But we'd love to get it all for day one, and I'd say we're well on our way to meeting that goal. I think now that things are really starting to take shape physically, and we can start to actually walk people in the space, the things we already talked about, just the enormity of it and the impact that you're going to be able to see when you're actually on site is helping us. I think we've got potentially some good news coming that'll push us very, very close to our final goal, which will be tremendous. But our UCATS team and that website has been a big help for us. And but yeah, we're still there, still could use some help, either for anybody that's open for giving us support the facility, and or Cincy Reigns here on 513 Day. We certainly appreciate it.
I think there was a janitor's closet that I had my eye on for Bearcat Journal sponsorship. The Bearcat Journal janitor's closet.
Maybe where like they keep all the trash compactors for the rumpy trucks to pull up. We can maybe sponsor that area.
We've got some mechanical rooms with
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like slap just the BCJ logo right there, right on top of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do some guerrilla marketing when they take the media through there. We'll just randomly slap BCJ stickers all over the place and see how many they can find.
Dave, if we do that, John is going to send me a bill.
It's true, but he's not sending me the bill.
He said he had an ace in the hole that's going to get him over the hump. You just beat him to the punch.
Yeah.
That was I
didn't know it was me. As the financial guy, I guess it needs to be asked when things like revenue sharing with athletes are talked about. Are you guys maybe in an interesting position where that you don't have that money yet? So now when you look forward to budgeting that money, you are not subtracting or taking away from where your budget kind of already was placed and located, and now you can say, like, as we are onboarding this money in 2025, when you become a full share member, you can do so with the knowledge that, we're going to probably have to set this aside.
Yeah, it's a great point, Chad, that we're in a little bit of a unique position because of the Big 12 revenue distribution plan that we're on as a half share in the current year and a half share for next year before going to a full share in 25-26. So, and the math, frankly, kind of starts to line up where, this increase that we're going to see as we go from half to full is essentially in the ballpark of what we're potentially talking about with these revenue share distributions. So now the original plan, as you might imagine, right, was, hey, the university has made these tremendous investments in athletics and positioned us to get in the Big 12. And at some point there would be a return on that investment, and that would come through the distributions of the much higher TV revenues that the Big 12 has compared to others. That, the work to get out of the American and all these other expenses that were incurred would a little bit be recouped by those on the back end by the university. And I think that's going to be kind of an ongoing discussion as the landscape shifts under our feet. But on a high level, you're right, there is that opportunity where at least we're not in a point of, hey, how would we come up with, $15 to $25 million immediately that other schools are going to have to start from zero and not have that, where at least we know, hey, that money is coming our way. Now let's see how we want to manage it and the level of institutional support that we've gotten in the past, and what are the expectations there, and what's the best use of that new Big 12 revenue that comes in. But it's getting to almost daily types of discussions with regard to that, and it'll be fascinating to see kind of where it all lands.
I imagine there's nothing less fun as a CFO type that is told, hey, by the way, next year you need to trim $22 million out of what we're already spending. I would guess that doesn't go over well.
Right.
And
yeah. Not an
you
enviable.
don't have that money yet.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Goodness
God, Aaron.
gracious.
I mean, it's a wild new world.
It is that we do one of those shows, it feels like right now, about once a week, where we talk about the NIL and all of that, or whatever other changes are going on with the NCAA, and it's a mess.
I was just also going to add to that, how important is this is a Cincy Reigns. If you look behind you, Cincy Reigns is there. Cincy Reigns is labeled here. This is a benefit or a telethon or a subathon or whatever you want to call it to bring awareness and bring members into the fold for Cincy Reigns. How important is this on the financial side to continue to keep things relevant as the landscape is changing?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And I saw somebody posted a question just to clarify about the revenue distribution. So Bearcats and UCF and Houston and BYU, right? We all joined at the same time. We were on a half share for a couple of years. The year we're in now and next year, the Pac-12 4 corner schools that came in for next year are going to be on a full share next year in their first year. So different agreements were made at different times, right? And that's just kind of the way things unfolded, and still obviously a tremendous deal on the finance side for the Bearcats to be stepping up that quickly. When I was at TCU, they were on a 5-year ramp up at plan to full share over their time in Big 12 entrance. So just to clarify that, but yeah, I mean, Cincy Reigns has done a tremendous job of continuing to allow us to be competitive in the ever-changing market, as we've seen, right? I mean, it's just daily Twitter updates on what the transfer portal has brung, what the market has set for all of our sports in terms of student athletes that can earn their NIL money. And we're really fortunate to have a partner in Cincy Reigns and Ken Tracy and Brian Fox and that entire team that has established a great rapport with our donors, a great rapport with our coaches and our student athletes to really demonstrate that they bring value to the table other than just, yeah, of course they need financial support, and 513 Day is a perfect example of a time to drive that. But they do provide more than just financial support. You know, they really invest in our student athletes and try to equip them with the knowledge and resources and business connections to position them to be successful moving forward and to make Cincinnati an attractive place to be a student athlete. So they've been tremendous for us, and we look to have that continue regardless of what the landscape brings moving forward.
And here's an interesting question. Do the shares stay the same, or will they be smaller with the addition of the 4 new schools in terms of you know, what you agreed on?
So I think overall, I guess you could say they got a little bit smaller for everybody, just because there was some additional money that came in from the television partners. It wasn't 100% dollar for dollar to keep everybody 100% whole, but it was very close. So minimal reduction there.
Keegan, you got anything else?
I'm all good. He's given us a ton.
Yes, that's I was very excited when I saw your name pop up on the list that we were going to get to talk to you about a lot of good stuff that maybe we don't get into as often as we should, but your world is a critical one, and we are very lucky to have you on board. And like I said, the best thing that came out of a trip to Tulane in a decade.
Well, I appreciate that and everything y'all do for us here at Bearcat Journal. It's great to have a following and a voice for our fans, and the access that you give is awesome. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. And I wanted to get my joke in that I was thinking about earlier, and that was that I still don't believe Rutgers is getting a full share in the Big Ten, and they've been there for a decade.
For sure. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John. Appreciate
Thanks,
you. All right, there we go. John Daniel, look, that might be the most informative segment we've had here in a long time.
Yeah.
You know, really getting to dig into some of the stuff that, you know, it's you have to have somebody that is very talented in that world to be able to keep things kind of spinning and moving and all the plates going in different directions. And he has done a fantastic job of that since joining the staff. And everybody wants to talk about the big picture on the finances, but if you really want the nuts and bolts, you've got to break it down into the smaller stuff to have a better understanding of how the big stuff works. So
yeah,
really excited for John to join us.
I'm just glad you guys didn't let him die over there. I thought he was
a little bit
gonna.
He
thought he was going to check out on us. And
Henry heard the first cough, and he sprinted to get a bottle of water. It was a commendable effort.
We probably gave him an unfair hard time about the bottle of water, but
I'll tell you what. I'm gonna go to the vending machine and get some food because I don't want to interrupt the chemistry that you guys have that I'm never a part of. So I'll let you talk to this guy for the next 20-25 minutes.
Hey, Bison!
Are you kidding me? Are you really checking out of here?
Yeah, dude, I'm hungry. I gotta get some.
Unreal.
I just don't think he wants to talk to you, Nico.
Oh my God.
What's up, brother?
How many hours at this point? Tell me it's been like 14 hours straight.
No, we're right at 4. We're right at 4. We got 6 more to go. Dave is back. Dave was this when I told him you were coming on. Dave was like, he's always on Monday. I never get to talk to Nico.
No.
So Dave was very excited about getting the chance to speak with you today. And I wouldn't be surprised if within the next 7 minutes we see Brent Young pop back in here as well.
7?
Well, he was supposed to be here at 4. So in Brent's mind, Nico's not joining us for another 7 minutes. But there's no chance.
He just texted.
Yeah, man.
Nice. What? Well, I better get in some questions because Brett will have this, that, and the other to discuss once he gets on here with Nico.
He said he's still got 20 minutes, so you're good. He didn't expect Coach so early.
I
Dave,
did,
he's yours.
You, man.
I'll be back in like 3 minutes. Kelsey just got home from school, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
You guys
Well,
have at it.
I wanted to ask you something about the Strong Shall Reign documentary that you guys were part of. That especially the last episode, I'm a junkie for all of this type of stuff. I've never seen something like this that was so honest and allowed you guys to be that direct and open. Usually these pieces are like puff pieces and they only talk about how great everybody's doing and how this is the fastest, strongest team we've ever had. And what was it like being that truthful about last year and where this team has come in, the off season, so to speak, and you being kind of the leader of all that and feeling comfortable with talking like that, knowing that your guys were going to see it and people like us were going to see it?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dave. Thank you for asking that. I think one is I'm a pretty private person. Being that, I guess, exposed, I don't want to say exposed, I guess that transparent to outside people didn't naturally probably come very easy to me. I ended up, a lot of it was just trust. A lot of it was just trust with our creative media team. I knew they had a story to tell, and I knew what the winner was going to be, and so I agreed to do it. But also, I think we all needed to go through a healing process after last year. I think last year it didn't meet people's expectations. It definitely didn't meet our program's expectations. It didn't meet the players, the coaches, the fan base, and that's what makes Cincinnati so great. So I think us really kind of starting over and telling that story of this is what we need to do, this is what we need to accomplish. I'm also very authentic in who I am. I'm not good at not being authentic. And so I warned everybody. I said, listen, guys, like if you want to have the exposure and really be behind the scenes the way you're telling me, like I can't not be who I am. Like I have a team we need to coach. Like I'm not going to play around to the media's, I'm not gonna not be authentic, and I'm not gonna get the best out of the team. Like I'm gonna do it Full Metal Jacket. And they were like, this is exactly what we want. So for me, that alleviated a lot of pressure because I don't really want to do anything other than just be authentic and coach really, really hard. And so in that regard, I felt very comfortable doing it. And then I also felt very comfortable with the media team's presentation of it and what their intent was and the story they wanted to tell. And then we just swung for it. And I'm really, really glad the way it turned out. I trusted those guys, and they did a great job telling our story and telling it authentically. And I'm really, really glad the fan base got to see really the work these guys put in, the sacrifices they make, the stories behind, the jerseys. I was really, really happy that that story was told.
So you specifically and Coach Satterfield weren't shy in saying that this offseason was going to be extremely hard. And I'm sure last offseason in your minds was extremely hard as well. Where do you think that change happened from what you guys did last year to what you decided to do this offseason, and where the players clearly, I mean, from an outside perspective, clearly seem to be as bought in as you probably could have hoped for, and then maybe they weren't necessarily, could be a lot of different reasons, and you don't need to single anything out, but like, where did you take your training and to make it so that we really need to find out exactly what we have and got the results that you, I assume, really wanted?
Another great question. I think hard work's not enough. Like, and I've told this multiple times. Like, hard work only gives you a chance. It's the belief in that hard work that yields results. And I think last year we came in and we worked really hard. If you ask any of the players, like, we had a really hard winter and a really, really hard summer. We trained really hard. We took pride in our work ethic, and we took pride in the way we approached training. And we didn't obviously get the results we wanted. But I think the difference with this winter is One is the players we drew a metaphorical line in the sand, and we said, this is what our expectations are. And it's going to be really hard, but you have to believe, A, that this work is worth it, and then B, that this work is going to yield the results that we want to get to. And I think that was a different approach. I think we had players that willingly sacrificed and willingly suffered in the hopes and in the aspirations that those that made it, hence the strong shall reign, those that made it, the strong, we're going to be better for the work, and we're going to be tighter together, and we're going to be connected together, and we're going to have a brotherhood through the process of that suffering. And I think that was the difference in the approach. Was it wasn't just something we did. It was a belief that that work is going to yield the results that we hope for, and that's going to bring us tighter. It's going to make us a unified team. So I think that was the difference. It wasn't just the work; it was the belief in that work. And today was our first day back. We trained today, and we're still transitioning back into it. And but it was a really, really promising start. So it's exciting.
What did based on that? What did you maybe learn about a specific guy year over year, or the team as a whole, that gives you confidence that the stuff that we preached and that we trained on, they got it, will have a lasting effect, and can truly impact us in the season? Were there new leaders that emerged? Did guys take huge steps from one year to the other that maybe you thought this might be hard for, and they kind of blew you out of the water, in the sense of like they didn't just meet the expectation, they stepped over that line that you were talking about?
Yeah, there's so many examples. I mean, Jordan Young got highlighted, and he deserves that, being highlighted, because he had probably the biggest transformation of anybody. There's so many different individuals that kind of also embody that theme. The one thing that I would think from a generalized team standpoint was we have a saying, our best players, our most talented players have to be our hardest workers and our best leaders. They have to be, or else you have no shot. You have no chance. And I think this team, our best players, our most talented players, work at a rate that pushes everybody else. And I think that has to happen organically. Like, you can push and drive and yell and scream, and you can do all those different things. But if your best players don't believe it, and your best players like to cut corners, and your best players, change the work ethic that they have when people aren't looking, that's not going to win you games. And our best players are our best leaders. Our best players work at a relentless rate. Our best players train with abandon, man. They gut after it. And so you have that at your top. It's pushing everybody, and it's leading. And it's exciting, and it takes time, man. It takes time. And the exciting thing about today, we trained today, man. It's ironic that it's 5-1-3 day, but we trained today. Today was our first day back. They had 3 weeks off, and our guys came back, and it literally felt like February, from the intensity standpoint, from our rep integrity standpoint, from our urgency standpoint, from our brotherhood as far as coaching each other up and being a great teammate. Like, that picked up right away. Guys were excited to be around each other. Guys wanted to be around each other. Guys wanted to have that camaraderie, wanted to talk. They're connected, and it's a really exciting thing.
Now you started today, summer program, gearing up for higher ground. Does that differ from the winter program? Are you working different things? How does that look from now until, say, you get ready for the actual, truly get ready for the upcoming season?
There's 3 phases of the summer. The summer's a long time. The summer's the biggest block of time that you have from a developmental standpoint. So the first is May. We call that phase 1. It's just basic. It's called buds training, our Bearcats under development training. So really what you're doing is you're just rebiting on your culture standpoint. So you're resetting your standard. You're just training in that regard of you're rebiting on your culture, and you're creating accountability. So just from a cultural standpoint, hey, we're back. We're training to our standard. We're training with urgency. This is how we work. This is what we take pride in. And we're going to reestablish that culture. With a group of guys like this, it's a very easy process. The second thing is we are establishing kind of our preseason program. And so, I talked a lot about kind of the format that we had in the winter. We're going to keep a lot of that format because it was successful, but we got to tweak it. We got to keep it engaging. We repicked leaders. we call them crew captains. We're going to have new captains, new drafts. We're going to create different type of accountability structures, different win or losing structures, different type of competitions. So that whole kind of format is going to be established in the month of May. And really, what are you trying to do? You're trying to coach and motivate and inspire an 18 to 23-year-old athlete and make it as competitive, engaging, and hopefully as unifying as possible from a whole culture standpoint, from a whole program standpoint, and create alignment from top down. And that's what the whole point, that's what the whole structuring of our summer is about. And so we really established that in May. When we come to June, we're going to call that Juggernaut June. And the thought there is June's the hardest month of training there is. That in February. June's just a gauntlet. You have 3 team runs a week. You have freaking an additional 2 runs on top of it. So you're literally running every single day or doing some type of metabolic training. You're really preparing for the demands of camp. And June is a cultural standpoint. It's competitive. It's gross. It's nasty. It's hard. It has to be hard because football is hard and you're going to hit adversity. And we try to make it as demanding as possible. Over the 4th, you get a break. So you get a week break. And then when we come back, it's really 3 weeks before fall camp starts. And so that's really a tune-up month. You're getting the guys prepared. You're going to use that first week to kind of get the guys back after that week off. And then you really have 2 more weeks of sharpening, preparing. And throughout the whole June and July, you're transitioning to the demands of football. And so really strength and conditioning gets a lot of May and June. And then in the back end of June, you start allowing more and more football. And then really July it's ball, man. July's here. And so we get after it. So that's kind of the progression of the summer. It's a little bit longer and it's more sports specific because the demands of the season are right around the corner.
It's got to feel good though when you have guys like Corey Kiner and Jack Dingle come on with us and they're talking about how hard the offseason workout has been, how just testing it's been for them, how Corey said he hasn't even taken a break. He didn't take a spring break. He hasn't really taken a summer break or anything. He's just grinding, knowing that he wants to be better. So I feel like that's all just a hat tip to you and what you've put them through.
Well, thanks, Aaron, man. It's good to see you too, dude. I miss you.
Good to see you.
Honestly, yeah, I think that's the probably the biggest compliment is that our players take a lot of pride in the work that we have. You know, when we have portal visits, I say, have you talked to the players? They ask about how we train and what's this, what's that. I go, have you talked to the players? Like, listen, man, like this place is really, really hard. We take a ton of pride in our training. Like we embrace hardship. That's who we are as a program. That's who we are as a city. That's who we are as a university. So like, I'm not going to lie to you and blow smoke up your skirt and tell you it's not hard. Like that's who we are. That's who we have to be. And talk to our players. Like you're going to be developed. You're going to be maximized. You're going to embrace training and that's part of our culture. That's our DNA. And we want to be around football players that want to do that. And I love being around this current team because that's who we are. We're kind of an old school mentality team with a lot of leadership and a lot of guys that want to work. And there's not a lot of BS, man. Like the defining moment for me in the winter was we had a player that complained, and we called it a BCD, a blame, complain, defend. And so if you BCD'd, you got a BCD, which you lost points. And so we're in a team setting. It's kind of an accountability, attention to detail type drill. You know, we're clapping. A kid makes a mistake. He goes to make a complaint or a blame, and the entire team, I kid you, the entire team turns and they all start yelling at him. And I didn't have to do anything. I just sat there smiling because that's when it becomes alive, and that's what I think we've captured, and that's what we're working towards. And it's a huge test of a summer. I'm not going to say like you don't win, an award for having a really good, winner. Like who cares? Like we're trying to win games here, and so that just gives you a shot. And just like we talked about, like working hard doesn't promise anything. It doesn't. I remind our guys that every day. Like it gives us a shot, but what we're trying to work for this summer is everyone talks about giving you behind the scenes. This is coming out Thursday, so it's a little behind the scenes, but everyone talks about, what they want to accomplish. We want to be Big 12 champions. We want to, play in Dallas. We want to do all these different things. Well, great, cool. Congratulations. High five. It doesn't matter. It's how you get there. And it's what are you willing to do on a day-to-day basis that gets you there. And so that's really what our summer is about. It's the how, it's the day-to-day things. It's those, maybe the 3 to 5 things that we as a program have to do to give ourselves the best chance to have success and to reach our goals.
We had John Daniel on before you. We talked a lot about the new indoor and everything. From your guys' standpoint, what are the elements of it that you're most excited about, from whether it's weight training, rehabilitation, all those things that, the upgrades that you guys probably get asked, like, if you could get everything you wanted, what would you want? And, where has training kind of gone over these last couple of years that having that new space and I'm going to assume larger space is allowing you to kind of pick out some new toys that you're hoping to be able to use?
Yeah, it's a great question too. I couldn't have asked to be a Bearcat at a better time, man. Literally, I came in on my interview and they were asking me about the new facility. I'm going, what? Like, if you had to design a new facility, what would you do? I'm like, I do this, and this. Like, great. They bring out the layout and they're like, we'll talk. I'm like, holy cow, like, what an incredible opportunity.
How much time do you have? You're like, this is going to take a while.
You know what's funny? I don't know if JD mentioned this. So JD goes JD's the best, by the way, and they're so supportive of the strength and conditioning department. It's unbelievable. Like, sports performance is growing like a weed here, and I think that's the future. To answer your question, Dave, like, that's the future. Like, it's all about performance, and we can get in the nitty gritty, as nitty gritty as you want. But I think the coolest thing was JD asked, like, his last spring break, he asked, do you have like an itemized list of equipment that you'd want in the dream scenario for the new facility? And I've literally been holding on to this since 2016. So I'm like, do I? Let me tell you, dude. And so I pull out a list for like a ridiculous wish list, like $2.5 million worth of stuff, like right there, itemized, quantity, supplier, distributor, all that stuff. And he like emailed me back, like shaking his head, like I probably shouldn't have asked that question. But that's the type of administrators we have, man. They're incredibly supportive. But no, I think the new facility is going to give us everything we want. Yeah, baby, a lot of energy right now. A lot of energy right now.
Hey, keep going. Now,
I'm all caffeinated though. You guys got me at a good time. Like 4:11 energy, you just hit me. Anyway, I digress. I think what the new facility does the best at is it gives us on-field access right there. So if you guys have seen the layout, the weight room is going to be connected to the indoor, and it's going to have garage doors right when you walk in. So if I'm a recruit, I'm walking in and I have the weight room to my right, I have the indoor to my left. And for us, that gives us an incredible amount of freedom from a training standpoint, because really, I mean, just with how dynamic college football is and the type of offenses we have, we got to prepare our wideouts to run 8,000 yards in a practice. We got to. It's just the way it is, because of scheme. And so if you're not running, you're not going to reach 8,000 yards in a running session, but you still have to prepare them for those demands. And so the only way you can do that is through running frequency, and to have that field, the indoor, as close as we have, to be able to do plyometrics, to start our workouts out there in activation, plyometric training, jumps, throws, sprinting, acceleration, resistive running, sprints, top speed, velocity work, all that stuff. And then boom, go in and train, and then come right back out and do, a metabolic finisher or any type of cultural competitive things. Just gives us so much freedom as a staff to really program. So I'm excited. Obviously.
I just picture you with this list. You have like cut pictures out of a magazine and glue stick them onto this list. You got stuff written in pen and crayon and whatever.
I'm like that little girl that's planning her wedding one day, and like, here I am, like, oh, my dream weight room. And I got my interview. I'm like, come on now. I'm that 12-year-old, man. I'm all jacked up.
Macaroni, all sorts of stuff attached.
They're a sponsor. Before Brent gets going, they're a sponsor. I got to ask, what are your opinion of the old school original Grippo's barbecue potato chips?
I love Grippo's. I'm a chips guy, and if you throw Grippo's at me, it's going by whatever the flavor is. So 2 thumbs way up.
That's what I just downed a bag of chips to kind of refuel the energy. We're at hour 4. I feel like I needed a little pick-me-up, so that's what I was doing. While Dave was asking, apparently Dave asked questions better than all of us, because Dave that's a great question, I think, on every one that he asked.
Oh, wow. Go back and rewatch anything with Nico. We do get that from time to time. I wrote about it in my journal so I could look back at it and smile later on when I got one of those. So.
It's usually like, wow, Royer, my man, really good question.
I got to meet Royer in person at the golf outing, and that was an
you were saying
experience. Oh yeah, we were in the buffet line, and that was enlightening. I was jacked up. What a good dude.
Hey, what's up, man? Well, Chad left. I was about to say Bearcat Bounce podcast back at it again, but now I got Dave. So
that's right.
Look, I'm here, but Aaron gets very uncomfortable with this 5-camera setup. So I don't want to trigger him.
He knows.
Here. If I got a question, I'll jump in. I'm right here.
This looks like an NBA starting five, though. You know?
I have a fun one for Nico. Are there any coaches that could make it through one of your workouts? And if so, who do you think would have the best chance?
No. And none. I couldn't make it through our workouts. Sometimes.
What do you mean? I saw a picture of you rocking that 46 jersey today on Twitter. Looking mean with the Shamrocks. So you couldn't handle one?
No. I mean, these are like sometimes. I mean, not every workout, but a lot of the workouts from a running standpoint to a lifting, and then we go out and we do metabolics and finishers. And our guys have an incredibly high pain tolerance and work capacity, and they get after it. We take a lot of pride in that. And there'll be some days where I'll look at the coaches and I'll be wiped out, man. Like we'll because you have 3 to 4 groups and you're training nonstop from 6:30 a.m. till 12:30. And we lift as a staff, we lift in the morning. So we'll train before the guys get here. And there'll be times where I'm wiped out, and then I'll look and I'll see the guys, what they went through, and I go, dude, I don't know if I could do that. Like, that's an impressive amount of work that they went through. So no, I don't know. I don't know. I know from a football coaching standpoint, no shot, 0 shot.
Walt doesn't have it in him anymore.
No chance. I've seen the workouts he does, and I'll confront him from the front on. No chance. Cardwell's nuts. Nick Cardwell's nuts, but no shot.
All those dudes are just trying to maintain. Once you get to that age, you're just trying to maintain.
That's the thing, right? Like you're just trying to get out of bed and get on a treadmill, and hopefully like you do something in the process. Whereas our guys are training. You know who I'm gonna give a shout out to just on heart? Aaron Himmler, freaking athletic trainer. I don't know if I've ever seen him train, but he's got the heart of a Bearcat. He could probably do it. Mr. Cincinnati. He could probably get some work done. He's a tough dude.
We need to get Royer in there and see if he could still do it.
He'll tell you
he's washed.
He's washed. That quick, just done that fast.
Dude, I laugh when Royer talks about his dad bod. I'm like, what are you talking about, man?
I think I have a pretty good idea of what one of those looks like.
Right, I'm like dad bod. Like, I'm not even a dad, but like I like to consider myself a dad bod. But if he thinks he's got a dad bod, then what the hell do I have? But who knows? But no. So Coach Nico, how are we, man? What's going on? How's it been? You guys are back. You're working out. You're in the gym, baby. Who's made a transformation on themselves, by themselves over the break that has kind of surprised you the most now that they're back in the weight room?
It's premature. It's only one day back.
Right.
Who's done an admirable job. We had a lot of guys stay in Overtown, stay in and train. We had a lot of high attendance. You know who I'm going to give a shout out to? And this does not happen often. I'm going to give a shout out to Eric Phillips.
Okay.
Eric Phillips is allergic to hard work. He hates it. And I tell it to his face. But he's done a really good job of staying. I mean, he's a local guy, but he stayed in shape. He actually trained over break. He made appearances. He worked in the film room. He's done an admirable job. I'm really, really proud of that dude. And there's a lot of guys that, showed like they worked over. Xavier Henderson came back at 202, looking good, higher work capacity. Corey Kiner looks great. A lot of guys to name. The one thing I will comment on, which was the most exciting thing, is, you know, guys coming back, they know what they're in for. They know there's no mystery at this point. They know what they're in for. And there was a real excitement in the air. There was a buzz, and guys were really excited to see one another, which shows the camaraderie that we have and the connection that we have. And they were actually excited to see us as a coaching staff, which was really exciting because you never know. You know, yeah, and they're like, but no, there's a lot of hugs and a lot of shit talk or crap talk, whatever you want to say. But it was really cool. It was really, really cool to be around the guys, and it was felt good. I got goosebumps when we kind of brought everyone together, and I said, this feels right. It feels exciting, and we got after it today. It was a good day.
So no real drop off in the culture that you've established thus far in the off season to coming back from break and kind of maintaining that.
No, and props to them. You know, you always feel like you're always fearful of bad habits, and we actually had a week of training after spring break. So we had a week of training, or excuse me, after spring ball. And we kind of did we call it our evaluation week, and we did some physical testings, just kind of baseline testing to see where we're at to prepare us for the summer. And you know, when you're in spring ball and when you're in season, training doesn't take a backseat per se, but it's, you know, it's a way to kind of make sure that you're preparing them to do what they're called to do, which is play football. So you kind of have that support role. When we went into that evaluation week, it was really exciting to see because guys didn't skip a beat. Like it was like boom, boom, right back to training, and guys really approached that with a lot of intensity, and that was a great week. So that was really encouraging for me. And then we took 3 weeks off, and then we're back, and we just picked up right where we left off. It literally felt like February. The guys were just training, and you know, music was still, you know, usually when you come back, you kind of turn the music a little bit lower and you rebite on technique, and we did that, but music was rocking, and guys were coaching each other up, and guys were crap talking, and it was really, really good to see. It was really, really good to see.
When I was zooming back to get back on this, because you know I had your time slotted as like a must return at this time. I canceled a couple of meetings in the 4 o'clock window. Just I said Nico needs me on the
sorry, I got canceled.
Yeah, exactly. So on the way back though, I heard you give some more shouts to Jordan Young, and I just thought I want to just give you some props. I thought that was an amazing part of the Strong Shot Reign. Was what you said was so real, so authentic. Just how you were saying, this guy, I didn't like this guy. This guy absolutely didn't like this guy. Like that's real. That is just raw. And so I just want to give you some props for that. But next, I don't know if they've asked yet, but Juwan got drafted, and what was it? 42 unofficial on 225 bench, right? And I know I haven't done much strength training in my past, but the whole bench press is from the past that I've been told isn't everyone's favorite, lift out there. But who on the team right now could challenge Juwan with
nobody?
Maybe getting close to that 42U?
I don't know. Well, first off, just to go back to the Jordan Young thing, I respect and appreciate Jordan's humility and his willingness to be coached, and the relationship that we've built, because you can't say that to everybody, and you can't be as transparent and honest to everybody as I was able to be with him. And I respect him so much, and I appreciate the relationship we have. So really, really proud of his development and excited for him. But as far as bench press, which is a great topic as well, yes, Juwan's freakishly strong. We know that, and I don't think I can take any credit for that. I think someone texted me like, "Way to go!" I'm like, "Way to go!" Like, like that's blessed by God, man. That's God given right there. He's gonna put a bar in his hand. That would happen inevitably. As far as 225 competitors, you got Dante, who's as freaky as anyone I've ever been around. Dante's I don't know if Dante has the endurance to do 42 reps, because I don't think many people on the planet have that endurance. Luke Kendra's up there. He's a great bench presser as well. Those are two guys you got to put governors on, because they'll just keep benching out of the world. You just got to make sure they're incredibly strong. Who else? Dingle's very strong. Dingle's getting up there.
His arms are too long, right?
He's a strong guy, man. He's a strong guy.
No, but I mean, you do 42. like that arm length is going to get to you at some point, locking out on 42, right?
Yeah, it helps
And
that
his-
Jawan's chest is like
I was going to say it's like a
50-inch
trampoline.
person.
You
Yeah,
know?
he's a large person, but I don't know if anyone. I've never seen 42. I've seen a lot of really strong people. That number is a career high for me. So I don't know. But we got some strong Bearcats right now. I'm excited to see what our testing numbers are at the end of summer.
With Juwan, it's just because he's lifting kids all the time.
He would have gotten 36 if he wasn't a dad of 3. You know, that's
Right.
a dad strength.
He's got a litter now. He's strong.
He's got a litter. Juwan is good for him, man. He's such a good person. I'm so glad he got picked up, and I'm really, really happy for him. And I wish him obviously the best. I'm really, really happy for his hopeful success, which I know is inevitable.
Dave, did you get any Italian food talk in? That's all you've been wanting.
Not
to,
yet. I have not
really dive
even
into
talked any Brajol or anything like that yet. But I wanted to ask
Just
you if you were
Grippos. That's what we've only talked Grippos.
Okay.
if you were rebooting American Gladiators, what 3 guys would you pick to be the new Nitros of American Gladiators on this roster?
Okay, that deserves what a question that is. That's a great question. That deserves a great question. That's an attaboy right there. American Gladiators. Well, that's a tough call because you got to think, right? Like you got to have some hand-eye coordination because you got to do like the jousting. You got to do the
strength, speed. You got to have to kind of have it all.
Oh man, so who could do it? From a Dingle, absolutely. He popped out because one, he's a giant meathead. He probably loved to smack the crap out of someone with that jousting stick. So Dingle would be a great contender. Corey Kiner would probably be up there. You got to take like it's a big skill profile, right? Like you got to be able to do both. Joe Royer is probably up there. He's a big, strong body, athletic.
He has the hair, like that would mark it on TV with the hair.
Yeah, he can probably mark. I would love to put Dante on there and watch him struggle with certain things. That'd be hilarious. I'm trying to think.
Like riding the bull.
Yeah.
You guys remember the one where you had to stand on the platform with the pad and the person swung and and knocked you off. Dante's swinging at you like that. I would just jump off and not even.
Derek Canteen would be up there. He's a hybrid athlete. He's a really good athlete. He can do a lot of different things. So I would say my 3. Jared Bartlett would be up there. I'm gonna go with Dingle, Royer, Canteen. Those would be my 3.
All right.
I think that would be a great 3. I think that would be a great
Dingle,
3.
Royer, Canteen. Okay. Yeah.
Brent, you got one more, and then we gotta keep it moving. Look, we're gonna give Nico a couple weeks to get into the spring training session. Then we'll have him back on a BBP where you can be in your normal setting with him. This was like an abridged version.
Yeah, I was gonna say one more. I've got like 30, so we'll chop it down. Okay, here we go. One final one. 513 day. What does 513 mean to you, Nico Palizzetti?
I think it's a mentality. I think it's, for me, it's an area code I feel blessed to live in. I think it's a mentality where I feel, like I said earlier, I'm incredibly authentic. And for me to be at a place where I feel like I can be authentic and my authentic self can be appreciated is a really, it's a blessing for me. It's something I don't take for granted. And I love this city. I love this university. I love this football program. I feel very, very blessed. So for me, when I think 513, I think gratitude. I think blessings.
Man, clip that, baby. That's awesome. I agree, Coach. Right on.
Great question as well. Thank you.
Look,
great answer.
This is a lot better time slot for you because you don't have to get up in 3 hours.
I know. I feel like we should keep rolling. No, I'm just kidding. They're going to kick me out of here anyway, but this is great, guys. I'm as always, I wish Aaron was on here so I could say, how grateful I feel to be on here. And smack his legs and get all upset because I'm expressing gratitude. You know he gets. But I appreciate it a lot, guys.
Thank you, brother. It's
guys
been
are the best.
great, and we will see you around shortly. And like I said, we'll give it a couple weeks for the transfers to come in, everybody to get inboarded and acclimated, and then we'll bring you back on the BBP 2 hours past your bedtime, and we'll get an update.
And Ryan will be there to talk about the buffet line experience with you as well.
Oh man, it was electric, dude. It was electric. You should have felt it. God,
did he
it
raise
lit up
the
the
roof?
world. Unbelievable. We were grabbing like quesadillas. Oh my gosh. Let's go. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks again.
Thanks,
All right,
Nico.
Coach.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
There you go. I knew. There, come hell or high water, Brent was going to be here between 4 and 4:30 at some point.
You know what? Brent got worried. He heard the first couple questions I asked, and he's like, "They're going to take him on to the BCJ podcast now. I better get on there."
Yeah,
You're
little
gonna steal
Wally,
him.
an unintentional Wally pip. Just
Yeah.
Cincy Reigns Wally pip. How about that? There you go.
I would never. I would never.
Oh, Brent would be very upset if all of a sudden he turned on the BCJ pod one night and Nico was on there.
You got to just prank him coming up and it could be like, Nico reached out and he was like, I kind of would rather be on Wednesday just to get the reaction.
He said Dave's facial hair was a little bit better, it's just vibes were a little bit stronger.
A little gray right there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's strong. It's strong.
All right. We are going to keep it moving. It looks like we are ready. We got a thumbs up, Keegan. All right. Let's keep it rolling. The show must go on. That's a tough act to follow, Erica. As we are now joined by Erica Demers, the head coach of the women's soccer program. And that's Nico. Nico brings the energy, brings the juice.
He does. I just saw him on the way. I'd asked him if he wanted to do double time with you guys. But I got shut down, unfortunately. So you guys have to deal with me now, unfortunately.
No,
where's our producer to get this name fixed for you?
Hold on.
Yeah,
I think Aaron's dealing with the same thing that I'm dealing with. That when we did this a couple years ago, we had less issues to deal with kids coming home from school.
Yeah.
And things of that nature, but
I'll have one walking through the door shortly.
Right. It changes the dynamic of being live for 10 hours when you got kids walking around. But let's get it started.
Oh my gosh!
Tell her that's my teenager from the other room, from the clouds.
It's confirmed.
We are now joined by Erica Demers, women's head soccer coach for the Go Bearcats program. And Erica, welcome to the show. It is we are 4.5 hours in, and we've got 5.5 hours to go here on 513 Day. We're going till 10 o'clock tonight. Welcome in and give us an overview. You're as you come in and getting accustomed to things and taking over the program. How are things now?
Yeah, well, number one, thank you guys first for doing this for UC, and it's amazing. And I can't believe you guys are going to be doing this for 10 hours. So kudos to all of you. I don't think I would have the ability to be doing this for 10 hours, but that's probably why I picked coaching instead. So yeah, it's been about 1.5 years now. It'll be 1.5 years next month, which has been crazy. I think anytime you take over a program, it's a whirlwind. It goes by so fast, right? So we just finished up our second spring now with the team. Really good spring. We just talk a lot about our growth and getting better each and every single day. So it's been crazy, but it's been good. A lot of chaos, a lot of adaptability. But it's been really remarkable so far to be a part of this community. Number one, I think since day one, it's been arms wide open for myself, my staff, my players, the changes that we've been trying to implement, the facility updates that we're trying to do, all of that, right? So we can stay within the ranks of the Big 12. So it's been, it's been awesome. I've seen a lot of change so far in the first, I think it's been 17 months. So it's been great. It's been great.
We talked to Molly about the level of play in the Big 12 with women's volleyball. What is that step up in level of play in Big 12 women's soccer like? And How tough is it in year one, kind of adjusting your sight lines into how difficult it is?
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, I think it's very similar to volleyball. I think all of our sports, right, are seeing that is the level of play is just a totally different, animal when it comes from the American. So I think for us, this past fall, we were just looking at, can we be in every single game? And that to us just meant not, losing games by 4-5-0. We just wanted to be in every single game. And then the second thing was to make the tournament, the Big 12 tournament. And fortunately, we were able to do both of those tasks. So next year, it's just going to be how do we, turn that up even more and keep moving forward. But I mean, the Big 12 is no joke. I think BYU, obviously, they're for us a powerhouse for women's soccer. I think when we got to play against them, they were, I think, 5th in the nation when we went there to play against them. Texas Tech is another great program as well. So we've got a lot of top-ranked opponents in our, who we have to play against every single day. So I love it. That's a big reason why I came here. I love that competitiveness, and I love not, just kind of putting ourselves out there and seeing every single day what we can do and, compete against some of the best players in the nation.
Now, you talked about next year. You're bringing back 3 big players in Anna Redford, Ellie Flower, and Lauren Bastian. What do they bring to your team, and how special was it for you to be able to retain them, as is a push that basically every college coach has to make?
Yeah, it was huge keeping them, honestly. Some of those phone calls are kind of nerve-wracking because, some of them are ready for life too, but retaining them was huge. Retaining them was huge because they bring experience. And not only that, but they just bring the drive to compete and want to get better every single day. And it's huge having them back. It really is. So I know Anna was a big one for us. When she called me, I was like, I started sweating on the phone. I'm like, is she staying? Is she not staying? So thankfully she stayed. But yeah, those 3 are huge. I think for them, they were deciding if they were even going to come back for, their senior years before our staff got to take over. So the fact that we're getting them for 2 years is unbelievable. And I know that they have a pretty sour taste in their mouth, losing in the 89th minute to Texas Tech in the second round of the Big 12 tournament. So I know for them, they're super hungry, coming back for year 2.
Mm-hmm. And you also have Vanessa Giles is playing for Team Canada. How special was that experience, being able to go up and watch her?
Unbelievable. Yeah, unbelievable. We always try to find something, unique for our players to do, because I think the off the field stuff is super important to build your culture. And, what's better than going to see, 4 dominant nations play. And then on top of that, get to meet Vanessa Giles in person, and, we got her jersey and go on the field and all of that and get a picture with her. So our players were so thankful. And that piece of gratitude is huge when you're dealing with college players and people right now. So, but what an experience. I mean, the amount of texts and, things that we got back from the players just saying how grateful they were and how thankful for. They're like, they've never had anything done like this for us before. So, I mean, it was huge that we had the ability to do that.
And we kind of talked about retaining players and the transfer portal, and even just moving on with life. How is the transfer portal kind of benefiting the team right now? Is that a big part of your roster construction, or is it a lot of just trying to keep the same players, or we're bringing in high school players?
I'd say for us going into year 2, I think year 1 was definitely more evident that we needed more transfers, but I'm really big about development, within our program. And I want our team to be our team, so we're not having this change in our roster, minus your freshmen, obviously, but I want our players to develop as they go through their years here at Cincy. So, for us, yes, we are looking at some transfers this coming year. Well, right now, actually, but if we bring in 1, I'll be happy. If we bring in 2, great. But I love that the roster that we're bringing back is the roster that I want to compete with, and for next season in the Big 12. So, yeah, I would say not as heavy as it was for us last year. But moving forward, you always want to have 1 or 2, because it just helps experience and where they may be played at, just a different level, all of that. But I love the roster that we have coming in for our next season in the Big 12.
That's awesome.
New turf. How excited are you to get a new playing surface?
I'm going to sleep on that turf the first day it's installed. So, yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so thankful for the, administrators to put the time into that and the money into that for us, because that was something that definitely needed to happen. And, it's still going to be our stadium and our field, and it's still going to give us that home field advantage. But, man, we needed that upgrade big time.
There's a lot of feet on that turf.
A lot of feet.
throughout a school year with intramurals and everything else that goes on. How different is that for you as a coach, getting used to the fact that unlike most places at Cincinnati, everything's open to everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody can use it whenever the heck they want.
Yeah. You know what? It's a love-hate relationship. I'll be honest. Like, I love the fact that we do allow that here. I think that puts us, sets us apart from a lot of different schools. Like, for you, for a kid that's going to school here saying, oh, I can go play football on the actual football field. I'm like, that's remarkable. Like, a lot of people don't do that or don't allow that, right? Like, same thing with our field. Like, if you're going to feel like a better soccer player training on our field or playing on our field, go for it, But then obviously there's the other parts to it too, where, I just want people to love it as much as we love it and take care of it as much as we, take care of it as well. But you're not going to get that every single day. But it's, I'd say a love-hate relationship.
You said what, a year and a half you've been here? So what are your year and a half past 5-1-3 day? What are your thoughts on Cincinnati and everything that you've been able to really take in since your time here?
Yeah, I have fallen in love with this city. I think Cincinnati is an easy city, in my opinion, to fall in love with. I've always wanted to live in a sports town. I grew up in Canada, and for me, it was hockey. I'm a huge, I hate to say this, but I'm a huge Maple Leafs fan. And
tough.
I know.
That OT. Oh, man.
I know. My God, we just can't do it. We can't do it. So I love sports, and I think that some of my former institutions that I had the opportunity to work at, we just didn't have that same passion and love in the city and the community. So I come here now and I'm like, it's rare that you pass by someone that doesn't have a Cincy hat on or a Cincy shirt on or Bearcats. And I love that. Or traveling and then people are like, hey, go Bearcats. And I'm like, go Bearcats. Like, that's awesome. So I think this is an easy city to fall in love with because of the sports, the backing, that the public gives you. Love or hate doesn't really matter. I feel like they back you no matter what. And I've like I said, I've fallen in love with this city easily.
So for those that aren't familiar with your team, what is the kind of identity that you like to instill in your teams? What kind of culture do you build as a coach? Yeah,
so we actually have this kind of saying for our program. It's called Clifton Confidence. So the way that we've kind of brought that up is, Clifton obviously being where we are, and how we feel like Cincinnati has grown, that blue collar kind of grind to it. And then confidence, I think, for our players was something from day one that, they had either expressed to us or people that had knew the program just kind of said it was lacking. Mm-hmm. So for us, that's kind of our where we kind of make everything happen every single day is this Clifton Confidence CC. We say it before every single training session. But I'm just a huge advocate for confidence in general. I think that sometimes is, half the battle in terms of your players feeling ready and confident to go into any game they want. So when it is, BYU with 5,000 screaming fans, they feel okay to go against them and be okay with it. So, that's kind of the backbone for right now for our program, but we're just in the beginning phases, to be honest, with building our culture. We have a lot of work to do. We've done a lot of work to this point right now. But the next is now going to be living that, every single day and actually making it come to life for us.
Gotcha.
We're big on confidence here too. It's usually irrational. But
Fair.
we make it work. We make it work.
Not supported by any accomplishments or anything like that.
Right. we can pull off a 10-hour live stream.
Yeah. I wanted to say, I don't know if I'm the first person to say this, but congrats on your commitment today. I don't know the soccer rules. Are you allowed to? Is this a thing you're allowed to talk about? Not talk about? But from a high school recruiting standpoint, are there areas that you and your staff have ties to that you recruit? I'm not familiar with what areas of the country are hotbeds for soccer recruiting, but are you trying to stay somewhat in the Midwest area, in the Cincinnati area, or do you guys branch out internationally and anywhere that you have relationships to find players?
Yeah, I think for us right now, we're looking to turn over every single stone right now to find the best players. Obviously, Ohio is a hotbed for soccer. Our state is. So that's a good thing for us. There's a lot of good clubs here. So we want to try to keep the best kids, coming, home, number one, and then keeping them, to our program, coming to our program. So, but right now we're looking everywhere, and I can't say where this player is from per rules, but she'll be another great addition to our 2025 class, which has grown quite a bit, which we're really excited about. I think sometimes when you start, you think you're only going to bring in like a 5 to 6, player class, and now we're at 10. So that just changes, based on your roster and where we're kind of at, and where we now having a first season under our belts, the type of player that we need. So we just, we're going to add to make sure that we feel super strong moving forward. But yeah, we go everywhere. I'm actually leaving for Canada on Thursday for an event this coming weekend as well. So yeah, we will recruit anywhere, overseas, Canada, Northwest, East, South, you name it, we will be there.
One final question before we let you go. I know you're on a tight timeline, but women's soccer, women's basketball, women's volleyball, there is an explosion of women's sports and awareness and viewers and eyeballs and attention. How exciting is that as someone that's been in this world for a long time? Women's soccer probably saw it a little bit before anybody because of the stage the World Cup allows, but is it empowering to see, like, all across the board, that bar just continues to rise?
100%. I talk to our players about that all the time, is where we are now as women in sport to where it was, it's drastically different. So they are, they're living in a world right now where there's more privilege for them being at this level, and being a woman at this level. So we talk about that a lot, and then obviously being grateful to be a part of it. Right. So that's a huge deal too, is being grateful for what they have. So yeah, we talk about it a lot. I think for us, goal for, us versus hopefully Xavier in the future is to play at the TQL Stadium downtown. And can we sell out that, that stadium? We've seen other programs do it, Nebraska Volleyball. Like, you've seen other women's sports do it. And I'm like, why can't we do that here? And I know I think it's like only a 25,000 seat stadium, but a 25,000 seat stadium for a college soccer game, I will take that any day. So that for me in the future is something that I'm really hoping that we can do here.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
It gets loud there too. Rowdy.
I know.
Well, thanks for coming in, Coach. Really
Yeah,
appreciate
of course.
it.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys.
Coach.
There you go. Thanks, Coach. Erica Demers, women's soccer coach, about to enter year 3 at the helm here in Clifton. So great to have her on and keep the party moving. Dave, are you good, or you got to go take care of Will for a little bit?
I will be jumping off here for a little while, probably till after six or so, when Rachel's got some work stuff she's got to take care of. But I'll be back later.
Okay, we will. Brent, are you leaving too?
No, just 1 sec.
Okay.
Seems like he's leaving.
That's what it felt like, didn't it?
Got what?
Aaron is going to stab me. Oh, we are ready to go with our next guest, Loudon Brooks from UC Baseball, the hottest program on campus, the talk of the city, as they get ready for a huge week to close the regular season. UConn tomorrow, 11 a.m., and then the number 1 team in the Big 12, Oklahoma, comes to town Thursday, Friday, Saturday for a 3-game set to close out the regular season. Loudon, welcome to the show. How's it going, my friend?
Hey, how are you guys? I appreciate you guys having me on here. It's a cool experience.
We're doing well. We've been live for about 4 hours and 47 minutes.
There you go.
We're almost halfway done. So starting to get that
nice.
momentum. Like, we're in the middle of the 4th.
That's what I'm talking about.
Getting ready to go into the home 5th. So
yeah, there you go. There you go.
Ready to go. Hey, first 2 home runs this week.
Yeah, how about that?
Somebody told you were coming on this show, didn't you? And kind of juiced the power up a little bit.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know what that was all about. I don't know. The elevation, who knows? I don't know. Yeah, but it was we had a great series. A lot of team wins. We're playing good baseball right now. That's all you can ask for. Playing good baseball right before the postseason. Just got a good group of guys. We're out there having fun playing with each other, and this is what we work for all year. And it's kind of cool proving everybody wrong. I don't think anybody really thought we'd be in this situation, having a chance to play postseason baseball, playing a regional. It's all just really fun. It's a good time to be a Bearcat, though.
Oh, it truly
Nobody Nobody had you in this situation. You were voted last by the media to finish last in the Big 12. We've had Coach Bishel on this show. Well, not here in a subathon setting, but I think he's coming on later tonight, perhaps.
9.
But we had him on Monday last week, and then I've had him on my other show on Tuesday before the season started. So we kind of had a glimpse as to who we think Coach Bishel is. But what do the players and yourself think Coach Bishel is? Because he's something.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he came from CMU where he's very successful. He's won everywhere he's gone. So in my words of what I've seen him, he's just a winner. You know, he wants to go and just when at the end of the day, it just comes down to winning games, and he puts us in the best position possible to do that. He gets everybody to buy into what he's preaching in the locker room, and you've seen what we can do when we play our best baseball.
How infectious has everything been? Like you said, there's no better place to be than Cincinnati right now. Like you guys are on a pretty historic run over the last handful of weeks.
Right.
Is it just kind of just the confidence boost for everyone? You know, you're seeing the ball better at the plate, and everyone's kind of locked in, and just that whole camaraderie is kind of giving you guys a little extra push.
Yeah, it's just a fun time. You know, like I said earlier, we all enjoy going out there and playing with each other. Got a good group of guys out there that trust and believe in one another. You know, we bought into Coach Bishel's process, and yeah, it's just we enjoy, you know, being at practice, long flights, long bus rides. We just enjoy spending time together with each other.
So with this big stretch coming up, obviously UConn and then Oklahoma, you guys have a chance to play yourselves into the NCAA tournament field with a good week. Or you could already be there, just based off of how all the projections are going. Does it feel like it's going to be more of an intense time on the field, or is it kind of just that's how Coach Bishel coaches? It's let loose, have fun, play your game, and just see what happens.
Yeah, I think it's just you know, like we talked about today in our team meeting, it's just another game. You know, this game tomorrow is just important as our home opener against Jacksonville. You know, every game's the same. We're really just focused on the game tomorrow and trying to go out there and play our best style of baseball and, you know, see what that leads to.
Gotcha.
You transferred home from Texas Tech.
Yes.
Has anyone kind of leaned on you a little bit, obviously, to try and see what the rigors of a Big 12 season is like heading into this year?
Honestly, not really. I mean, some people have asked me, you know, how it is, because I only got to experience playing. I got to experience playing in Globe Life, which is where the tournament is, my freshman year, which was it's an awesome experience. You know, they've asked me little things just like how it is, but no, honestly, I think we kind of just roll it out there and just have fun with each other. You know, it's not like we're putting pressure on each other, putting pressure on, you know, myself or anything like that to go out and perform. We're just kind of, you know, go out there, have fun, let it loose, and, you know, see what happens.
Do you think there was a turning point at some point this season where you guys went from kind of I won't say a slow start, but you weren't on quite the tear that you're on right now?
Right.
But do you think there was a moment where the switch was kind of flipped for you guys?
Yeah, there was a key moment, and we lost earlier in the season to Western Illinois. And after that, we have a veteran on the team, Hunter Jesse. You know, he's been around college baseball, played a lot of baseball games in his career. That just kind of, you know, sat the team down after the game and had a heart-to-heart talk about, you know, hey, we got the talent in the room. Let's just go out there and, you know, put it together and trust what Coach Bishel's saying to us. That was kind of, you know, we all kind of bought into that because it's easier to hear it from a teammate, you know, sometimes that's been there, that's done it, that's had success at the college level. So, yeah, I'd say that was probably our turning point in the season, you know, and then we carried on. We went into St. Louis and, you know, started winning a few ball games in the Big 12, which was fun. And, you know, we started to all believe in ourselves like, hey, we can, you know, make something happen here. And, you know, it's such a cool experience because being in Cincinnati, being from here, you know, it's a baseball town. And a lot of the people around here, you know, if you're winning, they'll come out and support. You know, we've seen that through our basketball team, who had a great year. football. Everybody's out there still support, we'll all support football. But just seeing after the last few weeks of us, making some noise in the Big 12 to see everybody out there supporting on Twitter and, all through social media apps coming out and just supporting the baseball team this year. That's cool. That's cool for us to see.
You switched to shortstop about midway through the year, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
What was that transition like? Are you kind of just like a utility? You've been able to play all over the field.
Well, I grew up all about 19 years. I played shortstop my whole life.
Okay.
And then when I got here, I started playing second base. But, it's been fun. I'm, just do whatever helps the team win at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. Wherever it is they put you. You're just excited to give the help find a way to get your team to win at the end of the day.
As a former baseball player, I'm curious, was the scenery in Provo, kind of the mountains in the background, was that like one of the cooler experiences as a hitter and a player that you've had?
Yeah, dude, it was sweet. I've never played, it was awesome. It's a small, we drove in Salt Lake. We flew into Salt Lake, had about an hour drive to Provo, and it's all mountains. I'm born in the city, I'm here from Cincinnati, but I've never seen anything like that in my life. You're staring at these mountains, we actually got to take a cool trip out and see a waterfall and all that stuff. So it was a cool experience. And, they had the mountains right in the left field.
Mm-hmm.
It's a super neat campus. So it's a different walk of life out there than it is out here, which is always cool, to get to experience. And but it was a great time. Besides for the little chilly weather, I'm kind of in the hot weather myself right now, but it was a little chilly, but it was a great experience. It's a good weekend.
Didn't affect you on Saturday, man. You were seeing the beach ball out there.
Oh man.
Yeah. They were posting videos of like BP and I said, wait, are they wearing beanies right now?
Yeah. I think that was Thursday.
Yeah.
We were rocking beanies. Everybody had long sleeves on. I'm like, what is going on around here?
In terms of your teammates, you've had some guys who have had some good years. Hunter Jesse, like you mentioned, Landon Viderick has kind of gone crazy. Tommy O'Connor. Which one of your teammates do you enjoy watching succeed the most? Just knowing what goes down behind the scenes, how hard they work, how badly they want it. Which one of those guys do you like watching the most?
It's a tough question. That's a good question. I enjoy seeing everybody succeed. First guy that comes to mind would be probably Josh Cross. I enjoy watching him hit. He's so talented. He's got a chance to make himself a good amount of money this year. He's been a huge part of our success this year. Has to be one of the top impact transfers in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I enjoy watching him hit. He comes to the field every day with the same attitude, whether it's 4 for 4, 0 for 4. He's the same guy every day.
Yeah.
Just a great teammate to be around and learn from. But I enjoy seeing everybody succeed. We got a good group of guys. We all stick together and we love competing together.
One of the criticisms on this team was before the season started was maybe the pitching wasn't quite up to par where it needed to be for this conference. That hasn't quite seemed to be the case, and it seems more often than not you guys are playing with a lead and pitching's kind of just getting to coast because you guys have been playing with the lead. Is that really just kind of setting the tone, I guess, for a relaxed atmosphere because you guys have been playing up as opposed to kind of trying to figure out how to come from behind, although you've done that when you've needed to as well?
Right. Yeah, it does. Our pitching staff's really stepped up the last, month and a half. We got a few key guys back, like Griffin Hughes, who was a big part of our staff last year and will really help us here in the next weeks. They've just really stepped up. We have the few transfers, Seth Logue, who's had a great start to his 5th year. And then Nate Taylor, of course, coming up. It's just they've really stepped up, and I'm proud of those guys. It's fun playing behind them when they're getting quick outs and, filling up the zone.
11 a.m. tomorrow.
11 a.m. Yeah. How about that?
What's that morning routine like to get? You got to, I know you guys can be night owls. Getting used to playing later games. How tough is that? Adjusting to. All right, we got to get up. We got to be ready and ready to face a really good team from UConn.
Yeah, UConn, they'll be a good squad, but no, we'll be ready to go. We'll get up early, get to bed early, and yeah, we'll be ready to go. It's the same. It's just like any other game, just a little bit earlier. Got to get some good sleep tonight, but get a coffee going in the morning, get us going, something like that.
What has been the magic at home? You guys have been outstanding at home.
Oh man, it's just it doesn't get much better than playing in Cincinnati. Honestly, it doesn't. It's just that sense of being at home, and we got our fans behind us. They'll come out and show us some support this week. We'll need them there, but yeah, it's just a great environment to play in. Got the new field. It's just awesome.
And then this weekend, getting a crack at the #1 team in the league. You guys you're in a tight bunch. How you play this weekend is going to determine your seeding for the conference tournament, your placement. How excited to get the top team in the league in here to show, all right, we've done it against everybody else. Now we're going to take our swing at the top dogs.
Yeah, we're pumped up. We're excited. We've been, like I said earlier, we've been setting goals to be in this position since the beginning of the year. Just gonna go out there and play like we did. Like the game's no different than our home opener against Jacksonville. Just go out there, have fun, let it loose, and see where it lands us at.
And how important for people to join Cincy Reigns, send some money in, so you guys can get a little bit more than a half scholarship or a quarter scholarship or.
Oh man, yeah, that's important. We got a lot of great guys on there, that love playing for this university, being in this city. So I mean, it means anything, means the world to us from anybody. So we appreciate all the help from those out there.
Loudon, we appreciate it, man. Best of luck this weekend. It's been awesome to watch.
I appreciate it.
Cincinnati baseball wasn't something that, I'm sure you saw beginning of the year. You didn't get a lot of talk on Twitter, but then all of a sudden, everybody's talking about you guys. Our message board is blown up. Yeah. Everybody is excited to see kind of the success and where you guys are going. So it's been a hell of a ride so far, but I know you guys aren't done yet. Best of luck against UConn and then against Oklahoma over the weekend.
Yeah, hey, thank you. I appreciate you guys having me on here.
Hometown hero, McNick's great to say. Of course we'll have you on. Of course we'll have you on.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Lab.
Thanks, Lab.
There you go. Hopefully he's got some juice back in that bat this weekend.
Yeah.
It's gonna need it over
how about that?
Games.
Not a bad Saturday. 2 ding dongs and on the final game to sweep the old Cougars up there. And those are 3 really good games too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a little bit of everything. You had come from behind.
Yep.
You had a little bit of nip and tuck, and then Saturday they let it fly, let it loose a little bit.
Oh yeah. I agree.
All right, are we ready? We got our next guest. We are into hour number 5. As we keep this bad boy rolling, you're at the halfway point, Trina. We got 5 hours to go, so you're kicking off the second half of the show. Welcome in, thank you, and good to see you again.
Good to see you too.
How was being on the road? Getting back out and getting your eyes on some prospects. I know it's a really weird place right now in the basketball world. How much emphasis do you put on high school? How much emphasis do you put on the transfer portal? I know you love the grind of it, so it's got to be fun getting back out and getting in the gym and getting some prospects. Getting your eyes on some prospects again.
Yeah, I think that we've done a really good job of building relationships with this 2025 class. And so that's putting us in a position to have a really strong one, we believe. But the portal's still live and well. And I think that what you do is you just kind of put in some puzzle pieces, right? If you're missing this spot or that spot, then the portal's the place to go. The trick is just about everybody's looking for the same thing. And so you just have to work a little harder to figure out who the best fit is. And, but I do appreciate being back out on the road again.
When you talk about fit, what kind of mindset do players out of the transfer portal have to have in order to kind of fit with your team? Because we talked to Coach Satterfield about it a lot. Like they have to have a certain approach to the game and a certain approach to being a part of a team to be able to fit. So what do you look for in players out of the portal?
I think it's been interesting over the last couple of years, just how you look at where your program is. And I'm one of the believers that it's a long division problem.
Yeah.
If you get the first step wrong, it's really hard to get the right answer at the end. And so we just start with, you got to want to be a Bearcat, you know, and you have to look at Cincinnati and say, this is a place where I feel like I can develop relationships. There's great networking, post-grad opportunities, and all of that. It can't just be like you go get the best player that you can find.
Yeah.
I think it just has to be based on need. For in our case, you have Jillian Hayes. Well, it's not smart to go get someone who plays the same position or has a similar skill set.
Yeah.
You know, then because she's going to play 30 plus minutes a game. So now you've just brought somebody out the portal who, you know, it's important for them to have a superior last year and put them in a position for them not to play. Well, ultimately, that's not really ideal for a coach anyway, I would imagine. And secondarily, it's just really bad for the kid. And then they're going to turn around and it impacts your culture. It affects, you know, how they buy into your system. And so I think we just start there, but then we also consider this basketball component too, to make sure that it's a good fit on the floor.
Coach, good seeing you again.
Real quick, Brent, I got to know, you're a head coach. You're very dialed into what's happening on the day-to-day during the season, and somebody approaches you and says, hey, we want to borrow Jillian to go to Belize in the middle of the season to be in the SI swimsuit issue. I'm sure you were happy for her and you wanted to say yes. How much of you was like, we got a game?
You know, I think that once you just embrace where we are, those things don't surprise or shock you. In the day of NIL, I think that when these young people have an opportunity to genuinely make money off of their name, image, or likeness, I think you jump for that more than you do anything else. And I think Jill had a harder time than me, because she was the one who didn't want to miss practice. She was the one that was concerned about how her team may feel, which of course they all surrounded her and supported her. And I thought that that was a really neat moment for us as a team, was for her to do that and for there not to be any questions about, oh, is she going to start, or she missed practice and is she going to be ready? They trusted her to take care of her business and to come back prepared. And she had a really good game.
She told us about kind of the logistics getting back, and she came back, like, was it the morning of the Kansas game? How stressful was that for you, making sure that everything was in line for that?
She actually got in late the night before. And what we did do was we went to the gym. And so we had gotten to a point where the night before we were getting there, and any players that wanted to come shoot, it was just me and them. And AO, of course, put it together because we can't move anywhere without AO. She's the one who organizes everything. But we are in the gym and we break up into both ends. We get shots up and I put them through some stuff and they just get some things going. And her workout was just a little harder to get her legs up under her. And but it's Jill. I mean, so you just know that she's gonna figure out how to show up. She could be dead dog exhausted and she's still gonna figure out how to give you everything she has.
In the promotional video today, talking about 513 Day, it showed her being the ball girl under the basket at Fifth Third. How special is it to you to kind of bring up those players who are from Cincinnati and want to represent Cincinnati, and then, even to her point, just be a pedestal and a logo for the university?
I think it's double-sided for us. The people who grow up like Jill, that are a part of the ball girl system, and then it turns into they come to games, and then their parents come to games and bring them, and they participate in camps. Like, that's the whole purpose of us having these camps, is so that we are like first contact, you know, for these young people, and they grow up saying, I want to be a Bearcat, because it's all they even really know. And so it's really hard for anything else to happen after that. And then you have the other side where, as we recruit quality young people from all over the country, we want them to understand how special a place this is. And even though it may not be the area you grew up in, but it can still be home. And I think the perfect mixture of those two things is what makes this place really special. Because as much as Jill gets recognized, I think people feel the same way about Ari Jackson. You know, oh, that's the kid from Brooklyn. She's the one that does this and does that. And she has that accent and she wears her hair like this, you know, and I think she's been just as embraced by the Cincinnati community, you know, as Jill has.
Speaking of cool things in the Cincinnati community, and speaking of warm weather, and speaking of all these different things together, a week ago, you, I or I think it was a week ago, you were asked to do something pretty cool and throw out the first pitch at a Great American Ballpark. Just break all that down for us. What all went into it, and how was the pitch?
So joke on me. I thought that I was just going to be introducing the ball until like the day before, and Maggie, who everybody knows is our SWA, my direct supervisor, and was a track and field athlete when I was playing basketball here. So she said, "Hey, you're gonna throw the first pitch." Well, it's Maggie. So of course I'm like, okay. So from there, AO gets me a ball, Abby gets me a glove, and we go over to the baseball field because I just have to throw a couple of times.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I probably have thrown a baseball from an actual mound 4 times my entire life. And it just makes me feel a little better. So I start throwing it, and it gets worse. Like with everyone, and AO tell you, she's like, the second one was the best one. And I was like, well, then we need to go. Because, so I get out there, and they do tell me that I can stand in front of the mound. And I'm like, oh, now I'm in great shape because it's not as long. But no, it was really neat walking through the tunnel.
Yeah.
Obviously the security is always really funny to me because I'm always like, I don't need security. Nobody's gonna try to like get anywhere close to us, right? We're not that big time. Everyone's just really nice.
Yeah.
And then I started getting these text messages from people who I knew that didn't know. So Emily Vogelpool that played for us at Wright State, a kid named Olivia, who was a triplet that my dad coached, text my dad, and it was like, Trina's getting ready to throw out the first pitch. So that was the really cool part. But yeah, it just was a really neat experience, and I enjoyed it very much.
That's awesome.
How much have collectives kind of changed the landscape of everything? And tell us your experience, like how easy Cincy Reigns has been to work with, and what they've been able to do, in collaboration to help you guys out.
Yeah, I think this has been the best part for me, and one of the reasons why Cincy Reigns is one of the top, if not the best collectives in the country, right? Is because I honestly don't do much of anything. And they allow me to do what my job is and to be good at what I'm supposed to do. So I don't spend a lot of time with things that are outside of our program, specifically figuring out what we're going to run next year, taking official visits, going out recruiting. But the communication is always smooth and easy. I think you have people who love Cincinnati, and again, not just the university, not just athletics, but the city in general. So they want to see all of our student athletes be successful. And what makes them special is we're not talking like dollars and cents. We're talking about people. And you know that when you come to Cincinnati and you deal with Cincy Reigns, you're going to be dealing with quality people. And I think the parents know that they can trust these folks. And I think that the student athletes feel very comfortable knowing that they're being looked out for. And to me, that is what makes Cincy Reigns special.
Incoming
Coach was on with.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Aaron.
Coach Wes Miller was on with us earlier, and he was just kind of talking about some of the things that have changed with the allowing players to transfer as many times as they want, and his feelings on that and how that all went. And he gave us, I don't know that it was necessarily an unexpected take, but he went the other way when I asked him. But I was just curious to get your thoughts on what you thought when that rule change came about.
Yeah, Wes and I have a lot of conversations, whether we're passing each other or we just walk into each other's offices. And I think the interesting thing for football and men's and women's basketball especially is that we're all in 3 different places. And I tell people, even with men's basketball, we're the same sport, but it's not the same game. What he's dealing with on the men's side is completely different than what I'm dealing with on the women's side. So it's perfectly natural for us to have different takes or perspectives on the portal and NIL and things like that. But ultimately, we just want to put the most quality people that we can right out there. I think that the hard part for me is not paying attention to the degree completion for these young people. Yeah, and I think that that's probably more of a concern of mine because a lot of male basketball players can go off and go pro, right? They don't have to graduate. Well, the W has an age restriction. So in order for you to do that, you have to, I believe it's 21 years old. So you in essence need to graduate. And plus, you need to graduate anyway because of the financial differences and the earning power between the two leagues. So, of course, we want people to stick. We want you to come here and work really hard and fight through. My experience was I didn't start until I was a junior. Right? Probably played 7 minutes a game as a freshman. And I think that I'm better for that journey than I was on than I was chasing minutes or anything like that. But that's my experience. I don't down anybody for what their experience is, but I do think there's some value in sticking with it. But what is hardest for me, with my degrees being in education, is really if you keep transferring 2, 3, and 4 times and you haven't graduated yet, how many credits are you losing as you go from place to place to place? And are you able to get the degree that you really want to get, or are you getting one that you don't have a choice because it's the one major that actually accepts your credits? And to me, I think that's what we're not talking about, especially on the women's side, that we really need to shine a light on more than anything.
Incoming freshman Chloe Mann won another state championship in track and field. Give her flowers real quick. And then also you got a commitment out of the transfer portal since last time we talked. Just the addition of building the roster and of course adding in Tanea Hilton to the fold as well.
Yeah, well, Chloe Mann is going to be one of the best athletes we've ever coached, and I think that she is not just because of her athleticism, but her mentality. Both of her parents played in the Big 12, one football, the other one track and field. They are great people, but they are super competitive. So when she decided she was running track, she wasn't running track just to stay in shape or just to do anything. She's like, no, if I'm going to do it, we're going to win the state championship. And meanwhile, I've got no concept of Texas, anything, or where Duncanville stands in that. So I'm like, okay, sweetheart, sure. Go get it, do the best you can, and then we look up and we're like, whoa, y'all just getting ready to win another state championship. So we're been excited about her before she even won her basketball championship. Just her mentality, her drive, her competitive spirit, all wrapped up in a really good kid. Right. So we're not going to deal with somebody who's a jerk or somebody who is going to walk around here thinking that they're the best thing since sliced bread. Incredibly humble, and is going to work hard every single day and elevate practice for us. Tanea Hilton is the point guard that we needed. She can knock down a three, she can handle the ball, she's poised. All the things that we felt like we were going to have in Maya Jackson that we ended up not having, unfortunately. So we're really looking forward to her joining, her leadership, her experience. She's played some high level, big time basketball. And I think that that's going to be something that she contributes. And she's another one. Great kid, great family. We enjoyed the entire process, getting to know her. And now we're just going to try to finish out with a couple more pieces.
We didn't ask you about this the first time. I think this is something that people don't really know anything about. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. You guys essentially have a practice group of men's players that come in and train with you guys.
Yeah.
Take us through that process. I don't think people realize that, like, you guys use this tool to elevate in practice and get better and more ready for games. And how hard is that selection process? Do you have to recruit the guys that you play against?
Because we've been in a couple different places, I think retention is the hardest thing because there's restrictions about what we're allowed to do with them and what we're allowed to give them. And then we're at Wright State and we had them at Memphis. And then the rule passed that they could double as a practice player and a manager. So our first year at Memphis, we actually traveled 3 to 4 men with us when we were going to away games. And I do believe it was a factor in why we were able to get that thing going and turned around so quickly, because it was such high level competition in there, because those guys were bigger, stronger, taller, faster. And they just give you an opportunity to do some things that are really hard to practice against when it's just all women in the gym. Plus, it allows you to rest some of your starters that are playing heavy minutes. Because if you think about scouting, then you have to use all 10 of your players. Like you got 5 on offense, 5 on defense, and you flip them. Well, it takes a really long time sometimes to get through different lineups. Well, if you just have a practice squad full of guys, and mind you, you can't have a practice squad full of girls. If it is a female, then it has to be a walk-on. So it's very specific. So when we say guys, it's not that there aren't females that can't help us. It's just they're not allowed to be on the practice squad. That's simply just simply a male role for us in our program. And I love that you asked that, because Dawn Staley talked about it when she won her national championship. And I don't know that people realize, like, it's been around forever. There were practice players here in the 90s. You know, but what they do through their commitment is they just allow practice to be competitive. They allow us to rest our starters. And I think it gives them something to do too. We would like to think that they feel like they're a part of our family and our sisterhood. And I think those things make them happy, give them a little bit of inclusivity too. And just something to do when they're not in class.
I have to ask about a family or a personal friend situation.
Okay.
Tell us about Abby Holtman and how she's done. I know I've told you this before. I grew up with her mom. I played baseball with her uncle. I've known her dad since we were little kids. How was her freshman year and her progress? And tell us maybe a little bit about her story of being hearing impaired and how you adjusted to that and helped her through this year.
Yeah, I mean, everything that we do in regards to the development of our young women, we're very intentional about it. And I know that Abby came out of high school as this heralded shooter. And so we were trying to get her to understand, with her size and her ability to score the ball, that she could just attack the rim. And I think a couple games she led us in free throw attempts. You know, so what I think Abby is doing is just trying to find her footing and find where she fits. But has she improved? Absolutely. She messed up her ankle there for a little bit, and I thought she was going to lose her mind, because Abby Holtman not being able to play basketball is, you know, like having daytime without the sun. You know, she just has zero interest in it, and it just doesn't work. But she fought back from it, and I felt like she was really consistent all year in her effort. And she had a typical freshman year. There were some ups and some downs, and there were some highlights. And then, you know, just like how when I was a freshman, of course, my coach didn't know what she was doing because she didn't put me in the game more. So Lori is now Trina, you know. But I am looking forward to her next year, where she's a little more comfortable. In regards to her being hearing impaired, it always paused, because I don't really recognize it a lot, to the point sometimes she'll look at me and she'll tap her ear and I'm like, sorry, you know, or like I'll talk louder, or she'll move in closer. The neatest part about having her on our team is when the team first found out and they realized how important it was for them to echo everything. So when it was a drill, or we called out a play, or there was some sort of instruction, Aisha did absolutely every time. Repeated it. And Abby was starting to be able to rely on her to repeat it the second time. And I think it's that connectivity and that type of teamwork that Abby unintentionally created for us. And then she makes jokes about it all the time. I mean, and sometimes we do like this, and she's like, what? Just talk louder. You know? And so she's so well adjusted, and she's so likable, that if I'm not thinking about her, it's not brought up. I don't know that I've really done a whole lot to help her, to coach her, besides just pay attention when she needs me to do something differently, and I just do it. But other than that, it's business as usual.
Great family. Love her mom and dad.
Yeah, they're awesome people.
And you know why she doesn't know how to do anything but play basketball? Her dad has her in the gym. If she's not playing basketball for you, she's in the gym with her dad.
Yes, she is always in the gym. And one thing that I think that she'll appreciate me saying publicly is, one of the things that we do is we start working with footwork as soon as they get here. And I feel like a little bit I messed up her footwork from what she was doing in high school some. And she's so coachable that she didn't fight me about it. She tried it. And then ultimately I just left her alone. I was like, you know, just shoot it however you make shots, you know. And I think sometimes those are learning curves for us too, you know, as coaches, because you want to protect them. Last thing you want is for them to go in a game and travel, because eventually, you know, that starts to chip away at them. My patience gets short. So that was my attempt to, like, hey, let's just do this. And then eventually she was like, just my feet don't feel right. And so I was like, well, fine, just go back to doing it how you were before. So I'm also looking forward to that from her. It's her just being able to come in, and I'm not going to say anything to her about it. She's just going to come in and make shots and be comfortable. And I think that we're going to see a more mature, developed, and well-adjusted Abby on the floor.
Her trainer probably messed her up, and you know who I'm talking about.
I'm not
we'll leave that. We'll leave that there. I'm just going to say, I'll leave that there.
The burden of leadership, I got to tell, I stand behind them in victory and in front of them in defeat. So if she couldn't make shots, I'll take it as my fault. And I will not say another word. So I guarantee you she'll be shooting the ball better this year, because I'm not going to say anything to her. Just going to let it rip.
I was just taking a little jab at her trainer.
I know what you were doing. And I told you I'm not joining in on any of those things.
Her trainer is a longtime friend of mine. I have known him for a long time. He is a very good friend.
And I told you that last time. See, he's your friend. You're a long-term. I'm not going to get the same grace that you get. That's why I'm staying out of it.
Chad's a fire starter. He knows that. You know that. We all know that.
I am. I have figured that out in our last couple of conversations.
We do have a couple questions in the chat. Thoughts on Lisa Bluter? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Retiring and her impact to the game. And do you have any memories of her or times you crossed paths with her?
I absolutely did. When I was an assistant at Purdue, she was the head coach at Iowa, because I only know her to be the head coach at Iowa before, after Coach Stringer went to Rutgers. So I think that watching somebody coach for over 20 years, and I think that she would appreciate like her staff being mentioned as well. Amazing, amazing people. And they have always been kind. They have always been nice. And then they turn around and they work their tails off too. And that's Raina, who is an assistant there. Jen, who's an associate head coach. Like, these are people who have been giving and giving to the game. And what Iowa was able to do, and Caitlin Clark, I know everybody should give the player all the credit always, but the ability for Coach Bluter to manage her team and having a player like her, and you watch their camaraderie, I think that's something that's incredibly special that we all strive for.
And then the other one, actually, you already answered that one about the incoming transfer portal. Are you guys done in the portal, or are you still shopping? Still got your toes in the water?
Yeah, we're not done yet. We have some visits that are coming up, and we're excited about them. So hopefully we'll see some more commitment videos pop up on social media here in the next couple of weeks.
There we go.
I was going to ask how excited you are to get back in the gym for summer practices.
Yeah, super excited. We do our welcome back event where all the parents come to, and we meet with the parents. The kids go eat, and then we flip. We meet with the kids and the parents. Go eat, and then they play a little bit of open gym. So out of our 4-hour access that we have in that week, we give up that hour just to watch them play, and it gives our parents an opportunity to see the team first. And we enjoy doing that, getting an opportunity for them to interact and mingle, and then just to see our team play. And it guides what we do in the following weeks based off what we see from that 1 hour of open gym. So more than excited to get going.
There we go. Just don't be surprised if you see a fire starter drift in there once or twice.
Y'all are welcome to come in anytime. I don't think that there's any restrictions on any of
We're
that.
allowed now. They lifted them.
Yeah.
We have been freed.
I know. I'm glad. And y'all, you can. All you got to do is make sure that we're practicing. If we're practicing and you're free, you come on in.
Thanks, Trevor.
Coach. We appreciate it. Thanks, Trevor. Yeah, Trevor. Actually, that has been.
Thanks, Trevor.
Honestly, that has been a long-standing point of contention. That I want to come and watch summer workouts. I am sick and deranged like that. Like we don't do anything. I don't care. I want to come watch. And then the day that it got lifted, he actually sent me a text, and he's like, "You can come back to workouts now."
Yeah. And I get it. I mean, who knows what that was about? For every rule that seems silly, it was probably someone silly who did something silly. Right. So I'm glad that
I think it just started because remember, it wasn't that long ago that summer workouts weren't a thing. Like players went home.
Correct.
And they didn't come back until July or the start of August. And I think when they implemented it, it was just a thing to like protect from the outside, like you're just going to get to be with your team. There's not going to be any media coverage, whatever. I think that's initially, I think it started from a good place, but then we're like a decade in now. Like it's not new anymore.
That's right. Well, they did change the rules too. See, it used to be we had to work in small groups, and now on day one, if we want to have a full practice, we can do that. Now, I don't know anyone who's doing that because you have to get the conditioning where it needs to be, but I am happy with the freedom that we have now, that we don't have to worry about following, groups of 4, groups of 8, and then finally being able to practice.
Yeah. All right. Well, keep it going this spring, and can't wait to see you in the summer.
I appreciate it. Looking forward to it. Y'all come by.
Thanks,
right,
Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Katrina Merriweather, obviously having a great off season, and got that program cruising in the right direction.
Yeah.
Is Ken there?
Is Ken joining in person or remotely?
No, there he is.
Nope. Remotely.
He just popped in. All right. I guess that's a signal to let's keep this train rolling. We are now at 5.5 hours. 4.5 hours to go as we are joined by Ken Tracy, president of Cincy Reigns. Is that the right title? What title are we using today?
My official title, Chad, is vice president. I believe Brian Fox is president. And I take care of player development and working hands-on with all the players, both football, basketball, and pretty much every sport, to get them engaged with Cincy Reigns, engaged into our community, and build them from a professional aspect. So it's awesome.
Ken, I think one of the things that would jump out to people if they've been watching this show today is when we've talked to players, they've talked more about their opportunity to be a part of community engagement, to be out, dealing with school groups or hospital visits or whatever it may be that you have lined up for them. They haven't really talked about the money as much as they've talked about an opportunity to be a part of the community through Cincy Reigns. And I think that speaks volumes to the work that you guys are doing, because I think in a lot of places they see the collective as like the ATM, right? Like they just come in, they punch some buttons and they get their check, and there's not a connectivity to everything that happens.
Yeah, I think, Chad, that has to do with the coaching staffs at UC. There are players out there like that in the portal and in demand that come for the money, and pretty much that's it. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But there's also high character, high talent athletes that are out there in the portal, and that's pretty much what the University of Cincinnati has been going after and getting that want to represent the CPAL, and they're doing it extremely well. Their engagement in this community has been phenomenal. Cincy Reigns has a partnership with a organization called Impacting Tomorrow, where these athletes are going out into the community and helping children, adults in with food, with clothing, and they're using their brand, their image, to really make a difference in our community. And I think that's one of the things we set out to do from the very beginning at Cincy Reigns. It was to find the best, to get the best here. And then once they're here, to make sure they get engaged with our community. And as they're engaged with our community, they're building their own brand because they're making a difference with a lot of people's lives.
Tell us how you got involved. How did this come about? We know B. Fox. He's been around forever. B. Fox and I have been friends for years and years and years. How did he get you on board? How did this become a thing that you've been so heavily invested in now?
Yeah, it started off. Brian is my corporate attorney, so he helps me in our business that we grew. My wife and I grew a business. Yeah, he's a great attorney. Let's leave it at that. How about that? Okay, great attorney. But no, we've really we built our business. I moved out of day to day. I'm on the board now, and so Brian and a couple folks just came to me and said, "Hey, Ken, would you be interested in coming and helping build Cincy Reigns?" And at the time, I had no idea what it was, Chad. I'll be totally transparent with you. And the more I've gotten involved, the more I've seen the opportunity to make a difference, to see the opportunity to find and work with the coaches, work with the players. And that's really what we've done. Every single player that comes into the University of Cincinnati, a lot of people don't know this, Cincy Reigns has set up a clear methodology that they are provided the opportunity to work one-on-one with a certified public accountant. And they get the chance to learn business. They also are assigned with an attorney where these individuals understand the advantages and disadvantages of having their own LLC, having their own 1099. They need to understand both of those. And then through that, they also are aligned with a brand manager so that they learn what it takes to really have the great website, have the great social media platform, and how to learn that. And then in that, our last part is we get them engaged in our community. So we built a total 360 platform for the University of Cincinnati that's elevated us to one of the best collectives in the United States. And a lot of people don't know that. I'm going to let everybody on this show know that we're selected as one of the top 6 in the United States collective-wise. And we're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to make this university great and make these players great off the field. And we're going to let the coaches on the field make them great.
That's a massive honor. Obviously, big congratulations and things moving forward as well. But you've got a history in athletics, Cincinnati Christian, former head basketball coach and president there. How have you been able to kind of tie that past into now what has been the present kind of crazy landscape of college sports?
Yeah, great question, Brent. I'll tell you, that's a blessing to have. And I do mean that because I do understand what these coaches are going through. I do understand the world of recruiting. And I do understand what it takes to relate to an athlete, to meet with the parents, to sit down with them, to get to know them, to build that relationship. Because in today's marketplace, it is a free agency every year. And so how much we invest into them, how much we show the appreciation we have of them, and how much we build their own understanding of this city and the many things it has to offer is how we're able to keep and retain these athletes, which builds us. So that platform right there, I had an advantage coming in on, and I'm able to build off of that on a regular basis as I meet with the athletes one-on-one and get to know them.
Let's talk about some of these events that you've got coming up. You've got the caravan, I guess, kind of style deal coming up that we're going to talk about actually a little bit more here at the top of the hour with our guy Jim Maring from the Holy Grail. But you've got Ball and Brew coming up, and some of those events have sold out.
That's right.
You got to be excited about kind of building this community outreach stuff around town with Cincy Reigns in mind.
Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to do. So, Chad, are you telling me you got Jim following me?
Yeah.
Okay, you might have had Jim be first, and then you guys can talk about how great Holy Grail is, and everybody be in good spirits. But no, Jim is a huge partner. I mean, he got on board early. These tours, we get out there so that people get to know the players and get to know the coaches. I mean, these are guys that work tirelessly to make sure that we have the best here at the university. I mean, a lot of people don't get to see the behind the scenes type of stuff of what these coaches put in and the sacrifices they make. It's not easy. I mean, it's not an easy job being a college coach. And what's important is getting them out there and showing that human element in a sense, Chad, and for the people to get to meet and greet these coaches. That's what it's all about. I'm telling you, the more you have that building of camaraderie and that community, man, UC is going to be great, and it already is. And we're going to only get better.
And then we've also got Reigns and Reds night.
Reigns and Reds.
July 12th.
June.
June 12th, sorry, 7:10 p.m. Ellie De La Cruz bobblehead night. Did I see that right?
It is.
Hopefully it's not a rain out.
Aaron, man, come on.
Aaron, why are you bringing that even into the
REIGN? It's a rain out.
I like that.
He's not as punny as he thinks he is.
Right.
Wow, that was really good. Well played. Well played, my friend. Yeah, we got Jillian and Luke tossing out the first pitch.
There you go.
That's big
So
time.
it is. It's big.
So
the Reds have been huge too. I mean, it's just a lot of people don't realize the engagement we get from a lot of different folks out there. We really do, and it's awesome. It's great to see.
So what kind of feedback did you get from the last Reigns and Reds night? Because it feels like in this kind of ever-changing world of NIL, you can throw stuff at the wall and it might not stick, but you guys are running this back. What did you hear from fans? What did you hear from the Reds that made you think it was a good idea to do again?
Well, the Reds notified us that they didn't want B. Fox to throw out the first pitch anymore. So he got scrapped for someone better. All right. That was number one. No, it was a great, it attracted ticket sales were good for that. And it's the type of thing that they did want back. And so it's, at the end of the day, it sold tickets and people do want to support Cincy Reigns. And I think that's why they're bringing it back. Total transparency. It was something they reached out to us and we're glad they did. So anytime we can get out there, Keegan, to raise awareness of what's going on out there in college sports, it's there. So, yeah.
And that Ball and Brew that we mentioned is coming up on the 16th. So this week, and you go to gobearcats.com for information there. The registration link for that is foundation.uc.edu/Ball Brew Holy Grail. It's a mouthful.
That's right.
One partnership that I have personally thoroughly enjoyed that you guys have been able to create is Cincy Light. Let's go ahead and just talk about what that has been able to do for.
There we go,
Aaron. For not only raising awareness of Cincy Reigns, but also kind of showing the community that there are these partnerships that are available out there.
Yeah, Cincy Light, Adam and team down there at Rheingeist were phenomenal. They were amazing. And B. Fox put in a lot of time onto getting that partnership ready, and by getting that set up, and we're getting a fair share of attention when it comes to Cincy Light, which is helpful. Like Aaron, he's got a handy dandy 12-pack. Was that a case or a 12?
That's
a big
full kit.
He's going all in, and it's empty
for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
They don't stay full long around this bunch.
Hey, thank you for the donation, Aaron. That's huge.
I live in Athens, and we have to keep refilling them, and there's plenty of empties.
That's huge. That's a big thank you right there. So yeah, each can, they give us the opportunity. Each can goes towards that, and then any merchandise you buy at Rheingeist, a percentage of that comes to us. So it's really big. I mean, like I said, I'm going to go back to this again. Community involvement has been tremendous, and they've stepped forward. Adam and team down there at Rheingeist. So anytime you can get down there to grab a cold one, definitely do it. Definitely do it.
I think you almost made it too good. Because I've introduced it to people, and they're like, "Oh, I'm done drinking. I'm done with light beer, anything except this."
It's the best light beer out there.
Yeah, they just won the blind taste test.
Yeah, it is. I agree. I like Aaron. Why don't you stay on more, Aaron? You're making good jokes.
We'll make this easy.
Chad knows why. I like the aesthetic of the 4 screen instead of the 5 screen. So I keep.
All right. That's good. So, do you guys have any questions about the the collective itself? We're doing a lot of great things around in Cincinnati. I got to tell you, we can always use donations. Okay, the reality of it is, in the world that we're in right now, okay, is money is important to collectives. All right, money is, and thank you, Andy. Appreciate that very much. Go Bearcats is right. Money is very important. The reality of it is, players have the opportunity to make money. And there's 2 types of distinctive ways. They can do it through their name, image, and likeness, and they can do it through a collective. So Cincy Reigns helps with the name, image, and likeness, which helps with their total package that they receive when they come in. But it also, the collective piece fills in that void. And that's where we have to step forward and make sure we fill that void, so that at the end of the day, we're providing an attractive package from both the financial side and the university side and from the athletic side. Because in today's market, I didn't make the rules. Okay, I'm not here to say if collective's good or if it's bad, but the reality of it is, what's out there in today's college sports, it is aggressive, it's competitive, and if we don't step up to fight this fight, players can go other places to get it. And that's why we've worked so hard to get the community involved. That's why we work so hard to demonstrate that the demand that's out there to get these players good business, good mentors, good introduction into understanding how to operate and manage their money. That's the name of the game. That's what we're doing.
One of the questions we asked John Cunningham earlier was about the fact that Cincinnati's been recognized as having one of the best collectives NIL situations in the country. How important was that to both you and BFox to make sure that you were working towards something like that, as opposed to maybe trying to cut corners or sneak some things in that maybe you see in some other places?
I'll tell you, at first, Aaron, that's a great question. It wasn't the awards or anything like that. The big thing was what we had to do is we had to identify. We knew Cincy Reigns was going to be a key part of the University of Cincinnati and attracting the best players and keeping the best players. So what we had to do was identify what can be our business model to make us great. So we had to look at things that we know we could use. So number one, we looked at, all right, what do we want to teach these athletes? We're not in the game. We want to teach them business. So we want to be something different. So as of right now, we are only one of 3 universities that do this. Okay. Where simply when they come in, there's a CPA. We have a CPA firm here in Cincinnati. Donahue, Donnie and Darren step forward, the Donahues, that are huge supporters. And literally, they volunteer their time, and they
also my CPA, by the way.
Oh, see, that's huge. That's huge. And they volunteer their time, and they sit down and mentor with these athletes. And then we've got attorneys like Brian and Joe Braun, where they sit down and these guys volunteer their time, explain to them what an LLC is, the advantages and disadvantages. So what we do is we bring the practicality of, now you have this money, now you better learn how to use it and how to manage it. And we align them with good investments entities that they can go to on their choosing. And then we also align them with an unbelievable Eddie Taylor does at UC does a tremendous job of helping these with their brand manager.
Yeah, Eddie's coming on tonight.
Yeah, we are only one of 3 universities that literally do this. And so when they come here and I'm able to sit down, you want to ask yourself in the recruiting world, hey, what can I offer a student athlete that maybe somebody else doesn't? How do I keep that competitive advantage? How do I make sure my platform or my product always stays ahead of the game? That's what created all of this. Now, out of creating all of this, we were awarded one of the top 6 in the United States. Okay. So we know we're doing something right. We know that some of the athletes that came here, when you invest into them and you help them learn these things, they respect that because they know they're adults. They know they're entering a different world. And more importantly, I had an opportunity to sit down with 6 general managers of the NFL. And I asked them, if you were in my position, what would you guys do? And the things we got back from them were so valuable that we were able to implement into our program here that it's like no other. And so when they come here, they see exactly what we do from the very beginning to the end, which gives them all a storyline, all the athletes a storyline. So when they want to move into the NFL, they want to move into the NBA, they've got a story about, hey, let me tell you how it's done at the university. This is why I'm different. And that interview process is so important in the NFL and the NBA and the WNBA that they've got to get ready to answer those type of questions. Cincy Reigns gets them ready to answer those type of questions. Okay? Only 3 other universities right now do that. That's why we're one of the best. And we're going to stay as being the best because we financially can't be the best. We can't go out there and throw money all the time. We got to be very frugal about the money, how we spend it, how we get it. But then we also got to make sure that's in our bag, what we attract and retain is excellent. And we do. We provide those things to the athletes. So it's an exciting time at Cincy Reigns. I'm telling you, we're doing great things. We're being different. We're being creative. And at the end of the day, we are, in my opinion, one of the best collectives in the United States.
Wow. That's amazing. When it comes to sitting down with a certain athlete on top of all the different added elements to what the collective can bring, is it kind of a blank canvas for each one and they kind of tell you what direction they want to go towards in their 4 years on campus or 3 years or 2 years that they're there? Or is it kind of more of a set standard that you want to do with each athlete that you guys bring into the fold?
Yeah, what we did is, Brett, it's like when you sit down, you want to make sure what you have in your portfolio to offer a student athlete, it's consistent and it's strong. So you ask questions. So my wife and I, we founded a healthcare staffing company and we grew it to just over $1 billion. Okay. So I do use that platform of saying, I understand business. I know it. I know how to do it. I know how to do it well. Okay. So I use that platform right there and say, listen, I know how to do this. Okay. I'm going to show you how to do this. And so it does take an investment of time and energy. But I'm going to tell you, with that time and energy, we attracted some top athletes this year in the portal, especially for football. I'm excited about the folks that we have here. We beat out schools like USC. We beat out schools like Kansas State, TCU. We beat out SEC schools. Okay. They came to the University of Cincinnati because we have a better collective, because we were able to do things that other schools just weren't prepared and weren't structured and ready to do. And so the better we get at that, Brett, and the better we become a powerhouse in this collective space, no one's going to touch us, and we're going to continue to attract and retain the best. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
No, you do.
What we do.
Right.
I'm curious, kind of covering sports for, I think this is my 4th year, especially covering basketball. I've noticed that college basketball coaches are like a different breed of human being. Just they have to be wired differently. So in your experience, knowing what those people are like, and watching Wes Miller, what do you appreciate about what he does with his players, how he creates his teams, how passionate he is about the position at Cincinnati?
This is how I would describe Wes Miller: genuine. He is what he says. Okay? He doesn't mislead athletes. He's straight up with them. He's honest. He's got a high level of integrity. Wes represents this university extremely well. Okay? And I'm glad he's the basketball coach at the University of Cincinnati, because he has attracted and kept the athletes from last year, because he's not one of these guys like Keegan, like you mentioned, maybe some of how these other coaches work. Wes just doesn't operate that way. And he's different. And that's what I appreciate the most about him. Okay. Of just who he is.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Does that help?
Yeah, that was good.
You know, seriously, Scott Satterfield. No, I want to make sure I answer your question. Scott Satterfield's the same way. Scott Satterfield is a genuine person. I mean, he wasn't overly happy last year with the team that he was handed. He was in a tough transition period. Cincy Reigns wasn't set up as the powerhouse it is today. And so he went into a portal kind of blindly. This year, Cincy Reigns was ready to go from day one. And man, I'm telling you, we hit that portal in January, late December, and we hit it, and we were aggressive, we were fast, and we made sure that everybody knew who we were, and we made sure that we attracted and retained the best. And you can look at our January portal. I think you're going to have Zach Grant. We got the players we wanted, and it's just great to work with the coaching staff here at the university. Kudos to John. He's done a great job of assembling just quality individuals that represent this school very well. Yeah.
Are there any other events that you guys have kind of in the works that you can hint at, or is that something that's down the line?
Yeah, we got the Red and Black Gala coming up. Can't forget about the Red and Black Gala. Okay. You know, we're in the process of looking at other opportunities, other outreach events. That's going to be big. So right now we're really focusing on the brewery tours and getting out there and meeting people, building up our brand here in Cincinnati. So when people donate, they know that they're just not tossing money out there just for the heck of it. They're providing a foundation for this university, a foundation that's going to make a difference to a lot of young people. And, you know, we could really use everyone's help. We really could, and we need it.
Back to Cincy Reigns real quick. How much does the success of Cincy Light, how much does the success of Cincy Light open other doors around the community where people are looking at that and going, oh man, that thing has blown up, and we really want to get ourselves involved and be a part of this because everything that has happened with it has gone so big.
Yeah. No, man. You know, Chad, what it shows people want to get involved. And, you know, really, realistically, we get a lot of phone calls from other businesses. And I think that's great. They want to have associations. So we are talking to right now close to 10 additional businesses that are out there that want to form a partnership with Cincy Reigns. And the success we've had with Cincy Light, it's an easy sell. It's an easy sell for them to want to have that partnership. So we've got to keep that momentum going. So anyone out there that their business wants to get associated with Cincy Reigns, we'll see if it's right for us, because we want to make sure it's right for us, and right for the university and right for the student athletes. And it fits within our strategic plan of where we're taking Cincy Reigns. So it's huge. The opportunities are unlimited of what you can do when you partner with Cincy Reigns. So,
and of course, you got the 513 day today. What went into trying to put this together and have the 1 day donation list event, I would call it, of the entire day throughout 513?
A lot. It really does. It took almost 2 weeks of planning. A lot of people don't understand that. And all of us at Cincy Reigns are volunteers. None of us are paid staff. Okay. Every single one of us came into the program with one goal, and that was to make it great. We spent a lot of time, a lot of energy making sure we built out a good business model so we're not wasting money. Okay. Every donation, 100% goes to the student athletes. No one gets anything from this. So that's why you want to donate, because when you donate, it goes directly to the student athletes and not to anyone else.
And these guys will tell you they're mostly volunteers too.
Are they? That's a good group of volunteers there, Chad.
I pay them, but not as much as probably they want. But it is what it is.
We did have a request from Zach to drop this link here in the chat, so it is in the chat, but it's going to be FEVO, FEV as in Victor o-enterprise.com/event/Cincy Reigns. And that's going to be for your Reds and Reigns link, so you can attend the Reds and Reigns.
June 12th. Ellie De La Cruz bobblehead night.
Everybody loves it.
Ellie bobblehead.
Uh-oh, we got someone else that joined us here. Look at that guy.
You recognize that guy?
Yeah, I do. He's a good man. I'm telling you. Jim, hey, Jim and I used to be neighbors. He can't hear us. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Can you hear us now, Jim?
Do you have earbuds in?
I think he does.
Do you have earbuds in? Take them out and put them back in.
Does he have to turn around? I mean, is this the hokey pokey?
Yeah, right. That was a little hokey pokey.
For some reason, StreamYard is really weird.
There we are.
You have to see, so you have to turn them off, and you can only turn them on when you're in the room. I don't understand it, but
so why'd you have to put the smartest guy in the room in front of me before I come in? I mean, is there anybody better than Ken?
Listen, yeah,
Jim, I feel like an idiot. I feel like an idiot coming in now.
I was complimenting you. I thought you should have went first because you're the better looking of the group.
Oh, dude.
It might have worked out better that way.
No, it's been great. Been great fun watching you guys work. You and Brian do amazing stuff, man. So thank you.
Man, thank you.
Well, you two are here. You guys can talk about Ball and Brews real quick.
Yeah, we'll open up the event 16th right there at Jim's place.
Yeah, on the 16th. Looking forward to it. Looks like we're gonna have a big crowd too. Perfect night. Yeah. You know what? It's been kind of fun watching the social media stuff. It's been great to see. Looks like folks are pretty fired up, and it'll be great. It'll be a great kickoff, and Ken doesn't know it yet, but Donnie and I decided we're going to be giving some money back that night as well. So come on out, spend some money. We're going to donate some money back as after the event. So make sure you make it out. I think it's a good kickoff.
Surprise, Ken.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, there you go, Ken.
It doesn't surprise me. That's the type of person Jim is. Their organization has been nothing but great for Cincy Reigns. He loves the university. He loves this community, and it shows by the way he runs the Holy Grail. It's a great place to hang out and to do things. So yeah.
Thank you. It's been a fun partnership. Now the checks are getting bigger too.
Yeah.
Ever since the Redlegs got back in and selling some cans down there. It's been opening day was a good kickoff. Well, March Madness was a good kickoff, and then opening day, and it's gone from there. So I think we're averaging around 2,000 beers a month right now, and just Cincy Light.
That's fantastic.
Just think how much better that would be if the Reds could actually start winning some games.
Oh, you're killing me right now. I'm telling you.
Come on, Aaron. I got to talk about it tomorrow night with George Vogel. I'm well aware it's hard to talk about.
George was right down the street from me. I think he's about ready to jump off his roof. I think we all are. It's yeah. No, and we told Ken, and Chad knows as well. And our vision was, you guys are younger than us, but when I used to go up to Wrigley Field, it was old style beer, and that was the local brew. You go over to Pittsburgh, and it was Icy Light, and it has been really cool watching the out of town fans come in, and watch them really dig into Cincy Lights and having some fun with it. So I think the footprint's expanding, and we're all about it. Can't wait to see it keep on growing, and watching these out of town fans just keep on drinking some more, and trying to figure out what it is. And it's always that first couple sips trying to figure out, okay, what do we have here? Is it a heavier beer? Is it a Rheingeist? Is it a light, and I truly believe it's a great Pilsner that's just its own unique style of beer, which is great.
Well, now
And
it's
people
party.
love it. Yeah.
And now,
Hey, look at
now we got
Brian.
B Fox in the mix too.
Oh
Holy
man,
cow.
this
You
is
put me
a
in-
star-studded. This is a star-studded hour right here. I
Right, you
mean,
put me in between the two smartest guys. Thanks, Chad. Make me sound like an idiot.
He's smarter than
I've sounded like an idiot since noon, so I needed somebody to join me.
Nah, it's all good. Brian, how you doing? You guys doing well?
I'm great. Appreciate you very much. And
No, man, we're
down there.
loving doing this thing, man. It's been, I was just telling these guys, it's been fun to watch all the out of town folks come in and start having some Cincy lights and figure it out. And as we discussed, 3 months ago now, Ken? That's when we met.
Yeah.
Said, hey, here's what we're going to do. Here's the way it's going to go. And here's what we think will happen. And again, watching folks coming in from out of town, having fun with it. And, it's been great.
Many are saying it's the best flavored drink in the history of the world, but that's what many are saying. I'm not necessarily saying that, making that claim, but
yeah,
but many are.
Beef box. Go ahead, Jim.
No, guys, and many are drinking it. So yes.
B Fox and Ken, I did want to show you guys this because I don't know if you were here with us at the beginning, if you'll be with us at the end. But our buddy Jeff made this beautiful overlay here where you can see the partnership logo for Bearcat Journal and Cincy Reigns there in the center for 513 Day. But we are fully prepared to do any partnerships you guys want to do now with all the bells and whistles.
That's great. Tremendous work going.
Ken, we've had you for half an hour. You can stick around if you want, or
oh
we can
no,
let you
hey,
go.
you got Jim and Brian. You're set. You're in good hands right there.
You took us through all the important stuff, and now we can just kind of goof off and have some fun.
You guys are great.
You brought the
hey,
right
enjoy,
guy.
man. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate you having
See
me.
you, Ken. Take care, man.
Thanks, Ken.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ken.
Thanks, Ken.
Tim, welcome in. Owner of the Holy Grail
Hi.
at the Banks, and
That's us.
a longtime friend and a confidant and somebody that I love dearly, and B Fox. You were at a city council meeting, Brian. Is everything okay? Is the city running?
Actually, I'm going to a city council meeting. It starts here in a bit, so hence why I'm not in sweats ready to bro down with you guys.
I mean, you're more than welcome to come back later as well.
Okay.
I mean, we'll be here till 10. Jim, just talk about getting back involved with UC as much as you have over the past year or so. You've been a longtime friend and sponsor of Bearcat Journal, and how much you have been involved in the opportunity as Cincy Reigns kind of has come into its own.
I love to tell people I'm a diehard Bearcat fan, and my business partner Don makes me look like I don't care about UC. As Chad will tell you, he lives it, breathes it, dies it. I think he's missed. What did he tell me the other day? Since '89, I think he's missed 4 home football games.
Wow.
Yeah, like he is in it. And what, Chad? So we go back to our the Clifton days of taking a bus down to Birmingham was our first BCJ trip together.
That was a hell of a couple days. It was a hell of a couple days. I'll tell you that.
We're not getting any younger, dude.
No. I was skinny back then. I look like. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, you look like Aaron or Brett and Keegan. Is that what you're gonna say?
No, I was waiting for Aaron to pull it up.
Oh,
what's that?
Oh, Chad's got his old skinny pics that he loves to throw out.
I don't love that. There it is.
Oh, look at you!
A real
Did you know how to,
Chad?
Did you know how to break dance and stuff too? Because that's what that outfit looks like.
I actually. So my first show I ever did was on public access. It was essentially the exact same concept as Around the Horn when Around the Horn debuted, but I did it 6 months earlier. And I always joke that ESPN must have had somebody watching public access in Northern Kentucky because they stole my idea for a show. And
sure they did.
They did. They did.
Were you? Did you wear that shirt, Chad, in that show?
Yeah, I was the official. I was like the Tony Reale of the show.
Yeah,
where we had a
Kellerman,
panel.
yeah.
We had a panel, and they discussed, and then I scored the arguments. So I put myself in a referee shirt for the show.
Very official.
And you had just left Foot Locker.
I did. Actually, it was a work outfit, and then I came to the show afterwards.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, guys, I've got a great idea. I'm going to wear this referee outfit. Just didn't have time to go home and change.
I had a whistle and everything. I blew the whistle. I put people in timeout.
Okay.
It's great.
Okay.
Can't imagine why that was taken off public access.
I was going to say. No, Chad, so bringing it back, I don't think I want to talk about you in that shirt anymore. It kind of makes me nervous. I think we approached Brian, probably 6 months ago, 5, 6 months, 7 months ago, when Cincy Lights was just starting to come out, or just come out, and told him, hey, look, we want to try to do some things. And truth be told, we never sold Ryan Geist before at the Holy Grail. So we waited for the opportunity that we wanted to do, introduced it, and have taken, advantage of some partnerships. Ryan Geist wanted to be in the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail wanted Cincy Lights, and we wanted to make sure Cincy Reigns was funded. So it took a little bit longer than probably it should have, but we finally leveraged it into some shows and some mainstream advertising, some different things that are going on, and we took a little bit step further. Don and I, decided that 50 cents of every beer that we sell goes back to Cincinnati Reigns, or every Cincy Lights. And again, I think we're last couple months been right around 2,000 beers a month. Obviously the winter months you slow down, and then here going into the summer, and literally and legitimately when we sat down with Brian and Ken and said, look, I see this thing as, we see a lot of out of town people, and by out of town, it doesn't mean it has to be people coming in from Milwaukee or Detroit, Chicago, or whatever. We do see a bunch of those, but we also have folks from the geographical area that come in from Kentucky and Western Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky, West Virginia, Columbus area, really heavy. And it has been really cool to see these folks that are traveling in, drinking Cincy Lights, and they have been in a big way. I think, opening day, was our 4th best selling beer down there. And that's saying something for, the amount of volume that goes into that place on opening day. So we keep on expanding it. On top of that, we leveraged the partnership to include some ESPN radio. So we're going to have Austin and Tony down there on some Fridays before Reds games, strictly on a Cincy Lights dime is essentially what it comes down to. Plugging in Cincy Reigns, and then we've got Mo doing a couple shows as well. But I think it's May 24th and like July something or other. So Tony and Austin will be down there.
Uh-oh. We might have lost Jim.
Oh, no.
Sorry, we got B5.
There he is.
He's back.
He's
There
back.
you go.
He's unfrozen.
Yeah, was that me that went away? Sorry.
Just
So yeah,
pause.
the Cincy, Ron Geist and Cincy Lights have jumped in with us. And it was completely separate than anything they have with Brian, just to make sure we had the measured media to help us out, to get the message out. And they've been great. They've given us anything we needed to promote the brand down there. And it all obviously ties right back into the collective, which is, what we wanted to do.
Ball and Brews on the 16th, which is Thursday. What can people expect? For both of you?
I think we're gonna have a full house. I mean, Greg came to us on this, and to get Coach coming down with the Godfather and Luke, and I just think it's a great kickoff. It's a great time of year. Weather looks fantastic. Garage doors will be up. get your tickets. I honestly, at this point, I don't know what they've got it capped at, but I think we're coming pretty close to it. That, you know, so yeah, I just think it'll be a great day. Kicks up at 6:45. You know, we'll be down there all day. You know, 6:45 the program starts. I think it goes about a half hour, 45 minutes. I think it's just, you know, and Brian, you weren't on here earlier. Donnie and I have decided we're going to make a donation from that night's proceeds as well, on top of the other stuff we have. So,
Appreciate it.
you know, no, we appreciate the opportunity. I think it's great. I think it'll be fantastic. Should be a
Yeah, I
good
mean,
night.
we, you know, the early days of Cincy Light, we were selling, and it started to kind of become a bit of a story, and we were loving that. Obviously, the attraction was connecting with the fan base, and a Holy Grail kept coming up. You know, like that's you got to be in the Holy Grail. You got to be in the Holy Grail. And when we sat down with Jim and Donnie, and they told us their story about how they ended up with Holy Grail right next to Great American Ballpark and the growth and development of their business, it's a Cincinnati story. It's a beautiful thing. It's really incredible what those guys have built, their team there, how they execute with running such a great bar, such a great restaurant right there in the heat of all of it. And boy, are we grateful to have them as partners and friends and allies in this rather difficult lift that is NIL. I mean, you got to have folks like Jim and Donnie, you know, step up, and it's critical.
Brian, I don't think anybody ever saw this coming to the extent of what it's turned into.
No.
This is crazy.
Yeah,
This
it is.
It's great. You know, it's great that you guys jumped in, and thank you so much for doing it. I don't think, no, I know the different universities and the different policies and the way things have gone. So, I mean, navigating that the way you have, Brian, kudos to you, and quite honestly, John Cunningham and the entire athletic staff up there, because this is not an easy one, man. It's, you know, listening to dear friends over at West Virginia or down at UK and trying to figure out how to navigate this thing has been monumental. And to get it to a point now where, you know, by all accounts, you're top 10 in the country. That's huge. That's just amazing, and it's awesome.
We got so many folks that are grinding, volunteering, giving their time, life, treasure, the whole thing, to try to make this thing work. So, and Chad, I know we're sarcastic a lot, and we pick on each other, and it's, you know, yes, but I'm really grateful for you providing a day-long telethon-like platform here, because it's critical that people understand the scope of the lift, that as Jim said, the folks that we're competing against, and we're trying to run a really good business. That's at the heart of it. That's why, you know, I met Ken over a decade ago and saw Ken grow his business, but not just grow it. I mean, I represent him as his attorney, but I saw him do it with integrity and treat people really well. And you can't be in an all volunteer kind of business like we're running and not treat people excellently, because it just doesn't work. Everybody, you know, can just say, well, fine, I'm done. You know, so it's been critical that there be marvelous, great human beings as a part of our process. And, you know, from the regular fun, people think, you know, that it's just taking money, you know, from one hand and, you know, handing it off with the other hand. And it's so much more than that. I wish it wasn't. I wish it was just that. That would be awesome. But the reality is we've got to stay in alignment with the university. We got to stay in alignment with our donors, let them know that they matter and that it's meaningful what they're doing. We've got to, you know, negotiate with agents. We've got to execute deals. We got to revise contract after contract. We got to put all that together, and then we've got to, you know, try to figure out a way to kind of grow the brand so that people even know that we're out here laboring silently. There's that old rap saying, real G's move in silence like lasagna. But we try to do that a little bit. We try to be a little hip hop, but at the same time, we do need people to know that we're out here working for you. And you know, we need a little help sometimes. So we're super grateful for you, Chad, and for you, Aaron, and even for Brent, I guess. I don't know.
Kinda.
I did
I'm
not see a
just
Wheezy.
kidding.
I did not see a Wheezy F baby quote coming.
It worked. It worked. But hey, did Chad tell you what Wes Miller's idea was for next year's 513 day?
No, he did not.
He invited us to do it at your place, Jim.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So
Awesome.
Wes said he was disappointed when he found out that we were just doing it like remote like this. And he said he thought he was going to get to be at the Holy Grail all day, enjoying some beverages, and that we might have gotten a lot more info out of him if that had been the case.
Yeah, you know, I no problem. Bring it down here. Next year. Let's do it. I'll do it live. I don't care. We'll pay for whatever it is to get it rolling, and then
We're
I'll
cheap.
bring. Yeah,
Brian, how much?
But not
how much
easy.
did you pay us, Brian?
What's that? I'm sorry, I got lost connection. It's like
Yeah, exactly. How much did you pay us for this thing?
It's a very staticky noise. I can't hear. Sorry,
I
go
know.
ahead.
Speaking of though, kind of
Hold on. Jim has a dinner reservation. So I don't want to.
Yeah, I got about another 5. I got another 5 to go, and then we got to get out of here. Hey, does a gift card mean anything if we do something? Give some money away.
Yeah.
Give a gift card away. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Figure out a way to do it. If you need 1 or 2, match the next donation or give them a gift card. I don't care. Whatever you want to do.
All right. Next, what?
I don't know how you can do that. I don't know how you can do that. Or if you just want to give it away to somebody, go for it.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
You guys figure it out. You got a couple hours.
We'll
You
figure it
text
out
me
in the
how
private
much.
chat.
You text me how much the gift card is worth, and I will find something to do with it.
$50. How's that sound?
$51.30. That's what they're aiming for. Does that work for you?
There you go. Yeah, $51.30. How about that?
The
I
next
gotta like
person that donates $51.30 and tweets me the screenshot of your $51.30 donation. Next two
Let's do 2.
people that donate $51.30.
Or should we do the first one and then pick somebody after that?
It doesn't matter.
That way maybe we'll get 3 or 4 or 5 people to do it.
Kind of like that idea.
We'll do one now, the first one now, and then we'll do another one later.
Yeah.
First person to tweet me a screenshot of their $51.30 donation, I will get your information to Jim, and he will get you a $51.30 gift card to the Holy Grail.
And then next time I talk to Wes, what do you think? Should we get Wes tied up for 2 hours next year to come down?
Yeah, absolutely.
He was ready to keep going. I think he was upset.
He's the best, man. He's such a great person, man.
He went over like 10 minutes, and he was still he was cooking. We had to cut him off. We had another guest waiting. We had student athletes waiting behind him that we had to double up.
You know, the people who benefit from all of this.
Yeah, which is great.
All right, Jimmy, head to dinner. And
See you guys.
Get you that information.
Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
No,
Appreciate it.
thank you guys. Hopefully we'll see you guys on Thursday night. Thanks, guys.
I got volleyball practice, but I will try to be there. After.
Well, no, whoever. Anybody who's out there. Be
All
great.
right. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
Jim.
B-Fox, real quick. Reigns and Reds.
All by ourselves. Look at us, just the 4 of us.
Just like
you always dreamed it up.
Who would
right?
have thought, Brett? Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Look at us.
Look at us.
Yeah.
Look at us. Reigns and Reds, they took you off the opening pitch. Is that the truth?
Well, the truth is, so here's the thing. They use a catcher, and they didn't want me to hurt him.
Okay.
They know
Yeah.
most of a lot of the stuff I'm throwing, it's brand new. It's stuff that nobody's ever seen before.
Nope.
And it's a lot of heat. So they try to, you know what I mean? They try to balance it.
It gives Tommy John's. Yeah.
That's right.
I got you.
We would normally have a lot of questions for you, but Ken answered them all. Because
Well, that's great. That's great.
That's a really smart guy that you have.
I know. I like him. He's even better than just having some answers. He's just a marvelous.
He's
dude.
like Radio Shack. You've got questions, he's got answers.
He's got answers. Yeah. And he and his wife Libby, they do. I mean, they started a food pantry called Impacting Tomorrow, and they have a food pantry and they have like a clothing boutique where you just go and shop and get free clothes. And they feed over, I don't know, I want to say it's like 1,000 families a month in Claremont County that the work continues to grow. And he he just did it because he wanted to. I mean, he's just got a big heart for people. And that was, if you look at all the people on our board and all the people that are involved, there are people who have ended up along my path that I went, hey, that's a good human being. I'll ask them to help. And that's kind of how I wish there was some sort of, strategic vision at the start of like, and the reality is we're just trying to, as we happen upon good human beings who are competent and good at business and understand what they're doing, I'm just like, yeah, go ahead.
And then you make exceptions like me.
That's right. Yeah. Occasionally we walk across the tracks and find a guy who's got the Foot Locker shirt on. It looks like he could referee, but maybe he's just leaving the second shift. We don't know.
It was my Luke Perry look with the sideburns.
Oh, I love it. You looked fantastic. I mean, do you put that on the fridge or anything like that? Oh, yeah.
No, it's definitely in his wallet. He's like, you guys
duck lips before there were duck lips.
It's in his wallet. I love that.
Y'all want to see something cool?
Yeah. Well, so I keep a letter jacket in the back of my car.
Right. Yes.
Just so people know.
Our quarterback, right? Yeah.
He used to compete.
Yes.
Make no mistake.
You
can get out there and run a little bit.
You used to.
That's right.
Are you still 30 under 30 or 30 under 40 under 40?
30 under 30. Yeah.
Wow.
20 under 20. 20 under 20.
No, you are not that.
We'll take it.
All right. We have somebody else.
Oh,
there it is. 40 under 40.
Whoa, what was that? Wow.
When we all were like, wait,
I keep that on my desk to mess with my buddy.
Can't keep that in your wallet. Can't
That was
keep
like
that
the
in your
yawn
wallet.
move.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we have another guest in the lobby, and you
Bring
have
him in.
you have a city council meeting. We don't want to tie you up. Zach, are you there?
I'm here.
There he is. What's going on, Zach?
Zach.
What's up, fellas?
Welcome.
Thank you. How are we doing?
We are doing incredibly well.
Just a beautiful head of hair.
Yeah.
Just a great, big, beautiful head of hair.
I appreciate it.
B-Fox, Zach went viral recently, right?
Of course. Yeah.
Zach, what was it like being spun in circles by Jason Kelsey?
Not very good on my stomach. It's probably the closest I'll get to what CTE feels like. But I don't know.
I like it. All right. Well, gentlemen, God bless you. God bless America. I appreciate all the work you're doing. You're helping us. I love all of you.
We love you too, B-Fox.
All right.
We'll
See
be
you
here
guys.
later if you get bored.
Yeah.
Okay, I will. After my meeting, maybe I'll call in.
Okay.
Or join in or however I can through that link.
You should.
Appreciate
Come
it.
on back.
On a landline.
See you, B-Fox.
This is part of why we don't believe he was 40 under 40. That guy's 52 years old. Come on.
Good looking dude right there. Good looking guy.
Who's that? I agree.
Well, yeah, we give both. We give shots to both.
So let's get to it, Zach. The Lambaby games. How did you get involved in the Lambaby games, and tell us about the whole experience?
So there was a application for students to fill out. So I did that, but Stipe helped me get involved a little bit.
You stacked the deck. Is what you did. You stacked the deck.
Yeah, I might have been a little rigged into the system, but yeah. So there was application where you filled out, and they just asked you some random questions, and you just fill that out, and then I found out a little later that I'd be playing in the game. So
First thing I asked you when I picked up my my credential for the spring game, I asked you how long it took you to walk straight after that. So what did you tell me?
yeah, well, I was so dizzy for a couple minutes after that. I thought I was going to throw up, to be honest, but I can't do that in front of a sold out Fifth Third Arena. So I got in the back and They interviewed Jillian first, and I'm standing back there and my head's still spinning. Then they put me up there and I went to sit in the chair and I almost missed the chair, but I sat down and just talked about my experience getting spun at 500 knots.
I mean, that was violent. Like, he did that to try to mess you up.
Well, yeah.
I'm
And
not-
Jillian said that she told Travis to
take it easy on her.
to don't spin me fast. Did you just look up at Jason and say, "Do it"?
I said nothing. I was just trying to think of how I'm going to win the game, and next thing you know, I'm 4 rows into the section, and by the time I get up, Jillian's already won the game. So,
Well, what you did was essentially like the bat spin thing, but like on steroids.
It
Yes.
was NASA training.
it was. Yeah, that's right. I'm prepared to head into space now.
Keegan and Brent and I Keegan and I were sitting there watching, and as Jason started spinning you, we were both like, "Oh no, oh no, this man is going to get off of that tire," and exactly what happened, and crash immediately.
I'm when I was about to get up, I knew I was going right. In my head, I'm doing this, leaning left.
To go left.
Yeah, but it did not work at all. I immediately slammed into the crowd, and then I got up, and I'm like, "Oh, I guess I'm going right again still." And then the third time I got up, I almost fell into Bearcat, and I knew the game was already over, so I was like, "You know what? I might as well still try to knock."
Yeah, you even threw the helmet still. I was like,
Yeah, two for two. I threw the first one, and then the last one I just threw under my legs and somehow hit it. So
You snapped it like a center.
exactly, yeah. I had to do it for Jason, even though he screwed me there.
Not
But-
in a fun way.
Yeah, I was gonna say Zach was like the epitome of it. I'm not gonna lie, they got me in the first half. They got me in the first half.
But in the second half, you came back and you helped lead the Nerds to a victory.
Hit the Heisman.
I did hit him with that Heisman. That was total on the fly. I was like, you know what? I got to do something cool because, I got destroyed earlier. But
Did you
yeah, my
still
team gave
feel
me a
sick at that
nice. What?
Did you still feel sick at that point from?
Oh no, I was fully recovered. Also, the worst thing about it was right before. So we were the first challenge, right?
Yes.
And I don't know, 10 minutes before we get out there, I just got done eating like a bunch of Subway in the back.
Oh gosh.
Oh,
So my stomach was full of Subway. And
Better than Skyline, I suppose.
oh yeah. Yeah. I was glad I wasn't picked for that challenge.
But
Either.
Travis was rooting for people to yak. So I feel like if you would have yacked, Travis would be like calling you every day and being like, dude.
Yeah, so we figured out what we were doing. Like we had no clue what any of the challenges were or nothing before. About 15 minutes, their producer came in and randomly selected us for each challenge and gave us a rundown. And when they got to the Skyline, like eating the conies, she was like, originally Jason wanted you guys to eat 6 conies, but I said, Jason, they're not you. So they knocked it down to 3. And then afterwards, Jason was like, well, they probably should have only done like 1 or
half. Yeah, that one was a little rough, but they made it out. I guess, Chad, we have to ask on air officially. Zach, you have Jason's Super Bowl ring, right? You were the one that found it and kept it.
Yeah, I paid off the rest of my college
There we
fees
go.
with it.
There we go. Which is crazy, the fact that he did that, but
Yeah, no, we figured out that we had no clue the ring was going to be there until right before the challenges. But yeah, I have no clue what happened to it.
It's nuts.
No, you
Neither
can
does
never.
he. Neither does he.
Yeah, no.
Now you can never ride another spinning ride again, right? Not like a tilt.
Oh no,
not
I have,
a revolving door, nothing, right?
Yeah, anytime I see anything that resembles spinning, I just have PTSD.
Oh, man.
Not even.
What was it like getting to meet him? What was it like getting to meet him?
It was great. They're as advertised, very down to earth, cool people. Yeah, I mean they're as advertised, just cool dudes.
and I guess I can talk about it because it's over and there's no harm, no foul anymore. I heard you just cruised on into the after party.
I did. So Jason told me and a couple of my teammates, like, hey, you guys can come to Woody's after or whatever. And I was like, all right. So I was like, sure. I mean, of course I'm going to come. So I walk up to Woody's. There's a bunch of people outside, like, taking photos and everything. And there's like police and some security guards out front. And I walked up to him. I'm like, hello. I was told to come here after the events or whatever. And they're like, okay, what's your name? And I was like, Zach. And then they like looked on the list and they're like, all right, we don't see you on here. Who would know you? And I was like, Jason and
Jason
Travis.
Kelsey.
And the guy was like, all right, I'll be right back. So he heads inside and he comes back out like 30 seconds later and he just goes, he's good. Let him in. And I was like, what in the world? Yeah. So I walked in and then, so I was talking with Jason's wife, Kylie, a lot.
Yeah.
When after Jason had spun me the first time when I was walking back, she stopped me and was like, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna beat him up later when we get back or whatever. And then afterwards, she was like, now that you guys won, I think he'll be all right or whatever. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. So I walk in and she was like, the winner's here. And then Jason, I wasn't sure if he like remembered my name or whatever, but he saw me and just goes, Zach Swain. Let's go. And I was like, yo. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was cool being in there. So
You're
I was
almost famous
thankful
moment.
that. Yeah, I've told everyone I've peaked at 22, and it's just
it's straight downhill from there. But look, ultimately worth it, right? Like,
oh, definitely.
Yeah,
worth it.
sure. Getting spun to the point that you almost got a concussion crashing into the crowd, and not being able to walk for 20 minutes. It comes out in the wash. You get to party with the Kelsey brothers. You get to hang out with Kylie, and she's probably cooler than both of them.
Yeah, she's really cool. There's a Jimmy John's right next to Woody's, and she went over there and got Jason a couple sandwiches and brought us back some cookies. So she was really cool and nice. They're all really awesome people. So I was thankful that I got to be a part of the event and hang out with them a little bit afterwards too. So
that's the best wife on the planet. Just I'll go get you a couple of Jimmy John sandwiches.
Yep.
At what, probably 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, probably like closer to 2, probably, but yeah.
Honey, I know it's been a rough one. Now I'll walk over and get you a couple Sandies.
Yeah.
To get you back right for tomorrow. For the golf outing, I think was in the morning.
It was. He made it. He made it there. So.
Had he realized he lost his ring at that point?
Yeah, so I was actually standing right next to him when they came in and said that they still couldn't find it. So they were like, the producer came up. He's like, "All right, Jason, the ring, we still haven't found it." And he just kind of like, dang it. But Kylie was mad. She was like, "Are you serious?" But after that, it was just kind of like, oh, well.
I get the feeling she does that a lot.
Probably.
Are you serious, Jason?
You're probably like, Jason, why would you do that?
Yeah.
It was funny. Travis has like 1 million Super Bowl rings, and he's like, yeah. Nope.
I'm not putting my ring in a sock in a pool of 3-ways.
Right.
Oh,
yeah, what's a sock gonna do?
It is the most Jason Kelsey way to lose a ring, though.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
In a sock, in a giant 40-gallon tub of 3-ways.
And then then the greatest thing was on the pod. Then he was like, to Travis, he was like, I can just get another one, right? I can just go and order another one. And Travis was like, no, it's not the same thing.
Dude. No. You can't just order another one. That's not
I'll
how it
just
works.
order one on Amazon Prime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next day delivery, it'll be here, right?
Exactly.
They have those on Amazon, right? Like 2016 Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl rings.
For sure they do.
Put it on the card. The best he was like, I think the insurance will cover it. Can you imagine the insurance adjuster?
Can you imagine like anything that he has to pay insurance for. I can't. I imagine he's high risk for everything.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah.
Probably.
So what did you say you did with this ring again? Okay. Okay.
No, we're not
it's
going to cover that.
undisclosed.
You can
Undisclosed.
you can pay for that yourself if you want another one. Oh boy. All right, man. Well, we appreciate it, Zach. Thanks for popping in. Are you still interning, or are you like full time now?
So I will be the graduate assistant next year. So you guys will still be seeing me around.
Moving up the ranks.
Yep. So I'll be getting my
Moving up
master's.
the ranks.
My master's in sports administration. So.
Okay. Perfect.
Congrats,
well, we
man.
look forward
Congrats.
to enjoy your summer.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you again when the fall rolls around, or probably higher ground. Right, catch you at higher ground.
I'll be at. I'm sure I'll be at a couple higher grounds. But
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Thanks, guys.
All right.
I'll see you, dude.
You're the man.
Hey.
Thanks, Zach.
Yep.
All right. There we go. Keep it rolling. Once again, we're over 200 donations. We got a ways to go. We've only got about 3.5 hours to get there, people.
Right.
So we got to turn up, pump
You
up the
turn it up,
volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance. If you're old like me, you'll remember that.
So
GoBearcats.com/Reigns today. Over 200 donations so far. We have a winner. Cincy _Bearcats, Cincy Bearcats fan on Twitter has texted me his receipt. He got it to me first. He narrowly edged out Danco Joe, who tried to get in there as well. But Cincy _Bearcats beat him. He nosed him. It was like the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
He nosed him.
Yes.
Over 200 donations so far today, though. Well done to everyone who has donated either that 513, 5130, 513, 5,130, or $51,300 for you crazy people out
I wonder if anybody's done that.
there. I'm sure people have done that, just maybe not today.
Yeah, I mean today, if anyone's done the $51,300 today.
I think we would have maybe heard about it.
Probably.
Would have definitely had to give them a shout out.
I would
But,
hope somebody would have tweeted that at me.
Right.
If they donated $51,300.
Exactly.
All right, let's keep it moving.
Okay.
We got our next guest, Eddie Taylor.
What's up? Happy 513 day.
Happy 513 day, Eddie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Are you with Stipe, or he called you in off the bench?
He called me in off the bench.
All right. I didn't know. Yeah, he went to the bullpen, went to the lefty, got you in. So let the people know, Eddie, what you do and your involvement with Cincy Reigns.
Yeah, so I'm our assistant director of NIL innovation, and pretty much my day-to-day is just helping the student athletes build their brand and figure out what makes sense for them in NIL. Not everyone approaches the same. And so, the way I work with Dante is different the way I work with Jillian versus the way I work with Cameron Callahan, and the list goes on. So a big part of my job is sitting down with the athletes one-on-one and, identifying how we can best help them leverage their platforms. And with Cincy Reigns, really it's just about being that kind of medium, providing education. A lot of it's really just communication. When NIL first started, the rules weren't as relaxed as they were now. So there was a lot of stuff that we couldn't do or they couldn't do that they can do now. And I had to be the medium to educate them. But I love Cincy Reigns, great organization. We're really lucky to have them because a lot of my peers do not have the same relationship with their collective that we do.
And we've talked about that a lot today. I think that's important for people to understand I know there's been from fans some trepidation about being involved in collectives and the stigma that has kind of grown around that. I think it's important for people to know at UC it's done the right way. There's not shady business happening. There is actual foresight. There is actual planning. Like you said, you work with this guy a little different than you work with this guy. And you work with, this athlete on their business plan is better here and this one. So I think it's important for people to touch on that, Eddie, and understand your donation is not haphazardly just being tossed up into the wind, that there's actually some vision around it.
I think if you look at Cincy Reigns as a whole, I think a lot of the stuff they do actually goes a little unnoticed. Our guys and gals are really taken care of as far as, they get these NIL opportunities, yes, and that's, what is written about, but what you don't see is the love and care that the volunteers of Cincy Reigns have for the athletes. Like, I have, never seen it before, especially from a group of volunteers like Ken, Brian Fox, Tracy, Chris Miliano. I think I'm forgetting someone, I'm sorry. But the volunteers at Cincy Reigns, they all genuinely want to help these kids out, and don't just want to provide them with opportunities, but also with education. I've had so many, I work a lot with football, and I'll hear like a player go, "Oh yeah, I was talking to so and so, and they said this is the best way for me to grow my business," or I don't think 3 years ago, pre-NIL, would I hear locker room talk about taxes and investment portfolios. And the fact that we are is nothing but a good thing, and a lot of that is due to the love and care that comes in through Cincy Reigns.
That's the main thing that people.
I was going real quick. Eddie, we did have a conversation earlier today, and Luke Kandra would like to get into the food space. So just a heads up, he's looking to start a pizza, the Kandra. So we'll get to work on that for you.
Hey, the easiest way to start that is if you're a pizza place or you want to make the Kandra pizza, just email me. My email's on the website, and I will get you going.
You can shamelessly donate, or you can shamelessly drop that email address here right now if you want while people are listening.
Eddie.taylor@uc.edu.
There you go.
Easy enough. So Eddie, you mentioned that side of things, and we spoke with Ken Tracy, about an hour ago about kind of those outside things that aren't really noticed that they do, with the education of business and teaching them about taxes and investment portfolios, this, that, and the other. Do you think there's a way to kind of push that to the forefront a little bit more and kind of show, hey, not only does Cincy Reigns provide this monetary value through the NIL, but we also want to help you out this way? Because I think the more that people hear about that, then there's going to be at least a certain section of people that will kind of feel inclined to support that side of things.
I think if you look at what Cincy Reigns does, it's really about giving the kids an avenue to impact the city in a positive way. That's the way I describe it to people. Because when I look at Cincy Reigns, it's a collective. There's a bunch of collectives out there, but I think what sets Cincy Reigns apart is that they really want the kids to go out there and base their opportunities around Cincinnati. This even the things they do with or for Cincy Reigns, collectives, they could just have you send a tweet and you'd be done. Our guys are out at food pantries, our guys are out playing basketball with kids, reading, there's just so many things that, and it's good for all parties because the youth get impacted, or underprivileged communities. Our guys get to experience getting out and talking to people, the city. Like I said, I'm kind of the intermediary for a lot of things, and I've heard so many passing stories of oh, I had to do this the thing for Cincy Reigns, and I got to talk to this kid and I made his day, or I got to sign an autograph. There's just little things like that never get talked about, that I don't think people see, and that doesn't happen without Cincy Reigns.
The NIL is ever evolving. There's always things changing with the rules around the school, around the NIL itself, around the student athletes, all of that. But as of late, there have been some of the rules have gotten more lax in the way that the school can be involved with the NIL. How has that changed the way that you can kind of maneuver things, as the school's allowed to be much more involved now than it was a year ago?
The main 3 rule changes that I think are most prevalent to this conversation are: 1, they can do NIL activations while on call. So what that means is, there may be a chance that one day after practice, a kid can shoot a commercial or before practice, which is interesting. And I can't wait to see how that shakes out. I think we're going to get some legendary memes from that. The second thing, and what I'm more excited about, is we can help identify and possibly facilitate opportunities for our student athletes, which is huge just because, as a, NIL director, the amount of inbound requests we get are amazing. I, unlike my peers, live in the city of Cincinnati, and this is the best city to do NIL in, like, hands down, bar none. Like, I'm not just saying that. It's no one else has a, 7 Fortune 500 companies down the street and all these like local businesses that are starting up and all these things. Most of my peers are in the middle of nowhere college towns, yet we're here in like possibly the best city for NIL in the country. And now because of that, I can be more proactive and honestly just educating our city on what NIL is and how they can get involved. And there's not as much red tape you have to jump through. There's still things you have to consider. There's always things, there's still rules, but now we can be a little bit more aggressive with it. And I feel like that's kind of the theme for our entire department when it comes to NIL is we want to be extremely aggressive. We want to be, obviously, think before we leap, but once we jump, we're jumping off. We're not looking back. Recruit, retain, reign, repeat. That's the saying. That's what I look at when I go in my office. And then finally, we can help the student athletes with like services and tasks. So if a student athlete's like, hey, I need help with taxes, before it was like, hey, go to Cincy Reigns. Now it's still that, but also, we can do stuff on the institutional side. I hope there's an avenue down the line that we can like partner up and do something together. I think that'd be really fun. But yeah, there's a lot more that we can do for them and a lot more that we can offer support wise.
So you attended LSU, correct?
Correct.
What was the kind of path that led you to not only enter into this sort of because obviously NIL's new, this whole entire thing is relatively new. What kind of led you to study that in school, and then what kind of led you to then coming to Cincinnati and obviously working for the university and then eventually partnering with Cincy Reigns?
I'll give it the TLDR.
Yeah.
I was not an NCAA athlete, but I was a student athlete in sorts. I had a weird path. So I was on Team USA for powerlifting, and I did that while I was in school. So I never had to deal with the NCAA laws. So NIL to me is not a new thing. I did endorsement deals. I, had to read contracts. My first I tell student athletes this all the time. My first contract I ever got was like 22 pages. Didn't read it. Saw the money on it, signed it, and went about my day. And I feel like I missed out on a lot of opportunities to monetize my brand, build my brand. So a lot of my like work in this job is to make sure our student athletes don't have the same mistakes. They take every opportunity to monetize and build their brands, because a lot of our student athletes, especially the ones that are local, can really stay here and grow here and like plant roots here and like help build the city. But back to my point, sorry. So I was doing that and I was at LSU. And I remember this vividly. One day, I left practice, went to my internship in the athletic department, and everyone was running around like crazy. And I opened my phone and I see Bo Nix holding some sweet tea. And I'm like, huh, that's interesting. And I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, NIL, it's ready, it's happening. And, half of the staff was flying to Times Square to go do something with an athlete. And I was like, whoa, this is... And then I finally got the breakdown. I was like, oh, this is what I've been doing for the last 4 years. Okay. This is like not new. I find it funny that everyone calls it NIL because it's just influencer marketing, which has been around for a while.
Right.
NIL is just what we call it for college athletics, but same rules apply. As I tell my athletes, you guys just have it easier because you already have a platform. You don't have to build one.
Yeah.
That's how I got here, TLDR.
We all read it. It wasn't too long.
So what are the goals for this next school year going forward for you? And I'm assuming you have a staff of some sort underneath you.
Yeah. So right now, we're nominated for best NIL department in the country. And hopefully we win that this summer at the NIL summit. So right now I'm finishing up campaigning for that. After that, with the new rule changes, we can educate them much better, as I said. So right now, all summer, I'm just figuring out what we can get rid of, what we can keep, how we can elevate the things we've already been doing. I had 367-ish one-on-one meetings with our athletes to talk about building their brands. And I'm trying to figure out how I can keep those, but also like how I can make them digital and like the other things we can do, how I can expand our outreach, because I think now with the new rules, what's more important is getting businesses involved, because everyone can get involved in NIL in some way. Primarily you can donate to Cincy Reigns if you want to go like direct to athlete support, just like that. But if you have a business and you want to see, your favorite Cincinnati athlete rep your business, just contact me. Or, even if you don't have either of those things, you can at least give me a connection or like, hey, I think this would be a cool deal for X athlete. I think, everyone can play a role in NIL. Like, I'm not from here. I just discovered like my new favorite pizza place the other day. And little things like that, everyone already knows and they already have connections. So if you want to blow up my LinkedIn with just NIL tips, go for it. Or my email, like I am inviting that.
What is kind of the most, unique or craziest idea pitched to you as far as it goes with whether it be a singular athlete that was trying to get an NIL or a company or something along those lines that was reaching out about an athlete?
I think the most unique thing that was pitched was, you guys know Jimmy Buffett, right?
Yeah.
One of our student athletes, he's a cross country runner. He has this is going to sound like a joke, but it's not. He has an NIL deal with Margaritaville, like the resorts, and
Really?
they learn all the business of like the resorts and the restaurant business.
Yeah.
And it's like really cool. And a lot of NIL is learning business. And so you hear Margaritaville and you're thinking he's like, promoting that, but really he's learning about like hospitality and business and like behind the scene things. So when he came to me though, and he was like, hey, I have this contract for Margaritaville. And I was like, what? It's like, but no, it's really cool. I think that another one that's kind of along the same lines, Dante's Burger. I think that Dante's Burger at Bucketheads, I think that people see the burger and they're like, that's a cool story and all that. Like he's making money from the burger. But I think Dante's actually learned so much about business and the restaurant business and things like that. And I really think that everyone can get involved in NIL because it's really a way to teach our athletes. Like, if you own an accounting firm and one of our athletes an accountant, yes, they can promote your firm, but also they can shadow you. They can, do a lot of things that they wouldn't normally be able to do because of their schedules. And, that's an easy way to make your company cool. You want people to come work at your company, come get one of our superstar athletes to come rep you, because, to me, accounting, boring, but you put one of UC athletes in front of it and all of a sudden I need an accountant.
Right. Exactly. Aaron?
Last year there was an NIL deal with one of the football players in regards to the WWE. I half expected you to say that was one of the most unique ones.
That one really didn't shock me. I think that that's a great pipeline. Like the student athlete to WWE, it was super cool. But like when I sat down and thought about it, I was like, this makes so much sense. Why didn't I think of this? I think that when you look at NIL and those personalities that they had, the people they picked, it was super cool. And honestly, I wish I would have thought of it first, because I should have reached out to them first about it.
Yeah, they have some no-brainer athletes that they
Yeah,
picked.
like it made so much sense.
Mad at yourself. You're mad at yourself.
Cam Jones.
All right.
That's what, 6'9", long hair.
Yeah, like
huge.
Electric personality.
Right, exactly. Sure.
One thing I do want to say about Cincy Reigns, I don't know if the general public knows this, but most collectives don't work with all sports. They only work with primarily football and or men's basketball. My absolute favorite thing about Cincy Reigns is that they work with all of our sports. Mm-hmm. And specifically, Cincy Reigns was able to be a part of their In Her Likeness event this year alongside Alta Fiber, where they gave 100 girls $100 to do $10,000 in NIL in one night, which was what I believe to be the largest NIL collective activation for female athletes ever in the history of NIL. And I know people have reservations about giving or stuff like that, but I mean, come on. It's really amazing what they're doing, and they want to do more. They want to help out. Like, they love this city. You can tell like they're Cincinnati people through and through, and you guys have a great collective. We have a great collective. We hit the collective genetic lottery.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say, I think a lot of these collectives were thrown together just as like money laundering
funneling,
systems.
Yeah, like a money funnel.
And with B Fox and Ken Tracy and those guys, like, they've been around the university and the athletes and the athletic department long enough that they had a bigger vision for it, other than just this is how we're going to launder money to our players. And I think that has become evident, like, as this thing has continued to grow, that their vision is different than what a lot of these collectives have been built around. And in my opinion, at least looking from the outside in, it makes it a lot more sustainable, because it's not just a way to throw cash at people. Now, obviously there's connections and guys get their money, but there's a little more depth to it. And I think when you're making a recruiting pitch, when you're making a sales pitch, essentially, which is what you're doing in recruiting anyway, when you're doing that now, like, it feels like the Cincy Reigns side of it is connecting with potential student athletes, because they see, okay, well, this actually has a little bit more of a long-term vision than just I'm going to get this lump sum of money now, and then I'm never going to hear from these people again.
I think the main thing with Cincy Reigns is that when they talk to our current athletes, they are not talking about them like in the current tense. They're always talking about the next thing, once you finish ball, or next year, or next semester, or next month. So you're not, once you graduate and you're done, you're not damaged goods to them. You're like, all right, cool, you're off the payroll. It's the love and the investment and the care that they put into them. And I don't think that they're just, athletes for X amount of time. I think these are going to be connections they make for life. And, I feel like when 4 or 5 years from now, Dante can call up Ken Tracy and talk about whatever, or B Fox, or, Chris, whatever, because they're actually investing and they're putting in the work and the time to learn the guys and, be mentors and like be there for them.
So you are very well. Yeah, I agree. You are very well versed on this topic and kind of, seem to know a path of where it's heading. Where would you kind of project that, not only Cincy Reigns, but kind of the whole NIL is across the entire country is going to head? Like, which direction is it going to be? Just continuing to build all the collectives and just the strongest collective will survive. But where are you seeing this whole entire NIL path heading in the near future?
Well, I would like to preface this by saying anyone that says there's an expert in NIL is lying, because that doesn't exist.
Right.
I will say I don't see we're definitely going to have some sort of revenue sharing. I don't see how we get away from that. But I also don't see how collectives go away in that same sense. So to answer your question, both of those things will happen at the same time. I don't know how they will live in the same ecosystem, but I think it'll be really interesting to see how these court cases shake out, and, who has to get what money, and, what's money is eligible to what, federal laws and what's not. And the kind of, if, players bargain or if they don't bargain, I think I'm more so interested to see how the players do or don't bargain. I think will tell us what's going to happen.
Which then directly ties into all the added things that Cincy Reigns does outside of just the, normal face value that Chad was mentioning of what people think the whole NIL thing is. So yeah, it's an awesome step, and gosh, it's sweet to be a part of this. So are you then involved in each of the events and things that Cincy Reigns is able to put on and kind of line up the athletes for those, like what they have coming up, on Thursday, I believe, this week?
Yeah, sort of. It kind of depends. Sometimes they'll just text me and be like, "Hey, we need so and so," and I can just be an intermediary for them. I have gone to a good amount. My favorite Cincy Reigns event was obviously in her likeness, but my favorite like event was signing day. I thought that was like 5-star event. Like I think that's the standard of collective events, and I'm so glad that no one else was there to steal it from us. Like if I could 5-star an event, it was that. Like obviously I work with our football team, and that event was so well put together, made me feel like a fan. I was like, wow, we signed him. I know we signed him. I was there. But it was a great event. It was amazing. I would say though, yeah, however I can help out within the rules and staying compliant. I try my best because it takes a village, and it's not just, I always say I want to build an ecosystem of NIL around these kids. Like I don't just want to get them brand deals and like, all right, post on social media. Like I want to educate them on what they're doing. I want to like teach them how to build their brand in a responsible way. And Cincy Reigns is a part of that. My department's a part of that, but our whole department is a part of that. Like it's a collective effort down from John down. Like everyone helps out in NIL. That's the only way that you can have a successful NIL department.
Yeah. Chad?
Sorry, I'm typing out stuff. I'm getting people, trying to get people to
get the flow going.
Get the numbers up. We got to get the numbers up, Daddy. We got to hit 513 today. The last time we did something like this, we didn't go off the air until we hit the goal, and we were on the air for 15 hours. So we'll do what we got to do.
Do you drink energy drinks, or are you just a ball of energy?
I don't drink coffee. I don't drink energy drinks. I have a little caffeine from time to time. I got the Bob Mangine special right now, a nice little can of Dr. Pepper, and that's about it. I don't need uppers, fortunately.
Okay. All organic, Chad. All
organic. I am just a spaz. Eddie, basically I've found a way to make my ADHD work for me.
That's impressive. I am the opposite. I think it's all the years of powerlifting. My body craves energy drinks, and it's really bad.
Yeah. I mean, in my younger days, I dabbled in that, and you probably will not know this reference. But have you ever seen the meme about Saved by the Bell, where are you familiar with Saved by the Bell at all?
I have no idea what that is.
Wow.
There was a TV show back in the 90s.
Eddie, check out some episodes. It's a pretty good show.
One of the characters took a bunch of caffeine pills, I think. And she got it. She said, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. And then I'm so scared because her body couldn't handle all of the energy. That's me on any energy drinks. Deanna knows I'm so excited.
Gotcha.
Oh,
yeah.
Check
That
out
was
some
me
Saved by the Bell.
That was me when the NIL rules changed.
All right, man. Well, we appreciate you joining us. Thank you. Where can the people find you if they want to connect?
Yeah, so I'm on X, which is what it's called now. The one, like number one, Eddie Taylor. My main platform, as I want it to be the student athlete's main platform, is LinkedIn. So you can just type in Eddie Taylor on LinkedIn. And I just want to leave you guys with two things. One, please blow up all my socials with NIL tips or getting connected or whatever, however I can best help you assist our athletes and, build their brands and build them up. And two, again, I just want to end with Cincy Reigns is the standard when it comes to collectives. And I've seen a lot of collectives. We have the standard, and the love and support they're giving these guys and gals is second to none. Recruit, retain, reign, repeat. That's what we're going to do. And you guys are a big part of that. So thank you for your support, and let's get this thing going, the 513.
It's like family.
Huh.
Did you see
Not
what I did there?
Not falling for it.
Hey,
See
he's
what I
not
did
falling
there?
for it. No. Eddie, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much.
I have to ask, what was the LSU reaction to Brian Kelly dropping a family on you?
I was there when it happened, actually. I was in the crowd, and I just remember him saying it, and I was like,
Isn't this guy from Boston?
I didn't know much about Brian Kelly until like they hired him, and I just know I was like, that's an interesting accent, and that's all I thought. And then it went on about my day.
That you talk about going viral. That went viral.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
great guy.
All right, Eddie, we appreciate it, man. Thank you a million, and hopefully we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
All right,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Eddie.
Here you go, Eddie Taylor, NIL strategic liaison, working with the kids, and we've learned a lot about the inner workings today.
Yeah.
That have made me feel so much better about how things are being done. Like pulling back the curtain and finding out the way that the university does this. It's one of the things that that people, and we just ran through, an hour plus, an hour and a half, almost 2 hours of learning about this stuff.
Right.
And learning that they are putting them in contact with accountants.
Yeah.
And learning that they are kind of safeguarding them into the world that they're entering.
Yeah.
And it's refreshing to know that, like I said, that they're not just money laundering.
Yeah.
Vehicles.
Which I mean, it is something that I personally, and I should have educated myself a little bit more on this. I didn't even know this whole side of NIL.
Right.
I understood that there was some education side to it, so, because it is truly your name, image, and likeness. So, a part of that is finding out ways to boost yourself through that. But on the surface, all you really see is this guy got 1 million out of the portal. This guy got 2 million out of the portal. That's all you hear about on the surface. When you peel that back and you see truly what these collectives are and able to produce and able to really do beyond that, the money side of things, it just shows that Cincy Reigns is above the rest. And I mean, Eddie knew what he was talking about, and obviously B Fox knew what he was talking about. And it's just a continual group of people that they all can trace. They all have a method of doing things. They all have a path that they want to go on, and they all seem determined to get there. So it's a pretty cool thing to hear.
You ready to bring in a superstar?
Oh, I live for superstars.
Look
What's
who it is. Live from a hotel in Dallas, huh?
Live from a hotel in Dallas, the Las Colinas Omni here for the Big 12 Business Summit with a lot of the external folks and a lot of Big 12 athletic departments. So happy to say hey to you guys and really appreciate all your hard work today. Pretty cool to see you guys still going strong here. I guess it's 7:11 p.m., right? Eastern
almost
time.
7-11, yeah, right about there.
Awesome.
We still got energy. We're still fired up. We got Scott Satterfield coming up. We got Doug Martin coming up. We got Zach Grant coming up. Like we're almost finished. Like, look, Zach, we got 2 hours and 50 minutes left. This is like we got a normal podcast left.
That sounds like you guys got like the 1944 Yankees lineup there, right? That murderer's row there, people coming up.
I mean, well, we ripped it in, the first half of the show, and then obviously a little bit of downtime as schedules. If people have to go home, Aaron just threw a pizza in the oven. Kelsey ordered some a burrito bowl for me, and that's what I was doing.
Let's clarify that though. That pizza is not for me. I will not see a bite of that pizza. That's strictly for the kids.
You have 2 kids that will eat every bite of that pizza.
Every bite of that pizza, not a shot.
So I just got out of a session on Pop-Tarts and the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Okay.
And I found it incredibly interesting, kind of the marketing and stuff behind it. It also made me hungry. I love Pop-Tarts. It's a great food, right? Do you guys like Pop-Tarts?
Yeah.
What is your go-to?
Yeah, there we go.
I'm strawberry. I like the strawberry with the icing on it. I think, and honestly, that's what they said was the most popular one.
Really?
Brown sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
classic brown sugar. Yeah. That's what I rock.
My
with
grandma always brown sugar cinnamon was what was stocked in her house, so that's what I grew up on. But if I had a preference now, Kelsey goes strawberry, and I've been enjoying the strawberry, even though it's a little sweet. It's a little sweet.
It was interesting hearing about it though, because it was just about creative marketing, right? And it makes me think about NIL and what are the ways that like we at Cincinnati can do to help the collective, stuff like this is creative, and again, we appreciate you guys so much for this, but this is the type of stuff I think we need to be creative and forward thinking in this NIL space. And so it was fun to see the ideas behind all of the marketing for Pop-Tarts.
Before we
When
get
I
too far
presented
off
this-
Pop-Tarts, though, who are the
ahead.
maniacs that like it without the frosted on there? I mean, that's just.
I don't mind it without the frosting
Really?
either,
Oh,
if I don't want to feel like I'm eating dessert for breakfast, maybe you get the blueberry or the
Fair
strawberry,
Fair point. Okay.
Put them in the toaster.
Yeah. Okay. I digress. I was a toaster scrambler strudel guy, but that's a
I was
different
gonna
story.
say that's toaster strudel without the icing, is what that is.
The crazy people are the people that eat Pop-Tarts cold, that they just take them out of the cabinet and open them up and eat them. You got to heat them.
Oh, I'll do that. I'll do that.
Sometimes you're on the go.
You gotta go.
Kelsey eats them cold. So my
Okay,
point
yeah,
stands.
that's all good.
My point stands. It's unhealthy. It's pre-crime.
Who's been your favorite guest today? How are the student athletes? They have some good stuff for you.
Student athletes were good. For me personally, Ken Tracy was awesome. Like he presented it in such a easy to understand vernacular, to where a lot of times I think people are lost in this space. That, like I said, they just think it's money laundering.
He's a sharp dude.
Yeah, in a lot of places it is basically just money laundering. Where there's an actual, he was able to express there's an actual vision, there's an actual mission behind Cincy Reigns. And I talked about this earlier, Zach. Hearing the athletes talk about it, they talked more about the community service than they did anything else. What they got out of their events in the community and meeting with underprivileged kids and families and making somebody's day. They were very dialed in on that point, and it was not just thanks for the money, which I think in a lot of places that's what it is.
And I think credit to Brian Fox. When he started it, like the ethos was we're not just gonna hand you money. Like you're gonna learn stuff about this. You're gonna learn financial planning. You're gonna learn about how like an LLC can help you with your taxes and help you, save your money. And Ken has just taken that to the next level. And the way he's able to explain it efficiently and not complex, too, about that. And he's just a great guy. We're really lucky at Cincinnati to have Brian and Ken kind of leading Cincy Reigns in that collective, and they've been tremendous partners.
I loved having Loudon on. He was a ball of energy. He was fun to talk to, especially coming off those 2 home runs. Clearly he enjoyed his time out in BYU.
I don't know that Zach even knows that we had him on.
No, I did. I saw the list that Keegan had him on. And baseball's been tremendous, man. It's been really exciting. And what Coach Bischel has done this year has been remarkable. It's probably been the biggest surprise and arguably one of the biggest successes of UC athletics this season. If they can close it out here really strong this week, I mean, they could get 3rd seed in the Big 12 tournament. I mean, that's not out of question, right? Which I think would be incredible. And I hope people pack it this weekend for the last home series too.
Were you in meetings? Were you in meetings when I don't know if it was Henry or Keegan tried to kill JD?
No, I had. I think I was on a plane. Our plane got delayed for these meetings, and I've been in 5 states today. I was woke up in Cincinnati, drove to Kentucky to get on the plane. We flew to Chicago. From Chicago, we flew to Birmingham. Didn't know we were doing that at first. And from Birmingham to Dallas. But I saw some texts where they were fervently trying to figure out the water situation. And it sounds like he's okay. They got him some. Thank goodness.
It was dicey for a minute. It was dicey.
It all out there.
He did. We compared it to the Jordan flu game for John Daniel.
Was he coughing or was he just like, was it just dry mouth? What was it?
It was a combination.
He's a tough guy too. That's surprising.
I mean, well, he talked through it. Like he talked through it, and you could tell his voice wanted to quit. His voice was tapping out, and John Daniel powered through it and got it done until Henry got him some water.
So shout out to John Daniel for that too. He's done a remarkable job leading this indoor practice facility and performance center project too. I'm sure he talked to you guys a lot about that, and it was a good dry run for him. He's going to speak at a lot of these Ball and Brews we have. The first one this Thursday at the Holy Grail. So if folks are listening on here, please, we still have spots available for folks that come up to the Holy Grail chat. I know you're a huge Holy Grail guy. Did you guys have Jim on earlier too?
We had Jim, Brian, and Ken all at the same time.
Oh, wow. That's big time.
Yeah, well,
That's awesome.
Ken was getting done, and Jimmy came in as Ken was getting done, and then B Fox,
FOMO,
in typical B Fox fashion, just popped in.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. That's great though. But I think that that'll be a lot of fun. Ken and Brian will be at those Ball and Brews too. But I think the student athletes will be there. They'll be taking autographs, taking photos. These will be a lot of fun, and I think they're necessary things you need to do before a season to kind of build up that excitement, get people ready to rock and roll, sell some season tickets, and keep Nipper packed.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious, how much of a crazy person did you think I was when I presented this idea?
I was like, no, this is awesome. This is I was all in on it, we have such a great, back and forth communication. I'm always trying to find ways where we can help you guys out with your content. And I appreciate you really returning the favor. I've got Stan the man. Frazier is ringing the doorbell. I think they put me up in a penthouse on accident, I think.
Oh, yeah.
let me pause this real quick. I'm going to go grab Stan.
You're
Okay.
good. You're good.
I was wondering, that didn't look like a room. Like that did not look like he was in a hotel.
They set him up, man. Yeah.
I was kind of like when he popped up on the screen, I was like,
"Come on, Chad! Everything's bigger in Dallas."
True. I was like, I never stayed in a hotel room that I had like a den. It was like he's in like a den.
No, they put him up. They put him up. They said Big 12, Cincinnati. Gotta give him the garb. But yeah, I heard that doorbell. I was like, what? Who
Somebody's
that? It's him.
I thought it was one of you two. I didn't think
I was on mute.
A hotel would
I'm
have
just
a doorbell.
saying, I didn't think he had a hotel with a doorbell.
Yeah. And
is he in a villa?
He said he was in a penthouse.
Is he in a villa?
What's going on, Stan?
What's going on? Can I be heard?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yes, can
All
you
right,
hear us?
all right. Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Give us the lay of the land of this penthouse that Zach's in.
Well, I mean, I just stepped in here, so I mean, this is high level stuff that only the greats Zach Stipe get. I'm not necessarily at his level yet, so I gotta do my due diligence and keep grinding so I can be like this guy back here.
12-foot ceilings. That's crazy.
I mean, that does look like a
What I
big
just do?
ceiling. Nothing. You should be. Can you hear us?
There I go. All right.
All right, you're back.
Yeah.
Stan, welcome in. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm happy to be here. I'm down in Dallas and enjoying myself down here. It's nice warm weather. I like this.
So people have probably seen you rolling around at basketball and football games. Explain to everyone kind of what it is that you do, what your role is in the athletic department. You've been here, what is this going on 2 years now?
Yeah, today's the 13th, so I've been here for 1 year, 4 months, and 10 days. Not counting because it's a bad thing. I'm counting because it's the greatest place I've been in years.
Love it. That
was beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, but I am the associate athletic director for marketing and fan engagement. People see me running around because my job is to try to make the experience for our fans the best it possibly can be. And, I try to go around and greet and engage with as many people as possible. Me and my team, we work on trying to create the best game day environment.
on top of just trying to make everybody aware of the events that we have going on.
I'm curious, was there anything, I know you guys weren't technically in charge of the Kelsey brothers extravaganza that went on. Was there anything you could learn from that? Because that was about as unique an event as you can possibly find.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we definitely did some work with them and their production team. They took the lead there of getting everything together. But it was on our campus, so we definitely had to have some input there. It was a larger scale event for them because a lot of things that they do are on the podcast level and yelling into a mic, they do very well. But from our perspective, just seeing how many people that we could try to activate in a quick amount of time like that was huge. I know that we were coming off of a season where we got to prove to our fans that we're going to do some good things again this year. And I think that just kind of thinking about the way that we went about marketing and trying to get people involved and engaged for that event so quickly, that's something that we're going to take into the summer, just trying to get fans ready for this upcoming season.
Obviously, a huge part was kind of ushering everyone into the Big 12. How did you feel that first season of Big 12 play? Well, obviously baseball's still going, but on the football and men's basketball side, how did you feel that went?
Yeah, overall, I think that nothing but positivity. You can go back and say that you wish that some things had played out a little bit differently on the playing field, but I think overall, just being ushering into the new conference, the love that we got, the love and support that we got from the conference in general. Great commissioner. The conference officials are great. They really help us out in a variety of ways. I know, if we even take it all the way back to last summer when we were doing the day one tour, one of my first asks to the conference officials was, we're trying to go out to Chicago and we're having a little bit of trouble trying to find a venue that we can work out. And they were quick to say, hey, well, I know this guy who knows this guy. Let me make a call for you. And that really turned out to be, the spot that we used in Chicago. So, just great group of people at the conference. They are super innovative, just trying to find the next big thing. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Making that big splash into the Power 4, Power 5. And we want to be aligned with a group of people that are trying to find ways to be that next level of innovation.
Hey, Stan, this is Keegan Nickerson with Bearcat Journal. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
What's your favorite part about, Cincinnati and the city itself and kind of how the entire city rallies around the university?
Yeah, I mean, not to be cliche, but you just said it right there. I personally, just prior to coming here, I was in Albuquerque. I was at the University of New Mexico, and just kind of looking at different cities and how colleges are set up in those cities. And then just to go back to just the fact that we're in the Big 12 now, and the way that most of the other Big 12 schools are set up in their cities. We're a city that has a whole lot to do. I work in marketing, or it's a sports industry, sports marketing. But at the end of the day, we're challenging people and to spend their entertainment dollars with us. And with a whole lot of entertainment going on in this city of Cincinnati, the Reds, Bengals, you got FC Cincinnati, you got arts. There's a whole lot to do in Cincinnati. But like you said, they rally around Cincinnati, and it's great to actually wear Cincinnati across the chest, so we know who the fans really root for in the city. We know. I don't even have to say, but it's really been awesome. And like I said, just kind of likening it to other cities that I've been to. In Albuquerque, there's no other professional sports team, so the University of New Mexico was the entertainment for the people in the city. But we're challenged with going against that a little bit, just with all the other things, and we still have a fan base that really supports us, supports the Bearcats, and I love it. And really just working to try to keep that momentum going, and get even more fans across the board.
how do you handle something like this weekend coming up for baseball,
Yeah.
where it's been a steady growth? Like I know, there's a good number of fans that come out in the beginning of the season. It's tough in baseball because that starts in February and it's an outdoor
Yeah.
sport, so it's
Yep.
a little dicey on that. But like as this season has grown, the conversation around the team has grown, the interest in the team has grown, and now you've got a season-ending weekend that maybe looks a million times different than what you thought it was going to be in February. How do you handle that? How do you adjust and evolve?
Yeah, I think, one thing that I always task my team with is we start the year off and we create marketing plans and we do all of that type of stuff to plan for what we expect, right? We plan for what we expect. We expect for, the season we expect for one weekend to be better than the other weekend. We expect for, we're planning this theme out so we can get this many fans out. But we plan all of those things out in advance so that we can be ready to flex when it's time for the unknowns to happen. And this is a great unknown, right? This is one of those ones where we like this. It's much better than sitting at the end of the year, the other way around. So really just continuing. We've had some things planned out for this weekend, but continuing to press a little bit more and push a little bit more of our marketing dollars toward, making sure that we're advertising properly for this weekend. We do a lot with kind of direct to consumer things like text messages and email marketing. And we don't really try to use our text messaging too much. You don't want people to, cancel out the opt-ins, you get out of there, unsubscribe, those type of things. But this is one of those ones now where, hey, we've got a great opportunity to go into the conference tournament, and our higher rankings and those types of things. So we need every single one of our fans to come out. So we will, we'll activate those things a little bit more and let you know, like, this is really, really important to us this weekend. Not like it's any less important or any more important than it is usual, but the stakes are a little bit higher. So we need you out here.
I'm curious, what did it say to you about this city, about this fan base? Football season wasn't what people wanted. It wasn't what people expected. But on Saturdays, come hell or high water, the place was full. And
Absolutely.
the energy was there. And obviously people were a little frustrated because it didn't go exactly how everybody wanted. But as an outsider coming into this, and given how sports are anymore, where it seems like the second a team starts to not have the season expected, the place goes empty. That didn't happen at Edward Stadium.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's what I love about our fan base. We have people that are they've got a lot to talk about. They're expressive, but you would rather that than them not being expressive, right? I'd rather you tell me for every reason why you hate what we're doing rather than not showing up. And again, over the course of my career, I've been in places where you see that, and they just stop, So the fact that we do have a really strong fan base is really important to me, and I think it's really important for me to continue to find ways to keep them entertained, keep them active in all the things that we have going on, because this is a short-term thing, right? This is a short-term thing, and I understand their frustration, but this is a short-term thing, and we still want them there, because once we turn it back around, we need them right there saying all those things, the opposite way. We need them being expressive. We need them telling everybody why they are the best fans in the country. We need them talking about UC and they're expressing to the nation why we are the best in the nation.
So in year 2 of football in Big 12, is there any different angle that you're going to take when it comes to certain sort of fan experiences or anything of that sort? Is it a little too far out at this point? Are you kind of strategizing a different route, or did you kind of like the way that things went in year 1?
Yeah, I mean, it's never too far out. We start thinking about next year, last year. So there's always trying to figure out how we can be better. I think that we want to make sure that we find those ways across the board to create the best environment we can, from tailgating to in the stadium. And so maybe that lends to expanding the tailgating area. Like how do we connect better with the people in our community, the short lines and figure out how we can improve that fan experience for everybody, so that we can be to get into the stadium and try to, get the crowd up. I know, like I said, we got to make sure that we keep our fans interested, because I want them starting the season, how they ended the season feeling negative. So we got to find all the ways that we can start the process and get them back on that positive streak. And we'll start the season strong and carry it through December. I think that number one of that for me is changing the narrative a little bit, and that's what Ball and Brew is this summer. We're hitting right now on the schedule 5 different locations starting this Thursday. We'll have coaching, we'll have some of the assistant coaches, we'll have some of the guys out there, some of the big name guys that we usually talk about, the Tigers, Corleones. We'll have the guys that everybody knows, and really talk about the improvements, the changes, some of those things that the team is going through right now to make sure that we have a successful season, and make it so that the fans, get everything they want when they come out to the stadium. I'm getting he's here.
All right.
The boss man. Backside.
Yeah, go to the next event.
Oh, the next event.
Boys to Men is now playing.
Oh,
Yeah, go to the next event.
Boys to Men.
All right, so gotta head out. Go over to the next event here in Dallas.
All right.
Great time. Thanks for having me on here, guys.
Thanks, Dan. We appreciate it, brother. We'll see you soon.
Absolutely.
Wait.
Tell Zach we said bye.
Alrighty.
Zach ruins everything as usual.
Yep. Time to get
We're
out.
busy. We have stuff to do.
Wrap it up.
I changed into my comfy clothes. Let's go.
Yeah, he was
Look,
good.
He did. I will say this. This was such an easier process than the last time we did this. And that was in large part because Zach handled most everything. And we just kind of rolled. And did Keegan's mustache donate yet?
Well, what's the answer?
No.
You're muted.
No.
N-O.
Anyhow, Zach made this such an easier process than it was when we were in charge of it. Because when we were in charge of it, it was seat of our pants. Like, we had a rough outline of what we wanted to happen, and then we just turned the cameras on, and we'll see what goes. Some people will show up, some people won't. Now, we had a great guest list that day. Things went great. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
But a lot of the reason it went as well as it has gone so far today is because Zach Stipe put in yeoman's work on making this happen. And I am always incredibly appreciative of people that don't listen to my crazy ideas and tell me I'm an idiot. Because that's very easy to do. Like, it's the natural response to ask Keegan. It's the natural response to some of the ideas that go through this brain.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. I'm not doing that. And I understand it.
Sometimes.
Rarely. Sometimes I have good ideas. Other times it's like the German Shepherd when you tell it something it doesn't want to hear and it goes.
Yeah. But then other times the brainwash part of my brain comes in and it's just like agrees with what you say, even though it's insane. And it still works out. So
it always works out, like, in some way, shape, or form.
As in we failed, but we learned.
It's always a silver lining. Oh,
Aaron's still here. It's what you get for leaving. If you exit stage left, then you get the poker until you return.
Did you guys ask Stan or Zach about Sodexo Live at all?
No.
Okay.
That
was going to be my next question.
It was brief. We had Zach for a couple minutes, and then Stan showed up to the penthouse suite that
A lot of
Stipe was
Pop-Tarts
staying in.
talk.
Keegan, there was a doorbell in his hotel room.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's where all your money's going.
We were having a conversation with Stipe, and all of a sudden you're ding dong. He's like, I think Stan's at the door. I'm like, I thought you were in a hotel. He's like, they put me in a penthouse suite. Hey Keegan, does your stash have
wish.
beef with the Pringles guy?
I wish.
You know,
Then you'd respect it.
If you had one of these, I would respect it. 1,000%.
I've never seen a piece of facial hair have so much impact on a live broadcast.
Dude, I have like been, you know, checking in on the live broadcast, you know, in between meetings and things like that. And I swear, each time I check in, within the first 5 minutes of getting back on the stream, a mention of your mustache comes up. So it's and it what 2 weeks ago on the BBP was when we were talking about it too.
Yeah.
So it's been a good 3-week joke now. I mean,
How is it only great? Look, Keegan, did you see Dave's face? That's like 2 weeks of facial hair.
Yeah, he's however old he is, okay?
You know what I think we need? I think I need to get with Galati, and we need to get a shirt that is just the glasses and the stash, and we'll sell it.
No one would buy that.
Sure they would.
From the top rope. Oh, wear it from the top rope.
Keegan's dad would get one.
Yeah, he would.
Hey, how's that shirt doing? We have sold one.
Also, I don't know the age is why people grow facial hair. You tried to call Dave out for growing facial hair because he's old. That's not why. You're old enough to grow facial hair, Keegan.
13.
It's not about growing facial hair. It's the speed with which it comes in and the thickness. There is a direct correlation between you 80% of the time, if you're older, you can grow it faster and fuller than someone who is younger than you.
I think it's your ethnic heritage, quite honestly. I think that's more to do with it than your age.
I think Keegan's been Googling. That's a good Google result.
That
I'm
is.
on your side, Keegan. I'm on your side.
So we're not done. We still have 4 massive guests to end this show when we hit 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock, Cincinnati head football coach Scott Satterfield. 8:30, one of our favorites, not that Scott Satterfield's not one of our favorites, but 8:30, one of our favorites from the NCAA Regional Golf Tournament, Doug Martin. 9 o'clock, the hottest name in UC athletics, Jordan Bischel. And then at 9:30, one of our favorite guests that we've had here so far on the network over the past year, Zach Grant, to talk some football and the roster management. And that's as good as 2 hours. If you would have told me that's all we were doing today, that would have been a wildly successful show, one of the biggest guest lists in UC broadcast history. And now that's just the last 20% of a 10-hour marathon.
Yeah. How you guys feeling? I mean, you all seem like you're going strong still. It's good.
I'm going great. Look, Brett, 15 hours. We did this for 15 hours.
Right. Oh, well,
this is only half of what Aaron and I did the last time that we did this.
Right. Oh.
Could you imagine that, Keegan, if we were just at the halfway point?
Nope. You guys, you should have seen me running around campus trying to find a vending machine before or when Nico was on.
What do you mean?
I went and I bought.
You got like a bag of chips?
A bag of trail mix, a big Texas cinnamon roll, and a big Rice Krispie. That was my lunch.
Who are you, Scott Van Pelt?
Yeah, Scott Van Pelt after the Masters in the regional airport.
I've had one slice of DiGiorno pizza all day.
You're in your house. Go get more food.
Doing stuff, man. I'm doing stuff.
Tell the tell one of the kids to order you some burritos.
That's fine.
Like a 12-pack.
No, yeah, but no. Hats off to you guys. You've been strong. You've been keeping on. Keegan,
You've been strong too.
I like the adjustment that you made moving to sitting next to the interviewee and the interviewer.
Yeah.
I like that move. That was a smart, technical move on top of a very aesthetically pleasing move as well. So hats off to you.
Yeah, I was like, sitting beside someone and then kind of being in silence for a while might be kind of awkward. But what I was doing initially was more awkward and made it harder. So I was just like, I'll just eat my pride.
Yeah, because
it went great.
Do I look down at the screen to talk to you? Or
do I look at the dude
over
in
the
front of
screen?
me? No.
No, just talk. No, it's been good, man. And did you listen at all over the last hour plus?
I did not. No,
Dude,
I took a break to listen to a podcast.
I'd say go back and listen just because it's like, man, I've never learned more about NIL in a shorter time frame than I have. I thought I knew what NIL was, and then all of a sudden it's like, nope, you literally have no clue what it is. Here's what
I saw. We gave away a Holy Grail gift card. Is that something that happened?
That is.
Yes.
That is.
Shout out to Jim.
Yep. First person to do a what 500? Oh no, it's $51.30 donation got the first one, and then whoever does the $51.30 donation from here on out enters a drawing to get the second one. So
okay. Wow.
Yeah. So hey, it's we're here. We're live. Good. Aaron, how you doing down there, brother?
I'm good, man. Doing all right.
Did you cry a little bit when you didn't post the BBP mailbag today?
Oh no, I felt fine not posting that.
I kind of was a little sad I didn't receive a text saying like pin them.
The whole day has been a mailbag. You get that, right?
I do. I do, but I enjoy your text messages saying to pin them. So I had a little.
You still got texts from me. It just wasn't pin 'em.
Here. Right.
We'll get back to your regularly scheduled program next week.
Hey, all right now. But yeah, no, it's been good, man. What's been your favorite interview so far, Keegan? That Zach asked that when he was on air.
Ooh, that's a good question. I didn't even see Nico, but I know he killed. Like a stand-up comedian, I know he killed.
That's all he does.
He's great. Look,
That's all he does.
we could have him on at 3 a.m. when he wakes up, and he would be phenomenal.
I don't think it would have made sense for me to sit
I
next to
think
him.
the best
I
guest
legitimately
today was Molly.
Molly was great.
Okay. Molly was good. I agree with your opinion, Kelsey.
He said he agrees with your opinion and the mustache.
I did appreciate. I did appreciate Wes complimenting my mustache, but then coming around to telling me I should shave it off. I thought that was pretty good moment. And Wes calling out Chad for asking the question and then like turning off the camera and going away. One of my favorite moments of the entire year so far. That was
he clearly has
chef's
not
kiss.
watched
Perfect.
an episode of the BBC.
So I made a mistake. Okay. I thought the ideal thing to do, like during that segment when we had a bunch of like back to back stuff, was give the dogs a chew toy each so that they would respectively chew on the toy and leave each other alone during the segments. What happened was one dog went and took the chew toy from the other dog.
My dog, because she's a good girl and she can stand up for herself.
And then a fight ensued in the other room that I had to go break up. So I had to turn the camera off for a second. My bad. Wes?
I think Wes was super good. He always gives very detailed answers. And then, but I appreciate Evan Prater for rolling with the punches of me kind of like sitting next to him and doing that kind of interview style. And I think he did great. So I'm going to give Evan Prater his flowers for best interview of the day so far.
I didn't see hardly any of it, unfortunately.
No, There's a 10-hour YouTube video that'll be on YouTube tomorrow.
There is. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Congrats, real quick, to linebackers coach Court Braswell, who is now engaged. He just posted on Twitter. So congratulations to Coach Braswell.
Big time.
Very much
Coach
so.
Court.
One of our favorite guys.
Yeah, one of the best interviews I've ever done.
Yeah.
There we go. Court.
That's now we know why we didn't have him on today. He had plans today.
Oh wow, I do see it. Oh, he looks like he did a nice little. Yeah. Okay. I see you.
Yeah.
Strategy. Pinos and yeah. Congrats. Okay.
Chad, what has been your? Wait, no. Zach asked. What did you say? Your favorite interview?
For me, I think we learned the most from Ken Tracy. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude,
like
knows what he's talking
just
about.
the inner workings. There's so much. It's one of the things that I'm really proud of, like what we've done on this network. Like with Zach Grant, the first time that he was on, really giving you the lowdown and the insight on what a recruiting department is all about, what it consists of, how it operates, what the goals are, like giving you like the straight, honest truth of the situation. That's one of the things that I love that we have been able to do on this network over the years that we've been doing it. And I think we learned a lot about NIL from Ken Tracy on stuff that maybe you don't really think of all the time, or you've kind of wondered out loud in your head, like, what's this about? What's that about? Ken was just excellent at kind of conveying what their thought process is, like how it operates, how they go kind of above and beyond. Like I said, getting them in touch with like accountants, and the LLC thing is really one I've never heard, where they are setting up LLCs for these guys where they become a business man. I'm not a businessman. I'm a business man. And I think that's so smart, as opposed to just, a W-9 to your, or a 1099 to your social security number or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Tonk. Longest workday ever. Wish I could have been here earlier to support. Can't wait to go back to listen to it all. It's going to take you a little while, brother. It'll take you a little while, but you'll get through it. I know you will. So we appreciate that, Tonk. You're on
Chad, I'm about to send you a tweet. If you can broadcast that over the like stream, I think you get a kick out of it.
Like pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, if you can put it on the screen.
I'm on it.
Oh, I'm excited.
It's pretty good.
This.
I think that has to be my new Twitter header if I can make it fit.
Yeah, the mustache should, like, you don't have the point at the top really as much. It's just more a straight, it's kind of a straight line.
I can't make it fit. Dang it.
Unbelievable.
Ed.
Are you sharing it, Aaron?
He put it on Twitter.
Yeah, I sent it to you in the chat.
Texted in the group chat too.
Yeah,
that doesn't
help me
at all.
Let me retweet it. Sorry,
I got it. Hold on.
Chris is gonna think that's the funniest thing she's ever seen.
There you go.
That's nice.
A live view of me. That's great.
Good job, Ed. Good job, Ed.
Thanks, Ed. Again, your segment starts at 10:01. So be ready.
You know what? Also, we could do, Keegan. Just thinking out loud
What?
here, thinking outside the box. We could put the Bearcat Journal B where your nose is supposed to go.
That'd be a good one. Yeah, Ed, get to work on that.
What do you think about that, Aaron?
I think it's perfect as is.
Okay.
I like it.
I'll get with, if nothing else, I will get with Galati on that, and he can send one to Keegan that Keegan can wear whenever he comes on a show.
Absolutely.
Does that mean he's actually going to shave the mustache off, though? Because I think Wes Miller told me.
No. I'm growing out my beard. It's all going to come together. I'm going to look normal.
When
it's going to be perfect. It's going to be perfect by higher ground.
No, I can't stand.
I'm not even certain it's going to connect by higher ground.
It's never connected. It still hasn't never connected, but it gets close. It stops about right there.
I've mentioned I had that issue when I was about your age that it didn't connect all the way, and then as I've gotten older, it connected.
Wanted to give John Daniel his flowers as well. I think he did a great job. He was with us for 25 to 30 minutes. Also battled through almost choking.
We mentioned that with Zach, how we weren't sure if it was you or Henry who tried to kill him, but one of you tried to kill him.
Henry got up and sprinted and got him a bottle of water. Big thanks to Henry Leonhardt and Chris Cullum for their help today. Those two guys were warriors.
I like that you were able to. I like that you called an audible. You switched up what wasn't working. As if, like the first 3 interviews, you knew it wasn't working. You didn't change anything. You just kind of kept trying. What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results.
Well, we were getting a decent result.
Yeah, but the whole point of having you there was to be involved while you were on campus, not just to like. I didn't send you up there to be the errand boy. You know?
I don't know. I was trying to do everything but what I did, but what I didn't realize is that what I did was the best option. So
I thought you just meant you were trying to do everything but interview people.
No, it's because like sitting.
I joke, I kid. You were in battleship format, right? Like B-12.
Yeah. B-12. That's funny.
Oh boy. All right. We got about 5 minutes left of the nonsense. I would like to remind everyone www.gobearcats.com/Reigns. And that will take you to the donation page for as little as $5.13. You can do that. We have provided tons of quality entertainment here over these last 7 hours, 55 minutes, and 10 seconds. Well worth $5.13. I would argue worth $51, at least $51.30 of entertainment value out of these last 8 hours. And we still have 2 more amazing hours to go with Scott Satterfield, with Doug Martin live from the NCAA Regional Golf Tournament, with Jordan Bischel. He'll be on at 9, so 14 hours before he takes on UConn to kick off the final week of the regular season and the Bearcats push for the NCAA tournament. And then Zach Grant to close out the show. And then at 10:01, we will be talking to Ed Mayhall.
That may or may not be broadcast live.
We might just invite Ed. Aaron, we don't send it to him until we're done, but we might invite Ed into the post-game chat.
Let's go to the Patreon.
My PTP boys have donated all the graphics here. Jeff had the overlay in the background. Ed had the joke of Keegan's
They did.
funny mustache. I'm
Coming
not
through
sure
in the
which one
clutch.
was the joke.
Keegan's mad. He's so mad. Are you going to be traumatized at the end of tonight about all the mustache jokes? You thought it was bad 2
Dude.
weeks ago.
I was traumatized the first time I came on one of these shows. I wasn't even working for you yet. Talking about rains in Africa. I'm wondering what I got myself involved with.
I mean,
I thought you were going to say you were traumatized when you looked in the mirror trying to grow that.
Gonna take a lot to come away from you.
Aaron Geoff says we need to have a PTP George in the Jungle collab sometime.
Ooh,
there'd be a lot of voices there.
Worlds colliding.
Maybe when George is on vacation,
you'll bring the boys back in to fill in.
Bring the
when
boys
George
back
is gone.
in.
The
As
boys
long as Ed watches sports that week.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Geoff, I understand you just had a baby, so you don't have to donate $51.30. But you can still do $5.13.
He's right. That's a lot of diapers.
And he did say it's not a collab if you don't have them all together. Aaron.
Well, maybe I'll have them on when I'm on vacation after we.
You'll have them fill in for you with George. Don't do that to George. Geoff said he did do $5. Thank you, kind sir.
Boom.
All right, we're getting close. Hopefully, Sat popping in here momentarily.
Should we do some quick reads for our normal Monday sponsors?
I was going to do those in a little bit. Actually, Brent, you want to do a Danco transmission since we're about to hit 8 o'clock?
Joe, what's up, man? Danco Joe over at Danco Transmission and Auto Care. I tell you what, man. If you've been listening to this for this 8 hours up to this point, and you're still driving, you might need to pull over on the side of the road. You might need to let yourself know, hey, my car might need a little fixing. I've been driving and listening to this for 8 hours straight. I got to head over to Danco Transmission and Auto Care. Danco Joe will hook you up. Just go in. Tell him Aaron sent you. Tell him Keegan sent you. Tell him Chad sent you. Tell him Ryan Royer sent you. The BBP, the BCJ, everyone involved, and Danco Joe will hook you up. He will. Absolutely, no doubt about it. So head on over to Danco Transmission and Auto Care. You get $10 off your next oil change, 10% off your next fixing, and Joe will do it right. So hit up Danco Transmission and Auto Care. Joe, you're in the chat. Great to see. Great to hear from you. Love you, my man. And by the way, Joe, I wear your hat, the gray one, every single time I go for a walk. It is a beautiful hat. It's a nice way to kind of show what the Danco Transmission and Auto Care family is all about. So, Danco, we love you. Thank you.
There you go.
Deanna, we don't know.
Boom. And there's the beep. Right on time.
Just going to say there was the live look at Keegan's beard, courtesy of Ed.
Wow.
I'm confused by the new graphic, though. Where's the beard part?
Where is it?
Oh, look at Joe in the chat.
There we go. Let's get to it. We are joined by the head coach of UC football. Coach, you kick off hour number 8 here on the stream as we have been rolling along all day. How are you? How has the day been? How have you been enjoying 513 day?
It's been great. It's awesome. What you couldn't have a better day. It's I think it's a great time to be a Cincinnati Bearcat, that's for sure. We're excited, I know, in football because all our guys came back today. So we had a bunch of guys all through the weight room today, and got a chance to see those guys. They've been going for about 3 or 4 weeks now, so it's good to get them all back and get this summer started. They're excited, and so we're ready to get this thing rolling this summer.
Also excited. Are the new guys here today? Are the transfers here today?
Not the ones from the last couple of weeks.
Okay.
I think we have maybe 2 here right now. The rest of the guys are finishing up all their stuff. They got to get finished up as far as getting accepted and get accepted here so they can start working out. But I think that's going to slowly happen each day this week. Surely we'll have all of them by next week.
What was the summer like? I'm sure a little less chaotic than a year ago when it seemed like you had pulled in a million different directions. Was there some stability? Was there some a chance to kind of be strategic this summer instead of just trying to like plug a bunch of holes and put out a bunch of fires?
Oh yeah, I mean we definitely had a plan as we really it started last year. Whenever we're working this class, it starts with the high school class. We signed 21 of those guys, and 10 of them came in January. 11 of them will be showing up here within the next couple of weeks once they graduate. So, and then we jumped into the portal there in January. We brought in 17 guys. And so we had a great idea about what we needed to go after, this time around, in this May period here. And really it's just kind of plugging in a few holes, guys that hopefully can come in here and help us in a couple of different capacities. Now, a few of these guys, they'll be competing for starting jobs. There's no question about that. Other guys will provide depth, and there's other guys that are coming in that have years too. So, which is exciting for us to be able to bring in some guys that, maybe they don't have to start right now, but they'll be in that rotation, and then we'll be able to use those guys for the next 2 to 3 years.
Coach, you mentioned the team's back on campus, back with you guys. What's the main objective these next couple of days and in upcoming weeks as you get everyone infiltrated back in the workout system?
Yeah, I mean, I think really, this as you first get back like this week, it's really just kind of a build-up week. We're getting them all back in here. We're going to start our draft process that we did back in the winter with our 6 crews. We have 3 captains that will be with each crew. We're going to have our draft that's going to be held, I think, Thursday we're going to do the draft, and so they're kind of getting acclimated back into things this week, and then next week it'll really get going and full board with everything with Coach Nico and his staff and all those guys and running and lifting. Guys will be out throwing. I saw some guys out there on the day on their own, kind of doing some things on the field, but you'll slowly, gradually build that up, and throughout this whole summer they'll get some time off the July 4th week. They'll come back after that. You really get about 2.5 weeks, and then we get ready to start camp. So, summertime for us really is going to be a time to get everybody in here. You got to think about you bringing in so many new parts, and this is like this in college football and I guess basketball too every year. But, when you're bringing in, I think we got 9 transfers and that's coming in right now. You have 11 high school guys. You just brought all those guys in January. So, really, this time right now is how connected can we become as a football team this summer? Because all these guys are getting to know each other, and what their strengths, their weaknesses, how they carry themselves, their leadership style, all those type things. We want to work through all that this summer and become a tight unit. I really like the character of this team. I think we got some guys that are going to come in here and work extremely hard. When things don't go their way, they're not going to pout about it. I think they're just going to keep working. So those are the things you want to get worked out in the summertime and let those leaders really rise to the top and lead this football team.
Coach, it's just us. We're in the circle of trust here, and we want to know your actual real thoughts. Tyson Veit brings in an entirely new defense here. What do you really think about what you've seen on the other side of the ball?
Well, I mean, I like what we've seen so far. I mean, I still think we're early in the stages of putting in this defense. Especially when we first started in the spring. I mean, the first probably 5 practices was just base defense. I mean, we didn't try to do anything. I maybe had 2 coverages and just your base front. And then once we got into it a little bit, we started adding some things, put some pressures in. Right by the end of spring, the spring game, we didn't do anything really, kind of just dropping 8 really the whole spring game. Didn't really show a whole lot. But I think I like the defense. It's very multiple, although we didn't show any of that. It is multiple. You are playing with 5 safeties or 3 safeties and 2 corners. So really 5 DBs that are in the game. And really and truly what's unique about it, there is 3 true linebackers with the Sam, Mike, and Will in this defense. And then you have your 3 defensive linemen. And there's a lot of things and variations that we can do within the defense that I'm excited about, looking forward about what we're going to be able to start putting in. There's a lot of areas for guys, depending on what their talents are and what their abilities are, they can move to different positions. I do like the versatility of the defense. You not really just have to be stuck at one position. I mean, there's a couple different positions depending on what your skill set may be. I like Coach Vite. He's intense. I mean, he comes out to practice and he doesn't quit yelling and blowing his whistle. So it's kind of funny to me, sitting over there on the offensive side as we watch practice and see how he carries himself. But I love it. The guys are having a good time. They're having fun. They're flying around.
Royer.
What's
Hi,
up,
buddy.
guys?
Welcome in, Ryan. Ryan just got off work, Coach. He's got a real job. He doesn't get to sit around and podcast with us all day.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I just got back from Florida, so I wasn't hitting the links out there like we were, though. Coach said the other weekend.
Yeah.
I got a question though about you mentioned you're bringing in the high school guys and like the new transfers. How do you treat the difference between like transfers and high school kids, being that some transfers might have some to plenty of like real in-game or just years of experience at the college football level, and then you have your high school kids that are brand new. They don't have a dang clue about what's going on. So do you guys like just say, all right, you guys are both new guys, we're going to evaluate you guys as new guys, we're going to like take you through the process as both as new guys, or do you kind of like pick and choose based on different experience level for high school versus transfers?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think it's totally different, actually. I mean, you think about a high school player that just gets in, all they know is the high school ranks. All they know in high school is what their, probably their head coach that runs the weight room, what they've done with them. We really take it slow in the weight room and the running with the high school guys. We kind of really ease into it because we want to teach them the proper form, the proper technique of everything that they're trying to do in the weight room. Number one, for safety, but also so they can have tremendous gains. I think once you teach that technique and then they start, working that technique, they really have some great gains, as far as power clean squats, in particular, those two lifts. And then on the field, when you talk about all the different agility runs that you do, a lot of them are not real familiar with what we're doing at the collegiate level. So really have to teach those guys that. And, when it comes to the transfer guys, depending on if they've been in college for a few years, a lot of those guys already kind of know the drill. They're just getting in, all right, what are we doing here at this program? They just, the terminology may be a little bit different, but they pretty much understand that. So we try to put those guys in groups. So like the first couple of weeks, we'll put these high school guys, they'll all be in the same group together. So we're just going to teach those guys, and we'll take these transfer guys and we'll just put them in intermix within the team. And once those high school guys gets a couple of weeks in there, now we'll go ahead and start putting them with the rest of the team as well, and kind of slowly, gradually put them in that. But it is a difference for sure. Also maturity, their bodies. There's a lot of different aspects. I talk to some of the freshmen that are coming in, their eyes are huge. And they're like, oh my gosh, what's going on here? Like, we got to do what? You got to come in here 30 minutes early, get you some food in you before you go lift so you don't pass out on us. And then when they start lifting, they're looking around going, my gosh, there's some grown men in this weight room, and they're asking me to lift all this weight, so it is a big difference. But, some of the guys that have come in, like a Gavin Grover, who was a freshman tight end, he comes in, he's 6'6", 6'7", 250 pounds. He came in today. I think he's 260 now. I mean, he's a big dude playing tight end. I mean, so he's a guy that's a little bit more mature compared to like a Kel Woodburn, who's 149 pounds, little wide receiver. So, I mean, it's a big difference in how these freshmen are when they come in.
Coach, before we move on, I want to go back into Aaron's little circle of trust here. How terrible of a golfer was Ryan Royer?
Well, he's got a good smooth swing. I think
don't lie now. Don't lie to the people.
Maybe a little distracted with some of the things that was going on at the course that day. So I don't think I saw his best game, but I guess he's got something in there somewhere.
Okay, there we go.
What about that putt? That putt where I used a choice line that I may or may not have realized that you were in our golfing group. I may have not have used that. The choice line I used, I won't repeat here.
No. I'll say this, we had a good time.
You get all those NFL, you get all those NFL guys, man. You get them in there. They're riding high, playing golf all summer, and they start talking the smack. I sink a 10-foot putt. I think I'm Tiger Woods. I gotta kind of let them know that I got something in me, just a little bit.
No doubt. We had a good time. It was always fun playing with the boys.
Yeah, it was great. It was.
Coach, you got to find out real quick that Ryan's got a real poop mouth.
I don't know, man.
Coach, he was pretty tame that day. Maybe because I was around there, but he's not too bad.
Coach, you were able to land some transfers over some big time power programs. What do you think it was? Do you think it was the messaging that you guys had behind your recruitment? Do you think it was Cincy Reigns really hitting its stride, becoming one of the better collectives in the country? What do you think was the genesis of those guys coming to Cincinnati?
Well, I think it's a little bit of everything, quite honestly. I think, with going out and talking to some of these recruits and really trying to sell, what we are selling as far as the football programs, that, as far as what that goes. And then it depends on what position they're playing and the need that we have. We got a bunch of great coaches, and they do a great job of building relationships really in a quick pace. We think about transfers, it's like speed dating. So, you got to be on them, and you got to text them and call them and like constantly. And then you got to, if we can, we go see them, and then, and then we bring them in. And so you're doing all the relationship stuff, and that part's been great. I don't know that we've lost many of those battles when it comes to that, because our guys are great with relationships. And then it comes down, it's for some of these guys, it's some business aspect. And that's where I think Cincy Reigns and Ken and his group have done an unbelievable job, with our collective. They are so professional and so, top notch in their approach. They're very consistent in what their messaging is. And it has resonated with a lot of our guys. And, some of these guys, because obviously they're going to talking to other collectives and other schools, and the feedback we've been getting is like, man, that your guys' message and your guys' things that you're telling me is nothing like else I've heard. I mean, so I think Ken, those guys do an outstanding job with that. So that certainly helps, and then also what we are building. And, I think they want to be a part of that. I mean, they see the things that is going on in our program, and all the positive things. I mean, obviously we don't talk about, some of the negative stuff like our record last year, but they also see that and say, listen, man, we need some help. And they want to come in here and try to help us get this thing going. So I think all of that collectively has been great. But I mean, certainly we would not be able to get some of these guys if it wasn't for our collective and the work that those guys do. It's a strong collective, and we got to continue to make it stronger in order to continue to bring these type of athletes in our program.
When we were talking to Ken, I asked him about Wes Miller, because he was a college basketball coach too. And he just said that Wes is genuine. And then he kind of said the same thing about you, that you're a genuine guy who's not going to tell anyone what they want to hear. You're going to tell them what they need to hear, and just be transparent. What is it about you that was kind of the way that you've chosen to communicate? Because I can even tell covering you that you don't really try to hide stuff. You tell the truth. So what is it about you that you don't want to blow smoke to people, to just try to tell them what they want to hear, to try to recruit them to Cincinnati?
Yeah. Well, I think probably one of the main things is I want myself, but also I want our staff to be who they are. I've been to some places and I've heard the spiel, and I've seen guys put up a front, and try to paint a great picture, and they're not really real. And then whenever the guys get on campus, they're like, whoa, this is not what I thought this was going to be. I want them to know how it's going to be. I want them to know it's going to be a lot of work. It's going to be hard. You're going to have some bad days, but if you get around some people that'll help support you and lift you up as far as coaches and players and your teammates, then you're going to be able to get through it. And, we're all about development. I mean, we're all about getting you every single ounce of potential that you have. We want to get out of you. So those are some of the things that we tell them. And as soon as they come on campus, as soon as they get around us, they get a feel for who we are. They know we're not putting up a front. They know this is how things are. And I think when you're like that, and you have that, ability to hopefully portray that they can trust you. And I think that's what anybody would want. Any recruit or mom or dad would want is be able to trust the coaches, that they're going to tell you and have your best interest at heart, and tell you, not necessarily what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. And I think that's resonated with a lot of our guys.
Coach, I would just ask on that front, how much did we see a reflection of that with this new trend of guys transferring somewhere in the winter and then being back in the portal in the spring? We didn't see that at Cincinnati, but you saw it a lot of places.
Yeah, no question about that. That's a great point. We talked about that with our staff, and we kind of joked and said, how many of these guys across the country are going to go somewhere and in 6 months going to be heading somewhere else. And so when that happens, either, the coach didn't tell them exactly how it was going to be. There were some, some falsehoods going on there, or the collective didn't tell them exactly what it was going to be. And either way, you've broken trust on a coaching side or a collective side, and they don't want to be a part of that. And I think that's obviously a bad sign. I mean, you don't want to run into that. Now, there could be some extenuating circumstances. I get maybe, something else possibly could have happened. Maybe they thought, hey, you're going to come in here and compete for this job, and this guy maybe was just a little bit better than you, and you still want to go start. So maybe you want to try to go somewhere. Maybe that happened in a few cases, but I would suspect the first two things that I mentioned was probably the majority of those things. And I'll tell you what else about that. I think if you're going to recruit the transfer guys, then to me, and this is one thing that we told our staff in our recruiting department, go get some character guys. Now, obviously everybody can say, well, yeah, they're in the portal, they're selfish type guys. Well, that's not really necessarily the case. I think there's a lot of great guys out there that are just looking to come compete at a great place. And so go find those guys. And I think when you find those guys with a little bit of character, they're not going to leave after 6 months. I mean, they're going to hang on and they're going to keep working and be a part of something that they thought they were going to be a part of when they first signed up. And so I think that goes back to what kind of, prospect are you trying to bring into the program also.
We had Nico on earlier today, and he talked about how refreshing it was this summer compared to the summer previous, where the team all came back, and it seemed like all the players were excited to be back and excited to be, back with the staff. Is that something that you really felt today as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys when they're working hard, but they had smiles on their face. They were glad to be back. They know it's going to be a grind this summer, but they want to go. They want to come put the work in. And like I've told a lot of these guys, I mean, this is going to be a short period of time, in their life. And you think about this team and this group will only be together this year, collectively. Just especially now with so much turnover that we're having throughout college football and basketball. So let's make the most of it. Let's continue to work our tails off and get everything we can out of this. So when we look back, we don't have any regrets. That hey, listen, guys, we put everything out on the line. We worked our butts off. Will we have some disappointing moments throughout these next 8 months? I'm sure we will. But if you got the good character guys, we're going to be able to fight through that. And I think that's probably the main difference from last year's team heading into the summer and this year's team. And, because a lot of these guys we recruited in here and they knew how it's going to be. They know how it's going to be. And so I think that's the main difference. And I think here's the other thing. I think some of these guys that maybe didn't stick it out through January or didn't stick it out through this May, they see how the team is now. They see how, if you're not on board and you're not doing the kind of things that we need to be able to do to live up to this standard, then you don't need to be here. And it's kind of at this point, which I really like this as a coach, it's kind of forcing some of them guys out. And so it's going to take a special person to be a part of this team that's going to have the special ingredients that's inside of them to be able to compete. And that's the ones we want in the locker room.
Hey, Coach, I know I talked to you a little bit about it at the golf outing, but it was kind of like with players' development, you see like the biggest jump between in between their first year going into their second year, like how they absorb college football. They have their first off season. They finally kind of they have a taste of what it takes to be great, especially when you have a great program with a great staff, great strength coach like you guys have. And as a coach and like with your coaching staff, this being going into your second year, because coming into a staff, you got a whole new team. You have a whole new team you're working with. You have guys from an old staff that are still there. You're kind of fighting a losing battle like all year long. And I know with 3-9, the record kind of reflected it. But what do you feel like philosophically this year and kind of schematically with your offense that you've really tried to hone in and say like, all right, this is my off season. This is my second year. I'm taking ownership of this. What would be like one like major point you'd have philosophically for your team and kind of schematically that you've been trying to instill?
I mean, I think probably the big difference is, last year you're coming in, they won 9 games the year before. So you're coming in, you don't really want to rock the boat. You got to like, hey, listen, man, you guys have won a lot of games. You know how to win. Let's come in here and not really try to come in here and screw anything up with that. Well, by doing that, we only had one returning starter. Gerhardt was it on the offensive side. It was a lot. You just didn't know what to expect. Defensively, we had, probably 5 or 6 guys coming back. But again, new defense, a bunch of new things that were happening, and it just didn't work. And, hindsight's 2020. If you look back, you'd like to go ahead and do like we did this year. Hey, here's how it's going to be. This is what we're doing. If you don't want to be a part of it, then you're not going to be here. So I think that's probably the biggest thing is culturally. But then, schematically now, we have our top 7 offensive linemen back that played last year. A couple of them will be up for All-American this year. You have a 1,000-yard running back coming back this year. You have your top receiver coming back this year. I think our tight end room has upgraded, bringing some guys in here. 2 freshmen brought in, and Joe Royer, who I think is going to be an outstanding tight end. So, I think there's a big difference headed, schematically as far as the personnel that we have coming into this year compared to last year. There's a lot of unknowns. I think this year we have a lot of knowns. We're a team that was a top 30, I think 32 in the country in total offense, 5th in the country in rushing. Didn't throw the ball down the field as well as we have liked, which hopefully will be better this year with Sorsby, with Lichty's back another year. Tamaj, is a super talented freshman quarterback. So I feel like the quarterback room is better. We got more depth with that, and with guys with experience. And then, you look at defensively, we were one of the worst big play defenses in the country. I mean, we gave up a ton of big plays. I mean, and it's very frustrating for fans, for me, for everybody, our whole team, to sit back and look at that. So we went out and brought in 11 new DBs, and I think that's going to add us, give us a lot more competition. It's going to give you a lot more depth. The fact that we're playing 5 DBs at all times, I mean, that's going to help, and hopefully not give up these big plays like we did last year. And so I think just that in general will help our football team. I think there's a lot more knowns. I think there's a lot more guys that have roles on this team that know there's going to know their roles. Last year, everybody's trying to figure all that out. And so that you got a great starting point with that. I think the other thing is you think about leadership. You think about guys last year just trying to figure everything out as well. But now, having gone through that last year, your Corey Connors, your Kendras, your Dingles, your Corleones. I mean, these guys have went through that last year, and man, they've done a great this offseason. Leadership wise, and that's just going to feed throughout our whole team.
You bring up those leaders, and we've had.
Sorry, Aaron, go ahead.
We've had a couple of those leaders on today, in guys like Corey Kiner and Dingle and Luke Kendra, and they talk about how this has been the hardest offseason they've ever had. They've talked about how pretty much you have to be coachable, or otherwise you don't fit this culture. They talk about Luke Kendra, surprisingly, as an All-American, talked about how he never even gave the NFL a thought. His only thought was coming back and getting back to work, and getting the taste of last year kind of out of everybody's mouth. How much of a compliment is that to you, and how quickly you've shifted the culture even after a 3-9 season? How does that feel as a coach?
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, because I'm proud to be a part of some of these guys that we have, guys like that who, those guys had to write stuff about them last year. We just didn't have enough of them, I mean, because they, obviously, I mean, Kendall's an All-American, and Corey Connor went over 1,000, so we had some good pieces. Now we just didn't have enough of them. And so, they were tasked this offseason to go out and get some more. Let's get some more leaders that we, like you guys, grab some of those guys and pull them in. And help continue to grow and build this program. And so I think for them, they didn't want to leave that way. Obviously, these guys are going to be seniors now coming up, and they want to be able to leave this place, better than what we had last year, obviously. And it's got so much pride, so much tradition. At the golf outing, we're seeing all these, former players, man, and how prideful they are for this program. And there's nothing worse as a coach is to go have to see these guys, when you didn't perform well last year. So, we want to make them all proud. And I want our players to leave here, with their head held high, going out and ending as a winner. I mean, it's particularly like a Kendra and a Corleone, if this is going to be his last year, or Corey Connor. Those guys, I mean, I think they got a lot of pride about them. And I think hopefully they'll go out and show that this year.
Quick question about the Kelsey brother visit. What was it like being around those guys for the first time, getting a sense for who they are and what they're about? And you had to have been incredibly thankful with the amount of time that they spent with your team and the time that they put in to show what it's about to be a Bearcat.
Yeah. Well, I think number one, when we talk about being real and that's who they are. I mean, every time they've gone anywhere, they're real. They don't try to hide anything. And so for them to come in and share with our team, obviously I've read a bunch about them and heard a lot about them. That's the first time I met them. But for them, I mean, they were 5-year players here. You know, they were guys that came in and switched positions and went to another position and became really, really good at that position. One came as a walk-on. I mean, you know, so to me as a coach, that those type stories is what I want our guys to hear. I don't want to really hear about, you know, their Hall of Fame story. You know, like I don't want to hear the story when they were a Bearcat. Like when they were, you know, lived and walked the halls that our guys are walking and sitting in these rooms that our guys were sitting in now. Yeah, that's what I wanted our guys to hear. And man, they were awesome. They had a great message with that, because that's really what they talked about. They talked about just busting their butt and working hard. And they talked about making mistakes, you know, particularly Travis, you know, making mistakes, getting thrown off the team, having to fight his way back. And then to realize, man, I can't screw this up. I got to freaking go. And he does. And then he gets drafted, and then he continues to develop and get better and better. And now he's obviously one of the best. You know, everybody wants to see the end story. You know, they didn't want to hear all how hard it was to get to where they got to. And that's what I love to hear about them. And, man, they were so gracious. They were very humble. You know, they shared in the position meeting rooms. You know, Jason met with our O-line probably, you know, 45, 50 minutes. And there Travis goes in there and talks to the tight ends, and then they spend a lot of time with our players. And so, you know, I know those guys were wore out after 3 or 4 days. I know that. I don't think they slept a whole lot, really, quite honestly. But they were trying to hit all the spots that they hit when they went in the nightlife when they were here as well. So, but they were awesome. Man, loved them having them here. You know, but we got a lot of those kind of guys. You know, we've had a lot of guys come back in the spring. We had a bunch of the guys come back. Sauce came back for the spring game. You know, we love it when those guys come back and just hang around our players and share a little bit with our guys about their journey, about how they got to, because, you know, even like Sauce, I mean, Sauce was ranked, well, you know, you guys probably know more than me, ranked 1,400, you know, player in the country coming out or something. I mean, I don't, you know, in turn, he has a 3-year guy in college and he gets drafted like he was. I mean, so, you know, I love the part about coming in and working their butts off and getting where they are. And that's what it takes.
Before we let you go, I got one last thing. And I think it's important for people to hear this, because I think you understand this. Randy said, as a fan, last year sucked. As a coach, guess what? It also sucked, didn't it?
It sucked really bad. No, as a coach, I mean, it is the worst of the worst. Like I can't even describe how bad it is. Like I'm a fan of some teams, right? And when my team doesn't win, I'm pissed off, and you know, and it sucks, and you know, but about 3 or 4 hours later, I mean, I'm eating dinner and I'm chilling. I'm fine. I mean, I'm over it, you know. But this is our profession. This is like my life is this team and the Bearcat boys that we got in the locker room. And I mean, you know, we spend so many hours and days trying to put a good product on the field. And when you come out there and it's just not good enough, there's nothing worse. And you know, I really can't describe how bad losing is. I mean, I like winning. And winning is awesome, but losing is the worst of the worst. You know, it's you know, I don't know. It's whatever worse than sucked is. I mean, I don't know what that word is, but it's way worse than that for me. I promise you that. So like when we were talking to these guys after the season, like the leaders, you know, and they're so motivated, and which is a good thing, right? I mean, they're so motivated for how, you know, we didn't do as well last year, this whole off season, this whole summer. That's everything that we're thinking about is how we felt in locker rooms, you know, when those games did not go our way. And, you know, hopefully this year would come out, you know, we're going to be a lot more competitive, and we got to get over the hump. We got to win these close games. You know, we got to get back to the winning ways, and you know, ever how we got to do that. But it's been a great all season so far. We got to keep this going this summer. The summer will be huge for us. But we can't wait to get back out there, man. It's going to be awesome this year.
I think you painted a pretty good picture of what that feels like after you lost to Miami. And then the Tuesday press conference, you said, when I was walking off the field, I just wanted to go in a dark closet and not talk to anyone.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to do the entire time.
It's what you really like to do. Just go into a hole and just sit there and not come out, man. Like like my life, like our life when we lose, like you can't stop and get gas anywhere. You can't go to the grocery store. Not that we have time, but you can't go anywhere. Like I don't even walk in our building and see the other Bearcats that are going to support you. I don't want to see anybody because I feel awful. I don't want to see them. You know, so you literally just want to go straight to your office and just get into the film and start grinding. I mean, because you don't want to get that taste out of your mouth. And then when you win, okay, now you want to see everybody. Now you want to go to the grocery store. Now you want to get, now you want to be out and about. So it's amazing the two total ends of the spectrum. So, hopefully we'll have a lot more of the winning ways.
Yeah, this year, hopefully everyone's like, Coach, you came to get groceries last week. Why are you here again this week?
That's right.
You need groceries again?
That's right. No question.
So,
Thanks, Coach. We appreciate it. We've been going for 8.5 hours trying to get some money raised for Cincy Reigns and to help you guys out as much as we can. And we're not done with football. We'll talk to Zach Grant here in about an hour or two.
Oh, awesome. Hey, Chad, appreciate you and the rest of the whole crew here, man. Appreciate you guys, all you do for Cincinnati Bearcats, man. We really appreciate it. I'll see you guys soon, I'm sure.
Thanks, Coach. We'll see you at football camps here in about a month.
Yep.
Thanks, Coach. See you.
See you guys.
There you go. Scott Satterfield out. Another head coach in. Doug Martin.
What's up, boys?
Live from the NCAA regionals.
How are you guys?
We are doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. Wish I had my whole team here this week. We missed by we were the second team out of the NCAA selection, so it's kind of been a tough little month here. But having Ty here at Purdue has been great. Like I said, just wish the whole team was here with me.
We brought in. He cycled back in. We've been at this for 8.5 hours.
Love it.
We had to bring the golf expert back in, so I will turn it over as I always do.
Come on, David. Let's go.
David Simone.
Let's go, David.
Good to see you, Coach.
Good to see you.
Let's start with today.
Okay.
I'm sure coming off of finishing tied for first at the Big 12 championship today, 76 isn't what Ty wanted. It seemed like he battled his way back a little bit there at the end and kind of at least has himself in a position to fight for one of those 5 spots over the next 2 rounds. Kind of take us through, what wasn't working today and what kind of issues did the course present for the guys today?
Well, the golf course itself is a tremendous challenge. Back in 2008, when they had the NCAA championship here, 42 over par won the championship for the team. The score Vanderbilt shot today was just incredible. Scott Limbaugh at Vanderbilt has a great team, and I think 2 or 3 teams. I think Vanderbilt, Arizona, and Purdue broke par today. Everybody else shot over par. It was windy, firm and fast, and the thing that Ty didn't do a great job today of was taking advantage of the downwind holes. We had probably a steady 15 to 20 mile an hour breeze all day, very firm conditions. And when he drove the ball in the fairway on the downwind holes, he didn't get the ball close enough to the flag to give him good looks. And so that really, to me, was the key impact. And he had 4 pretty good looks to start the day for birdie, didn't convert any of them. And then he made a pretty poor bogey on his 6th hole. But 76 sounds bad. It was probably as high as he could have shot. He had a couple mistakes in there, missed a couple short 4 to 6 foot putts that Ty normally makes. But overall, I think his game's in a good place. I would expect him to play well the next 2 rounds. We're supposed to be getting some rain this evening, which will probably soften up the course. Looks like it's going to rain most of the round tomorrow. So, conditions aren't going to get any easier.
That was going to be my next question. I know here we're supposed to get rain. You guys obviously don't play in terrible weather, but has he had experience at least this year in the past couple of years having to grind it out, being a mudder and playing in that?
Yeah, growing up in the Midwest. So we grew up here in Indiana, played high school golf in the spring in Indiana. So he's had plenty of experience playing in bad weather. And, as many great places as we go on our schedule, we do play in some bad weather. And so, tomorrow won't cause any issues for him if it's raining.
let's go back then a couple weeks. First Big 12 tournament championship for your guys. I have to know, you guys 4 rounds shot 6 under outside of the second round the first day. What the heck happened?
This was one of the most bizarre teams I've coached since I've been coaching at Cincinnati. Our good golf was probably a top 30 program. Our bad golf was outside the top 100. And we, I think if you take the first, third, and fourth round of the event and add the scores up, Texas was the only team to beat us. But we go out in the second round, and Whispering Pines, championship venue, heather on both sides. You really had to drive the ball extremely well. We drove the ball as good as we've driven it all year, the first, third, and fourth round. Consequently, we could be aggressive. In the second round, we drove it poorly. We made 1 triple and 8 doubles in the second round, all as a result of poor drives where we hit it in the heather and had to pitch out or, lost ball or whatever. So, we did that on probably 4 occasions this year. And everybody on our team had a bad day at the same time, which very rarely happens in college golf, to where all 5 guys play poorly. And we had that about 4 or 5 times. And that really, you go all the way back to the fall to our home event. We're beating Chattanooga, Louisville, and BYU going into the last round. All 3 of those teams, top 40 teams in the country. We've got a 4-shot lead with 18 holes to go. All 5 guys play poorly. We lose by 5 shots and finish 4th. You win that event, you're a lock into postseason. At Sea Island, Texas, Illinois, Michigan State, Chattanooga, there were, I think, 8 or 9 NCAA teams there. We lead by 8 shots after the first round. We lapped the field the first round. I think we shoot 12 under. We come out the second round, just played okay. Notre Dame played great. They passed us. I think they were 2 shots up on us going into the last round. Sure enough, in the last round, we have 4 of our 5 guys play poorly, and we go from second to 5th. That college golf is in such a great place right now. Your margin for error is so small, and you've got to, it's like in basketball. If you look at the basketball games that we lost this year at the end of the game, it's the difference between us playing in March Madness or playing in the NIT. I look at our season as the same way of missed opportunities. You got Oklahoma down late at home. You got Texas down, and we just couldn't close. We couldn't close those games. And, I liken our season very similar to the basketball team.
So with that being said, it was pretty clear from an outsider's perspective that you guys, especially in the Big 12 tournament, like we talked about, with just that second round being such a wild anomaly, you guys clearly held your own in Big 12 play. How do you take, with returning players, potential transfers, freshmen, how do you kind of take this season as being, what it ended up being from a team perspective and spin that moving forward for these guys now that they know, like, we can play with a Texas, we can play with an Oklahoma?
Yeah. Well, I think there were signs all year. We play a Big 12 match play event in the fall. Texas Tech is like the 12th ranked team in the country. We had them basically dead to rights. We were winning 4 matches and losing 1 match with 3 holes to go, and they flipped it and beat us 3-2. That's the 12th ranked team in the country. I think our program is at a point now to where I think our guys are very comfortable playing against some of the best teams in the country. The Big 12 is the second best golf conference in the country, and it's not even close. SEC, leads the way there. But, from our standpoint in the Big 12, we're the second best, I think, by a significant distance. I think with the recruiting that we've done over the past 4 or 5 years, we've shown that we were a program that was ready to go in and compete at that level. And I still think we will be in another year. We returned 4 starters. We have 2 top 100 freshmen coming in, and we're going to get someone in the portal. Really can't talk any really deeper about that, but we'll get someone in the portal that's going to be a game changer for us. And so I fully expect us, to be in a great place next year. We're doing some slight changes to our schedule. We're actually going to go out west next year for the first time. We've never gone out west before, so we're going to go to Eugene, Oregon, and play an Oregon's event, and we're going to go to Phoenix, Scottsdale to play in Wyoming's event. So we're doing some changes to our schedule. The Big 12 has a tendency to play some out west, so we're going to go out there and compete with a few more Big 12 teams on our schedule. But again, this summer will tell a lot. Our guys are going to be very busy competing all summer long in amateur tournaments. So it's just on our players to continue to develop and get better over the summer and be ready in August when we come back to start competing.
Is the is the scheduling aspect that you just mentioned, is that a huge piece of the off season to try and figure out where you might need to kind of get some rounds in
as
the season wears on?
So we talk to our guys. We have 2 individual meetings with them where we give them our evaluation, one after the fall season, one after the spring season. The summer golf schedule, is there's so many great events across the country that our guys will play in throughout the summer. And we typically have 5 guys play 5 or 6 tournaments between June 1st and August 15th. So they're not just having a job over the summer, not practicing. Their summer development is key to our program development. So when you get done with your sophomore year, we expect you to get better over the summer. We kind of lay out a program and a plan for you to get better over the summer. We aren't allowed to have any type of summer workouts, but we're allowed to give them some guided instruction. If they want one-on-one personal instruction, they need to come to us and ask us. And my assistant and I will make time for that around our recruiting schedule. But no, it's our summer development in our program is huge. And when guys improve over the summer, we improve as a program.
Kind of just thought of this question when you were talking about that, but when you're talking about one-on-one, in-person kind of coaching, do you tell your players to ignore what they see on YouTube and the social media for swing tips and ignore like other swing coaches that are trying to feed into them? Like, is that something that you want to control to make sure that you're coaching them up the best way possible?
Yeah, I think most of our guys have their own individual instructor that they work with from their hometown that started working with them as a junior player. Some of the guys on our team work with myself and my assistant coach. But for the most part, a lot of the stuff where we're taught, most of the guys in our program now are at a point physically, the physical skills are present. Now it's the intangible things. It's finding the ability to save a shot here, save a shot there because of a good decision. It's the evolution of their short game, chipping and pitching around the greens, being able to get one more ball up and down per round that saves one shot. We're not looking for 5 shots. We're looking for one shot a man.
Mm-hmm.
We aren't looking to reinvent the wheel. We're more looking for helping our guys. So when we have individual one-on-one time with them, typically we go out on the course and we talk about situations, making the right decision. Because, in golf, when you got 2 coaches and 5 players on the course, you can't be everywhere to help kids make decisions. You have to hope that you've trained them in practice to make good decisions. Mm-hmm. And that's really what my assistant and I do when we have that individual time, is we're helping them. We put them in situations on the course, and then we walk through what their process would be in their decision making. And we make sure it's what we want.
Gotcha.
Coach, let's talk Cincy Reigns for a little bit.
Yes. Yes.
How does the NIL space impact golf at this point?
It's really becoming, out of control in men's golf. We aren't to the football and basketball level, but the numbers that are going out there to kids, and like, for example, the portal now, Virginia Commonwealth, you know, they haven't had a great golf program. They had their best year in probably, well, school history. I think they were the 28th or 32nd ranked team this year. Coach had 2 sophomores and 2 freshmen. They had no NIL. All 4 guys went in the portal before the NCAA championship. Their top 4 players. So they've basically lost their entire program because, and again, all of these guys are looking to get paid.
Sure.
And they're all going to get paid. And it's like, you know, my philosophy for my guys with the portal, or excuse me, with Cincy Reigns and NIL is basketball and football, women's basketball. Rather, this is the correct thing to say. We're paying them to play. They're all on full rides. They're getting additional money to pay. Okay. They're the revenue generating sports. Where in golf, I don't have one guy on my team on a full scholarship. So they're actually paying to play golf at Cincinnati. My approach with some of my donors and Cincy Reigns is I want to help provide my guys with some money to make their scholarship whole, to get them to a full ride. Secondly, would be their parents are spending $10,000 to $15,000 over the summer for those guys to play in tournaments. And those 2 avenues for my guys to have, hey, okay, X player, I'm going to give you $10,000 this year to help make your scholarship whole, to pay for your education while you're here at Cincinnati. That's how I look at NIL for me. I don't look at NIL in this, oh, now I've got all this cash to go out and spend and buy things. I'm wanting to use it in a proper way to help these kids pay for their education. Pretty simple for me. But the numbers that are going around in golf, I don't want to say them on air, but you guys would take your headsets off and have to shake some of the comments. I mean, you just can't even believe it. What some of these guys, 6 figures, and not low 6 figures.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Is it kind of similar to football and basketball in that the NIL numbers are competing to keep them in college and not go pro? Like, are there guys that are staying in college?
They're trying to, it's obviously not going to catch this as any surprise, but the SEC is way ahead of everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
The Big 12 is probably second. But it's to keep them in the program and build a program. So like you take a guy, you take like the best player at Virginia Commonwealth. He's probably going to go be the 3rd best player at an SEC school. But he just adds to the depth of that program. The kid from Virginia, he isn't going to go be the best player. He's going to go be someone that adds to the depth of the program. So, you know, I like I said, it's a huge thing for us. I'm a very old school guy, and I struggle mightily with this because I think what we're already doing for these kids and what the intent of NIL was originally, we've lost the plot on what it really is. I think, and it's sad because, you know, what institutions are already doing for these kids and providing them this opportunity at Days End. When you look at the number of people that touch these kids at an institution or an athletic department, your academic people, you know, your strength and conditioning staff. I mean, I'm just saying, it's your trainer. I mean, it's crazy what's being done for these kids on a daily basis. So that's
are you aligned though with the way Cincy Reigns does it? How much are you happy with where things are at UC? Because it seems like
Yes.
Their vision is aligned with yours.
100%. We don't have any NIL money right now as in our program. So that's something that, I've been working on with Cincy Reigns to try to get some money for some, and I'm not going to pay a guy or have them work with a guy that's not deserving of it. He needs to be a great player in my program. And I'm just not going to be like, okay, this guy's on my roster. He's my fourth best player. He gets X. No, you need to perform to a level at which I think is necessary, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I have a standard with it. But I want to help the kids out to help them pay for their education. That's my biggest deal. That's my one thing. If I can get X amount for 4 or 5 guys, that would be incredible. That's where I am. And I've had those conversations with Cincy Reigns.
How did the new indoor work out for you guys?
Unbelievable. The thing with the new indoor for us is, everybody talks about the analytics in every single sport and all the numbers that are being crunched by, coaches. What's this team's tendency on third down? With 5 seconds to go, what's this team? I mean, for us, the deal with the indoor, if we did not have TrackMan to collect the data that we're collecting for our guys, last fall, 2 times before we went on trips, it was 80 degrees outside and we went indoors to use TrackMan to get numbers, carry numbers. We would do like a set, we'd go through our wedges, short irons, mid irons, and we would track our carry numbers. One of the things that would have been huge last year was when we went to Vegas to play in the national in the NCAAs. We played at 4,500 feet elevation. Well, on TrackMan, you can go to the back end and put 4,500 feet of elevation, and it will calculate your carry numbers. Where instead, we had to go out there 2 days early and try to do that through practicing out there with not having a TrackMan. You understand what I'm saying? So the data and the information that we've been able to collect indoors has been incredible for us.
We're going to get Dave and Keegan out there soon.
Love it.
Yeah,
what time?
You have to
time's wake
critique
up
their
call?
swings for us. Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do a video and you're going to break down.
We would love to have you guys out there. It's an unbelievable facility. Really turned out incredible, and it's something that we're going to continue to be able to use as a recruiting tool, and it's going to really help our player development.
You have to do a Max Homa critique though, like I want serious, just completely bash him, make utter fun of him.
I'm a huge Max Homa fan. I really
the
like
professional.
I like his honesty. I really think this week, I really expect him to have a great week at Valhalla.
Mm-hmm.
I really think I think he has a great opportunity to, be in contention and win on Sunday.
I'll take your word for it. That's why I do.
I do.
Your schedule's slammed. Are you in the fellas going to be able to make it down there?
Well, we're here through Wednesday, and then I am going to take a short little vacation. Skip Holtz is one of my good friends, and he's running the roost of summer football. He's 30-3 now through 33 games at Birmingham, and he's 7-0. I just hope when I go this weekend, I'm not the black cat and cause them to lose.
I did want to get one more schedule question to you.
Yeah.
You mentioned this season and how there was always kind of that one round that would throw you guys off, and with that, you still came so close to making the NCAA tournament. Does that help your guys understand too, like how important each shot is? And we're in the Big 12 now. We're playing these top flight schedules, and look how bad we played at times, and yet we were still right on the doorstep to make the tournament. So it's like making the tournament, I would assume to you now, is an every year expectation.
Every year expectation. You know, we talk every single day, David, about shot value. It is something we talk about. Every shot matters every day. You know, when I see kids, you know, in practice or even when we're competing, if I see them hit a shot when they haven't, you know, let's just say they've hit a series of bad shots and they're feeling sorry for themselves, they don't want to see them do that, because I will be in their ass, because they just
so you didn't like the 6'10" kid from Texas's final round is what I'm guessing.
They don't understand. So many times they get lost in the moment instead of thinking about how is this shot going to impact the next shot, and you know, because really one shot here and there, the way college golf is right now, can impact your entire season. It really can. And I preach it every single day at practice. And every single night before we play a tournament round, I talk about every single shot you hit has to mean something to you. So yes, we preach it. Preach it.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of a season, a fourth place finish instead of a fifth place and a second instead of a third, it can be and those finishes can be one stroke differences. Absolutely. And you could have made the tournament based on 2 shots this year.
Like Kansas was the last team in, and they beat us by 1 at the Big 12. And on the 52nd hole, one of their kids holed it out from the fairway for a 2.
Wow.
And they beat us by a shot. It's just really college golf is really tight right now.
You know what? I would probably pay a good amount of money is just to have Doug Martin and Jordan Bishel hang out in this chat and talk for a while.
Jordan and I have had some great conversations. I think we might be cut from a similar cloth.
I agree. That's why I'm saying I would just everybody else out of the room, and we'll let Doug and Jordan talk sports for 30 minutes. And I think that's worth more than anything us idiots have to say.
Well, I heard you talking about the value of one shot in golf, Doug, and all I'm thinking about is some mathematical equation that's going to decide our fate in a week or so. So I don't know which one's better or worse.
Well, I'll tell you what. I can say I've watched a lot of your games this year, and I love what your team is doing. I love the aggressiveness that you guys play with, the energy that your kids play with. Sweeping BYU out there with those beautiful views. What is that? 4 series in a row we've won. Is that correct? 4 in a row.
It is correct.
Now you need to beat my alma mater this weekend to make it 5 in a row.
That'll be really easy because they're only like 10th in the country right now.
I completely understand. But it's great what you're doing, and I love the energy that your kids are bringing every day.
If your golfers acted that way, it'd be straight out of Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, that's probably true. It's probably true. But
no, Doug's been a huge support system for me since I got here. I can talk to him anytime about anything. He's been huge.
We'll set this up for one point in the summer where I'll mediate, but I just want you two to talk for however long you two want to talk.
We would love to.
Doug has been a friend of mine for a long, long time now. We would sit and watch Mick Cronin basketball practices and got to know each other well, and getting to know you a little bit, Jordan. Again, I agree, Doug. You two are cut from the same cloth. I think it would be a can't miss television to get you two in this room and have you sit here and talk sports for a little while. But Doug, what's the wake up call time?
We're 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Chad. All the best to you guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Appreciate it, Doug.
Right.
Luck tomorrow, and we will see you soon.
All right. See ya. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Doug.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
In case you can't tell, Jordan, we love him.
He's awesome. Doug's the best. So
we've
got
promised.
We've got the same wake up call tomorrow, I think, with this 11 o'clock start.
Yeah, you got an early one. We talked to Loudon earlier, and kind of told him like it might be time to get ready for bed at 5 o'clock.
I'd play them all at 11 if they'd let us. I'd love that.
Loudon said he was a coffee guy. Is that true? He said he's a coffee guy. He said he's
we
going to
got
drink
a lot of
coffee.
young guys that drink coffee. I can't. They think their lives are so hard right now. They gotta, get out of bed by 8 or 9 o'clock a couple of days a week. It's really difficult.
Yeah. Took down some black coffee. Good for them. Good for them.
We
I didn't
promised.
see Loudon. How'd he do? Was Loudon all right for you?
Just outstanding.
It was great.
Of course, he hit his first 2 home runs of the season, so he's in a good mood.
Yeah, he's an awesome. He's a grinder, man. He's competitive and just doesn't say a whole lot, but just plays his butt off. It's pretty remarkable. A kid that's played no college shortstop gets shifted over there, and we had only practiced him there a couple of weeks, and he just popped over there and's made basically every play.
Well, we promised last week if you took care of business out in Provo, we would have you back on. And guess what? You took care of business out in Provo, and here you are. Things almost got off to a rocky start on Thursday. You had to be proud of how your team kept working, kept pushing, and then they score the final 7 runs, and they're able to pull away and gain that momentum for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that, again, a few weeks ago, I think it was, 4 weekends ago against Houston, we were down 4 and came back a couple of times and won. And that was really the first time we had come from behind to win. And it really, I think, opened our guys' eyes up to the importance of just staying the course in these games. And now that we've done that, it's been fun to see us stack some of those. But that was a really good one on Thursday because their closer had literally like a 148 opponent's batting average, and we picked up 5 base hits in an inning off of him. So it wasn't like they gave the game away. They had their best arm out there who's been ultra successful, and we hit them, which with big credit to our guys, obviously.
I asked Loudon this question earlier today. I'm curious if you give the same answer, but you guys have been on quite a streak, and I wondered if you felt there was a turning point at some point this season where you guys kind of flipped the switch and kind of started grinding just the way that you've been.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear what he said, because to me there were a few of those steps and rungs in the ladder. I think the most recent one was we had a loss to Xavier about a month ago, and I really challenged our guys after we lost the game legitimately on a foul home run. A ball got called foul, instant replay, had some weird angle. Long story short, the ball was clearly foul, but the video didn't show it. And in hindsight, it changed the game. But after the game, I really challenged our guys. But it wasn't about the umpire. It was about us trusting who we were, playing better baseball, all kinds of. And that was right before that Houston series. So I think that was the most recent really inflection point. But I thought there were 4 or 5 of those throughout the year. So I'm curious what he gave you.
He said it was the Western Illinois game.
That was another one. It's funny because we talked about that today. We lost to Western Illinois, who they've got, 10, 12 wins, whatever it is, and nothing against their program, but that's a game we should win. And we made so many just bad mistakes, quite frankly. And I sat in the clubhouse after with our guys, and I said, well, if we want to ever think about making the NCAA tournament, that ship has sailed. Our RPI is going to be so low. There's no path this year. So I joked today that the guys that proved me wrong, they put themselves in a position where we could still make that happen.
The way you guys have been hitting the ball this last month or so, are you trying to get a dome built over the stadium real quick to combat this potential weather, so you guys can get these games in this week? I mean, they're huge games.
Up, right? Yeah, guys are starting to swing it well. That's been good to see.
Coach, you mentioned last week some reserves stepping up big time, and then you saw Max go out there again with a big shot on Thursday, and then of course we already mentioned Loudon having taking part in batting practice during the game on Saturday. What's it been like just getting numerous contributions just all over the roster, especially when it matters the most?
Yeah, I mean, that to me, you look back a week, the West Virginia series, the 3rd game, Josh Cross, who's obviously right now the big name in the lineup, is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, and we go out and score whatever we needed to and scored a bunch to win. And some of the same things again this weekend. And then on the pitching side, is really an unsung hero in the weekend, but we burned some pretty key arms on Thursday. Friday, we had a 5-inning start. We're in the middle innings and we're trying to nail down a pitcher's duel 4-2. And Michael Conti, who is a transfer that came from Central Michigan, but really has not pitched in any key roles for us. We needed somebody to bridge it, to get it to Christian for the 8th and 9th. And we didn't have a guy that we've really leaned on. And Michael came in and got a 1-2-3 7th inning. And to outsiders, it was probably a pretty meaningless inning. But when you're a guy who's 50 games into the year and hasn't been thrown into a key spot in a conference game, and we're asking you to get 3 outs, I mean, that was, again, that's one of those rewarding ones internally that we've seen it in practice. We've seen the preparation. We felt like he's getting closer, and we threw him in there trusting him. And other people are like, wow, why are they using this guy? And so those little things of showing that roster depth and what these guys have done in practice to build a high quality, deep team as the season is worn on. Those are fun. Those are rewarding as a coach.
UConn is really good.
Yeah.
What are the challenges you're going to face tomorrow at 11 a.m.?
Yeah, well, the first one might be rain and thunder. We might be dealing with that a little bit. So we're hoping to dodge that one. But, Coach Penders at UConn has been there a long time, and they are good every single year. And so it's a program that expects to win. They're right in the mix for a regional spot. I would imagine they would get a bid if the season ended today. I think they're 40th in the RPI. But offensively, they play a pretty similar style to us. They're going to run a fair amount. They're not afraid to bunt. They're not afraid to pressure you. It was interesting because we actually played them 2 years ago in a regional, or 3 years ago now in a regional at CMU. So we got to see them firsthand. And it's a really well-coached team. Now, that day we bunted for 6 hits, so it was a pretty exciting day for us to play that style of baseball. But they do a lot of the same things we do. And so when you have a talented team that does a lot of the same things you do, you're going to be challenged. But I'm excited for our guys this week. We're playing really, really good nationally relevant teams on our home field, and who knows where it'll leave us. But to be playing those games when they really matter, it's pretty cool.
How'd you do in the elevation? You were talking about that.
My lips are all chapped. I couldn't hardly breathe. But Loudon liked the elevation. The ball went an extra 10 feet, and all of a sudden we were getting it over the fence. So you didn't feel it too much the first 2 days. It was kind of dreary and a little bit rainy, and so the ball didn't carry much. The last day is when you really noticed it. Like the wind wasn't blowing out, and it's a big park, and they're all well hit balls, but balls that you felt like maybe were doubles in the gap were just getting that extra hop at the end.
Loudon said he really appreciated the scenery that BYU provided, especially the mountains and the outfield. Being from the Midwest, and like he said, he had never seen anything like that. What was that experience like for you, just being able to be in that environment? And then also,
I hadn't been out there either. Yeah, no, I didn't. It was pretty cool. Our guys were able to go on a little hike and see a waterfall. I was the loser who was watching video on in my hotel room to figure out how to give us a little edge, but I probably would have just injured myself or something anyway. But it was nice. Our guys could, yes, it's about baseball and it's about winning, but that's one of the cool things about where we're at in the league now. There's some challenges with the travel, but these guys are also getting to see parts of the country and things that they may never see otherwise. And that's pretty neat. I mean, it is, again, we want to win baseball games, and I get the importance, but to have some life experiences is pretty neat too.
And then, just no biggie, Oklahoma over the weekend. What challenges do they present? Are you familiar with them at all?
Yeah, I haven't done much prep work for them yet. Another one where so this one was 2 years ago. They were in the same regional as us. That was the year they were national runner-up. So I saw them play a little bit in person. We never played them in the regional. We played Florida and Liberty, but I saw them play, and I obviously prepped for them. And that year, and I think this is turning into the same type of team, their pitching was competitive, but not great. But their offense was just dynamic in what they could do. It was like there was really no way to beat them, whether it was on the bases, they could bunt, they could hit. The 2-strike hitting was amazing. Matchup wise, they had lefty, right? It just, to me, I remember because Florida was the host and a top seed, whatever, and everybody was talking about Florida. And I remember watching video thinking, my God, the best team here is going to be Oklahoma. And as fate would have it, they made the national title game. And I think their offense is doing a lot of the same things now. I mean, I think they're scoring almost 10 runs a game in conference play, which is just, I mean, it's kind of hard to fathom with the arms that we see. So I haven't gotten into the details of it, except I know they're really, really good. I don't think it even matters what they do this weekend. They're almost certain to be a regional host. But again, what's the downside of playing these games? It's a great opportunity for us. It should be fun, but it's a challenging week for sure.
Well, if they're going to already host a regional, then they should probably just help the Bearcats out, right?
Yeah, I think they actually checked if their club team could fly in instead, and we just play them.
Help the Big 12 get more teams in the field.
They probably have some guys on their club team throwing 92 out there too, but yeah, I mean, I don't know how they'll handle the weekend. At some point, they'll probably give their arms a little break, whatever, whether that's this week, next week. Ultimately, it really doesn't matter, right? We've got to go play good baseball. So.
Do you feel like this team exemplifies what you envisioned this year to look like, or do you feel like there's still some tweaks that need to be made to get things to where you want Bishop Ball to be here at Cincinnati?
Yeah, am I getting a hashtag out there all of a sudden on this? I don't even know.
I don't like it.
John Cunningham used that phrase earlier, and I'm holding on to that one.
I have no idea. If I learn how to use Twitter, I might find out what's out there, but you can check
Coach,
mine.
it's called X now. It's called X now. Just
called X. Okay. Well, I'm still on Twitter, so there's the issue. I don't even know.
We don't use that letter around here. It's still called Twitter here.
Okay, fair.
I do have a Facebook profile, I think. It tells me when people's birthdays are, so that's helpful.
MySpace, maybe. Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the world's greatest recruiter right here. I don't know how to use social media. That's really what you're looking for in a coach these days. Kids don't use it either anyway, I figure, so it works out. Back to your question. Yeah, it looks pretty close to the way we want it to look. That's what I'm really proud of. The way we've played, since the start of April, I think is really probably a top 30 or 40 level in the country. And the style of it, the way we've pressured in multiple ways, you've seen us steal a bunch of bases, bunt for hits. The last game against West Virginia, that first inning was so explosive that way. But then we go out on Saturday and we hit 4 home runs and kind of bludgeon the baseball a little bit. We want to be diverse in how we attack. We want to be aggressive. We want to be energetic. We've seen all of that. Our pitching is probably where we haven't gotten it where we want it yet. We walk a few too many guys. We hit a few too many guys, but we've seen a lot of improvement there. I think we're 3 weekends in a row where we haven't given up more than 5 runs in a game. That'll be challenged this weekend, but that's really hard to do in this league. So that consistency has developed. On Saturday, Nate Taylor, he got hit around a little bit early. They made some hard contact, but he didn't have a walk in a third inning. And for a freshman to go out there and not pitch scared, to give up a bunch of hard contact early and keep attacking and not start dribbling. I mean, that's kind of the identity we're trying to build. So you're seeing those things. And that's exciting because really early in the season, that's all we talked about is when we get to the end of this year, we want to have an identity. We want people in the Big 12 to be able to kind of say, this is what Cincinnati's, if we play good enough baseball, our style, people say, God, we know what we're getting ourselves into. This is the type of team they are, and we'll have accomplished something. I can't give our guys enough credit that it didn't take us 2 or 3 years to build that, but it took us, 35, 40 games to start playing that type of baseball.
That's how you drew it up in the offseason, right? A freshman starter leads the conference and wins.
Yeah, anybody that wants to hop on Cincy Reigns, because the SEC is going to come calling for him. So, and the great thing about what we're doing is I think our guys are truly happy here. I don't think they're going to be out there just chasing a bunch of money, but at the same time, it's real. I mean, it's real. You take a kid who loves it here, but has a bunch of dollars dangling in front of them to play at a place that also having success. That it's a little scary, but what we need to do internally is make sure the culture's set up, that our guys are happy, and make sure the player development's set up so that they feel like we're helping them be the best player they can be and get that pro exposure. And then you hope maybe a few dollars show up for these guys.
That's www.com or gobearcats.com/Reigns. We've still got about 2 hours and 45 minutes in 513 day to go make your donation and help the Bearcats, not only this week, but beyond, right, Coach?
Well, and like we talked about with the NIL and the baseball end of it a week or so ago, our guys, they don't have full rides. They've got very partial scholarships. They're paying money out of pocket. And so if people want to support it, they aren't They aren't buying our guys cars and trucks. They're not buying them a new set of golf clubs. They're helping pay a tuition bill. They're maybe helping them purchase a few meals throughout the. I mean, it's really impactful to our guys. Which I'm not saying it's not impactful to other sports, but we definitely have the lowest 11.7 scholarships for 40 student athletes. You can do the math on what that leaves, and I think that math is the better part of $1 million a year our guys pay out of pocket. It's impactful to our guys for sure.
Doug was actually talking about buying his guys golf clubs.
Yes, that would make some sense. Hard to argue. We don't need those guys getting baseball bats.
We don't need those guys getting baseball bats.
Coach, on in Thursday's game, you saw Christian Mitchell all over the place doing affecting the game numerous ways, and then and he's a guy that you've known for quite a while, obviously, and then you have Carson Marsh come in, who is yet again is a true freshman making his mark in the game as well. Is this kind of the perfect blend at this point of the season where you're seeing just all this core that you had, some guys that you've known, and then everyone else kind of just upping their game as they develop throughout the year?
Yeah, I think that's really fun about it is I don't know that we have more than, I mean, almost every one of our guys right now is playing at nearly the highest level we've seen from them. They've improved, they've developed, and you can give credit to coaches if you want, but listen, it's work. It takes time with the amount of time we travel, and then they have to study and get in the weight room and do all these different things. If you're really improving in the months of April and May, you're doing some things when nobody's looking that are pretty important and pretty valuable. And that's, fun to see. A guy like Carson Marsh, again, it's just getting better. Christian had his struggles at times early in the season, and now has really turned a corner. You saw with Landon Vitterick over the weekend. We really think Landon's going to be a really great player for us. And he had a pretty long stretch of struggling, and he just kept working, grinding. And all of a sudden this weekend, he's hitting home runs, he's hitting doubles, he's robbing home runs, he's on Sports Center. And again, that's not just show up to the ballpark in game 51 and all of a sudden the light goes on. Like, it's a lot of good work stacked together, and then it clicks. And that, yeah, it's fun to see when in May guys are playing their best baseball, because it's easy this time of year to be 50 games in and just kind of show up, go through the motions, and hope it's good enough. And our guys have committed to a little bit more than that.
Coach, what do you think needs to be done over these next 4 games? And I know you don't have an exact answer, but just an estimation. And I guess this is from the perspective of somebody that's watched college basketball and been a diehard college basketball for a long time. Does the conference tournament have much impact on the baseball selection? Because I don't think it does in basketball, at least anymore.
Yeah, and it's funny because, and this is not a slight to whatever the committee decides, but ultimately the committee will form a narrative to justify whoever they pick to go in, right? Like, if a certain team they think is good enough, had a good conference tournament run, they'll say, well, they were hot at the right time, and so, I mean, I think the answer is we talked to Cincy Reigns, we talked about the Cincy Light end of it, and we get a lot of that Cincy Light, we box it up, we send it to the committee. We make sure it says Cincy all over it. We make sure they have a bunch of drinks. We talk a lot about how great Cincinnati is. And before they know it, if the RPI says, 52, they might read it wrong and they think it's 25 and all of a sudden we're a 2 seed. Yeah. And so it's a really simple equation. Just get those guys drunk. And Michael Alford's on the committee. He first hired me at Central Michigan. Okay. I can get you his number. Probably shouldn't put this one, but no, I mean, it's a hard job, and I've kind of come to respect that. Like, ultimately there's going to be somebody that's got something to bitch about, right? And our win more and it'll look better, win less it won't. I think ultimately if we did go out and win 2 games against Oklahoma, and the Connecticut game really matters too, that's a regional type team, but if we did go out and win 2 games against Oklahoma, I think that gives us 18 league wins, a series win against Oklahoma. I mean, I don't know how you could keep a team like that out of the tournament based on how we're playing right now, but I don't know. They could. I mean, it's not an automatic bid unless you win the thing. And on the flip side, for all I know, we go out and lose a few this week, but play great in the tournament. I don't know. What's unique about our case is our conference record 100% qualifies us to get an at-large bid, but our RPI is on the lower end of what usually gets in. And the reason for that is we didn't play great baseball in February and March. And the reason for that is I think because we had a new conference, a new staff, a lot of new players. And so I think the way we're playing right now is hands down one of the better teams in the country and almost a shoe-in at large, but there is a body of work piece. And if we had played great in February and struggled down the stretch, and I'd expect the committee to value the February games too. So again, it's a hard job. We're playing at that level now. I don't know what we need to win this week, but if we don't lose another game, we're national champions. So that's probably what we need to do.
Yeah, just don't lose.
Yeah.
So what's the message going into these next? It's 4 games, correct? 4 games left. UConn
one
and then
against
3 games.
UConn. Yep. Yeah.
So what does the message change at all, or is it just, go play the baseball you've been playing, go play the way we want to play?
Yeah, well, we got to find Chad's dog, it appears. So let's go do that. Pretty important.
Oh, you have access to the private chat. I love that.
The message in my meetings are short because our guys don't listen to me anyway. So we try to keep things to like 4 minutes or less because at that point they're tuned out. It's worse than my kids. But the message today was really, we want to treat everything the same. What we've been doing is working, so let's not change it. We're not going to talk about how many games we need to win. We're going to talk about what do we need to do to play a good game and beat UConn. The other part of that message, though, was that's easy for me to say, but it's easier said than done. It's only natural that our guys are seeing a couple wins may get us to the NCAA tournament, that our guys are seeing that there's more value to these in theory. There's those outside influences. And if you care, that probably ramps up a little bit your excitement, a little bit your nerves, a little bit your stress, whatever that is. And I think the message I had to them was that's okay. If you feel a little excited, you feel a little nervous, that's only natural. That's what late season baseball is about. That's what postseason baseball is about. And then the key is how quickly can you dial back to just trust your preparation and play. And my point to them was, why get so caught up in if somebody picks us for an at-large bid, or like, what lies in front of you is playing good baseball against really good teams. And if you're so caught up in having to win it that you forget to enjoy it, you're really wasting your time. Like, we're not going out there tomorrow to try to make the NCAA tournament. We're going out there tomorrow to enjoy the competition and see where it leaves us. And then somebody else can decide on that. So I think that's a lot easier said than done, but that's really the message, is just kind of recognizing this is going to feel a little bit different this week, but let's try to get it back to being the same, because that's what makes it enjoyable.
Yeah, that's kind of what Loudon said was the fact that right now the team just feels connected because they're all having fun playing with each other and succeeding with each other. And I think that's kind of an invaluable thing where you then can take a step back, like you said, and just kind of not really say, listen, we got to win these games. It's instead go out, perform together, because you all are enjoying playing together at the same time.
Yeah, and I told her, I participated in a few of these regionals now, and yeah, it's a cool experience. I get all that, but ultimately you don't show up and all of a sudden there's this magic pixie dust that makes it this ultra cool special experience. It's college baseball games, just like we're playing right now. And so let's, just because it's on TV, it doesn't make playing feel any different, right? And so, and what gets lost in all of this is ultimately, no matter how the rest of the season goes, sometime between, 10 days from now and probably 3 or 4 weeks from now, our season's going to be a wrap, right? And so there's a pretty limited number of games and a pretty limited amount of season left. If we get so caught up in the results that we forget to enjoy this limited last bit of season, we've really shortchanged ourselves.
Does it feel like you're ahead of schedule based off just what your tenure at Cincinnati looks like? Like, does it feel like, holy crap, it's year 1 and we have a chance?
I probably shouldn't say this, but yeah, it does feel like we're ahead of schedule. I think I'm supposed to say I figured we'd just go beat everybody the second half of the season. But yeah, it does. I mean, we were struggling a little bit 15, 20 games in, and we were doing some good things, but we were also having some pretty bumpy roads. And for that, and again, it could change this week. We could struggle. I totally get all of that. But for us to string together several weeks of pretty much quality baseball game after game, that's really hard to do. And I could be here 10 years and we may not have a bunch of stretches where you win for us. It is a hard league to win in. So it definitely is a little bit ahead of maybe results where I expected it. But again, that's a credit to the guys. And it also doesn't shock me. There were times in the fall I said to our coaches, I said, this team, if everything goes the way we think it could go, we could play in an NCAA tournament. We knew we had a good offense. We knew we had some productive guys. We knew the pitching would be a question. That part has been to me, the most exciting part is we thought going into the year that Griffin Hugas, Chase Horst were guys that were really going to have to play huge parts. And we made it through a huge chunk of the conference season without those guys. Then Ryan Insko was a really key reliever for us leading into conference play, and he's been hurt. So when you started to add one back, and if you'd have told me coming in, man, you're going to struggle with injuries on the mound, I'd have been pretty worried about the results. And that's been fun to see. So that part, I think, is a little bit ahead. The offense has played about the way I expected, but just the buy-in and chemistry, that the seniors that aren't playing a lot, just on board every day, 30 guys showing up that want to be there every day. That's the part that has accelerated and gone well. And that means we have special people, not so much players. They're good players, but special people. And that's pretty cool for me. That's a part you don't know going in. Like, what type of people do you have? They're really good kids.
No, it's one thing to have the mantra that you play each game one at a time, but to see that actually come to fruition and not get ahead of yourself before you get to the tournament. I was shocked to hear you as the first person to say the word NCAA tournament on this podcast today. But to see that work out, how's that feel?
Yeah, I mean, and that, you know, we've done this all year. When we beat TCU the first two games, and everybody external is going to say, can you sweep them? What we talked about, we said, we're not trying to sweep TCU. We have one game against TCU on Sunday. We're going to try to win one game on Sunday. And I think that really helps you when you have success and failure, that you don't feel like you have to win X number of games to be successful. You just try to win the next one. And I think now, to me, the reason I haven't been afraid to bring it up this week is I know what's going into these guys' heads. They are much better with the internet and with social media than I am. And so they're seeing Cincinnati on the bubble. Cincinnati needs to do this to get. So if they're talking about it anyway, why don't I get in front of it and talk? I mean, and yeah, it's cool. Yeah. It's exciting. Like, we should want to play in the NCAA tournament. That's good stuff to think about and talk about. But then let's move on and go back to what we need to do to make that a reality, which is show up tomorrow at 11 a.m. ready to compete and ready to work hard and ready to have fun and see where it leaves us.
You guys have any last questions before I get one last one in and get him out of here for that early wake up?
Ask Coach real quick. You guys play a fun brand. Clearly the guys are having a lot of fun. You even mentioned it that you've been referred to as a softball team at times. Have you had to at any point tell them to kind of dial it back, or have you just like let them go and because we're winning, everybody's having a good time and we'll deal with that if something comes to
they're pretty good at not pushing past the limits. There was a home game a few weeks ago. It was Luke Sefcik's birthday, and they broke out happy birthday like 4 times during the game, loud enough the whole stadium could hear it. So that one, there had to be some head scratching going on. But I mean, my God, with all the 18 to 22-year-olds in the world that are probably doing some bonehead things and trying to be tough guys and feel like they're entitled and all. If our guys want to go, I mean, there's a lot bigger problems to have, right? If my 6-year-olds in 12 years, the worst thing they do is sing happy birthday in a dugout with their friends, I'll probably be feeling pretty good about myself.
I agree.
Before we let you go, any camp dates you wanted to bring up or anything?
Oh my God, there's lots of camp dates, and to be honest, I have no idea what they are.
Is there a website where you can go check out?
There is, and I should probably know what it is.
He just said he doesn't.
I don't even know. I mean, I almost need my wife to be able to turn on my computer for me. That's all. But what we do in the summer is a bunch of Tuesdays and Wednesdays throughout the summer have basically one-day prospect camps that are incredibly valuable for basically any high school age kid to come to. The challenge with college with baseball recruiting is video is relatively useless compared to a football, a basketball. When that film, it's so hard for us to evaluate. And obviously trying to see kids all over the country. I mean, you go to a travel ball tournament, they don't take batting practice, they don't do anything. Then he gets in the game at third base, nobody hits him a ground ball. He walks on 4 pitches twice, and you sit there for 2 hours and watch a kid do literally nothing but jog in and out of the dugout. So these prospect camps give us such a good opportunity to see a kid hit on our field, see how the ball carries, get the metrics on TrackMan, do all these different things. And so there's a website out there. The kids know how to Google it. Cincinnati Bearcat baseball camps. half of our incoming kids next year came to one of ours over the course of the summer, early fall. So it's big for us. We do have one youth camp that, again, I cannot reference the dates, the website, anything like that. My marketing skills are tremendous. But they're out there. I can promise
Probably
you
on
they're out
Twitter or something too. You know, it's just,
Can I give you my favorite scouting story ever?
there. Yeah, fire away.
Have you met Hep Cronin?
Yeah, not.
Okay, so do you know who Hep is?
I know the last name, but I'm going to say I don't. And I'm probably embarrassing
So-
myself in Cincinnati on 513 day, but I'll wear it.
So Hep is Mick's dad. He was a longtime high school coach. He's in the Cincinnati Basketball Hall of Fame as a high school coach. His second career was a scout for the Atlanta Braves. The number one guy he signed at the or scouted for the Atlanta Braves is a guy named Chipper Jones. That one turned out pretty well.
Yeah.
The other main big name he signed was a guy named David Justice.
Yeah, he did all right. Got famous
did
for
all right.
Moneyball. Nothing else he did. He had like 400 home runs, and all anybody knows is the Moneyball quote of "you." They paid us to take you.
Yep. So Hep shows up with John Sherholtz to see David Justice play, and they're playing a doubleheader, and Hep just happens to know the umpire. So he's sitting there for a scout to get the GM to come with you is like,
that's a once a decade type of thing.
So he gets in the first two pitches. The other team obviously knows, and they're way out of the strike zone. And Hep looks over at the manager and he's like, call time. So the guy calls time and Hep calls the umpire over and he goes, everything's a strike. So the umpire goes back. Hep's like, look, man, I got everything's a strike. So he goes back over, and the next pitch is a foot out of the strike zone, and the ump goes, strike one. And Justice looks at him, and the guy's like, you know the deal, swing the bat. So I guess he said Jones hit 2 home runs, 2 doubles, and 2 singles in a doubleheader. And John Sherholtz left. Ready to sign David Justice. So sometimes
scouts haven't changed. They're still trying to dictate everything, because we had one reach out today. I'm not even going to mention the team, but it would really help me if Josh Cross caught tomorrow. Oh, okay. I'm going to make my lineup based on what the all right. Good to know. Who would you like us to pitch?
It would really help me if you Venmo'd me $1 million, but you're not going to do that.
Exactly.
So.
Tell me your NIL donation bucket.
I didn't mention to him, last Thursday when there were 4 college baseball games in the entire country, Josh Cross was catching. You could have come to that one.
Just text him back, cincyreigns.com. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, enough NIL. How much you want to pay this kid to catch? So
there you go.
Oh my
It would
god!
really help me if Josh Cross. Well, he's such a convincing argument.
yeah, maybe he wants to see how he does against one of our pitchers. So maybe we can have him play for UConn just to see how it goes too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a smart idea.
Yeah, get double the
You
at
should have
bats that
said-
way.
You should have said the job was open. You could have applied.
Most of these guys are pretty good guys. They got tough lives, but it is funny when we get those things once in a while.
Well, Coach, 6 a.m. comes very early. We do appreciate your time. We wish you the best of luck this week in these last 4 games, because it's gonna be some long days ahead of you.
Yeah, no, we're excited for it. It's ultimately we've accomplished a lot this year. We really got to view this like we're playing on some house money. We've put the wheels in motion to get this program going, and I expect we're going to play well, but there's really no reason to play with pressure. I know we're going to have some exciting fan groups out there. It's some of the best baseball in the country this weekend, and that part's really exciting. It easily could have been a year where in mid-May you were just trying to find your way into the tournament and things like that. So it's a credit to our guys that like you said, we're a little ahead in the process, and we're going to enjoy it. And what you guys are doing, I said this last week, but it really means a lot. There's a lot going on in this city, and we got to shine light on some of these good things that our department's doing, and you guys are helping do that. So I can't thank you enough.
Awesome.
Well, so
Thanks,
so
Coach.
if you sweep again, we'll see you next week, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
No
yeah.
matter. Yep. If we're up in, if we're up in the ninth of game 3, about to sweep, we might as well just do a live one from the dugout, right?
Baseball's
Oh,
a superstitious sport, so I want to make sure we
man.
continue the trends. So
I'm glad I didn't promise the big hat if we make an NCAA tournament.
Ooh,
I could have got real quick. We still need
feel
to
some
count the title.
grounders though. Come on now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right, good luck, Coach. We appreciate it.
All right, thanks guys.
Thanks,
Take
Coach.
care. Yep. Bye bye.
I'm hoping to be out there Thursday for Super Mario Brothers Day.
Are you gonna wear your Bowser costume?
You never know. I mean, I might just dress up as Luigi or something.
Okay.
Bring the kid.
Wario, maybe.
What's up, Zach?
Well,
what's up? What's going on?
Yeah,
What's
just
up, NBA, huh?
making Virgin on hour 10, I guess. Is that right,
Yeah.
guys? Keegan
9
and
hours.
Aaron have been rolling the whole time.
Yeah.
9 hours, 36 minutes into this.
Wow, that's incredible. That's incredible.
It's been fun, but thanks for joining us. I'll just start off with, how does I guess we'll call it the early and late, I don't know what you guys call it, portal seasons differ? And did you guys, I know you can still add players and you still might and whatnot, but how did your plans change? How do you view this late window compared to the early window?
Yeah, that's a good question. The first window, like right after the season, definitely has more players, typically better players, more options. And then there seems to be more desperate teams in the spring window. I was happy that we weren't really one of them that were desperate. Like, we came out of spring feeling pretty good about the team we had. But we also felt like anytime there's a chance to add new pieces that can help both this season and the future, we had to take advantage of it. We had some, obviously, attrition, as everyone saw. Guys went in the portal from our team post-spring, which most of that was expected and a good thing, which allowed us to add to the roster in a positive way. So we've ended up signing so far 9 guys. And I think I talked to Chad. I'll get on probably in a week or so once we know for sure that they're here and kind of locked in to go over those guys and the ones we signed in after I was on last December. But I think it's more challenging in the spring window because there's fewer guys that go in and everybody's looking at them. And, at certain positions, teams get really desperate. And, I did think our staff did an incredible job this time, though. On the front end, we had evaluated, and targeted a certain amount of guys and specific players that we're able to hone in on, and we ended up getting, which was awesome. Jack Griffith leads our portal scouting and kind of heads that up. So, and our coaches did a great job adjusting. It's tough in the spring. Our coaches are on the road. They're used to the last forever 100 years of college football. You're seeing high school kids in spring, and now like a kid will go in the portal and we're like, hey, you got to see this kid like tomorrow. So change your travel, switch it up, reschedule the high school kid you're going to see, and see that kid we need to get on campus. So that's challenging for the coaches. You got to kind of, be willing to adjust. Obviously, every plan you make is going to have to change a little bit once this stuff goes. But, I did think we did a really good job. Most of these guys we signed, with the exception of 2 of them, have multiple years. So we're still trying to build for the future. In reality, in the spring portal, fortunately, most of our team came back yesterday or today, I guess. And then we're expecting most of the portal guys to be near the end of the week, early next week. So they get extra time in May. So they get half of May, but then June, July, and August to get ready for the season. It's a lot easier to count on somebody to be a player for you if you had the spring. So, sorry, my dog's over there. Anyway, I felt like we did a really good job. So
you kind of glossed over on it a little bit, but what are the difficulties of recruiting in either the first window or the second window when you are going up against teams that are desperate, opposing teams that might feel, okay, we got to push. Oh, Cincy is doing this. Let's push here. Does it create a whole second level of a challenge?
Yeah, teams will pool their money essentially in the spring window, and if they're desperate, there's a lot of money they can throw at these kids. So, our strategy was to try to stay out of the limelight a little in this period, because if a guy posts an offer, then all of a sudden they're like a highly recruited player in the portal, and an agent will try to get to them. And then, first of all, if a kid has an agent, they're going to leak it to, the national reporters to just pump their guy out there and get publicity, and teams will look at it and see, and then, the price just goes up, which isn't something we want to really operate in. Obviously, Cincy Reigns does an incredible job. We're so fortunate to have them, and we need to continue to grow it. But, there's a certain value we're looking for in these guys. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the players we had evaluated at a certain level in our criteria, and a lot of them weren't tweeted out by Feral Portal when they went in, and then they kind of went under the radar a little bit, and we were able to get them. And I know it's frustrating for Keegan and Chad probably that we're not really telling them like who we're getting on campus right away, because we're trying to keep it on the DL. But it is very hard in the spring portal, just because like simple economics, like if you got 5 teams that need a defensive tackle in the winter, obviously that's not a right number, and there's 15 of them, stands to reason you're going to get a good one. But now there's 15 teams that need them and only 5 good ones. So we're trying to find that 6th that's actually a good one, so that we're not spending $800,000 on a kid that goes to like Oregon or Miami in the portal that wasn't even a starter at their old school. So,
do you think there's any, and I'm not asking you to name any specific schools or anything, but do you think there's any specific schools that watch what you do and who you're making offers to, and then they start to look at those guys or start to poach those guys specifically?
Yeah, there certainly is.
That's a nice way of putting it.
But I don't, I can't really fault them. Like, we try to be as diligent as we can, especially in like high school recruiting. The portal for us is, we operate different than other teams because we evaluate everybody before they go in. So once they go in, it's like, all right, this guy has this rating on our scale. I don't care who offers him. That's what it is. So in high school, we will track every single offer that every group of 5 team or better makes in our region. So we're looking at the offers too. So like now some other schools might be set up a different way. So I would be a hypocrite if I like really just got mad at them for, we're not hiding it against a certain team or not. But certainly I think if the more, I'm trying to see how to put this, I mean, there's no way to hide an offer, but it does get frustrating when we feel like we've, offered a kid really early and schools just wait. And it's like, what were you doing the last few months, But in the end, we get a couple month advantage on building that relationship, especially in high school recruiting, which helps. So, yeah, it's a fun
I didn't mean
game.
to put you in a pickle or anything.
Oh no,
I know you're being extremely careful with your wording here.
I'm good. We all know the schools. I mean, more teams have their eye on Cincinnati than others, I'm sure, because they had more proximity to it. So,
with your background and Jack's background, from my perspective, it seems like you guys, whether it's portal or high school recruiting, have kind of taken, I don't want to say an NFL approach, but like with the grading of players and the traits that you look for, and you kind of are, especially with the portal, is somewhat equatable to free agency in that, like, we're looking for a specific player that fits a specific need. That need might not present itself to the general public until 2025, but we want to get this guy into our system now. And I won't say price point, but like, NFL teams have a pie and everybody has to fit where they fit. It feels like that's kind of a little bit of the way that you guys do this versus just, I'm not saying other teams do it, but like we see offers that go out, we see offers that we don't, there's offers that we obviously don't see, but is that a fair assessment in how you guys kind of evaluate and then how you go about procuring talent?
Yeah, I think that's a really accurate statement. I'll start off by saying like the grading scale we use, which was actually developed in large part by Carter Wilson, who is our director of scouting. He handles Jack's the main point person for the portal. Carter's the main point person for all high school. So if anyone's mad that we get a low rated commitment, you can get after Carter. But so anyway, he made this grading scale, and it was largely based off the NFL. But the point of it is that we will grade our whole roster throughout like the spring and then through fall camp through the season on this same scale. It's relative to how a Big 12 championship team would operate. So a guy that's a, all conference Big 12 player or a average starter in it for a Big 12 championship team. Okay. Or he's a backup for a Big 12 championship team. That might be a starter for us at a certain point in the season, but what we view as a Big 12 championship team, that guy is a backup, whatever. So the scale goes on and on and on. So we grade our whole roster with that. And then that way, when we're watching somebody in the portal, we're grading them on that same scale. So we have some relativity to it, right? And then we'll do the same thing in high school as well, which is obviously more of a projection for that. And then in high school, there always has to be a second step to the process. Just saying that guy's that great is great, but then it's like, all right, well, what do we want to do with it? Well, he's an offer take, or he's an offer, but we need to see this or whatever. Or he's we'll wait to offer till we validate it in camp or in the spring or via a UC report camp or something like that. So we do have the whole evaluation system based in the NFL kind of model. The numbers are different. Obviously, we have to recruit these kids, so it's never the same. But yeah, we try to definitely put it like that. So I think it's cool though too, because it lets us look back at like, all right, the 2023 season. These were our honest, objective grades, as objective as we can be for every player on the roster. And then in like the end of fall camp, we can do the same thing for this roster. And there's no point in like saying they're all good, because we have to be critical to find the needs that will come about in the following recruiting periods, right? So I think it's cool to be able to compare and truly see if we made progress, right? And if we're just thinking, all right, it's year 2, we're going to be better no matter what, because like we're just doing our thing, then I think we just have a huge blind spot and not end up really getting better. And obviously the results will speak for themselves. That's a great thing about football, but that's the process we go through. But to your point, very NFL-like. We do treat the portal more like free agency, especially depending on how many years the guys have left. If it's a 1-year guy, it's basically straight free agency. Do you have a role on the team? Does the role we have for you fit what you want? Are we both getting something out of this transaction or not? Now, if it's like a 3-year kid, it's like, here's how we see you this year, and here's how we see your development moving forward. And then for the high school guys, we do preach the fact that we want to be a high school driven operation in the future, where we're going to sign a full high school class every year. And if we're doing it right by 2026 and 2027 and on, where we've had 3 and 4 classes together of high school, the portal will be used to just like put the icing on the cake, so to speak. And we'll probably, I don't want to ever put a number on it, but there'll be fewer players in the portal because there'll be less forced attrition from us, and we'll, hopefully build some quality depth and then just get some impact players in the portal that or at certain positions at need.
With the way you guys scout for the high school kids, a lot of the incoming freshmen that were already here seem to show out fairly well during the spring. Do you kind of cross-check where you had them against kind of how that's progressing to kind of either reinforce like, hey, our grading scale, we think it's working because we saw this kid here, everybody else saw him here, and then he just showed us over these 3 weeks that we were probably right on where we had him?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we'll self-scout it probably after every year. I mean, right now is a good period where we're doing some unrelated research studies, but we'll do that after every year, both in who we got and then who we didn't get and how they're doing and what they look like on tape. It might be hard to know it for a freshman, but over time we'll look at that. But beyond the grade itself, we'll look at like, all right, what did our write-up look like? What critical factors did we say he did well and poorly? And now that we see we missed on that, what does the tape look like again from back to 2 or 1 year ago? And what did we miss? What did he show that we could have seen where like, all right, this guy actually doesn't bend well and on tape like I thought he did, you know? The reality of it is like these high school kids are 16, 17 years old, and we're projecting them to play at 2021. So their bodies can change in various ways, which is why we try to make sure like on a historical like benchmark criteria, both from track times and camp numbers and all this, it's like the guys we're getting from their length, their body types, their height, weight, speed, all fits what the historical criteria indicates a good player is going to be. Then we make sure the game tape shows the right consistency, playmaking, production. And I think the combination of those two is what makes us unique. I know people get a kick out of like Jack tweeting like game tape. And it's like, yeah, like everybody's watching like tape on a player, but like we truly value like how they play on a consistent basis more, because I think that shows how the player actually is. So like I'll take Simeon Coleman, for example, who had a really, really good spring for us. He came in ready to play. And we kind of knew that because he played for IMG Academy, or he played for St. Francis, and they're playing IMG Academy when he's a junior, and he like dominated the game. He's like 5'10" and a half and like a chubby little dude, but he dominated the football game with the best players in the country. So it's like, all right, he might be more ready to play early. And if there's a 6'2" linebacker whose game tape isn't as productive right now, but he has the raw athletic traits, he is going to eventually get to where we need to be, but he might not be ready to play right now. That doesn't mean one's better than the other. Obviously, the full body of work we'll see, but you know, I truly think we get a better sense of the player when we do that. So yeah, I hope that answered your question. I have a tendency to ramble. I apologize.
It's all right. Anytime
we all do that.
Anytime I'm talking like draft, scout, like I'm good with all. That's like my wheelhouse of conversation.
Yeah. No, Dave, I was literally going to ask that same thing because it's almost not like validation, but it's kind of a proving point when all these freshmen were seeing their names brought up on the practice reports that Chad and Keegan wrote. And then, at the spring game, the freshmen are making these big plays and the ones kind of shining. And obviously this being the first freshman class that you guys truly had your handprint on, somewhat validation would seem to be likely, at least for the fans to hear and see. So
yeah, it feels good. I mean, it helps, give us assurance that we're headed in the right direction. And but anytime there's like a little glimmer of success, like if you sit back and just enjoy that, you're going to get beat. So the most important thing now is that the 25 class is even better.
Yep.
And in the ways that it needs to be different, it's different. Like where we might have been size deficient at some positions, the next class has to fill that void because you don't want to stack two classes together that are deficient in the same ways.
Right.
but yeah, I mean, it was good to see those guys. I'm really like, I'm happy for them too. Like, you know, having a good relationship with them for a number of months. You know, seeing them have the success and like grow up is cool. And I do think we got 11 more coming in June here, and you know, a lot of those guys we might have even been more excited about than some of the kids. Not to say we were, you know, we love them all, but it wasn't all just the studs were here in for spring. Like, there's a lot of good players coming in there, so we're excited to see them too.
There was a lot of hype about the spring portal coming into it. I don't know if this was astronaut. I was chasing a puppy all over the neighborhood. She found a friend that was roaming free and apparently broke out of her collar and was just out for a stroll with her new friend.
My dog would be halfway across the state at this point.
Well, the beauty of it is they strolled into a backyard with an open gate where I could just close the gate, and she ran herself tired, and then we just brought her home. Perfect. Did you expect that like the spring portal was not going to be kind of the hype that the machine made it out to be, that it was going to be a little bit different, that it was going to be some value picks, but there wasn't going to be a lot of like top of the board type guys?
Yeah, certainly. And we knew that going into the winter, which made that period so much more important. And especially last year when we really didn't get our footing till, you know, after the spring. And obviously we saw that it's varying results, obviously, from last year. And from a historical perspective, just the quantity of players and the quality is always better in the winter versus the spring. So my message to our people was just we have to be more dialed in than ever now, or else we're just not going to get good products from the portal. So I felt like we did, fortunately. But it took a lot of work being like conscientious of the fact, like, hey, this kid's one we really, really like. We need to play this very strategically. Both immediately when he enters the portal, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to, you know, are we going to visit him day one? Or is he going to come right away? Or are we going to wait? And like, you know, the fun thing is honestly that there's no correct answer right now because it's new. But I think it allows like some gambles and risks that you take to bear some fruit, and obviously vice versa. Nothing's perfect. So I did think our staff did an incredible job, you know, vetting these guys early. And then once they were in the portal, talking to everyone we could to make sure we're getting the right character kids into, and then both improving the immediate talent on the football team and then going forward, you know, the talent for the next couple of years. And we also improved the size of the team. Like I was telling them, Chad, that I plan to be on in a couple of weeks. Once these guys are on campus, we can kind of go over the class, but you know, you'll see that, you know, even the ones that have announced, like we got bigger. And that was a big thing last fall that we saw. The Big 12 has a lot of big players. If we want to compete week in and week out, we got to get bigger, stronger, obviously faster too. But there are some teams we played that just kind of outmanned us. So any chance you get to acquire talent is another opportunity to improve the size of the roster. So I felt like we did that this period for sure.
Muted.
So hypothetically speaking, a kid looks great on tape. You know, he passes all the measurables that you're looking for. And then he shows up with a caterpillar on his lip like Keegan has right now. When he's on his visit, do you cross him off, or do you give him an extra shot?
Well, if it was Keegan, we'd take him for sure.
Yes.
But
get wrecked, Chad.
Yeah, we're pretty quick to cross a guy off, honestly. That's not to say we won't give guys like multiple chances, in the sense we will explore other like opinions from other coaches that he's been around, or like, what does the high school coach say? Give him more chances to get good information. But like at the end of the day, if they don't meet Coach Satterfield and he has a good feeling that they're the type of person we want in the program, it doesn't really matter how good they are. You know, we'll win with the right people. That's always been what Coach Sat's about. Now, once we get the culture exactly how we want it up and rolling, we could take a guy that might go either way. And when our culture is really good, he's going to go the right way. And I think we're close to that. But if we're going to bring a bad guy in, there's way too many things for them to, you know, get off the rails with today in college football. Like they can go in the portal, they can use NIL as a distraction rather than the right way, which Cincy Reigns does a great job of making sure they're doing it the right way. But, you know, I just think in today's day and age, there's so many excuses a guy can make to not become the best version of themselves that if you take guys like that, they're going to find those excuses. And if we get 120 guys on the roster that all pulling in the right direction and all trying to become the best they can be, good things will happen.
And sometimes maybe a guy is just auditioning for the reboot of Reno 911.
Yeah, I don't know. You can go visit like UCLA or something. Get there and play with
We've given Keegs a hard time today.
10 hours.
I love it.
Well, I mean, you
seem
went
worn
home
out.
for it. It took you like an hour and a half from when you left campus until you came back. So we only picked on you for like 45 minutes there. So like 9 hours and 15 minutes.
Roughly.
Rough estimate.
Keegan does a great job. He does a great job, guys. I was actually FaceTiming one of our local 513-2025 recruits before I got on, and I showed him the screen, and he's like, "Oh, I know Keegan." I mean, he liked you.
I hope he said nice things. And not like, yeah, he texts me 100 million times. I tell him to stop, but he won't.
No, he liked him.
I get
sometimes you got to wear him out, man.
Yeah, you brought up 2025, and obviously you can't talk names or anything, but as a whole, when you compare classes, how do you feel 2025 is as a whole, just as a class? And then, you know, you talked about making sure you built off of previous classes. So a class that might have had a bunch of these type of guys, we're not going to necessarily double up. What has kind of been the focus for you guys in this class? You have several guys already committed. We've already seen a list of, you know, the kids that put it out on Twitter of the official visits that are coming up. So obviously those guys are priorities if you're bringing them on for an official. So like, where are you looking to kind of go with I would say, I guess the next 2/3, there's probably around, I don't know the exact number, 8 or so guys, and you're going to take a full class. So 2/3 of a class from here on out.
Yeah. You know, big thing, we need to continue to build the lines of scrimmage. I think in every single high school class, we're going to try to do that with big functional bodies that we're going to be able to develop. You know, obviously there's been a lot of talk of portal in this podcast, but it relates because the most difficult positions to get there is offensive and defensive line typically. So if you're not attacking that in high school over time, it's going to make it really difficult to have a sustainable roster. You might have a year where you're just terrible on the lines of scrimmage. So that's a big emphasis, and it'll continue to be. Fortunately, though, like we don't need to sign 5 offensive linemen like right now. I think that we signed 2 great ones last year who we really, you know, discovered and started recruiting around this time, but didn't really go on till the season. And seeing the senior tape on offensive linemen, because they're maturing at a different rate than other positions, is huge for us. So we'll be more patient than other schools, but we're still going to try to get the number up at that spot. But yeah, like we're going to try to take like a full like 11 and 11 basically every year on offense and defense. So when we say a full class, that's essentially what we mean, plus or minus some positions based on how many we took last class. So, I mean, I'm really excited about the 25 class, honestly. Like the guys we have, I think are really good. Like the ones that we're close, that we feel like are close, I think are really, really good. Like, I think we're really building something here with this class. Now in June, it'll be huge to close on these guys. Just having them on the board only means so much, but Carter's done an incredible job of like, hey, we've been recruiting this kid since like October. He's probably going somewhere else. Who's the next up? And he's got like a list of like 3 guys, and like we're seeing everyone we need to right now in the spring, despite the adjustments needed to go see some portal guys. And I think we have a really deep, good board. And like I said, the evaluating guys later is big for us. So if it's not a guy we are sure of, we probably won't end up OVing him. And if we won't take his commitment unless we're absolutely positive we love him, because we're just going to be able to find another guy later. That might be a different strategy than some schools and then some like fans might be used to, but like the worst thing you can do is take a bad player. Well, like we are just going to be positive we like every guy we take, but we'll still take like 23 of them. So like it's not like we're just taking like 15 because we only like those. Like we will find the players. That's like the best part about it. So I mean, there are some guys last year I wish we had numbers watching their senior tape, but we just couldn't take them because of the room left in the class. But I couldn't be more excited with the 2015 class, or 2025 class. Sorry, shoot.
A long time.
But to your point, though, like we're probably not going to recruit like a slot receiver this year after taking Dakari and Kale last year, because you're trying to build that room in a certain way. And when you take 2, I don't even know if we intended to take 2 last year until like we just realized Kale had such special speed. We needed to take an extra one. You know what I mean? So like, but then that just means this year we're not going to take one, and we're just going to try to get bigger there, unless the guy is so good that he forces us to take. So that's an example of it there.
Well, keep taking all them prototype edges, and then figure out where to play them when they get here.
And no doubt. Coach Vite with that Dodd front. I don't know. You might have to get him on the pod and talk about the edges. That it is. Go ahead.
We've had him on the pod, and when I told him I was going to be at every spring practice, his head almost exploded. It's like, what do you mean you're going to be at every practice?
We don't recruit edges. We definitely do, because when he was at Iowa State, the same defense, they had a first-round pick in I think the 20.
Yeah, last year.
Last year.
Will McDonald.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to try to recruit more players at the high priority positions in high school, because it gives us more pitches to swing at later in their career where we don't have to go on the board for them. And I think that just makes some economical sense.
Portal's expensive, Coach.
Yeah.
We talked. I don't know if you were chasing the dog earlier. I was talking to Zach about the kind of the NFL model that it seems like they have adopted, and offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, and corner. It's like, get those dudes and get great athletes and front 7 guys, and then you figure out the rest.
That's how it works. Those are the draftable positions. There are a reason that those guys are not only the draftable positions, but they are the guys that are getting massive chunks of money in free agency and in the re-sign market, or draft and retain guys. Like, those NFL guys aren't stupid. They're paying the guys that are worth the most money. It makes sense that trickles down. And in college, like you said, 17, 18-year-olds, who the hell knows what they're going to look like at 21, 22 on the football side of things. Like on basketball, you have a general idea. This is what a guy looks like. He's going to probably look pretty similar to that 3 years from now. He's going to be stronger. He's going to have more muscles, but that's what he's going to look like. In football, that ain't it. They look completely different from one period to another.
It's football's a violent sport with brute physicality and speed and athleticism being the main criteria, whereas a lot of other sports are just skill based, and if they have skills early on. And we'll develop the skills here from our coaching and our strength conditioning and all that stuff. But there's another cool part about, the winter into the spring portal period was like we changed our defense after the winter portal. So like we were recruiting those guys into one scheme. And fortunately, the fit has been pretty good. Like, I don't think there's too many like square peg in a round hole type deals. But it did allow us to go out there in the spring and be like, at some positions that, the fan base may not have expected us to really try to hone in and add guys to, we were able to. And to your point, like on the defensive line, like if there's a defensive lineman that shows really good ability or high-end traits or a single thing that we really, really like, and we have extra spots available, which we felt like we did. I've mentioned this at the beginning, Chad, before you're on, but, Coach Sad even said, I think to y'all or to the media that, he felt good about the team after the spring, but we still had some extra scholarships left to use. So why not use them on like the defensive line or the offensive line or, those primary positions? If you can take an extra one, especially in the middle of the defense, I mean, the worst thing that can ever happen is those guys all get hurt and then they're just going to get run on the whole time. So we're trying to prevent that.
For sure. All right. Well, we want to save a little bit for your next appearance, which is coming soon.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised today when I got the text of like Zach Grant is coming on. I was like, I thought we had positioned that for a little later. And then the powers that be wanted to make this happen.
They really had to twist my arm. They really had to.
I know. You hate this.
I mean, it's such a chore. It's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, everybody likes to talk recruiting. No matter what time of year it is, it always, we have threads going for forever on 2025 class, transfer portal class. So anybody that, we got our diehard recruiting members that love it. So,
I had called Zach Stipe earlier, in the morning, about like a baseball game tickets, right? And this is a little insight on how I got on the podcast. And before he answered that, he's like, "Hey, do you want to go on the podcast?" I'm like, "Can you answer my question?" But yeah, I would love to. So then
he was like, "These idiots are going live for 10 hours today."
Yeah, they need someone to yap for like 45 minutes. I think I accomplished that.
Oh, look, we could have brought you on earlier and had you go for a while.
Good. No, it's perfect. Good lead into a couple weeks from now, and we get you on.
It'll be good. I'm excited.
A little bit more. Then we'll be start almost right into visit month for the summer. So
yeah, we'll have 3 big weekends.
Tell Cass to get those Ric Flair gifts ready.
Oh, he's chomping at the bit.
I got my LA night ones ready for the retweets.
Cass hates nothing more than people like giving him praise on Twitter too. It's amazing. I love it. I'm going to tweet so much about him in June.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, love it, Zach. We appreciate it, man. And
thank you, guys.
We will see you in a couple weeks.
Of course.
Sorry, I was chasing a puppy around the neighborhood for the first 15 minutes.
I know the feeling.
It's okay. Our number spiked. Our number spiked when you left.
Not a surprise.
Awesome. Go Bearcats. Appreciate you guys.
Go Bearcats. We'll talk soon. Thanks, Zach.
It's good.
All right. Let's see if he's still here. Are you there? Hello, sir. Sir. Hello?
Hi. Hey, I can't. I wanted to be back on the show because I have a grievance to air. My time was cut short, and I feel like I should have gotten more attention. You guys should have said some. So I'm here to offer that opportunity. I've got things to say. No, not really. I I just wanted to call here at the end and thank you guys. I love you guys. I appreciate all you do. Even what Brent does. I appreciate that. Chad, you did a great job. Aaron, you did a fine job. Keegan, what a bright young light you are. So much hope, so much promise. And David's on here too. So it's been, I'm just kidding. I love you guys. You guys did a great job. Thank you so much for all you do to help the Bearcat Nation continue to strive and thrive. Thank you for helping out Reigns today. We are helping out with Reigns ourselves because we all, I think, believe in that so goes the University of Cincinnati, so goes our region. And because we'd really like the team that wears a CPAW on its sleeve to beat the curse word out of the other teams that they play. So Thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you. And what the hell are you doing?
I'm walking. I got to get my steps in, guys. I'm getting
Late
older.
night walk, baby.
Yeah,
I'm here
finished
for it.
council meeting, been in the office, so I gotta stretch the legs, get moving a little bit,
Here
All
for it.
right. Well, P Fox, you know more than anyone in this ecosystem, I love you.
I do know that, and I love you. And boy, we have we put some years behind us, and we've seen some crazy stuff, some fun stuff through the years. We've had some lovely times, and cities where we travel. I used to, for some of you other guys, you don't know, I used to do something called Bearcat Sports Radio.
Yeah.
That's why I was a small J journalist.
Fireside chat.
Fireside chat. Yes. Yes, indeed. Oh, those were the days. But yeah, now I'm old and washed up and helping out in this way. So I appreciate
Hey,
you guys.
can I just tell you one thing?
Yes, please.
Ken Tracy is much more impressive than you.
Oh, he's tremendous. Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. He's friendly.
I love you.
He's taller
I
than
love
me.
you.
He's more accomplished than me. He is. I am like a diet Ken. I'm a young diet Ken, just hoping to God my beverage matures like his.
A Diet Ken or a Ken Zero?
I'm a Ken Zero, probably Ken Zero. Like, we're not sure. Like, we're still not sure if the market's going to bear it, but yeah.
We are at 10 hours, 17 minutes, and 47 seconds, sir. I had a pretty good idea this was going to be successful. I had no idea it was going to be so fun. Thank you for stepping up into this space. We learned, I knew we would learn a lot about Cincy Reigns today and the kind of how the sausage was made. And in this business, there's kind of a fear of learning how the sausage is made. Yes. And what we learned today is you guys are about the right things. And you're doing it the right way, and you're educating the players coming into the program. You're providing them with resources and assistance and knowledge. And you're not just a money laundering operation, as is the case in many places.
Let me, as a point of clarity, we are not a money laundering operation.
That's
so
what I
would
said.
Take away.
I said
well,
you're
you said
not.
You said not just as a lawyer. So I got to correct that record. Yeah. But yes, we are. You're right. Yes, we care about human beings. We care about the young men and women that are wearing the University of Cincinnati across their chests, and we're trying to put good business people and good business practices in front of them, in the hopes that values are often caught even when they're taught. So we want people to catch some of these young better, so their families will be more orderly, so their finances and futures are maybe set up to be stronger than they otherwise would have been had they not come into our path. So yeah, we're trying.
We will sit down and maybe you and I will have a fireside chat sometime here in a month or two.
Yeah, I'll find some sweaters, and that would be great. I love that.
Just so you know, also, Also, when I kicked off the show, I deemed it the first annual 513 Day Cincy
Yes.
Reigns Bearcat Journal collaboration, which means that there has to be a second annual 513 Day Cincy Reigns Bearcat Journal collaboration, which means we'll see you in 364 days.
Yeah, if not before. And what I would propose for the next one is I'd like to have a bank of phones behind us. We'll do it live, performances, they come out, bank of phones, people working the phones. Hey, Jan just called from Norwood. She's going to donate this amount of dollars. And maybe we have like a
and
big
we put Wes
thermometer.
Miller on the phone with her.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
so that she gets to talk to
Oh,
Wes
I
Miller.
like this.
Is
I
the
like
Holy
this.
Grail able to handle a bank of phones?
Oh, of course. Yeah, they can handle anything these days. And what we'll do is we'll have those phones wired. I want them to ring though. I want real rings, not like the modern cell phone rings.
Yeah.
And
Ring.
yeah, and I got
Ring.
maybe mid thought there's an extra phone ring and I got to jog over. I got to take that call. I'm thinking about optics and presentation. I think we could really do it.
So, like, to do it like that, like you have like Wes is working a phone, Sad is working a phone, so you don't know who you're gonna get when you call, and you might call and get an SI swimsuit model.
Who knows? Or unfortunately, you could get me on the line. Yeah, a lot of options.
We did this. We literally did this in 2 weeks. Like we planned this all in 2 weeks, so we now have a year.
Yeah,
let's go big. I
agree. Phone banks, the whole deal. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I love you, B Fox.
All right. I love you guys too. You guys, thank you so much, and go Bearcats. Have a good night.
Be safe on your walk. It looks dangerous wherever you're at.
Oh, it's yeah, but luckily I was raised in these streets, so it'll be fun.
You'll make it.
Later, brother.
See you.
Well, guys, I think that's it.
Guys
I
did a
don't
hell of a jump today.
Yeah.
I don't have much else. I think we got up over 250. So we didn't quite make it all the way to 513 today. But we will work on it. And all proceeds to Keegan's mustache shirt will go to Cincy Reigns.
He was talking about a phone bank. I was worried that if we had a phone booth and Keegan still had the glasses and the mustache, if we hopped in, he'd come out as Superman.
Wow. There we go.
One final mustache joke before we go.
I must
All
ask you another question.
I did that one 2 weeks ago.
Hey, Brent.
What's up?
Get us out of here.
Oh my gosh, guys! You know what? It was a spectacular Monday. It was just simply a, shall we say, 513 Cincy Reigns Monday. What a beautiful day it was, and you know what? Hats off to oh my gosh, hats off to everyone. Yeah, everyone who came on, everyone who was involved. I was about to pull it up and read them off name by name, but you know what? Hats off to everyone. Cincy Reigns still lock in. The deal goes until midnight, right, Chad? The
midnight. That's correct.
Yep. So still plenty of time to push that number up as high as we can. So great job, Chad. Great job, Aaron. Great job, Keegan. Dave hopping on. How about Royer on for a little segment? There we go. The BCJ crew was very
He's still
exciting.
on the stage. He just never came back.
Okay, well, there we go. Well, you know what? BCJ crew was happy to be involved with the Cincy Reigns 513 Day. So, you know what? For all my guys, my pals, the crew, the squad, I am Brent Young. Yet another fantastic 513 Day presented by Cincy Reigns and BearcatJournal.com.
See ya!